Some of these conspiracies are wild, unsettling, and highly speculative. This video is for entertainment purposes only. Viewer discretion is advised. Dinosaur denial refers to the belief that dinosaurs never existed, challenging the mainstream scientific consensus about these prehistoric creatures. Some adherents argue that dinosaur fossils are elaborate hoaxes created by paleontologists to support evolutionary theory and secure research funding. Others claim that the bones attributed to dinosaurs actually belong to extinct reptiles or other known animals, misinterpreted or deliberately misrepresented by scientists. Certain religious groups view dinosaur fossils as a test of faith, planted by their deity to challenge believers' conviction in creation narratives. Some supporters of this theory point to the lack of complete dinosaur skeletons and the reconstructive nature of paleontology as evidence that the entire field is based on speculation rather than fact. The discovery of soft tissue in some dinosaur fossils has been used to argue that these creatures couldn't be millions of years old, as such organic material shouldn't survive for that long. Skeptics of dinosaur existence often cite the relative rarity of dinosaur fossils compared to other animals as evidence that these creatures are fabrications rather than real historical entities. Some dinosaur deniers believe that depictions in popular media, including films and documentaries, have been used to reinforce a false narrative about these creatures' existence. The pentacle or pentagram, a five-pointed star often enclosed within a circle, holds significant meaning in various spiritual and occult traditions. This symbol has been used for millennia, with its earliest known appearances dating back to ancient Mesopotamian cultures. In many pagan and Wiccan traditions, the pentagram represents the five elements: earth, air, fire, water, and spirit, with the circle encompassing them symbolizing unity and wholeness. Some practitioners believe that drawing or wearing a pentagram can offer protection against negative energies or evil spirits. The orientation of the pentagram is thought to influence its meaning, with the point facing upward associated with positive magic and spirituality, while the inverted pentagram is sometimes linked to darker practices. Contrary to popular misconception, the pentagram's use in magical practices predates its association with Satanism by centuries. Some esoteric traditions view the pentagram as a representation of the human body, with the 5 points corresponding to the head, arms, and legs. The geometric properties of the pentagram, including its relation to the golden ratio, have led some to believe it holds inherent power or significance in the fabric of reality. In certain alchemical texts, the pentagram is associated with the 5 planets known in classical times, each point representing Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. Some modern occultists use the pentagram in rituals designed to invoke or banish spiritual entities, believing the symbol can open or close metaphysical gateways. Sheeple is a term combining sheep and people, used to describe individuals who allegedly follow the herd mentality without questioning authority or mainstream narratives. This concept suggests that a significant portion of the population blindly accepts information from governments, media, and other influential sources without critical thinking. Believers in the sheeple theory often point to widespread acceptance of official explanations for major events, despite potential inconsistencies or alternative interpretations. The idea of sheeple is sometimes linked to the concept of cognitive dissonance, where people may ignore contradictory information to maintain their existing beliefs and avoid mental discomfort. Some argue that social conditioning through education systems, mass media, and social norms creates a population more susceptible to manipulation and less likely to challenge the status quo. Psychological phenomena like conformity bias and the bystander effect are cited as evidence of humans' tendency to follow group behavior even when it contradicts their personal judgment. Those who use the term often believe that breaking free from the sheeple mindset requires actively seeking alternative information sources and questioning commonly held beliefs. Historical examples of mass delusions or widely accepted falsehoods that were later disproven are sometimes used to support the idea that large groups can be misled. The concept of sheeple is particularly prevalent in conspiracy theory circles, where it's used to explain why alternative explanations for events are not more widely accepted. Some sociologists and psychologists acknowledge that group thinking can influence individual behavior, lending some credence to the underlying concept even if not to its more extreme interpretations. Bread and circuses refers to a political strategy of distracting the public from important issues through diversionary entertainment and superficial appeasement. This concept originates from ancient Rome, where emperors would provide free food and spectacular gladiatorial games to maintain public approval. In modern contexts, it describes the use of mass media, sports events, celebrity culture, and consumerism to keep the population docile and uninvolved in political matters. Some argue that governments and corporations deliberately promote trivial news stories and sensationalize content to divert attention from more pressing societal problems. The proliferation of reality TV shows, social media platforms, and constant entertainment options is seen by some as a modern manifestation of this strategy. Critics of this theory point to instances where public attention has shifted rapidly to serious issues, challenging the idea that people can be consistently distracted. Supporters of the bread and circuses concept often cite the decline in civic engagement and political participation in many developed countries as evidence of its effectiveness. Some sociologists argue that the increasing complexity of modern society naturally leads people to seek simplification and escapism rather than it being a deliberate strategy. The theory suggests that by keeping the population entertained and basic needs met, those in power can more easily maintain their position and implement policies without significant opposition. Historical examples, such as the use of spectacles in totalitarian regimes or the correlation between economic downturns and increased entertainment consumption, are often used to support this idea. Corporate lobbying refers to the practice of businesses and industry groups influencing government decisions and policies through various means of persuasion and financial support. This process often involves hiring professional lobbyists who have established relationships with lawmakers and government officials. While lobbying is a legal and regulated activity in many countries, some argue that it gives corporations undue influence over the democratic process. Lobbyists may provide lawmakers with drafted legislation, research papers, and talking points that align with their corporate interests. The revolving door phenomenon, where individuals move between public sector jobs and private industry positions, is seen as evidence of the close ties between corporations and government. Campaign contributions from corporations and their political action committees are often viewed as a form of indirect lobbying, potentially influencing politicians' decisions. Some argue that corporate lobbying leads to policies that benefit businesses at the expense of public interests, citing examples like environmental regulation rollbacks or tax loopholes. Supporters of lobbying claim it provides valuable industry expertise to policymakers, helping to create more informed and effective legislation. The significant financial resources corporations dedicate to lobbying efforts suggest they find it to be an effective means of shaping policy outcomes. Transparency initiatives that require disclosure of lobbying activities and expenditures have revealed the extensive scale of corporate influence attempts in many governments. Some studies have shown correlations between corporate lobbying expenditures and favorable policy outcomes, suggesting a tangible return on investment for these activities. High fructose corn syrup is a sweetener derived from cornstarch that has become widely used in processed foods and beverages since the 1970s. Some researchers argue that the body processes high fructose corn syrup differently than other sugars, potentially leading to increased health risks. Studies have suggested a correlation between the widespread introduction of high fructose corn syrup and rising obesity rates in the United States. Critics point to its potential role in contributing to insulin resistance and type 2 diabetes. The sweetener has been linked to increased triglyceride levels and fat accumulation in the liver, which may contribute to non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. Some studies indicate that high fructose corn syrup may interfere with the body's leptin signaling, potentially leading to overconsumption of calories. Concerns have been raised about trace amounts of mercury found in some syrup samples, attributed to the manufacturing process. The widespread use of this product in the food industry has been attributed to its cost-effectiveness and ability to extend the shelf life of products. Some researchers argue that the negative health effects associated with this syrup are no different from those of other added sugars when consumed in similar quantities. The debate surrounding this product has led some food manufacturers to replace it with other sweeteners in response to consumer concerns. The flood refers to a catastrophic global deluge described in various ancient texts and religious traditions, most famously in the biblical account of Noah's Ark. Many cultures around the world have flood myths with striking similarities, suggesting a possible shared origin or experience. Some researchers propose that these flood stories may be based on real events, such as the rapid flooding of the Black Sea Basin around 5600 BCE. Geological evidence of marine fossils found on high ground and in unexpected locations has been interpreted by some as support for a worldwide flood. The discovery of submerged ruins and structures in various parts of the world has led some to speculate about advanced civilizations destroyed by a global flood. Proponents of flood geology argue that many of Earth's geological features, including the Grand Canyon, could have been formed rapidly by a catastrophic global flood. Some researchers point to the existence of a vast underground ocean discovered in Earth's mantle as a potential source for the floodwaters described in ancient accounts. The concept of a genetic bottleneck in human populations, supported by some genetic studies, has been linked by some to a catastrophic event like a global flood. Ancient flood stories often include elements of divine judgment and the preservation of a chosen few, which some interpret as moral lessons passed down through generations. The idea of cyclical catastrophes, including periodic global floods, has been proposed by some researchers as an explanation for the rise and fall of ancient civilizations. Some alternative historians suggest that a global flood could explain the sudden end of the last ice age and the rapid climate changes that followed. The theory that AIDS was spread by the CIA suggests that the human immunodeficiency virus, HIV, was deliberately introduced into certain populations as part of a covert operation. Some believers in this theory point to the timing of the AIDS epidemic, which emerged shortly after the CIA's alleged biological warfare experiments in the 1970s. The rapid spread of AIDS in Africa and among marginalized communities in the United States is seen by some as evidence of targeted distribution. Declassified documents revealing the CIA's involvement in other covert medical operations, such as MKUltra, are cited as precedent for such activities. Some researchers claim that the complex nature of the HIV virus suggests it may have been artificially created or modified in a laboratory setting. The theory often includes claims that the CIA aimed to control population growth in developing countries or to eliminate specific groups within the United States. Supporters of this idea sometimes reference the hepatitis study conducted in Willowbrook State School as an example of unethical medical experimentation on vulnerable populations. Some versions of the theory suggest that the virus was initially tested on prisoners or other institutionalized individuals before being more widely disseminated. The lack of an effective cure or vaccine for many years after the discovery of HIV is interpreted by some as intentional suppression of treatment options. Certain advocates of this theory point to alleged inconsistencies in the official narrative of HIV's origins and early spread as evidence of a cover-up. The disproportionate impact of AIDS on certain communities is seen by some as aligning with historical patterns of discrimination and marginalization. Diseases made in a lab refers to the theory that certain pathogens, including viruses and bacteria, are artificially created or modified in laboratory settings for various purposes. This concept often involves the idea of bioweapons development, where microorganisms are engineered to be more virulent or resistant to treatment. Some researchers point to the existence of high-security biosafety level 4 laboratories as potential sites for the creation or modification of dangerous pathogens. Historical incidents, such as the accidental release of anthrax spores from a Soviet bioweapons facility in 1979, lend credence to the possibility of lab-created diseases. The rapid advancement of genetic engineering technologies, like CRISPR, has made it theoretically possible to modify existing pathogens or create new ones. Gain-of-function research, which involves modifying pathogens to increase their virulence or transmissibility, is cited as a potential source of lab-created diseases. Some theories suggest that pharmaceutical companies might benefit from the creation of new diseases by developing and selling treatments or vaccines. The emergence of novel pathogens with unique genetic characteristics is sometimes interpreted as evidence of artificial origin or modification. The emergence of novel pathogens with unique genetic characteristics is sometimes interpreted as evidence of artificial origin or modification. Some theories suggest that pharmaceutical companies might benefit from the creation of new diseases by developing and selling treatments or vaccines. The emergence of novel pathogens with unique genetic characteristics is sometimes interpreted as evidence of artificial origin or modification. Satanic messages in music refers to the belief that certain songs contain hidden messages promoting Satanism or occult practices, often through backmasking or subliminal audio techniques. This theory gained prominence in the 1970s and 1980s with claims that popular rock bands were embedding demonic content in their recordings. Some believers argue that when played in reverse, specific songs reveal phrases or instructions related to Satan worship or other dark themes. The Beatles' song, Revolution 9, is often cited as an early example, with some claiming the reversed audio says, "Turn me on, dead man," fueling Paul McCartney death conspiracy theories. Led Zeppelin's Stairway to Heaven became a focal point of this belief, with assertions that reversing part of the song reveals messages about Satan. Some religious groups have claimed that these hidden messages can subconsciously influence listeners, potentially leading them towards Satanism or immoral behavior. The theory extends to album artwork and music videos, with some interpreting certain images or symbols as evidence of occult affiliations. Critics argue that the human brain's pattern-seeking nature can lead to hearing coherent phrases in reversed audio, a phenomenon known as pareidolia. Some musicians have intentionally included reversed messages in their songs, either as artistic expression or to mock the controversy surrounding backmasking. Legal cases have emerged from this theory, with some parents and religious groups attempting to sue record companies for alleged subliminal messaging. Dietary misinformation refers to the spread of false or misleading claims about food, nutrition, and eating habits that can influence public health and individual dietary choices. This phenomenon encompasses a wide range of topics, from fad diets and miracle weight loss solutions to unfounded health claims about specific foods or supplements. Social media platforms have become a major breeding ground for dietary misinformation, with influencers and self-proclaimed experts often promoting unproven or potentially harmful nutritional advice. Some instances of dietary misinformation stem from misinterpretation or oversimplification of scientific studies, leading to exaggerated claims about the benefits or risks of certain foods. The rapid pace of nutrition research and changing dietary guidelines can contribute to public confusion and skepticism, creating an environment where misinformation can thrive. Food industry marketing tactics sometimes blur the line between factual information and promotional claims, leading to misconceptions about the nutritional value of certain products. Confirmation bias plays a role in the spread of dietary misinformation, as individuals tend to seek out and share information that aligns with their existing beliefs about food and health. Some forms of dietary misinformation exploit fears about modern food production methods, promoting natural or organic products as inherently healthier without scientific backing. The persistence of outdated nutritional beliefs, such as the necessity of dramatic calorie restriction for weight loss, can perpetuate misinformation even in the face of new scientific evidence. Cultural and personal biases about food can sometimes lead to the spread of misinformation, as traditional beliefs about certain foods' properties may not align with current scientific understanding. The complexity of human nutrition and individual differences in metabolism make it challenging to provide universal dietary advice, creating opportunities for oversimplified or misleading claims to gain traction. Artificial snow refers to the theory that some snowfall events are not natural occurrences, but are instead engineered or manufactured by governmental or private entities. Believers in this concept often point to unusual characteristics of snow, such as its slow melting rate or the presence of unfamiliar particles, as evidence of its artificial nature. Some adherents claim that artificial snow is created through cloud seeding techniques, which involve dispersing substances like silver iodide into clouds to induce precipitation. The theory sometimes incorporates the idea that artificial snow is part of climate manipulation efforts, either to combat global warming or to exert control over weather patterns. Observations of snow that appears to burn rather than melt when exposed to flame are cited as evidence of chemical additives or synthetic materials in the precipitation. Some proponents of this theory link artificial snow to chemtrail conspiracies, suggesting that the same aircraft used for alleged atmospheric spraying also distribute engineered snowfall. Reports of unusually heavy or unexpected snowfall in typically warm regions are sometimes interpreted as signs of weather modification technology at work. The presence of ice nucleation bacteria in some snow samples has been used to support claims of biological engineering in artificial snow production. Some believers argue that artificial snow is used to mask environmental damage or to create the illusion of normal weather patterns in areas affected by climate change. The theory often includes speculation about the potential health effects of exposure to engineered snow, ranging from respiratory issues to more severe long-term consequences. Bending spoons refers to the purported psychic ability to deform metal objects, particularly spoons, using only the power of the mind. This phenomenon gained popularity in the 1970s through the performances of Uri Geller, who claimed to possess psychokinetic abilities.
You see, it's becoming very soft. This is not an illusion. It's becoming like plastic. There's no force. Look, there's no force, and you can touch it. It's soft. Look. Touch it, it's cold. What happened is my mind and melt the metal down.
Some practitioners assert that metal bending is achieved through a combination of focused concentration and the channeling of an unknown form of energy. Witnesses to successful demonstrations often report feeling a sense of warmth or tingling in their hands when holding the spoon, which is interpreted as evidence of energy transfer. Skeptics argue that the apparent bending of spoons can be accomplished through various sleight-of-hand techniques or by exploiting the malleability of certain metals. Some researchers have proposed that metal bending might be related to quantum effects, suggesting that conscious observation could influence the atomic structure of materials. Experiments conducted by some parapsychologists have reported positive results in controlled settings, though these findings remain controversial within the scientific community. The concept of spoon bending has been linked to broader theories about human potential and untapped mental abilities. Some adherents believe that everyone possesses latent psychokinetic abilities that can be developed through practice and meditation. The phenomenon has been explored in popular culture, appearing in films, television shows, and literature, which has contributed to its enduring presence in public consciousness. Jackalope refers to a mythical creature said to be a cross between a jackrabbit and an antelope, typically depicted as a rabbit with antlers. This legendary animal is particularly associated with the American West, where tales of its existence have been circulated since the 1930s. Some believe the jackalope myth originated from sightings of rabbits infected with the Shope papilloma virus, which causes horn-like growths on the animal's head and body. Certain areas, such as Douglas, Wyoming, have embraced the jackalope legend, using it as a tourist attraction and even issuing tongue-in-cheek hunting licenses for the creature. Some cryptozoology enthusiasts argue that the jackalope could be a surviving species of horned rabbit, citing fossil evidence of extinct horned rabbit species. The jackalope has been incorporated into various forms of media, including films, television shows, and video games, further cementing its place in modern mythology. Some Native American traditions include stories of horned rabbits, which some believers cite as evidence of the jackalope's historical roots. Heaven's Gate refers to a religious UFO cult founded in the 1970s by Marshall Applewhite and Bonnie Nettles. This group became infamous for a mass event of self-inflicted deaths in 1997. The group believed that Earth was about to be recycled, and that the only way to survive was to leave their human bodies and ascend to a higher level of existence. Members of Heaven's Gate adhered to a strict lifestyle, including celibacy and gender uniformity, which they believed prepared them for their extraterrestrial transformation. The cult's ideology combined elements of Christianity, science fiction, and New Age beliefs, interpreting biblical prophecies through the lens of alien visitation and space travel. Heaven's Gate members believed that Applewhite and Nettles were the two witnesses mentioned in the Book of Revelation, sent to Earth to guide chosen individuals to the next level. The group's final act was triggered by the appearance of the Hale-Bopp comet in 1997, which they interpreted as a sign that a spaceship was hiding behind the comet to take them to their celestial destination. All 39 members involved in the mass self-inflicted deaths were discovered wearing identical black shirts and Nike sneakers with purple shrouds covering their faces. The Heaven's Gate website, created in the mid-1990s, remains active and maintained to this day, preserving the group's teachings and beliefs for public access. Some researchers have drawn parallels between the Heaven's Gate ideology and ancient mystery cults, suggesting a deeper connection to historical religious practices. The group's meticulous planning and calm demeanor during their final days have led some to question the nature of their beliefs and the power of collective conviction. Self-help refers to the practice of improving one's life through personal effort, often guided by books, seminars, or other resources focused on personal development. This approach to self-improvement gained widespread popularity in the late 20th century, with numerous authors and speakers offering advice on topics ranging from career success to spiritual growth. Some self-help methods draw on psychological principles, such as cognitive behavioral techniques, to help individuals change negative thought patterns and behaviors. Critics argue that the self-help industry often oversimplifies complex issues and promotes a one-size-fits-all approach to personal problems. Supporters of self-help practices point to anecdotal evidence of individuals who have overcome challenges or achieved significant life improvements through these methods. Neuroscientific research has shown that certain self-help techniques, such as mindfulness and positive affirmations, can lead to measurable changes in brain structure and function. The self-help movement has been linked to broader cultural trends, including individualism and the pursuit of personal fulfillment as a primary life goal. Some self-help concepts, like the law of attraction, propose that positive or negative thoughts can directly influence a person's life experiences and material circumstances. The industry has faced criticism for promoting unrealistic expectations and potentially discouraging people from seeking professional help for serious mental health issues. Certain self-help gurus have achieved celebrity status, with their personal success stories often used as evidence of the effectiveness of their teachings. The rise of social media and online platforms has led to new forms of self-help content, including motivational Instagram accounts, YouTube channels, and podcasts focused on personal development. FEMA camps refer to the theory that the Federal Emergency Management Agency is preparing to detain large numbers of American citizens in concentration camp-style facilities. Believers in this concept often point to the existence of emergency relocation centers and the agency's authority to establish temporary housing during disasters as evidence of a larger hidden agenda. Some argue that executive orders and legislation, such as the National Defense Authorization Act, provide legal framework for the implementation of martial law and mass internment. Satellite imagery and videos of alleged FEMA camp locations have been circulated online, purportedly showing fenced compounds with guard towers and large-capacity living quarters. The theory sometimes incorporates claims about the stockpiling of plastic coffins and the preparation of mass graves, interpreted as signs of planned large-scale population control. Some proponents of the FEMA camp theory link it to concerns about gun confiscation, suggesting that the camps would be used to detain those who resist disarmament efforts. Historical precedents, such as the internment of Japanese Americans during World War II, are often cited as examples of the government's willingness to detain its own citizens. The theory has been connected to broader conspiracies about a New World Order or One World Government, with FEMA camps seen as a tool for suppressing dissent. Some believers point to job listings for internment specialists and the refurbishment of former military bases as indications of preparation for mass detentions. The concept of FEMA camps has been popularized through various alternative media outlets, documentaries, and online forums, contributing to its persistence in conspiracy theory circles. The elixir of immortality refers to a mythical potion believed to grant eternal life or youth to those who consume it. This concept has appeared in various cultures throughout history, including ancient Chinese alchemy, where it was known as Xianden, or golden elixir. Some historical figures, such as the first emperor of China, Qin Shi Huang, allegedly died while searching for or consuming substances believed to be elixirs of immortality. Certain Taoist traditions claim that the elixir can be created through internal alchemy, a practice involving meditation, breathing exercises, and visualization techniques. Modern researchers have examined historical recipes for immortality elixirs, finding that some contained potentially life-extending ingredients like ginseng and reishi mushrooms. The pursuit of an elixir of immortality has been linked to the development of various medical and chemical innovations throughout history. Some believers in the concept argue that certain naturally occurring substances, such as telomerase activators or NAD+ boosters, could be considered modern versions of the elixir. The idea of an immortality elixir has been connected to legends of long-lived individuals or hidden societies of immortals, such as the mythical Shangri-La. Longevity research and anti-aging treatments in modern science are sometimes viewed as a continuation of the ancient quest for an elixir of immortality. Some esoteric traditions suggest that the true elixir is not a physical substance, but a spiritual or metaphysical state achieved through enlightenment or transcendence. Empaths refers to individuals who are believed to possess a heightened ability to sense and absorb the emotions, energy, and physical symptoms of others. This concept suggests that empaths can intuitively feel and understand the emotional states of people around them, often to a degree that affects their own well-being. Some researchers in the field of neuroscience have proposed that empaths may have more active mirror neurons, which are associated with empathy and emotional understanding. Empaths are often described as having a heightened sensitivity to environmental stimuli, including sounds, smells, and crowded spaces. Some believe that empathic abilities can be developed or strengthened through practices such as meditation, mindfulness, and energy work. The idea of empaths has been linked to the psychological concept of high sensitivity, which describes individuals with increased responsiveness to both physical and emotional stimuli. Some empaths report experiencing physical symptoms that mirror those of people around them, a phenomenon sometimes referred to as somatic empathy. The concept of empaths has gained popularity in various spiritual and New Age communities, where it is often associated with psychic or intuitive abilities. Some mental health professionals have begun to recognize empathic traits as potentially influencing therapeutic relationships and treatment outcomes. Critics of the empath concept argue that it may be a misinterpretation of normal human empathy or a way of pathologizing sensitive individuals. The idea of empaths has been explored in popular culture, including literature and television, contributing to its widespread recognition and appeal. The number 666 is often associated with the Antichrist or the Beast in Christian eschatology, particularly in the Book of Revelation. Some interpret it as a code for the name of a specific historical figure, with various theories pointing to Roman emperors, popes, or other influential leaders. Numerologists have attributed significance to it, claiming it represents materialism, worldliness, or human imperfection. In some esoteric traditions, the number is considered sacred, related to the sun and solar deities, rather than a symbol of evil. It has been linked to various conspiracy theories, including claims about hidden messages in product barcodes or government identification systems. Some researchers argue that the original number in early biblical manuscripts was actually 616, suggesting the later version may be a transcription error. In Chinese culture, it is considered lucky, associated with smoothness and good fortune, contrasting with its Western interpretations. Certain mathematical properties, such as being the sum of the squares of the first 7 prime numbers, have been used to argue for its cosmic significance. The widespread recognition of this number as a potent symbol has led to its use in marketing and popular culture, often to create an air of mystery or edginess. Some individuals have reported experiencing anxiety or obsessive thoughts related to it, a condition informally known as hexacontahexaphobia. Alternative interpretations suggest it represents a cycle of time or a stage in human evolution, rather than a malevolent entity or person. June 1, 2024 cloud coverage refers to a global phenomenon where an unusual and persistent cloud cover was reported across multiple continents simultaneously. The widespread nature of this event, spanning diverse regions such as Africa, the United States, and Spain, led some to question its natural occurrence. This cloud coverage coincided with a rare astronomical alignment of all planets in our solar system, visible from Earth's perspective, raising suspicions about a possible connection. Some observers noted that the cloud cover seemed unnaturally dense and uniform, preventing any view of the sky and the planetary alignment. Weather forecasts predicting continued cloud cover for weeks following the event fueled speculation about potential weather manipulation or atmospheric alterations. Theories emerged suggesting that the cloud coverage might be an intentional effort to obscure the view of celestial events or atmospheric phenomena from the general public. Some individuals proposed that the clouds could be a side effect of geoengineering activities aimed at mitigating climate change or altering weather patterns on a global scale. The simultaneous nature of the cloud cover across different time zones led to discussions about advanced weather control technologies potentially possessed by governments or private entities. Skeptics argued that while unusual, the event could be explained by natural meteorological patterns and coincidence, cautioning against hasty conclusions. The incident sparked renewed interest in cloud seeding techniques and their potential for large-scale implementation, as well as their possible unintended consequences. Skinwalker Ranch is a property in Utah known for alleged paranormal and UFO-related phenomena, named after the shape-shifting creatures of Navajo legend. The 512-acre ranch has been the site of numerous reported incidents, including cattle mutilations, unexplained lights, and encounters with seemingly otherworldly beings. Former owners of the property have claimed to witness portals opening in the air and strange creatures emerging from them. Scientific investigations conducted at the ranch have reported anomalous magnetic field readings and unexplained radiation spikes. Some researchers believe the ranch may be situated on a paranormal highway or interdimensional gateway, explaining the diverse range of phenomena observed there. Native American lore suggests the land has been cursed for generations, possibly due to conflicts between indigenous tribes and European settlers. The U.S. government has shown interest in the ranch, with the Defense Intelligence Agency funding a secret study of its anomalous activity in 2007. Skeptics argue that many of the reported phenomena can be attributed to natural causes, misidentification, or hoaxes perpetrated for publicity or financial gain. The ranch's reputation has led to it becoming a popular destination for paranormal enthusiasts and UFO researchers seeking to experience its mysteries firsthand. Some theories propose that the ranch's unusual activity is the result of advanced military technology testing or secret government experiments. Despite years of investigation, no conclusive evidence has been found to explain the range of reported phenomena at Skinwalker Ranch, maintaining its status as a paranormal enigma. El Dorado refers to a legendary city of gold believed to exist in South America during the colonial era, inspiring numerous expeditions and capturing the imagination of explorers for centuries. The myth originated from indigenous tales of a tribal chief who covered himself in gold dust as part of a ritual, leading Spanish conquistadors to search for an entire city made of precious metals. Some historians argue that El Dorado may have been based on real pre-Columbian cultures known for their sophisticated goldwork, such as the Muisca civilization in present-day Colombia. Archaeological discoveries of elaborate gold artifacts and reports of gold-rich indigenous communities have lent credence to the idea that El Dorado might have had some basis in reality. The legend of El Dorado has been linked to various real locations, including Lake Guatavita in Colombia, where gold offerings were reportedly made to the gods. Some researchers propose that the story of El Dorado may have been deliberately exaggerated by indigenous peoples to mislead and distract European invaders from their true settlements. The persistent belief in El Dorado led to numerous expeditions, some of which resulted in significant geographical discoveries and mapping of previously unknown South American territories. Modern interpretations of the El Dorado legend suggest it may represent a metaphor for the untapped natural resources and biodiversity of the Amazon rainforest. Some alternative historians argue that El Dorado could have been an outpost of an advanced ancient civilization, possibly linked to theories about lost continents or extraterrestrial influences. The enduring appeal of the El Dorado myth has been attributed to universal human desires for wealth, adventure, and the unknown transcending cultural and historical boundaries. Recent technological advancements such as LiDAR scanning have reignited interest in searching for lost cities in dense jungle regions, keeping the spirit of the El Dorado quest alive in modern archaeology. Crawlers, also known as rakes, are cryptids described as pale, humanoid creatures with elongated limbs and large, dark eyes. These entities are said to inhabit underground caves, abandoned buildings, and densely forested areas. Witnesses report encountering crawlers at night, often describing a sense of dread or unease preceding the sighting. Some theories suggest that crawlers could be a previously undiscovered species of subterranean hominid adapted to life in dark environments. The creature's alleged ability to move quickly and silently has led to speculation about advanced sensory capabilities or echolocation skills. Reports of crawler sightings have increased with the rise of internet folklore, particularly on forums dedicated to paranormal experiences. Some researchers draw parallels between crawler descriptions and accounts of other cryptids like the Dover demon or the Fresno night crawlers. Skeptics argue that crawler sightings may be misidentifications of known animals, such as large primates or even humans with genetic conditions affecting appearance. The prevalence of crawler stories in various cultures has led some folklorists to suggest they represent a modern manifestation of ancient fears of the unknown. Continents beyond the ice wall refers to the belief that our known world is surrounded by a massive ice barrier, beyond which lie undiscovered lands and civilizations. This concept often appears in flat Earth theories, suggesting that Antarctica is not a continent, but an ice ring encircling a disc-shaped Earth. Believers point to historical accounts of explorers like Admiral Byrd, who reported seeing vast unexplored territories beyond the South Pole as evidence for these hidden lands. Some adherents claim that governments and space agencies are hiding the truth about these lands to maintain control over resources and populations. The idea draws parallels with ancient myths and legends of lost continents like Atlantis or Hyperborea, proposing that these might actually exist beyond the ice barrier. Supporters of this theory often cite anomalies in satellite imagery and maps as potential evidence of cover-ups or distortions hiding the true nature of Earth's geography. The concept of an ice wall and lands beyond ties into broader conspiracy theories about hollow Earth or inner Earth civilizations. Some believers suggest that the aurora borealis and aurora australis are actually reflections of light from the hidden lands beyond the ice wall. The theory sometimes incorporates ideas about advanced civilizations or extraterrestrial bases existing in these unexplored regions, hidden from the general population. Skeptics argue that modern exploration, satellite technology, and scientific understanding of Earth's geography disprove the existence of such lands. The iceberg image in this project is part of a larger endeavor called The World Beyond the Ice Wall, a fantasy and alternate history collaboration that imagines a reality where every conspiracy theory, from your uncle's Facebook posts to the most obscure iceberg lore, is true. The Bouvet Island boat refers to the mysterious discovery of an abandoned lifeboat on the remote and uninhabited Bouvet Island in the South Atlantic Ocean in 1964. This island, known for its harsh climate and isolation, is considered one of the most remote places on Earth, making the presence of a boat there highly unusual. The lifeboat was found by a South African expedition team who reported that it contained supplies and showed signs of recent use, despite no record of shipwrecks or distress calls in the area. Attempts to identify the origin of the boat or its occupants have been unsuccessful, leading to various theories about its presence on the island. Some speculate that the boat may have drifted from a distant shipwreck carried by ocean currents to this unlikely location. Others suggest it could be evidence of a secret military operation or a covert scientific expedition that went awry. The boat's discovery has been linked to theories about hidden bases or undisclosed activities in remote areas of the world. Peculiarly, when a follow-up expedition returned to the island in 1966 to investigate further, they found no trace of the boat or any evidence of its previous presence. This disappearance has fueled additional speculation about government cover-ups or paranormal phenomena associated with the island. Despite technological advancements in satellite imaging and global tracking, the true story behind this enigmatic boat continues to elude explanation. Grave dirt refers to soil taken from burial sites, believed by some to possess mystical properties or spiritual energy. This substance is often used in various folk magic practices, particularly in hoodoo and certain forms of witchcraft. Some practitioners claim that grave dirt can be used to establish connections with the deceased, believing it retains the essence or spirit of the buried individual. The potency of grave dirt is thought to vary depending on the identity of the deceased, with dirt from a soldier's grave believed to impart strength or protection. Certain rituals involve using grave dirt to create protective barriers or to influence the behavior of others through sympathetic magic. Some believe that the use of grave dirt in spells or rituals can amplify their effectiveness, especially when dealing with matters of death, transformation, or communicating with spirits. The practice of collecting grave dirt is often surrounded by specific protocols, such as asking permission from the deceased or leaving an offering in exchange. Critics argue that disturbing graves for soil is disrespectful and potentially illegal, while believers maintain it's a form of honoring and working with ancestral energies. In some traditions, grave dirt is used as an ingredient in mojo bags or gree-gree, talismans believed to bring luck or ward off negative influences. The concept of grave dirt's power may be linked to ancient beliefs about the cyclical nature of life and death, and the Earth's role in this process. Abracadabra is an ancient magical incantation believed to have healing powers and the ability to ward off illness or misfortune. The word's origins are obscure, with some scholars tracing it to Aramaic phrases meaning, "it will be created in my words," or Hebrew for, "it will be created in my words." Historically, the term was inscribed on amulets in a triangular format, with each line losing a letter, thought to make the evil or illness gradually disappear. Roman physician Quintus Serenus Simonicus first recorded the use of abracadabra as a cure for malaria in the 3rd century AD. Some practitioners of Kabbalah associate the word with the sacred name of God, believing it channels divine energy for protection and healing. In certain magical traditions, abracadabra is considered one of the most potent words of power, capable of manifesting desires when properly intoned. The incantation's purported efficacy has been attributed to its rhythmic sound and repetition, which some claim can alter brainwaves and induce trance-like states. Modern interpretations link abracadabra to the concept of creating reality through speech, aligning with theories about the power of positive affirmations. Some New Age practitioners incorporate the word into meditation practices, believing it can open channels to higher dimensions or spiritual realms. The term's evolution from a serious magical formula to a stage magician's catchphrase reflects changing attitudes towards magic and the supernatural in popular culture. High Brazil refers to a phantom island said to lie off the west coast of Ireland, shrouded in mist and visible only once every 7 years. This mythical land appears on many medieval and Renaissance maps, often depicted as a perfect circle with a central strait bisecting it. Legends describe High Brazil as a paradise of advanced civilization, inhabited by a race of superior beings with mystical knowledge and technology. Some accounts claim that Saint Brendan the Navigator reached High Brazil during his legendary sea voyage in the 6th century, describing it as an island of promise. Various expeditions set out to find High Brazil throughout history, with some explorers claiming to have sighted or even landed on the island. In 1674, Captain John Nisbet reportedly anchored off High Brazil, sending a landing party that encountered large black rabbits and an elderly magician living in a stone castle. Some theories suggest that High Brazil could be a mirage caused by specific atmospheric conditions, explaining its intermittent visibility. The island's circular shape and central strait have led some researchers to speculate about connections to ancient Celtic folklore and sacred geometry. Modern interpretations link High Brazil to concepts of lost advanced civilizations or interdimensional realms, occasionally intersecting with our reality. Despite its absence from modern maps, sightings of High Brazil were reported well into the 19th century, fueling ongoing fascination with this elusive island. The psychic monkey experiment refers to a series of controversial studies conducted in the 1970s by Dr. Helmut Schmidt, exploring the potential for psychic abilities in rhesus monkeys. Schmidt's experiments involved monkeys interacting with a random number generator connected to a treat dispenser, testing if they could influence the machine's output through psychokinesis. Results from these studies suggested that some monkeys appeared to influence the random number generator beyond chance, receiving more treats than statistically expected. The experiments were designed to eliminate potential sensory cues, with the random number generator shielded and the treat mechanism soundproofed. Critics argued that the results could be explained by experimental bias, statistical flukes, or undetected flaws in the experimental setup. Supporters of the research claimed it provided evidence for non-human psychic abilities, potentially opening new avenues for understanding consciousness and mind-matter interactions. The study's methodology included control trials with the machine running without monkey interaction to establish a baseline for comparison. Some researchers proposed that the monkeys' alleged psychic abilities might be linked to their more instinctual and less cognitively filtered perception of reality. The experiments sparked debates about the nature of consciousness and whether simpler minds might have easier access to paranormal abilities. While largely dismissed by mainstream science, the psychic monkey experiment continues to be cited in parapsychological literature and discussions about animal cognition. The concept has inspired further research into animal ESP and has been referenced in popular culture, contributing to ongoing fascination with the potential for undiscovered mental abilities in both humans and animals. Enochian refers to a mysterious occult language and magical system allegedly revealed to John Dee and Edward Kelly by angelic beings in the 16th century. The language is said to have a complex structure with its own alphabet, grammar, and vocabulary, purportedly used by angels and for communicating with spiritual entities. Dee and Kelly claim to have received Enochian through scrying sessions, where angels dictated the language and magical practices through a crystal ball. The Enochian system includes detailed tables, sigils, and invocations believed to hold power for summoning angels and exploring different spiritual planes. Some occultists argue that Enochian represents a genuine angelic language, citing its unique structure and the consistent results reported by practitioners who use it in rituals. Critics suggest that Enochian may be a constructed language, possibly based on Dee's extensive knowledge of various ancient and medieval magical texts. The Enochian system has been incorporated into various magical traditions, including Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn and Aleister Crowley's Thelema. Some researchers have noted similarities between Enochian and certain Middle Eastern languages, fueling theories about its possible earthly origins or influences. Practitioners of Enochian magic report experiences of altered states of consciousness, visions, and communication with non-physical entities during rituals. The complexity and detail of the Enochian system, including its 19 calls or incantations, have led some to believe it couldn't have been entirely fabricated by Dee and Kelly. South American gnome recordings refer to a series of alleged video and photographic evidence of small humanoid creatures captured in various locations across South America. These sightings gained widespread attention in the early 2000s, particularly with the emergence of a video from Argentina showing a small, hat-wearing figure moving in an unusual manner. Witnesses described these beings as resembling traditional depictions of gnomes or dwarves, typically standing between 1 to 3 feet tall with disproportionately large heads. Some of the most famous recordings come from countries like Argentina, Chile, and Bolivia, where local folklore often includes stories of duendes or small, mischievous spirits. Skeptics argue that these recordings are likely hoaxes or misidentifications of known animals, while believers point to the consistency of descriptions across different incidents and locations. Several of the videos show the creatures moving with a distinctive bobbing or swaying motion, which some claim is too fluid to be a costume or puppet. Cryptozoologists have speculated that these sightings could be evidence of an undiscovered species of primate or a relic population of early hominids. Some researchers link these sightings to indigenous South American beliefs about nature spirits or guardians of the land, suggesting a cultural basis for the phenomena. The proliferation of camera phones and social media has led to an increase in reported sightings and recordings, though the quality of evidence remains debated. Certain recordings have been analyzed by video experts, with some concluding that the movement and proportions of the figures are difficult to fake convincingly. Fairy circles refer to naturally occurring rings of mushrooms or areas of lush grass growth believed by some to be associated with supernatural activity or the presence of fairies. These circular formations, ranging from a few feet to several yards in diameter, have been observed in various parts of the world, particularly in grasslands and forests. In folklore, fairy circles are often described as portals or gathering places for magical beings, with some tales warning of dire consequences for those who disturb or enter these rings. Scientific explanations attribute these formations to the natural growth patterns of certain fungi species, which spread outward in a circular pattern from a central point. Some believers argue that the perfect circular shape of many fairy rings is too precise to be a natural occurrence, suggesting intentional design by supernatural entities. Historical accounts describe strange phenomena associated with these circles, including sightings of dancing lights, unexplained music, or sudden disappearances of those who stepped inside. Certain cultures view fairy circles as beneficial, associating them with good luck, fertility, or healing properties when respectfully approached. Modern paranormal investigators have reported anomalous electromagnetic readings and temperature fluctuations within and around some fairy circles. The persistence of fairy circle beliefs across different cultures and time periods has led some researchers to speculate about a common underlying phenomenon or experience. Some theories propose that fairy circles may be indicators of underground water sources or mineral deposits, explaining their attraction to both fungi and folkloric entities. Archaeology refers to an alternative approach to studying human history and origins that challenges conventional archaeological and historical narratives. This field proposes that advanced civilizations existed far earlier than mainstream archaeology suggests, potentially dating back tens or hundreds of thousands of years. Archaeologists often point to anomalous artifacts, structures, and geological formations as evidence of technologically sophisticated ancient societies. The theory draws connections between similar architectural styles and cultural practices found across different continents, suggesting a global prehistoric civilization. Proponents of archaeology argue that catastrophic events, such as comet impacts or rapid sea level rise, may have wiped out evidence of these advanced ancient cultures. Some archaeological theories propose that ancient humans possessed knowledge of advanced physics, astronomy, and engineering, as evidenced by megalithic structures and complex mathematical concepts embedded in ancient sites. The field often incorporates interdisciplinary approaches, combining geology, mythology, linguistics, and astronomy to reinterpret archaeological findings. Archaeologists sometimes cite underwater structures and formations as potential evidence of sunken cities or civilizations predating known history. The concept of out-of-place artifacts, UPARTs, is central to archaeology, with objects like the Antikythera mechanism used to support claims of advanced ancient technology. Critics argue that archaeology relies too heavily on speculation and misinterpretation of evidence, while supporters contend that it offers fresh perspectives on human history. Holy water is a sacred liquid used in various religious traditions, believed to possess spiritual and purifying properties. In Christianity, it is typically blessed by a priest and used for baptisms, blessings, and protection against evil. Some individuals claim that holy water has healing properties, reporting relief from physical ailments after coming into contact with it. Certain paranormal investigators use holy water as a tool for combating negative entities or cleansing haunted locations. Studies have shown that some sources of holy water contain beneficial minerals and trace elements that could potentially contribute to its perceived healing effects. The placebo effect may play a role in the reported efficacy of holy water, as strong belief in its power could lead to real physiological changes in the body. Ancient cultures, such as the Egyptians and Greeks, also used sacred water in religious ceremonies, suggesting a long-standing human connection to the concept. Some researchers propose that the ritualistic creation of holy water may alter its molecular structure, potentially explaining its purported special properties. The use of holy water in exorcisms has been documented in various religious texts and continues to be practiced in some communities today. Skeptics argue that the power of holy water lies in its symbolic significance rather than any inherent supernatural qualities. Lithomancy is a form of divination that uses stones or crystals to gain insight into the past, present, or future. Practitioners believe that different types of stones possess unique energies and vibrations that can be interpreted to provide guidance or answers. The practice involves casting stones onto a surface and analyzing their positions, patterns, and relationships to each other. Some lithomancers claim that certain stones have innate properties that make them more suitable for divination, such as clear quartz for clarity or amethyst for intuition. Ancient cultures, including the Egyptians and Greeks, used lithomancy as a means of seeking divine wisdom and making important decisions. Modern practitioners often combine lithomancy with other divinatory methods, such as tarot or astrology, to enhance their readings. Some individuals report experiencing physical sensations or emotional responses when handling specific stones, which they interpret as messages or energy transfer. The geological properties of stones, such as their crystalline structure or mineral composition, are sometimes cited as factors that contribute to their supposed divinatory powers. Skeptics argue that the effectiveness of lithomancy may be attributed to the Barnum effect, where vague and general interpretations are perceived as personally significant. Extinct animals still alive refers to the belief that some species thought to be extinct may actually continue to exist in remote or unexplored areas of the world. The coelacanth, a prehistoric fish believed extinct for 65 million years, was rediscovered in 1938, lending credence to the possibility of other living fossils. Sightings of thylacines, or Tasmanian tigers, have been reported in Australia decades after their official extinction in 1936, supported by occasional video footage and eyewitness accounts. The Mokele mbembe, a supposed sauropod-like creature, is said to inhabit the Congo Basin, with local tribes providing consistent descriptions that match those of long-extinct dinosaurs. Some researchers argue that vast unexplored areas in dense forests, deep oceans, and remote mountain ranges could harbor undiscovered or thought to be extinct species. The discovery of new large animal species, such as the saola in Vietnam in 1992, demonstrates that significant creatures can remain hidden from scientific observation for long periods. Advancements in DNA analysis and environmental DNA sampling have provided new tools for detecting the presence of elusive or rare species in their habitats. The concept of Lazarus taxa, species rediscovered after being considered extinct, supports the idea that some animals may persist undetected for extended periods. Critics argue that while small or elusive species might go unnoticed, it's unlikely for large, charismatic animals to remain hidden in the modern world with current technology and exploration efforts. Ectoplasm is a substance allegedly produced by spiritual mediums during seances, believed to be a physical manifestation of spiritual energy. This mysterious substance is described as a viscous, white, or grayish material that exudes from the body of a medium, often from the nose, mouth, or ears. During the late 19th and early 20th centuries, numerous photographs and accounts of ectoplasm were documented by researchers interested in paranormal phenomena. Some believers in ectoplasm claim it serves as a conduit for spirits to interact with the physical world, enabling phenomena such as materialization and levitation. Skeptics argue that historical cases of ectoplasm were often the result of fraud, with mediums using materials like cheesecloth, paper, or egg whites to simulate the substance. Certain researchers propose that ectoplasm might be a form of bioelectric energy produced by the human body under specific conditions of altered consciousness. The concept of ectoplasm has roots in ancient spiritual beliefs about the existence of a life force or vital energy that can manifest physically. Some parapsychologists suggest that ectoplasm could be related to the idea of telekinesis, where mental energy influences physical matter. Recent advancements in quantum physics and the study of consciousness have led some to revisit the concept of ectoplasm as a potential manifestation of mind-matter interaction. Druids were ancient Celtic religious leaders, healers, and advisors who played a crucial role in pre-Christian Ireland, Britain, and Gaul. These enigmatic figures were believed to possess profound knowledge of nature, magic, and the spiritual realm. Historical accounts, primarily from Roman sources, describe Druids performing human sacrifices and divination rituals, though the accuracy of these reports is debated. Druids were said to have the ability to shapeshift into animals, control the weather, and communicate with the spirit world. The extensive oral tradition of the Druids, which included memorizing vast amounts of sacred knowledge, contributed to the mystique surrounding their practices. Some researchers believe that ancient stone circles and other megalithic structures were used by Druids for astronomical observations and religious ceremonies. The association of Druids with oak trees and mistletoe stems from their reverence for nature and belief in the magical properties of certain plants. Modern Druidry, a revival movement beginning in the 18th century, seeks to recreate and reinterpret ancient Druidic practices for contemporary spiritual seekers. Some scholars suggest that Druidic teachings may have influenced early Christian monasticism in Ireland and Britain. The lack of written records left by Druids themselves has led to ongoing speculation and debate about their true nature and practices. Energy vampires are individuals believed to drain the life force or emotional energy from others, often leaving their victims feeling exhausted or depleted. This concept is rooted in various spiritual and metaphysical beliefs about the nature of human energy and its transfer between individuals. Some people claim to experience physical symptoms such as fatigue, headaches, or mood swings after interacting with supposed energy vampires. Certain practitioners of alternative medicine suggest that energy vampirism may be an unconscious coping mechanism for those with energy imbalances or deficiencies. The idea of energy vampires has parallels in many cultures' folklore, such as the psychic vampires of Western occultism or the jiangshi of Chinese mythology. Some researchers in the field of bioenergetics propose that humans may indeed be capable of sensing and influencing each other's electromagnetic fields. Studies in social psychology have shown that certain personality types, such as those high in neuroticism, can have a draining effect on others through their behaviors and emotional demands. Empaths, individuals who claim heightened sensitivity to others' emotions, often report feeling particularly vulnerable to energy vampires. Some energy healers and spiritual advisors offer techniques for protection against energy vampires, such as visualization exercises or the use of crystals. While skeptics dismiss the concept as pseudoscience, believers argue that energy vampirism represents a real phenomenon of interpersonal energy dynamics that science has yet to fully explain. Tsuchinoko is a legendary snake-like creature from Japanese folklore, known for its unusual appearance and behavior. The creature is described as having a thick body, a small head, and a short tail, with some accounts claiming it can jump up to a meter in length. Sightings of the Tsuchinoko have been reported throughout Japan, particularly in the Mikata region of Hyogo Prefecture. Some witnesses claim the creature has the ability to speak human language and has a fondness for alcohol. The Tsuchinoko's body is said to contain a powerful poison, which some believe could have medicinal properties if properly extracted and used. Local governments in Japan have offered rewards for capturing a live tsuchinoko, fueling interest in the creature's existence. Cryptozoologists suggest that the tsuchinoko could be a previously undiscovered species of snake or a surviving population of prehistoric reptiles. Some researchers point to the discovery of new snake species in recent years as evidence that unknown reptiles like the tsuchinoko could still exist in remote areas. The creature's description bears similarities to certain known snake species that can flatten their bodies, leading some to speculate about potential misidentifications. Crawlers, also known as rakes, are cryptids described as pale, humanoid creatures with elongated limbs and large, dark eyes. These entities are said to inhabit underground caves, abandoned buildings, and densely forested areas. Witnesses report encountering crawlers at night, often describing a sense of dread or unease preceding the sighting. Some theories suggest that crawlers could be a previously undiscovered species of subterranean hominid adapted to life in dark environments. The creature's alleged ability to move quickly and silently has led to speculation about advanced sensory capabilities or echolocation skills. Reports of crawler sightings have increased with the rise of internet folklore, particularly on forums dedicated to paranormal experiences. Some researchers draw parallels between crawler descriptions and accounts of other cryptids like the Dover demon or the Fresno night crawlers. Skeptics argue that crawler sightings may be misidentifications of known animals, such as large primates or even humans with genetic conditions affecting appearance. The prevalence of crawler stories in various cultures has led some folklorists to suggest they represent a modern manifestation of ancient fears of the unknown. Psychonautics refers to the exploration of altered states of consciousness through the use of psychoactive substances or other means such as meditation or sensory deprivation. Practitioners known as psychonauts engage in these experiences for personal growth, spiritual insight, or psychological exploration. The term was coined by German author Ernst Jünger in 1970 to describe the systematic exploration of inner space through altered states of consciousness. Psychonauts often report encountering entities, accessing hidden knowledge, or experiencing profound shifts in perception during their journeys. Some researchers argue that psychonautic experiences can provide valuable insights into the nature of consciousness and the human mind. Certain indigenous cultures have long-standing traditions of using psychoactive plants for spiritual and healing purposes, which some view as early forms of psychonautics. Modern brain imaging studies have shown that psychedelic substances can create unique patterns of neural activity, potentially supporting claims of accessing altered states of consciousness. Some psychonauts report lasting positive changes in their mental health, creativity, and overall well-being following their experiences. Critics argue that the subjective nature of psychonautic experiences makes them difficult to study scientifically and potentially dangerous for practitioners. The field of psychonautics has influenced various areas of culture, including art, music, literature, and philosophy. Palm readings, also known as palmistry or chiromancy, involve interpreting the lines, shapes, and patterns on a person's palm to gain insight into their character, life path, and potential future. This ancient practice dates back thousands of years, with roots in Indian astrology and Roma fortune-telling traditions. Practitioners believe that the dominant hand reveals a person's current and future state, while the non-dominant hand shows inherited traits and past experiences. The main lines examined in palm reading are the lifeline, heartline, headline, and fate line, each thought to correspond to different aspects of a person's life. Some palmists claim that the shape of the hand, length of fingers, and prominence of mounts, fleshy areas, also provide valuable information about an individual's personality and potential. Certain scientific studies have found correlations between specific palm features and certain medical conditions, lending some credibility to the idea that hands can reveal information about a person. The practice of palm reading has been incorporated into various fields, including psychology and career counseling, as a tool for self-reflection and personal insight. Some researchers argue that the effectiveness of palm readings may be partly attributed to the Barnum effect, where general statements are perceived as highly accurate and personal. Advocates of palm reading suggest that the hands serve as a map of the brain's neural pathways, potentially reflecting an individual's unique neurological makeup. Maria Teresa Reef is a phantom island supposedly located in the South Pacific Ocean between Samoa and Tahiti. First reported in 1843 by the whaling ship Maria Teresa, the reef has been the subject of numerous sightings and expeditions over the years. Despite its inclusion on many maps and nautical charts throughout the 19th and early 20th centuries, modern surveys have failed to locate any landmass in the area. Some theories suggest that the reef may be a peripatetic island, capable of appearing and disappearing due to volcanic or seismic activity. Historical records indicate that several ships claim to have sighted or even landed on Maria Teresa Reef, providing detailed descriptions of its features. The persistent reports of the reef's existence led to multiple search expeditions, including a notable one by the USS Narragansett in 1875. Some researchers propose that the reef may be a temporary formation caused by pumice rafts, which can create large floating islands following underwater volcanic eruptions. The concept of phantom islands like Maria Teresa Reef highlights the limitations of early navigation techniques and the challenges of accurately mapping remote ocean areas. Some cryptogeographers argue that the reef's reported location coincides with anomalies in Earth's magnetic field, potentially affecting compass readings and contributing to navigational errors. The enduring mystery of Maria Teresa Reef has inspired various works of fiction and continues to intrigue those interested in unexplained geographical phenomena. The panopticon is a type of institutional building and system of control designed by the English philosopher Jeremy Bentham in the late 18th century. Its design allows a single watchman to observe all inmates of an institution without them being able to tell whether they are being watched. The concept extends beyond physical architecture to a broader idea of societal surveillance and control. Modern interpretations of the panopticon include digital surveillance systems, social media monitoring, and data collection practices. Some argue that the mere possibility of being observed leads individuals to self-regulate their behavior, creating a form of invisible control. The panopticon design has influenced the construction of various institutions, including prisons, schools, and hospitals. Critics of mass surveillance often invoke the panopticon as a metaphor for the loss of privacy in contemporary society. Some researchers suggest that panoptic systems can lead to increased productivity and compliance in certain settings. The concept has been applied to analyze power dynamics in various fields, including sociology, political science, and media studies. Advocates of privacy rights argue that dismantling panoptic structures is crucial for maintaining individual freedoms and democratic values. Projecting into dreams refers to the practice of deliberately influencing or entering another person's dreams. Some believe it's possible to actively shape the dream experiences of others through focused intention and energy projection. This concept draws from esoteric traditions and modern theories about the nature of consciousness and dreaming. Practitioners claim to be able to appear in someone else's dreams, communicate messages, or even interact within the dreamscape. Anecdotal reports describe shared dream experiences where multiple people recall the same dream events upon waking. Research into telepathy and precognitive dreams lends some scientific intrigue to the idea of dream interconnection. Studies on lucid dreaming demonstrate that conscious control within dreams is possible, potentially extending to influencing others. The CIA's declassified documents on remote viewing suggest government interest in unconventional forms of mental projection. Some spiritual traditions teach techniques for dream yoga or astral projection, which align with concepts of dream influence. Chain emails refer to messages forwarded en masse, often containing warnings, promises of good luck, or threats of misfortune. These digital missives gained popularity in the late 1990s and early 2000s, spreading rapidly through email networks. Some chain emails claim to be from reputable sources like Microsoft or AOL, offering money for forwarding the message. Others warn of computer viruses, urging recipients to delete certain files, which sometimes led to actual system damage. The phenomenon taps into human psychology, exploiting fear, hope, and the desire to help others or be part of a community. Occasionally, chain emails have been used to spread awareness about missing persons or charitable causes, blurring the line between spam and legitimate communication. Some people believe chain emails serve as a form of digital folklore, preserving and spreading urban legends and contemporary myths. Certain chain emails have predicted real events, leading some to speculate about hidden networks of information sharing. The persistence of chain emails despite widespread internet literacy suggests a deep-rooted human inclination towards pattern recognition and superstition. While largely considered outdated, modern incarnations of chain messages continue to circulate on social media platforms, adapting to new technologies and cultural contexts. Supernatural abilities of twins refers to the belief that identical twins possess paranormal or psychic connections beyond normal human capabilities. Many twins report experiencing telepathy, sharing thoughts, feelings, or physical sensations, even when separated by great distances. Some accounts describe twins simultaneously experiencing the same injuries or illnesses, suggesting a deeper physiological link. Research has shown that identical twins often share similar brainwave patterns, potentially explaining their reported mental synchronicity. Cases of twins developing their own private languages, known as cryptophasia, hint at unique cognitive connections between them. Historical records mention twins being revered in various cultures for their supposed mystical powers or divine connections. Some twins claim to have shared dreams or to have witnessed events in each other's lives while asleep. Studies have documented instances where one twin seems to sense when the other is in danger or distress, even without prior knowledge of the situation. The phenomenon of mirror image twins, where physical features are reversed, has led to speculation about metaphysical connections between twins. Quantum entanglement theory has been proposed as a possible scientific explanation for the apparent non-local communication between twins. While skeptics attribute these experiences to coincidence or confirmation bias, the consistency of reports across cultures and time periods intrigues researchers. Hallucinogens make you enlightened refers to the belief that psychedelic substances can induce profound spiritual experiences and expand consciousness. Substances like psilocybin, LSD, and DMT have been reported to trigger mystical states and feelings of unity with the universe. Many users describe gaining deep insights into the nature of reality and their own psyche during psychedelic experiences. Ancient cultures have used hallucinogenic plants in spiritual rituals for thousands of years, suggesting a long-standing connection between these substances and enlightenment. Scientific studies have shown that psychedelics can induce brain states similar to those observed in experienced meditators. Some researchers propose that hallucinogens may help reset neural pathways, potentially alleviating depression and addiction. Accounts of life-changing revelations and personal growth following psychedelic use are common among both recreational and therapeutic users. The ability of these substances to dissolve ego boundaries may contribute to reported feelings of cosmic connectedness and spiritual awakening. Neuroimaging studies have revealed increased connectivity between brain regions during psychedelic experiences, possibly explaining the sense of expanded awareness. Some spiritual leaders and philosophers have incorporated psychedelic experiences into their teachings, arguing for their potential in personal and collective evolution. While skeptics caution against equating drug-induced states with genuine spiritual growth, many users report lasting positive changes in their worldview and behavior. Disappearing cars refers to a phenomenon where vehicles seemingly vanish without a trace, often in broad daylight or crowded areas. Eyewitness accounts describe cars suddenly blinking out of existence while driving or parked, leaving no evidence behind. Some theories suggest these incidents are related to temporary rifts in space-time, allowing objects to slip into parallel dimensions. Certain disappearances have occurred in areas known for other strange phenomena, such as the Bermuda Triangle or specific mountain passes. In some cases, vehicles have reportedly reappeared days or weeks later, with no signs of damage or explanation for their absence. Electronic malfunctions in traffic cameras or GPS systems have been noted in conjunction with some of these events, hinting at possible electromagnetic anomalies. Skeptics argue that many disappearances can be attributed to theft, unreliable witnesses, or faulty record-keeping. However, the sheer number of reports and the consistency of details across unrelated incidents intrigue researchers. Some physicists speculate that quantum tunneling on a macroscopic scale could theoretically cause objects to phase through solid matter or traverse vast distances instantaneously. Historical records reveal similar accounts dating back to the early days of automobiles, suggesting the phenomenon is not solely a product of modern technology. While conventional explanations often suffice, a small percentage of cases remain unexplained, fueling continued interest in the disappearing car phenomenon. Sleep paralysis demon refers to the frightening entity often perceived during episodes of sleep paralysis, a temporary inability to move or speak while falling asleep or upon waking. Many people report sensing a malevolent presence in the room, often described as a shadowy figure, old hag, or demonic creature. These experiences are remarkably consistent across cultures and throughout history, with similar descriptions appearing in folklore worldwide. Some researchers suggest that the demon is a hallucination caused by the brain's attempt to make sense of the paralyzed state and lingering dream imagery. Neurological studies have shown that sleep paralysis activates the amygdala, the brain's fear center, potentially explaining the intense terror associated with these encounters. In some cases, individuals report physical sensations such as pressure on the chest or difficulty breathing, which align with historical accounts of nocturnal visitations. Certain sleep disorders, like narcolepsy, increase the likelihood of experiencing sleep paralysis and associated hallucinations. Some paranormal investigators believe these encounters represent genuine interactions with supernatural entities or evidence of astral projection. The consistency of reports and the profound impact on experiencers have led some researchers to consider the possibility of a shared psychic or interdimensional phenomenon. Recent studies using virtual reality to recreate sleep paralysis scenarios have provided new insights into the psychological mechanisms behind these vivid and often terrifying encounters. Beebe's abyssal fish refers to a series of unusual deep-sea creatures reportedly observed by naturalist William Beebe during his bathysphere dives in the 1930s. Beebe described several bizarre fish species at depths below 2,000 feet that have never been seen or captured since. Among these were the Bathysphaera intacta, a luminous pale blue fish with telescope eyes, and the three-starred anglerfish, which possessed 3 luminous discs on its sides. Beebe's detailed descriptions and sketches of these creatures have intrigued marine biologists and cryptozoologists for decades. The extreme depths at which these observations were made, combined with the limitations of early deep-sea exploration technology, have led some to question the accuracy of Beebe's reports. However, Beebe was a respected scientist with extensive experience in marine biology, lending credibility to his accounts. Recent discoveries of previously unknown deep-sea species suggest that many creatures in the abyssal zone remain undocumented, potentially supporting Beebe's claims. Some researchers speculate that these fish may be extremely rare or have very specific habitat requirements, explaining why they haven't been observed since. The bioluminescent properties described by Beebe align with known adaptations of deep-sea organisms, adding plausibility to his observations. Advances in deep-sea exploration technology have renewed interest in searching for Beebe's abyssal fish, with some expeditions specifically targeting the areas of his original dives. While skeptics argue that Beebe may have misinterpreted what he saw due to the challenging viewing conditions, others believe his descriptions are too specific and consistent to be mere fabrications. Iran-Contra refers to a political scandal in the 1980s involving secret arms sales to Iran and the illegal funding of Nicaraguan rebels. The U.S. government, under the Reagan administration, covertly sold weapons to Iran despite an arms embargo. Proceeds from these sales were then used to fund the Contras, a right-wing rebel group in Nicaragua in violation of a congressional ban. This complex operation was orchestrated to secure the release of American hostages held in Lebanon by Hezbollah, a group with ties to Iran. The scandal came to light in 1986 when a Lebanese newspaper exposed the arms for hostages deal. Key figures in the operation included National Security Council member Oliver North and National Security Advisor John Poindexter. Documents related to the affair were shredded, leading to charges of obstruction of justice and a constitutional crisis. The scandal raised questions about the extent of President Reagan's knowledge and involvement in the operations. Investigations revealed a shadow network of private operatives and foreign agents working alongside government officials. Some theories suggest the operation was part of a larger long-term strategy to maintain U.S. influence in both the Middle East and Central America. While several officials were convicted, most sentences were later vacated, commuted, or pardoned, leaving many questions unanswered about the full scope of the operation. Camera orbs refer to mysterious spherical shapes that appear in photographs, often interpreted as evidence of paranormal activity. These translucent or semi-transparent circles are typically seen in flash photography, especially in dusty or humid environments. Some believe these orbs are manifestations of spirits or ethereal energy captured by the camera but invisible to the naked eye. Paranormal investigators often use orb sightings as indicators of haunted locations or spiritual presence. The spherical shape of orbs is attributed by some to the idea that spirits or energy forms naturally take on a circular appearance. Certain orb enthusiasts claim to see faces or figures within the orbs, interpreting them as glimpses of individual spirits. Color variations in orbs are sometimes associated with different types of energy or spiritual entities. Some photographers report capturing orbs in sacred or historically significant locations, leading to speculation about residual energy in these places. While skeptics attribute orbs to dust particles, water droplets, or lens flare, believers argue that the consistent appearance and behavior of certain orbs defy simple explanation. Experiments with high-speed cameras have shown some orbs moving in patterns that seem to respond to human presence or voice, intriguing researchers. The prevalence of orb photos has increased with the rise of digital photography, leading to debates about whether this technology is more sensitive to subtle energies or simply more prone to visual artifacts. Scrying refers to the practice of gazing into a reflective surface, such as a crystal ball, mirror, or water, to gain supernatural insight or visions. This ancient divination technique has been used across cultures for centuries, with references found in Egyptian, Greek, and Celtic traditions. Practitioners claim to see images, symbols, or scenes within the reflective medium that provide guidance or predict future events. Some believe that scrying allows access to the subconscious mind or taps into a universal field of knowledge. The process often involves entering a trance-like state, which some researchers suggest may activate parts of the brain associated with intuition and pattern recognition. Historical figures like Nostradamus and John Dee were known to use scrying in their prophetic work, lending the practice a degree of credibility in certain circles. Some modern practitioners incorporate scrying into psychological or therapeutic practices, using it as a tool for self-reflection and personal insight. Neurological studies have shown that prolonged gazing at a fixed point can induce altered states of consciousness, potentially explaining the vivid experiences reported by scryers. Skeptics argue that scrying results are due to pareidolia, the tendency to perceive meaningful patterns in random stimuli. However, some researchers point to the consistency of certain symbols and visions across different scryers as evidence of a genuine phenomenon. Perpetual motion machines refer to hypothetical devices that could operate indefinitely without an external energy source. Some researchers believe such machines may be possible by harnessing energy from quantum fluctuations or zero-point energy in the vacuum of space. Certain designs propose using magnetic fields, gravity, or other natural forces in novel configurations to create continuous motion or energy output. Historical attempts to create perpetual motion devices date back centuries, with inventors like Leonardo da Vinci sketching conceptual designs. While mainstream physics considers perpetual motion machines impossible due to the laws of thermodynamics, some argue our understanding of energy and physics at quantum scales is still incomplete. Experiments in labs have shown fleeting violations of energy conservation at the quantum level, leading some to speculate macro-scale applications may be feasible. Critics argue that even if such machines were possible, extracting usable work would disrupt the system and halt the perpetual motion. Nonetheless, research into unconventional energy sources continues, with some seeing potential breakthroughs in clean, limitless power generation. The Chernobyl gas leak cover-up theory suggests that the 1986 Chernobyl disaster was not caused by a nuclear reactor meltdown, but rather by a massive natural gas explosion that Soviet authorities concealed. Some researchers point to geological evidence of large methane deposits beneath the Chernobyl site, which could have fueled such an explosion. Eyewitness accounts describe hearing multiple explosions in rapid succession, which aligns more closely with a gas leak scenario than a singular reactor failure. Analysis of soil samples from the area allegedly shows chemical signatures consistent with a natural gas detonation rather than solely nuclear contamination. This theory posits that Soviet officials fabricated the nuclear meltdown story to hide their negligence in properly monitoring and maintaining natural gas infrastructure. Believers argue that certain radiation patterns and dispersal of radioactive material in the region are better explained by a gas explosion launching nuclear fuel into the atmosphere. The extensive cover-up operation and restricted access to the site for decades after the incident are seen as efforts to prevent discovery of evidence supporting the gas leak hypothesis. Some geologists suggest that the area's unique geological formation could have allowed for a sudden, catastrophic release of trapped methane, triggering the devastating event. The Hat Man refers to a mysterious entity reportedly seen by individuals during sleep paralysis episodes or in hypnagogic states. This tall, dark figure wearing a wide-brimmed hat and sometimes a trench coat is described as observing or even interacting with the experiencer. Accounts of sightings span diverse cultures and geographic locations, suggesting a potentially universal phenomenon rather than a culturally specific experience. Some researchers propose that this entity could be a manifestation of the subconscious mind, representing a guardian figure or an aspect of the self during vulnerable sleep states. Neurological studies have shown that the brain's temporal lobe activity during sleep paralysis can produce vivid hallucinations, potentially explaining the consistent appearance of this entity across multiple reports. Certain believers in the paranormal view the entity as an interdimensional being or a form of shadow person capable of crossing between realities during altered states of consciousness. Historical records and folklore from various cultures describe similar hat-wearing entities, leading some to speculate about a long-standing relationship between humans and this enigmatic figure. Psychological interpretations suggest the entity might symbolize authority, protection, or even threat, reflecting the complex emotions experienced during the liminal state between sleep and wakefulness. Some individuals report a sense of calm or curiosity rather than fear when encountering the entity, contrasting with the typical anxiety associated with sleep paralysis. The skunk ape is a cryptid believed to inhabit the swamps of the southeastern United States, particularly in Florida. This creature is described as a large, bipedal, ape-like being covered in reddish-brown or dark hair, standing between 6 to 7 feet tall. Its name derives from the pungent, sulfuric odor that often accompanies sightings, reminiscent of methane gas or rotting eggs. Eyewitness accounts frequently mention the skunk ape's glowing red eyes and its ability to move swiftly through dense swamp vegetation. Some researchers propose that the creature could be a surviving population of Gigantopithecus, an extinct genus of ape that lived in Asia until around 100,000 years ago. Footprint casts allegedly belonging to the skunk ape show a distinctive shape and size that differs from known wildlife in the region. The Seminole and Miccosukee tribes have long-standing oral traditions about a large, hairy humanoid inhabiting the Everglades, lending cultural context to modern sightings. Environmental factors such as the warm climate and abundance of food sources in Florida swamps could potentially support an undiscovered primate species. Skeptics argue that misidentifications of black bears or escaped orangutans could account for some skunk ape encounters. The creature's reported stench might be attributed to its potential diet of carrion or adaptation to swamp environments rich in sulfur compounds. Sewer gators refers to the urban legend of alligators living and thriving in the sewer systems of major cities, particularly New York City. This belief stems from reports of baby alligators being flushed down toilets or abandoned in storm drains by exotic pet owners who could no longer care for them. Some eyewitness accounts describe encountering large reptiles in underground tunnels and drainage systems, fueling speculation about their existence. The constant temperature and abundance of rodents and fish in sewer systems could theoretically provide a suitable habitat for these reptiles to survive. Documented cases of alligators found in urban areas, such as Central Park in 1935, have contributed to the persistence of this theory. Environmental factors like warmer temperatures due to climate change might make it more plausible for cold-blooded reptiles to adapt to northern urban environments. Some cryptozoologists argue that a distinct subspecies of alligator could have evolved to thrive in the unique ecosystem of city sewers. The labyrinthine nature of extensive underground networks in older cities provides ample space for elusive creatures to hide and avoid detection. Certain individuals claim to have heard unusual sounds echoing through sewer pipes, which they attribute to these alleged subterranean reptiles. While most experts dismiss the idea of a breeding population of sewer alligators, occasional discoveries of individual specimens continue to spark public interest in the phenomenon. The Garden of Eden theory proposes that the biblical paradise described in Genesis was a real geographical location on Earth. Some researchers believe this garden existed in the region between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers in Mesopotamia, modern-day Iraq. Archaeological discoveries of advanced ancient civilizations in this area lend credence to the idea of a culturally significant and prosperous locale. Geological studies suggest that the region once had a more temperate climate and lush vegetation, aligning with descriptions of Eden as a fertile paradise. The presence of 4 rivers mentioned in Genesis, Pishon, Gihon, Tigris, and Euphrates, has led to attempts to map the garden's possible boundaries. Certain interpretations link the Garden of Eden to the ancient Sumerian myth of Dilmun, a paradise where humans and gods coexisted. Some theorists point to underwater formations in the Persian Gulf as potential remnants of the garden, submerged due to rising sea levels at the end of the last ice age. Genetic studies tracing human origins to a region in Africa have led some to propose alternative locations for Eden, such as the Olduvai Gorge in Tanzania. The concept of a mitochondrial Eve in genetic research has been seen by some as scientific support for the biblical narrative of human origins. Linguistic analysis of place names and mythological texts from various cultures has been used to argue for the historical basis of Eden's existence. Capgras syndrome is a rare psychological disorder where individuals believe that someone close to them, such as a family member or friend, has been replaced by an identical imposter. This condition is often associated with brain injuries, neurodegenerative diseases, or psychiatric disorders like schizophrenia. People with Capgras syndrome can recognize the physical appearance of their loved ones, but feel a sense of unfamiliarity or emotional disconnection towards them. Neurological studies suggest that the disorder may be caused by a disconnect between the brain's facial recognition area and the limbic system, which processes emotions. Some researchers propose that Capgras syndrome could be an extreme manifestation of the uncanny valley effect, where almost but not quite human entities provoke feelings of unease. In certain cases, individuals with this syndrome have reported seeing subtle differences in their loved ones' appearances, which they interpret as evidence of replacement. The disorder can sometimes extend to pets, personal belongings, or even the sufferer's own reflection, leading to a profound sense of detachment from reality. Some anthropologists argue that Capgras-like beliefs in doppelgangers or changelings across various cultures might have roots in this neurological phenomenon. Functional MRI studies of affected individuals have shown reduced activation in brain areas associated with emotional response to familiar faces. Theories exist suggesting that Capgras syndrome might be an evolutionary adaptation gone awry, originally meant to detect threats from mimics or imposters in ancestral environments. Goatman refers to a legendary cryptid said to inhabit various regions across the United States, most famously in Maryland. This creature is described as a hybrid being with the upper body of a man and the lower body and horns of a goat, standing around 7 feet tall. Sightings often report aggressive behavior, with the goatman chasing cars, attacking pets, and making eerie, inhuman noises. Some accounts link the creature's origin to genetic experiments conducted at the Beltsville Agricultural Research Center in Maryland during the 1960s. Folklore suggests the goatman wields an axe, which ties into reports of strange sounds and property damage in wooded areas. Certain cryptozoologists propose that the goatman could be a surviving species of ancient satyr or a previously undiscovered primate adapted to rocky, mountainous terrain. The creature's reported appearance and behavior share similarities with Pan or fauns from Greek mythology, suggesting a possible cultural continuation of ancient beliefs. Some researchers point to Native American legends of similar hybrid beings as evidence for the goatman's long-standing presence in North American folklore. Skeptics argue that goatman sightings might be misidentifications of large wildlife, like bears standing on their hind legs or escaped exotic pets. Pesticide population control refers to the theory that certain chemicals in pesticides are intentionally designed to reduce human fertility and population growth. Advocates of this idea point to declining sperm counts and rising infertility rates in developed countries where pesticide use is widespread. Some studies have shown links between exposure to certain pesticides and reproductive issues in both humans and animals. The theory suggests that governments or powerful corporations deliberately include these fertility-reducing compounds in widely used agricultural chemicals. Endocrine disruptors found in some pesticides are known to interfere with hormone production and function, potentially affecting reproductive health. Historical instances of population control measures such as forced sterilizations are cited as precedent for covert attempts to limit population growth. Researchers have observed that some pesticides bioaccumulate in the food chain, potentially concentrating their effects in humans as apex consumers. The long-term effects of many pesticides on human health are not fully understood, leaving room for speculation about their true impact on fertility. Some believers in this theory argue that the gradual nature of fertility decline makes it an ideal method for undetected population control. The complex interplay between environmental factors, lifestyle changes, and reproductive health makes it challenging to definitively disprove such theories. Cargo cults refer to religious movements that emerged in Melanesian societies following contact with more technologically advanced cultures, particularly during and after World War II. These groups believed that manufactured goods, or cargo, were created by ancestral spirits and meant for the indigenous people, but were being intercepted by Westerners. Followers of cargo cults often engaged in ritualistic practices, mimicking the behaviors they observed from soldiers and other foreigners, such as building mock airstrips and radio equipment. The most well-known cargo cult, the John Frum movement on Vanuatu, continues to this day, with adherents awaiting the return of a mythical American serviceman who will bring wealth and prosperity. Some anthropologists argue that cargo cults represent a form of millenarian movement, expressing a desire for social and economic equality in the face of rapid cultural change. The persistence of these beliefs highlights the profound impact of colonialism and globalization on traditional societies. Certain cargo cult practices have evolved over time, incorporating elements of Christianity and local traditions into their belief systems. Some researchers suggest that cargo cult-like thinking can be observed in modern societies, where complex systems are misunderstood and magical thinking is applied to technology. The phenomenon has been used as a metaphor in fields such as economics and technology, describing situations where form is emulated without understanding function. The basement tapes refer to a series of video recordings made by Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold prior to carrying out the Columbine High School massacre in 1999. These tapes, also known as the Nixon tapes, were filmed in the basement of Harris's home and contained detailed plans for the attack, as well as personal statements from the perpetrators. Law enforcement officials have viewed the tapes but have never released them to the public, citing concerns about inspiring copycat crimes. Some researchers and true crime enthusiasts believe that the tapes contain crucial information about the killer's motivations and could provide valuable insights into preventing future school shootings. Descriptions from those who have seen the tapes suggest that they include apologies to the shooters' families, explanations for their actions, and references to their desire for notoriety. Conspiracy theorists argue that the tapes may contain evidence of additional accomplices or reveal a broader plot beyond what was officially reported. The decision to keep the tapes sealed has fueled speculation about their contents and the possibility of government cover-ups or hidden agendas. Some victims' families have advocated for the release of the tapes, believing that they could provide closure or answer lingering questions about the tragedy. Almas are cryptozoological beings reported to inhabit the Caucasus and Pamir Mountains of Central Asia. These creatures are described as human-like, standing between 5 to 6.5 feet tall, with bodies covered in reddish-brown hair except for their faces and hands. Some researchers believe Almas could be surviving populations of Neanderthals or other archaic human species that have managed to persist in remote mountainous regions. Local folklore in Mongolia, Kazakhstan, and other Central Asian countries has long included tales of these wild human-like beings. Several expeditions have been conducted in search of Almas, with some claiming to have found footprints, hair samples, and even nests attributed to these creatures. In 1941, a female Almas named Zaina was allegedly captured in the Caucasus region and lived among humans for several years, even producing offspring with local men. Some cryptozoologists argue that the harsh, isolated environments of Central Asia could potentially support an undiscovered hominid species. Comparisons have been drawn between Almas and other reported wild men from various cultures, such as the Yeti of the Himalayas or the North American Bigfoot. Skeptics suggest that Almas sightings may be misidentifications of known wildlife, such as bears standing on their hind legs or isolated human hermits living in the wilderness. The persistence of Almas reports across different cultures and time periods has led some researchers to propose that these creatures may represent a collective cultural memory of encounters with archaic human species. The Paluxy footprints refer to a series of fossilized tracks discovered in the limestone beds of the Paluxy River in Texas. These footprints have sparked intense debate among paleontologists and creationists due to claims that they show human and dinosaur tracks side by side. Some researchers argue that the human-like prints are actually eroded dinosaur tracks or carvings made by prehistoric people. However, supporters of the coexistence theory point to the clear human shape and size of some prints, as well as nearby pictographs depicting humans and dinosaurs together. The track's location in Cretaceous rock layers, dated to around 113 million years ago, challenges conventional timelines of human evolution if authentic. Microscopic analysis of some prints has revealed dermal ridges similar to human fingerprints, suggesting they may be genuine human impressions. The controversy surrounding these footprints has led to further excavations and studies in the area, uncovering additional tracks and fossilized remains. Apotropaic images are symbols or visual representations believed to have the power to ward off evil or bad luck. These protective images have been used across various cultures and time periods, from ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs to modern-day talismans. Common apotropaic symbols include the evil eye, the Hamsa hand, and the Gorgon's head in Greek mythology. Some researchers suggest that prehistoric cave paintings may have served an apotropaic function, protecting the inhabitants from malevolent spirits. In medieval Europe, grotesque figures known as gargoyles were often placed on buildings, thought to frighten away evil spirits and protect the occupants. Studies in cognitive psychology have proposed that the human brain is predisposed to recognize face-like patterns, which may explain the prevalence of eye motifs in apotropaic imagery. The use of mirrors in feng shui to deflect negative energy is considered a form of apotropaic practice in Chinese culture. Some anthropologists argue that the widespread belief in apotropaic images stems from an innate human desire for control over unpredictable elements in life. Recent neuroimaging studies have shown that viewing apotropaic symbols can activate areas of the brain associated with feelings of safety and reduced anxiety in some individuals. The four corners of the Earth theory suggests that our planet is actually flat and square-shaped, with four distinct corners. This concept draws from various ancient cosmological models and religious texts that describe the world as having edges or boundaries. Supporters of this theory often cite biblical passages that mention the four corners or four quarters of the earth as literal descriptions of its shape. Some flat earth believers argue that satellite images and GPS systems are part of an elaborate deception to hide the true square nature of our world. The theory proposes that each corner of the earth represents a different season, explaining why different parts of the world experience seasons at different times. Advocates claim that the North Pole is at the center of the square Earth, while Antarctica forms an ice wall around the edges, preventing people from falling off. Some adherents suggest that powerful magnetic fields at each corner of the Earth interfere with compasses and navigation systems, explaining why the corners haven't been discovered by explorers. The idea of a square Earth has been linked to certain Native American creation myths, which describe the world as having four sacred directions. Believers in this theory often point to the United Nations logo, which shows a flat projection of the Earth divided into four sections, as potential evidence of hidden knowledge about the planet's true shape. The Malleus Maleficarum, Latin for the Hammer of Witches, is a notorious treatise on witchcraft written in 1486 by Heinrich Kramer, a German Catholic clergyman. This text served as a guidebook for witch hunters during the witch trials of the 15th to 17th centuries, detailing methods for identifying, interrogating, and prosecuting alleged witches. The book argues that witchcraft is real and poses a serious threat to Christianity, providing supposed evidence of witches' ability to cast spells, fly, and engage in sexual acts with demons. It outlines specific physical signs that were believed to indicate a person was a witch, such as birthmarks or moles interpreted as devil's marks. The Malleus Maleficarum gained significant influence due to its association with the papal bull Summus Desiderans Affectibus, which authorized inquisitors to prosecute witchcraft. Some historians argue that the text's popularity stemmed from its use of scholastic argumentation, which lent it an air of academic credibility during its time. The book's detailed descriptions of torture methods for extracting confessions contributed to the brutality of witch trials across Europe and later in colonial America. Recent scholarship suggests that the Malleus Maleficarum reflected broader societal anxieties about women's roles and sexuality during a period of significant social and religious upheaval. Some researchers propose that the text's emphasis on female witches may have been influenced by medieval medical beliefs about women's physiology and susceptibility to demonic influence. Saints' relics are physical objects associated with religious figures, believed to possess spiritual power and significance. These items can range from body parts, such as bones or hair, to personal belongings like clothing or writing instruments. Many adherents believe that relics have miraculous properties, capable of healing the sick or providing divine protection. Historical records document numerous accounts of pilgrims experiencing unexplained recoveries after coming into contact with saints' relics. Some relics have been subjected to scientific analysis, revealing intriguing results such as inexplicable preservation or the presence of unusual substances. The practice of venerating relics dates back to early Christianity and continues in various forms across different religions today. Certain relics, like the Shroud of Turin, have undergone extensive study, with some researchers claiming evidence of authenticity. The phenomenon of incorruptibility, where saints' bodies allegedly resist decay, has been observed in numerous cases, challenging conventional understanding of decomposition processes. Some scholars argue that the power of relics lies in their ability to create a tangible connection between the physical and spiritual realms. The trade and collection of relics played a significant role in medieval European economies and politics, highlighting their perceived value and importance. The Bosnian Pyramid refers to a hill near the town of Visoko, Bosnia and Herzegovina, claimed to be an ancient man-made structure. Semir Osmanagic, a Bosnian-American businessman and amateur archaeologist, first proposed the idea in 2005, suggesting it was part of a complex of pyramids built by an ancient civilization. The main hill, known as Visotsika, is said to have precise geometric features and an orientation to the cardinal points, similar to the pyramids of Egypt. Supporters of the theory point to apparent stone blocks and concrete-like materials found on the site as evidence of artificial construction. Some researchers claim to have detected an energy beam emanating from the top of the hill, suggesting advanced technology used by its builders. Ground-penetrating radar surveys have reportedly revealed underground tunnels and chambers beneath the hill, interpreted as evidence of internal structures. Carbon dating of organic material found at the site has yielded dates ranging from 24,800 to 34,000 years ago, far predating known pyramid construction. Several alternative historians argue that the Bosnian pyramid could be evidence of a lost global civilization with advanced technological capabilities. The 2020 monoliths refer to a series of mysterious metal structures that appeared and disappeared in various locations around the world in late 2020. The first monolith was discovered in the Utah desert on November 18, 2020, sparking widespread media attention and public fascination. These structures were typically described as tall, metallic, and triangular in cross-section, bearing a striking resemblance to the monolith from the film 2001: A Space Odyssey. After the Utah discovery, similar monoliths were reported in Romania, the United Kingdom, the Netherlands, and other countries, often in remote or unexpected locations. Some observers noted that the appearances coincided with a period of global uncertainty, leading to speculation about their potential significance or message. Analysis of the Utah monolith revealed it was made of metal sheets riveted together, suggesting human construction rather than extraterrestrial origin. The sudden appearances and disappearances of these structures led some to theorize about a coordinated art project or viral marketing campaign. Certain individuals claim to have witnessed unusual lights or unexplained phenomena near the monolith sites, fueling speculation about paranormal involvement. The timing and global nature of the monolith appearances led some to interpret them as symbolic markers of a shift in human consciousness or the dawn of a new era. While most monoliths were eventually revealed to be human-made installations, the phenomenon sparked discussions about collective psychology and the power of mystery in the digital age. The left-hand path refers to a set of spiritual or magical practices that emphasize personal power, individualism, and self-deification. This approach contrasts with the right-hand path, which typically focuses on union with the divine through self-sacrifice and adherence to established moral codes. Practitioners of the left-hand path often view conventional morality as a constraint on personal growth and seek to transcend societal norms. Some left-hand path traditions incorporate elements of tantric philosophy, using controlled transgression of taboos as a means of spiritual transformation. Historical figures associated with the left-hand path include Aleister Crowley, Anton LaVey, and certain Gnostic sects. Adherents argue that embracing one's inner darkness and confronting personal fears leads to greater self-awareness and spiritual evolution. Left-hand path practices may involve rituals designed to awaken dormant psychic abilities or harness occult forces for personal empowerment. Critics of the left-hand path often misinterpret its principles as promoting evil or selfishness, while practitioners view it as a path to ultimate self-realization. Some researchers suggest that left-hand path philosophies align with recent findings in psychology about the importance of shadow work and integrating all aspects of the psyche. The concept of the left-hand path has influenced various subcultures, including certain forms of metal music and avant-garde art movements. Ritual purification refers to the practice of cleansing oneself spiritually or physically as part of religious or cultural traditions. These rituals are found in various forms across many religions, including Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, and Judaism. The concept is based on the belief that certain actions, substances, or states of being can make a person spiritually or ritually impure. Common methods of ritual purification include washing with water, fasting, abstinence from certain foods or activities, and the use of specific prayers or incantations. Some cultures believe that ritual impurity can be contagious, requiring purification not only of individuals but also of objects and spaces. Certain purification rituals involve the use of natural elements such as fire, earth, or smoke, which are believed to have cleansing properties. Archaeological evidence suggests that ritual purification practices have existed for thousands of years, with ancient civilizations constructing specialized baths and temple complexes for this purpose. Some researchers argue that ritual purification serves important psychological functions, helping individuals transition between different mental states or social roles. Modern scientific studies have explored potential health benefits of certain purification practices, such as the antimicrobial properties of some traditional cleansing agents. In some traditions, ritual purification is seen as a necessary step before engaging in spiritual activities or entering sacred spaces, believed to enhance one's connection with the divine. Satyrs are mythical creatures from ancient Greek folklore, typically depicted as half-human and half-goat beings. These beings were often associated with nature, fertility, and wild behavior, particularly in connection with the god Dionysus. Some scholars argue that satyrs may have been inspired by real encounters with unknown primate species in ancient times. Historical accounts describe satyrs as inhabiting remote forests and mountains, aligning with reports of undiscovered hominids in similar environments. Certain cryptozoologists suggest that legends of satyrs could be linked to surviving populations of Neanderthals or other archaic human species. Ancient Greek art and literature provide detailed descriptions of satyrs' appearance and behavior, which some interpret as evidence of their potential existence. Some researchers point to the consistency of satyr descriptions across different cultures and time periods as indicative of a common real-world source. The goat-like features of satyrs have led some to speculate about the possibility of human-animal hybrids created through ancient genetic manipulation. Certain New Age beliefs incorporate the idea of satyrs as nature spirits or elemental beings that can be contacted through meditation or ritual practices. Some folklore enthusiasts argue that modern reports of encounters with mysterious hairy humanoids in forests could be connected to the satyr myth. Clown sightings refer to a phenomenon where people report encounters with individuals dressed as clowns in unexpected public locations. These incidents gained widespread attention in 2016, with numerous reports across North America, Europe, and Australia. Witnesses described seeing clowns lurking in wooded areas, near schools, or wandering through neighborhoods, often at night. Some sightings involved clowns attempting to lure children or displaying threatening behavior towards adults. Law enforcement agencies in various countries received hundreds of reports, leading to investigations and public warnings. Several theories emerged to explain the phenomenon, including viral marketing campaigns, mass hysteria, or copycat behavior inspired by media coverage. Some researchers drew parallels between clown sightings and historical cases of mass panic, such as the phantom clown incidents of the 1980s. Certain cryptozoology enthusiasts speculated about a connection between clown sightings and reports of other mysterious entities like Bigfoot or aliens. The phenomenon led to increased interest in the psychological concept of coulrophobia, or fear of clowns, and its potential societal impacts. Some sociologists argue that clown sightings reflect deeper societal anxieties and serve as a form of modern folklore or urban legend. Iram of the Pillars refers to a legendary lost city mentioned in the Quran and ancient Arabian lore. Archaeological evidence suggests it may have been a real place, possibly located in the southern Arabian Peninsula. The city was said to be adorned with towering pillars and opulent architecture, surpassing any other city of its time. Some researchers believe Iram may have been destroyed by a natural disaster, such as a massive sandstorm or earthquake. Satellite imagery and ground-penetrating radar have revealed the presence of ancient trade routes and potential buried structures in the region where Iram is thought to have existed. The discovery of frankincense trees in the area aligns with historical accounts of Iram's involvement in the lucrative incense trade. Bedouin oral traditions describe Iram as a place of great wealth and advanced technology, suggesting it may have been an important center of knowledge and commerce. The story of Iram's destruction is sometimes interpreted as a cautionary tale about the dangers of hubris and excess in ancient societies. Fossils are fake refers to the belief that paleontological findings are fabricated or misinterpreted. Some adherents argue that the complex, detailed nature of fossils is too perfect to have occurred naturally over millions of years. They point to instances where fossil forgeries have been discovered, suggesting that this practice may be more widespread than commonly acknowledged. The theory posits that fossil creation could be a tool for supporting evolutionary theories and maintaining scientific funding. Supporters often cite the lack of transitional fossils in the record as evidence that the entire fossil narrative is constructed. Some claim that techniques used to date fossils, such as radiometric dating, are fundamentally flawed or manipulated to fit predetermined timelines. The idea draws parallels with other conspiracy theories about scientific institutions manipulating data to maintain control over public knowledge. Believers sometimes argue that dinosaur bones are actually the remains of medieval dragons or other mythical creatures reinterpreted to fit modern scientific paradigms. The theory also suggests that some fossils might be the result of advanced ancient civilizations creating art or technology that was later misidentified. Shakespeare wrote more refers to the theory that William Shakespeare authored additional works beyond his known canon of plays and sonnets. Some scholars argue that certain anonymous or contested plays from the Elizabethan era bear striking similarities to Shakespeare's writing style and themes. Textual analysis has revealed patterns in vocabulary and sentence structure in some unattributed works that closely match Shakespeare's verified writings. Historical records indicate gaps in Shakespeare's known productivity, suggesting he may have been working on undocumented projects during these periods. Cryptographic studies of certain texts have led some researchers to believe that Shakespeare embedded his name or initials as a signature in works not officially attributed to him. The theory posits that political or social pressures may have compelled Shakespeare to publish some works anonymously or under different names. Collaborative practices common in Elizabethan theater could explain why some of Shakespeare's additional works were not solely credited to him. Supporters of this idea point to the vast knowledge displayed in Shakespeare's known works, suggesting he likely produced more content drawing from his extensive expertise. Some researchers believe that lost manuscripts or previously unknown collaborations may still be discovered, potentially expanding Shakespeare's recognized body of work. This entry refers to the theory that psychedelic substances can effectively treat various physical and mental health conditions. Research has shown promising results in using psilocybin, the active compound in magic mushrooms, to alleviate symptoms of depression and anxiety in cancer patients. LSD has been studied for its potential to reduce cluster headaches and migraines, with some users reporting long-lasting relief after controlled dosing. Ayahuasca, a traditional Amazonian brew, has demonstrated effectiveness in treating addiction and post-traumatic stress disorder in clinical trials. MDMA-assisted psychotherapy has shown significant success in treating PTSD, leading to its designation as a breakthrough therapy by the FDA. Ibogaine, derived from the iboga plant, has been explored as a potential treatment for opioid addiction, with some studies indicating it can reduce withdrawal symptoms and cravings. Ketamine, originally used as an anesthetic, has gained attention for its rapid antidepressant effects, particularly in treatment-resistant cases. Microdosing, the practice of taking subperceptual doses of psychedelics, has been reported to enhance creativity, focus, and overall well-being. Some researchers believe that the ability of hallucinogens to promote neuroplasticity may underlie their therapeutic potential across a range of conditions. The theory suggests that these substances can facilitate profound psychological insights and emotional breakthroughs, leading to long-term improvements in mental health. The Black Hope Curse refers to a series of tragic events and supernatural occurrences allegedly linked to a housing development built on top of an old African American cemetery in Crosby, Texas. In the 1980s, residents of the Newport subdivision began experiencing unexplained phenomena, including mysterious illnesses, financial troubles, and untimely deaths. The problems reportedly started when homeowners Sam and Judith Haney discovered human remains while digging in their backyard to install a swimming pool. Further investigation revealed that the subdivision had been constructed over the Black Hope Cemetery, a 19th-century burial ground for freed slaves and their descendants. Residents reported seeing apparitions, hearing disembodied voices, and witnessing objects moving on their own within their homes. Some families experienced a string of misfortunes, including sudden job losses, severe health issues, and even the deaths of multiple family members in quick succession. Paranormal investigators who visited the site claimed to have recorded EVPs, electronic voice phenomena, and captured unexplained images on film. The curse is believed by some to be the result of disturbing the final resting place of the cemetery's original occupants, whose graves were allegedly desecrated during construction. Legal battles ensued as homeowners sought compensation for the undisclosed cemetery beneath their properties, with some cases reaching the Texas Supreme Court. Despite efforts to relocate some of the discovered remains, many believe the curse continues to affect the area, with reports of unusual events persisting to this day. This gruesome theory suggests that a group of serial killers is responsible for the deaths of hundreds of young men across the United States. These deaths, often ruled as accidental drownings, share a common pattern of occurring near bodies of water after the victims had been out drinking. Retired New York City detectives Kevin Gannon and Anthony Duarte first proposed this theory after noticing similarities in numerous cases spanning multiple states. The name Smiley Face Killer comes from graffiti of smiley faces found near some of the locations where victims' bodies were recovered. Advocates of the theory point to the victims' similar profiles, mostly college-aged white males who were athletic and academically successful. Some cases involve victims being found in locations that seem implausible for accidental drowning, such as areas of shallow water or locations far from where they were last seen. Chemical analysis of some victims' bodies has revealed the presence of drugs not typically associated with recreational use, suggesting potential foul play. Supporters argue that the geographical spread of cases and the apparent coordination required indicate a network of killers rather than a lone individual. Critics of the theory contend that the deaths are more likely the result of accidental drownings, often exacerbated by alcohol consumption. Despite skepticism from many law enforcement agencies, some families of victims continue to push for further investigation into the smiley face killer theory. The 2006 O'Hare Airport sighting refers to a UFO incident reported by multiple witnesses at Chicago's O'Hare International Airport on November 7, 2006. Numerous airport employees, including pilots, air traffic controllers, and ground crew, observed a metallic, disc-shaped object hovering over Gate C-17.
Air Tower, this is Dave.
Hey, Dave, it's Sid from United Tower.
Hey, Sid.
Hey, did you see a flying disc out by C-17?
Don't even start, Sue.
No,
You're seeing flying discs.
well, that's what the pilot and the ramp guys are telling us. At C-17, they saw some flying disc above it. We can't see
Come
above us.
on,
You
Sue.
didn't see it, right?
Hey, you guys been celebrating the holidays already over there or what? You having a Christmas party today? I have not seen anything, Sue. And if I did, I wouldn't admit to it. No, I have not seen any flying disc at Gate C-17. Unless you got a new aircraft you're bringing out today that we don't know about. No, I have not seen anything, Sue.
The object was described as being dark gray in color, approximately 6 to 24 feet in diameter, and perfectly round with a smooth surface. Witnesses reported that the UFO remained stationary for several minutes before suddenly ascending at an incredible speed, leaving a clear, circular hole in the cloud layer above. The event occurred during daylight hours, around 4:30 p.m. local time, and lasted for approximately 5 minutes. Despite multiple credible witnesses, the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, initially denied any unusual activity and attributed the sightings to a weather phenomenon. After pressure from employees and the media, the FAA conducted an internal review but maintained that no radar data corroborated the sightings. Some witnesses claimed that they were told not to discuss the incident, leading to speculation about a potential cover-up. The sighting gained significant media attention and was featured in various documentaries and television shows about UFO phenomena. The credibility of the witnesses, including trained aviation professionals, and the consistency of their accounts lend weight to the validity of the sighting. The incident remains one of the most well-documented UFO sightings at a major airport. The New Delhi Monkey Man refers to a mysterious creature that allegedly terrorized residents of the Indian capital in 2001. Eyewitness accounts described a hairy, ape-like figure standing about 4 feet tall, with glowing red eyes and sharp claws. The creature was said to possess extraordinary agility, able to leap from building to building and evade capture with ease. Reports of attacks by the monkey man led to widespread panic, with some victims claiming scratches and bites from the encounters. Local authorities received over 100 calls and complaints related to the creature within a few days, prompting police investigations and increased patrols. Some witnesses reported that the being wore a metal helmet and had features resembling both a monkey and a human, leading to speculation about its true nature. The incidents sparked theories ranging from mass hysteria to an escaped experiment, or even a manifestation of a Hindu deity. Cryptozoologists have drawn parallels between the New Delhi monkey man and other legendary creatures like the chupacabra or spring-heeled jack. The panic surrounding the monkey man led to several injuries and at least one death as people fled in fear, jumping from buildings or running into traffic. Despite extensive searches and a reward offered for its capture, no concrete evidence of the monkey man's existence was ever found. The Amber Room refers to a lavishly decorated chamber that was once housed in the Catherine Palace near St. Petersburg, Russia, before its mysterious disappearance during World War II. Constructed in the 18th century, the room was adorned with panels of amber backed with gold leaf, creating a stunning display of wealth and craftsmanship. The room was originally installed in the Berlin City Palace, but was later gifted to Tsar Peter the Great of Russia in 1716 as a symbol of Prussian-Russian friendship. In 1941, Nazi German forces dismantled and transported the Amber Room to Königsberg Castle in East Prussia, where it was last seen before vanishing without a trace. Numerous theories about the room's fate have emerged, including claims that it was destroyed in Allied bombing raids, hidden in abandoned mines, or secretly transported to South America. Some researchers believe that the room may have been smuggled out of Königsberg by submarine, potentially ending up in a private collection. Reports of amber fragments washing up on Baltic beaches have fueled speculation that the room may be hidden underwater or in coastal caves. Several expeditions and searches have been conducted over the years, including the use of ground-penetrating radar and historical document analysis, but no conclusive evidence has been found. The Russian government commissioned a replica of the Amber Room in the 1970s, which took over 20 years to complete and now stands in the Catherine Palace. The enduring mystery of the Amber Room has led to its status as one of the most valuable lost treasures in history, with an estimated worth of over $500 million. Clark Ashton Smith was an American writer and artist who made significant contributions to weird fiction, fantasy, and horror literature in the early 20th century. He was part of the Lovecraft Circle, a group of writers who corresponded with H.P. Lovecraft and shared similar cosmic horror themes in their work. Smith's writing is characterized by its ornate, poetic style and vivid imagery, often set in imaginary worlds like Zothique, Hyperborea, and Averroine. Despite his prolific output and critical acclaim, Smith's work was largely overlooked during his lifetime, leading some to believe he was deliberately marginalized by the publishing industry. His stories frequently blend elements of science fiction, fantasy, and horror, creating unique and atmospheric tales that defy easy categorization. Smith was also an accomplished sculptor and painter, creating surreal and fantastical artworks that complemented his literary creations. Some readers believe that Smith's writings contain hidden occult knowledge or references to real mystical practices, fueling speculation about his involvement in esoteric circles. His use of invented languages and mythologies in his stories has led some to draw parallels with J.R.R. Tolkien's world-building techniques. Smith's work has experienced a resurgence of interest in recent decades, with some scholars arguing that he was ahead of his time in terms of literary experimentation and genre blending. Star rubies are rare gemstones that display a distinct star-like pattern when viewed under proper lighting conditions, a phenomenon known as asterism. These gems are believed by some to possess powerful metaphysical properties, including the ability to enhance psychic abilities and protect against negative energies. Ancient texts from various cultures mention star rubies as talismans of great power, often associated with royalty and divine protection. Some practitioners of crystal healing claim that star rubies can stimulate the root chakra, promoting grounding and stability in one's life. The unique star pattern in these gems is caused by the presence of rutile needles within the crystal structure, which reflect light in a specific way. Certain individuals report experiencing vivid dreams or enhanced intuition when keeping star rubies near their bedside or wearing them as jewelry. In some esoteric traditions, star rubies are thought to amplify the wearer's natural leadership abilities and charisma. The rarity of high-quality star rubies has led to their association with exclusivity and hidden knowledge in some mystical circles. Some believers in the power of gemstones suggest that star rubies can help align the physical and spiritual bodies, promoting overall well-being. The largest known star ruby, the Neelanjali ruby, weighs 1,370 carats and is said to possess an extraordinarily clear and vibrant star pattern. Globsters are large, unidentified organic masses that occasionally wash up on beaches around the world, often sparking speculation about unknown marine creatures. These mysterious blobs typically consist of decomposing tissue, fat, and connective fibers, sometimes weighing several tons and measuring up to 40 feet in length. The term globster was coined by Ivan T. Sanderson in 1962 to describe these enigmatic carcasses that defy immediate classification. Some of the most famous globster incidents include the St. Augustine monster of 1896 and the Tasmanian globster of 1960, which garnered significant media attention. While many globsters are eventually identified as decomposed whales or basking sharks, some remain unclassified, fueling theories about undiscovered marine life. The unusual appearance of globsters, often lacking recognizable features like heads or limbs, contributes to their mystique and the difficulty in identifying them. Some cryptozoologists argue that globsters could be evidence of surviving prehistoric marine reptiles or unknown species of giant octopuses. The decomposition process of marine animals can create unusual textures and structures, leading to misidentification and speculation about their origin. Analysis of globster tissue samples has sometimes revealed surprising results, such as the presence of collagen characteristic of certain whale species. Internet cults refer to online communities that exhibit cult-like behaviors, often centered around charismatic leaders or ideologies spread through digital platforms. These groups can form around various topics, including conspiracy theories, alternative lifestyles, or fringe political beliefs. The anonymity and global reach of the internet allow these cults to recruit members from diverse backgrounds and geographical locations. Some internet cults use sophisticated algorithms and targeted content to create echo chambers, reinforcing beliefs and isolating members from opposing viewpoints. Psychological manipulation techniques, such as love bombing and gaslighting, are often employed in digital spaces to maintain control over cult members. Certain online communities have been known to encourage extreme behaviors, including self-harm or violent acts, in the name of their shared beliefs. The rapid spread of information online can lead to the quick formation and evolution of cult-like groups, sometimes resulting in real-world consequences. Some researchers argue that the addictive nature of social media platforms makes users more susceptible to cult-like influence and indoctrination. Internet cults have been linked to various incidents, including mass suicide, terrorist activities, and large-scale financial fraud schemes. The decentralized nature of many internet cults makes them difficult to monitor or regulate, posing challenges for law enforcement and mental health professionals. Some former members of internet cults report experiencing similar psychological effects to those who have left traditional cults, including PTSD and difficulty reintegrating into society. The owlman is a cryptid reportedly sighted in Cornwall, England, particularly around the village of Monnon Smith. First reported in 1976, the creature is described as a large owl-like humanoid standing between 5 and 7 feet tall, with glowing red eyes and pointed ears. Witnesses claim the owlman has a wide curved beak and is covered in gray or silver feathers, with some accounts mentioning clawed feet. The initial sightings were made by 2 young girls who claimed to have seen the creature hovering near the tower of St. Monnon and St. Stephen's Church. Subsequent reports have described the owlman as having a screeching cry and the ability to fly or glide silently. Some researchers draw parallels between the owlman and other cryptids like Mothman, suggesting a possible connection to supernatural or interdimensional phenomena. Local folklore associates the owlman with ancient Cornish legends of guardian spirits or otherworldly beings tied to sacred sites. Skeptics argue that the sightings could be misidentifications of large owls native to the area, such as the European eagle owl. The timing of the initial owlman reports coincided with increased UFO activity in the region, leading some to speculate about a potential extraterrestrial connection. The Wolpertinger refers to a mythical creature from Bavarian folklore, described as a hybrid animal with the body of a rabbit, antlers of a deer, wings of a pheasant, and fangs of a wolf. Sightings of Wolpertingers have been reported in the forested regions of Bavaria, particularly during twilight hours when visibility is limited. Taxidermy specimens of Wolpertingers can be found in some Bavarian museums and hunting lodges, lending an air of authenticity to the creature's existence. Some cryptozoologists argue that the Wolpertinger could be a yet undiscovered species, pointing to the recent discoveries of other hybrid animals in nature as evidence for its potential reality. Local hunters claim to have encountered Wolpertingers during their expeditions, describing the creature's elusive nature and quick movements through the underbrush. The Wolpertinger's purported ability to fly short distances and blend into its surroundings has been cited as reasons for its successful evasion of scientific documentation. Point Nemo is the most remote location in the Earth's oceans, situated in the South Pacific Ocean approximately 2,688 kilometers, 1,670 miles, from the nearest land. This oceanic pole of inaccessibility has become a global spacecraft cemetery, where space agencies deliberately crash decommissioned satellites and space stations. The extreme isolation of Point Nemo makes it an ideal location for studying ocean currents and marine ecosystems unaffected by human activity. Some researchers believe that the unique conditions at Point Nemo could harbor undiscovered deep-sea creatures adapted to the intense pressure and darkness of the abyssal plain. The area surrounding Point Nemo is known as the South Pacific Gyre, a region with extremely low nutrient levels and minimal marine life, leading some to call it an oceanic desert. Conspiracy theorists suggest that the remoteness of Point Nemo makes it an ideal location for secret underwater bases or experiments, hidden from prying eyes and satellite surveillance. The absence of nearby land masses and shipping routes has led to speculation that Point Nemo could be used for clandestine naval operations or testing of advanced underwater technologies. Antilla refers to a purported lost continent believed to have existed in the Atlantic Ocean, sometimes associated with the legendary island of Atlantis. Historical maps from the 15th and 16th centuries often depicted Antilla as a large island or archipelago west of Europe and Africa. Some researchers argue that these cartographic representations were based on genuine explorers' accounts or ancient knowledge of land masses that have since submerged. Geological studies have revealed the existence of submerged continental shelves and underwater plateaus in the Atlantic, which could potentially support the idea of a sunken landmass. Theories suggest that Antilla may have been home to an advanced civilization that influenced both European and American cultures before its alleged submergence. Similarities in mythologies and architectural styles between cultures on both sides of the Atlantic have been cited as possible evidence for the existence of a connecting landmass like Antilla. Some alternative historians propose that Antilla could have served as a stopover point for ancient transatlantic voyages, explaining potential pre-Columbian contact between the Old and New Worlds. The Pyramid of Power theory describes a hierarchical structure of global control, with a small elite group at the top wielding immense influence over world affairs. This theory suggests that major decisions affecting politics, economy, and society are made by a concealed cabal rather than elected officials or public institutions. Supporters of this concept point to the interconnected nature of multinational corporations, financial institutions, and government bodies as evidence of a centralized power structure. The theory often incorporates elements of secret societies, such as the Illuminati or Freemasons, as key players in maintaining and expanding this power dynamic. Some researchers claim that symbols and imagery associated with these alleged secret groups can be found in architecture, currency designs, and corporate logos worldwide. Historical events, geopolitical shifts, and economic crises are sometimes interpreted as deliberate actions orchestrated by the power pyramid to maintain control and reshape society. The theory posits that mainstream media and educational systems are tools used by the elite to shape public opinion and suppress dissenting views. Believers in the pyramid of power often cite the growing wealth disparity and the concentration of resources among a small percentage of the global population as tangible evidence of this structure. Quantum mysticism is a theory that connects quantum physics principles with spiritual and metaphysical concepts, suggesting a fundamental link between consciousness and the nature of reality. Advocates of this idea point to phenomena like quantum entanglement and the observer effect as evidence that human consciousness plays a role in shaping physical reality. Some researchers in this field propose that the quantum realm could explain paranormal experiences, such as telepathy or precognition, by providing a mechanism for non-local information transfer. The concept of quantum coherence in biological systems is sometimes cited as a potential explanation for the emergence of consciousness and the unity of mental experiences. Experiments in quantum biology, showing quantum effects in photosynthesis and bird navigation, are used to support the idea that quantum processes may be fundamental to life and consciousness. Certain interpretations of quantum mechanics, like the many worlds theory, are incorporated into quantum mysticism to suggest the existence of parallel realities or the ability of consciousness to navigate between them. Some practitioners of alternative medicine claim that quantum principles can be applied to healing practices, proposing that consciousness can directly influence health at a subatomic level. The idea of a quantum field of consciousness is sometimes proposed as an explanation for collective human experiences, such as shared intuitions or the sense of being stared at. RFID chips, or radio frequency identification chips, are tiny electronic devices capable of storing and transmitting data wirelessly. Some theorists believe these chips are being used for covert surveillance and control of the population, beyond their known applications in product tracking and access control. Concerns have been raised about the potential for RFID chips to be implanted in humans without their knowledge, possibly through vaccinations or medical procedures. Advocates of this theory point to the development of injectable RFID chips for medical purposes as a stepping stone towards widespread human microchipping. Some individuals claim that RFID chips can be used to manipulate behavior or thoughts through electromagnetic signals, citing patents for similar technologies as evidence. The idea of a cashless society relying on implanted RFID chips for financial transactions is seen by some as a method of implementing total economic control over individuals. Theory suggests that RFID chips could be used in conjunction with 5G networks to create a comprehensive system of real-time tracking and data collection on a global scale. Some researchers argue that the push for smart cities and Internet of Things devices is partly driven by a desire to create an environment where RFID-enabled surveillance is ubiquitous. The Epstein cult refers to a network of powerful individuals allegedly involved in a secretive organization centered around Jeffrey Epstein, focused on exploiting minors and accruing blackmail material. Believers in this theory point to Epstein's extensive connections with politicians, businessmen, and celebrities as evidence of a far-reaching conspiracy. The idea of an Epstein cult is fueled by the mysterious circumstances surrounding his death and the perceived lenient treatment he received in his 2008 plea deal. Some theorists claim that Epstein's private island, Little St. James, served as a hub for occult rituals and mind control experiments involving influential figures. The existence of a temple-like structure on Epstein's Island has led to speculation about its purpose, with some suggesting it was used for cult activities or secret ceremonies. Advocates of this theory argue that Epstein's wealth and influence were derived from his role as a key figure in a global trafficking and blackmail operation. Some researchers have drawn connections between Epstein's associates and other alleged conspiracies, such as the Illuminati or child trafficking rings. The theory also encompasses the idea that Epstein may have faked his death and continues to operate the cult from hiding, citing inconsistencies in the official narrative of his demise. Angelolatry refers to the worship or excessive veneration of angels, a practice that has existed in various forms throughout history and across different cultures. Some religious traditions believe that angels can intercede on behalf of humans, leading to the development of rituals and prayers specifically directed at these celestial beings. Historical accounts and religious texts describe instances of angel worship, often intertwining with concepts of magic and mysticism. Certain esoteric groups claim to have methods for communicating with angels, citing personal experiences, and revealed knowledge as evidence of angelic interaction. The concept of guardian angels has contributed to the popularity of angelolatry, with some individuals developing strong personal connections to their perceived celestial protectors. Archaeological findings have uncovered ancient artifacts and inscriptions that suggest the existence of angel cults in various civilizations. The Hamsa, also known as the Hand of Fatima or Hand of Miriam, is an ancient symbol believed to provide protection against the evil eye. The evil eye is a curse thought to be cast by a malevolent glare, causing misfortune or injury to the person at whom it is directed. Many cultures across the Middle East, North Africa, and parts of Europe have long-standing beliefs in the power of the evil eye and the protective properties of the Hamsa. The Hamsa symbol typically features an open right hand, often with an eye in the center, and is used in jewelry, wall hangings, and other decorative items. Some believers claim that the Hamsa's effectiveness stems from its ability to deflect negative energy and redirect it back to its source. Archaeological evidence suggests that belief in the evil eye and the use of protective amulets like the Hamsa date back thousands of years. Modern scientific studies have explored the psychological impact of believing in the evil eye and using protective symbols, finding that they can reduce stress and anxiety in believers. Some alternative healing practices incorporate the concept of the evil eye and use of the Hamsa in their treatments, claiming to detect and remove negative energies from patients. Realism is a UFO religion founded in 1974 by Claude Vorilhon, who claims he was contacted by extraterrestrial beings called Elohim. The central belief of realism is that life on Earth was scientifically created by the Elohim, an advanced alien civilization, through genetic engineering and DNA manipulation. Raelians assert that various religious figures throughout history, including Jesus, Buddha, and Muhammad, were messengers sent by the Elohim to guide human development. The movement emphasizes the importance of science and technology, particularly in the fields of cloning and genetic engineering, as means to achieve human immortality. Raelians have established an embassy project aimed at welcoming the return of the Elohim to Earth, complete with a landing pad and living quarters for the extraterrestrial visitors. Some followers claim to have had personal encounters with the Elohim, describing detailed accounts of communication and even physical examinations aboard spacecraft. The religion has gained attention for its efforts in human cloning research, with its scientific arm, Clonaid, claiming to have successfully cloned a human in 2002, though this remains unverified. Realism incorporates elements of sexual liberation and sensual meditation, which adherents believe can enhance spiritual awareness and connection with the Elohim. The Book of Enoch is an ancient Jewish religious text, traditionally ascribed to Enoch, the great-grandfather of Noah. This apocalyptic work contains detailed accounts of fallen angels, cosmic journeys, and prophecies about the end times. Although not included in most biblical canons, the Book of Enoch is considered scripture by some Ethiopian Orthodox Christians and has influenced various religious and esoteric traditions. The text describes the Watchers, a group of fallen angels who supposedly taught humans forbidden knowledge and interbred with human women, producing giant offspring called Nephilim. Some researchers believe that the Book of Enoch provides insight into ancient astronomical knowledge, as it contains descriptions of celestial phenomena and complex calendrical systems. Certain passages in the Book of Enoch have been interpreted as references to advanced technology or extraterrestrial visitations, leading some to view it as evidence of ancient alien contact. The discovery of multiple copies of the Book of Enoch among the Dead Sea Scrolls has lent credibility to its antiquity and importance in Second Temple Judaism. Some scholars argue that the Book of Enoch's concepts of messianism and eschatology significantly influenced early Christian theology, despite its exclusion from the biblical canon. Bunyips are mysterious creatures from Australian Aboriginal mythology, said to inhabit swamps, billabongs, and riverbeds across the continent. These large amphibious beasts are described as having various features including dark fur, a horse-like tail, flippers, and a head resembling a dog or calf. Sightings of bunyips date back centuries, with early European settlers also reporting encounters, lending credence to the Aboriginal accounts. Some cryptozoologists speculate that bunyips could be surviving prehistoric animals, such as the Diprotodon, a giant wombat-like marsupial that went extinct around 46,000 years ago. Water-holding frogs, which burrow underground and emerge after rain, have been suggested as a possible source for some bunyip sightings due to their unusual croaking sounds. The discovery of unfamiliar animal remains, such as fossilized bones or seals far inland, may have contributed to the persistence of bunyip beliefs in some communities. Bunyip stories serve important cultural functions, often used to warn children about the dangers of venturing near deep water or entering unfamiliar territories. The Yogtze case refers to the mysterious death of Günther Stoll in Germany in 1984, marked by a cryptic note he wrote before his demise. Stoll, suffering from paranoia, suddenly exclaimed, "Now I've got it," and wrote the letters Yogtze on a piece of paper before leaving his house. Hours later, he was found fatally injured in his car, which had veered off the road, despite evidence suggesting he wasn't driving at the time of the crash. Witnesses reported seeing Stoll in a pub and later talking to a group of people in white jackets, but these individuals were never identified. The meaning of Yogtze remains unknown, with theories ranging from an acronym for a secret organization to a coded message about his alleged persecutors. Some speculate that Stoll stumbled upon sensitive information, possibly related to organized crime or government conspiracies, leading to his elimination. The case remains unsolved, with police investigations failing to uncover the truth behind Stoll's paranoia, the cryptic note, and the circumstances of his death. Inconsistencies in the timeline and physical evidence have led some to believe that Stoll's body may have been placed in the car after his death elsewhere. The Yogtze case continues to intrigue amateur sleuths and conspiracy theorists, who see it as evidence of hidden forces operating beyond public knowledge. The Bashir Kuchachi calls refer to a series of mysterious phone conversations received by a Washington, D.C. restaurant owner in 1983, which some believe were linked to international espionage. Bashir Kuchachi, who owned La Niquoise restaurant, began receiving strange calls from individuals speaking in code and various languages, including Arabic, French, and English. The callers discussed topics such as weapons shipments, political assassinations, and covert operations, leading Kuchachi to suspect he was inadvertently intercepting sensitive intelligence communications. Some of the information relayed in these calls appeared to correlate with subsequent real-world events, including the bombing of the U.S. Embassy in Beirut and the assassination of Palestinian leader Issam Sartawi. Kuchachi reported the calls to the FBI, but claimed that instead of investigating, they warned him to stop listening and threatened him with prosecution under the Espionage Act. Theories suggest that Kuchachi's phone line may have been inadvertently crossed with a secure intelligence channel, possibly due to his restaurant's proximity to embassies and government buildings. The case gained attention from ufologists when Kuchachi reported that some callers mentioned extraterrestrial activity and government cover-ups related to UFO sightings. Despite Kuchachi's attempts to publicize his experience, including a self-published book, mainstream media and authorities largely dismissed his claims. The Bashir Kuchachi calls remain an intriguing case for those interested in government conspiracies and the potential for accidental leaks of classified information. The death of Las Vegas witnesses refers to a series of unusual fatalities among individuals connected to the 2017 mass shooting at the Route 91 Harvest Music Festival. In the months following the incident, several people who had either witnessed the event or were connected to the investigation died under seemingly suspicious circumstances. Kimberly Sukamel, a survivor who had publicly disputed the official narrative of a lone gunman, died suddenly in her sleep at the age of 28, just weeks after the shooting. Dennis and Lorraine Carver, who had escaped the shooting, died in a car crash near their home when their vehicle inexplicably caught fire and exploded. Danny Contreras, another survivor who had tweeted about multiple shooters, was found dead in a vacant house with multiple gunshot wounds. John Beilman, who was believed to have connections to the company that owned the Mandalay Bay Hotel, killed himself and his disabled daughter shortly after the FBI raided his home. These deaths, along with several others, have led some to question whether there was a systematic elimination of witnesses who could potentially contradict the official narrative. Skeptics argue that the timing and circumstances of these deaths are too coincidental, suggesting a possible cover-up of a larger conspiracy surrounding the Las Vegas shooting. While official investigations have not linked these deaths to the shooting, the pattern has fueled alternative theories about the true nature of the event and its aftermath. The Orang Medan refers to a supposedly Dutch merchant ship that sent out a distress signal in 1948, claiming that the entire crew was dead or dying. According to the story, the ship was found by American merchant vessels in the Strait of Malacca, between Indonesia and Malaysia. When rescuers boarded the Orang Medan, they reportedly found the entire crew dead, their bodies frozen in poses of terror with their arms outstretched, as if warding off an unseen threat. Strangely, no signs of physical injury or struggle were apparent on the corpses, and even the ship's dog was found dead in a similarly terrified pose. Before the rescuers could tow the ship to port, it allegedly caught fire and sank, taking all evidence of the incident with it. Some theories suggest that the crew may have been killed by leaked toxic chemicals being illegally transported, possibly nerve gas or potassium cyanide. Others speculate about more supernatural explanations, such as an encounter with extraterrestrial beings or a paranormal force. The lack of official records about the Orang Medan has led some to question whether the incident actually occurred or if it's an elaborate maritime legend. However, supporters of the story point to similarities with other unexplained maritime incidents and the potential for cover-ups in cases involving illegal cargo or covert operations. Ningen refers to a cryptozoological creature reportedly sighted in the frigid waters surrounding Antarctica. These beings are described as massive, pale white humanoids with lengths ranging from 20 to 30 meters, possessing human-like arms, 5-fingered hands, and a distinct tail. Japanese whale researchers have reported encounters with these enigmatic creatures, often mistaking them for icebergs at first glance. The name Ningen itself comes from the Japanese word for human, reflecting the entity's anthropomorphic features. Sightings typically occur at night, with witnesses describing a ghostly glow emanating from the creature's body as it moves through the dark Antarctic waters. Some theories suggest that Ningen could be undiscovered marine mammals, possibly related to beluga whales or a type of giant squid. The extreme conditions and vastness of the Southern Ocean provide an ideal environment for a large unknown species to remain hidden from scientific documentation. Photographs and video evidence of Ningen are scarce and often disputed, with skeptics attributing sightings to misidentified natural phenomena or optical illusions caused by ice formations. The concept of Ningen has gained traction in Japanese popular culture, appearing in manga, anime, and online forums dedicated to unexplained phenomena. Some researchers speculate that if Ningen exist, they might possess advanced intelligence, given their reported human-like features and behavior. Mu refers to a hypothetical lost continent that supposedly existed in the Pacific Ocean before sinking beneath the waves thousands of years ago. The concept of Mu was popularized by Augustus Le Plongeon, a 19th century archaeologist who believed it to be the origin of human civilization. James Churchward, an occult writer, further developed the idea of Mu in his books, claiming to have deciphered ancient tablets that described the continent's history and advanced technology. According to these theories, Mu was home to a highly advanced civilization that possessed knowledge of anti-gravity, atomic energy, and space travel. Some researchers point to the similarities in ancient structures and mythologies across Pacific cultures as evidence of a common origin, potentially linked to Mu. The existence of underwater structures near places like Yonaguni, Japan, has been interpreted by some as possible remnants of Mu's architecture. Linguistic connections between Pacific Island languages and those of other ancient civilizations have been cited as potential evidence of Mu's global influence. The theory suggests that survivors of Mu's destruction spread across the world, influencing the development of other ancient civilizations like those in Egypt and Central America. Some believers in Mu claim that the Easter Island statues are remnants of Mu culture, pointing to their enigmatic nature and sophisticated construction techniques. Geologists have identified submerged landmasses in the Pacific, such as Zealandia, which some theorists speculate could be connected to the Mu legend. Chaos magic is a postmodern magical practice that emphasizes the power of belief and individual will to shape reality. Practitioners of chaos magic, known as chaotes, utilize various techniques from different magical traditions, religions, and philosophies to achieve their desired outcomes. The core principle of chaos magic is that belief itself is a tool, and by temporarily adopting specific beliefs, one can influence probability and manifest desired results. Sigil magic is a common technique in chaos magic, where practitioners create symbolic representations of their intentions and charge them with focused mental energy. The concept of gnosis plays a crucial role in chaos magic, referring to altered states of consciousness achieved through meditation, sensory deprivation, or intense physical exertion. Chaos magic draws inspiration from quantum physics, suggesting that reality is inherently uncertain and can be influenced by the observer's consciousness. Some practitioners report successful results in areas such as personal growth, creative endeavors, and even influencing external events through their magical workings. The flexibility of chaos magic allows practitioners to adapt their methods based on what works for them, rather than adhering to rigid dogma or traditional systems. Chaos magic often incorporates pop culture elements, with some practitioners using fictional deities or symbols from movies and books in their rituals. The theory of morphic resonance, proposed by biologist Rupert Sheldrake, is sometimes cited as a potential mechanism for how chaos magic might work on a collective level. Some scientific studies on the placebo effect and the impact of belief on physical outcomes are seen by chaos magicians as supporting evidence for their practices. The four humors theory is an ancient medical concept that attributes human health and personality to the balance of four bodily fluids: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. This system, developed by ancient Greek physicians, was the dominant medical paradigm in Europe and the Middle East for over 2,000 years. Each humor was associated with specific qualities: blood with warmth and moisture, phlegm with cold and moisture, yellow bile with warmth and dryness, and black bile with cold and dryness. The theory postulated that an imbalance in these humors led to various illnesses and emotional states, with treatments aimed at restoring equilibrium. Some modern researchers argue that the four humors theory anticipates aspects of contemporary personalized medicine and the recognition of individual differences in health. The concept of temperaments derived from this theory, sanguine, phlegmatic, choleric, and melancholic, continues to influence ideas about personality types in psychology and popular culture. Certain traditional medical practices, such as Unani medicine in India and Islamic countries, still incorporate elements of the four humors theory in their diagnostic and treatment approaches. Some alternative health practitioners argue that the theory's emphasis on holistic balance aligns with modern understanding of the importance of homeostasis in the body. The four humors theories focus on dietary and lifestyle factors as influences on health resonates with current medical advice on disease prevention and wellness. Recent studies in chronobiology have found correlations between circadian rhythms and the production of certain bodily fluids, potentially lending some scientific support to aspects of the ancient theory. Black carpet refers to a covert intelligence operation allegedly conducted by various governments to manipulate and control the global entertainment industry. The theory suggests that intelligence agencies strategically place operatives within the music, film, and television industries to influence popular culture and public opinion. Supporters of this theory point to the sudden rise of certain celebrities and the rapid spread of specific cultural trends as evidence of orchestrated manipulation. Some believe that the black carpet operation extends to major award shows, using them as platforms to promote specific messages or ideologies. The theory draws connections between entertainment industry figures and known intelligence operatives, citing unusual career trajectories or unexplained access to high-level contacts. Alleged goals of the black carpet operation include social engineering, predictive programming, and the subtle introduction of classified technologies into public consciousness. Researchers have noted patterns in lyrics, movie plots, and TV show themes that seem to align with geopolitical events or government policies, fueling speculation about coordinated influence. The theory suggests that some celebrities are unwitting participants, while others are fully aware and actively cooperating with intelligence agencies. Supporters argue that the massive reach and emotional impact of entertainment make it an ideal vehicle for psychological operations and mass influence campaigns. Some point to declassified documents revealing past government involvement in media as evidence that such operations could still be ongoing in more sophisticated forms. The black carpet theory intersects with other conspiracy theories about mind control and social manipulation, suggesting a vast network of influence extending beyond just the entertainment sector. Mewing nuns refers to a peculiar phenomenon reported in medieval convents where groups of nuns would allegedly begin to mimic the sounds and behaviors of cats. These incidents, also known as collective cat hysteria, were documented in several European monasteries during the Middle Ages. The nuns involved in these episodes reportedly began meowing, hissing, and climbing walls, behavior that was seen as a form of demonic possession at the time. Some historians suggest that these occurrences might be early documented cases of mass hysteria or shared psychogenic illness. The isolation and strict routines of convent life may have contributed to the development and spread of these unusual behaviors among the nuns. In some cases, the meowing became so disruptive that military intervention was required to restore order within the affected convents. Theories propose that the cat-like behavior could have been a subconscious form of rebellion against the strict religious and social constraints imposed on women in medieval society. The phenomenon of mewing nuns shares similarities with other historical cases of unusual collective behaviors, such as the dancing plague of 1518. Some researchers speculate that ergot poisoning, caused by a fungus that can grow on rye and other grains, might have played a role in inducing hallucinations and strange behaviors. The accounts of mewing nuns provide insight into the complex interplay between psychology, social dynamics, and religious beliefs in medieval European societies. Modern interpretations of these events range from viewing them as manifestations of repressed sexuality to early examples of performative protest against patriarchal religious structures. The 4chan alien photo refers to an image posted on the 4chan website in 2017, allegedly showing a real extraterrestrial being. The photograph depicts a gray humanoid creature with large black eyes, closely resembling the popular conception of an alien. The image gained significant attention due to its apparent clarity and detail, standing out from typical blurry or distant UFO photographs. Some viewers claim to have identified subtle anatomical features that would be difficult to fabricate, such as muscle striations and unique bone structures. The original poster provided a backstory involving a grandfather who worked at Area 51, adding an element of government secrecy to the image's mythos. Analysts have noted that the lighting and shadows in the image appear consistent, suggesting it may not be a simple Photoshop manipulation. Skeptics argue that the image could be a highly detailed model or costume, pointing out the similarity to depictions of aliens in popular media. The photo's origin on 4chan, a site known for hoaxes and misinformation, has led many to question its authenticity. Some ufologists have incorporated the image into broader theories about government knowledge of extraterrestrial life. The debate surrounding the photo has sparked discussions about the nature of evidence in the digital age and the public's fascination with potential alien life. Octopus aliens refers to the theory that cephalopods, particularly octopuses, have extraterrestrial origins or are the result of alien genetic manipulation. This idea stems from the unique biological characteristics of octopuses, including their complex nervous systems, problem-solving abilities, and capacity for camouflage. Some researchers point to the octopus genome, which contains a large number of genes not found in their closest evolutionary relatives, as potential evidence of extraterrestrial influence. The theory suggests that octopus eggs may have arrived on Earth via panspermia, the hypothetical transfer of life through space by asteroids or comets. Supporters of this concept often cite the octopus's ability to edit its own RNA, a rare trait in animals, as an indication of advanced alien genetic engineering. The rapid emergence of cephalopods in the fossil record, seemingly without clear evolutionary precursors, is sometimes interpreted as evidence of their sudden introduction to Earth. Some theorists propose that octopuses were seeded on Earth as a form of alien life designed to thrive in our oceans and potentially evolve into a dominant species. The octopus's remarkable intelligence and problem-solving skills, unusual for invertebrates, are seen by some as indicators of an otherworldly origin. Certain interpretations of ancient texts and mythologies, which describe tentacled sky creatures, are used to support the idea of a long-standing alien octopus presence on Earth. The theory intersects with broader ideas about directed panspermia and the possibility that life on Earth was intentionally seeded by an advanced extraterrestrial civilization. Venus figurines refer to a collection of prehistoric statuettes depicting women with exaggerated physical features, primarily found in Europe and dating back to the Upper Paleolithic period. These figurines, typically small enough to fit in one's hand, often feature enlarged breasts, hips, and buttocks, with less emphasis on facial features and limbs. Some researchers interpret these statuettes as representations of fertility goddesses or symbols of fecundity, given their emphasis on reproductive characteristics. The wide distribution of similar figurines across Europe and parts of Asia suggests a shared cultural significance that transcended regional boundaries. Certain theories propose that the figurines were created by women as self-representations during pregnancy, serving as talismans for safe childbirth. The exaggerated forms of the Venus figurines have led some to speculate about their use in rituals related to abundance, both in terms of food and human population. Some interpretations suggest that the figurines represent idealized female bodies of the time, reflecting cultural values and beauty standards of Paleolithic societies. The absence of clear contextual evidence has led to diverse theories about their purpose, ranging from religious icons to prehistoric pornography. Certain researchers have noted astronomical alignments in the placement of some Venus figurines, suggesting a possible connection to early understanding of celestial cycles. The craftsmanship involved in creating these figurines provides insight into the technological capabilities and artistic expression of early human societies. Truth in plain sight refers to the belief that hidden knowledge or secrets are openly displayed but overlooked by most people. Some argue that powerful entities intentionally place clues about their activities in plain view, believing this absolves them of deception. Supporters point to symbols and imagery in popular media, architecture, and currency as examples of coded messages hiding in plain sight. This concept suggests that by carefully observing our everyday surroundings, one can uncover layers of meaning and hidden truths about the nature of reality and power structures. Theorists claim that once you become aware of these symbols and patterns, you start to see them everywhere, revealing a hidden world of meaning beneath the surface of ordinary life. Some believe this practice stems from occult traditions that value symbolic communication and initiation through gradual revelation of esoteric knowledge. Pencilgate refers to a conspiracy theory surrounding the 2004 Ukrainian presidential election and allegations of voter manipulation. The theory claims that voters were given pens with disappearing ink to mark their ballots, which would then be replaced with pre-filled ballots favoring a particular candidate. Some observers reported seeing ballots with pencil marks instead of pen, fueling suspicions of tampering and ballot substitution. Supporters of this theory point to the unusually high voter turnout and the stark contrast between exit poll results and official vote counts as evidence of widespread fraud. The disappearing ink aspect of the theory is bolstered by claims that similar tactics have been used in other elections around the world to manipulate results. While official investigations found no concrete evidence of large-scale fraud involving disappearing ink, the persistence of the Pencilgate theory highlights the deep-rooted distrust in electoral processes and the power of even small irregularities to cast doubt on entire elections. Mummy medicine refers to the historical practice of using ground-up mummified human remains as a medicinal ingredient in Europe and the Middle East. This practice, known as mumia, was popular from the 12th to the 19th century and was believed to have potent healing properties for various ailments. Practitioners claimed that the bitumen used in the mummification process, along with the preserved flesh, contained powerful curative elements. The demand for mummy medicine led to a thriving trade in Egyptian mummies, with some even being manufactured specifically for medicinal purposes. Supporters of this practice pointed to the longevity of preserved bodies as evidence of mummies' life-extending properties. Some modern researchers suggest that certain compounds formed during mummification might indeed have antimicrobial properties, potentially lending some credence to historical claims. The use of mummy medicine declined in the 19th century as modern scientific methods emerged, but its legacy persists in the phrase, "to beat someone to a mummy," meaning to injure severely. Iconoclasm refers to the deliberate destruction of religious icons, monuments, and symbols, often driven by religious or political motivations. This practice has occurred throughout history in various cultures, with notable examples including the Byzantine iconoclasm of the 8th and 9th centuries and the Protestant Reformation in Europe. Supporters of iconoclasm argue that physical representations of divine figures or religious concepts can lead to idolatry and distract from true spiritual worship. Some iconoclasts believe that destroying religious imagery purifies faith and prevents the corruption of religious institutions through material wealth and ostentation. Historical evidence suggests that iconoclasm has often been used as a tool for political control, allowing rulers to assert dominance over religious institutions and rewrite cultural narratives. In modern times, iconoclasm has taken on new forms, including the destruction of colonial monuments and statues associated with controversial historical figures. Archaeologists and historians study iconoclasm to gain insights into power dynamics, cultural shifts, and the evolving relationship between spirituality and material culture throughout human history. Sympathetic magic describes the belief that things which resemble each other share a cosmic connection and that objects once in contact maintain a permanent energetic link. This principle forms the basis of many traditional healing practices where practitioners use items resembling body parts to treat corresponding ailments. Ancient cultures worldwide independently developed similar systems based on sympathetic magic, suggesting a possibly universal human understanding of these connections. The concept extends to the use of personal items like hair, clothing, or photographs to influence individuals from a distance, as these objects retain an energetic imprint. Some practitioners claim that writing someone's name on paper creates a symbolic link to that person, allowing for remote healing or influence. Modern experiments in quantum entanglement have led some researchers to suggest a potential scientific basis for sympathetic magic principles. Agricultural traditions often employ sympathetic magic, such as planting during specific moon phases or using specific colored flowers to influence crop qualities. Documented cases exist of individuals experiencing physical sensations when objects linked to them through sympathetic magic are manipulated. The practice appears in various forms across different cultures, from voodoo dolls to Chinese medicine's doctrine of signatures. Some indigenous healers demonstrate the use of sympathetic magic through rituals that produce measurable physiological changes in patients. The theory suggests that symbols and representations carry the same energetic properties as the things they represent, creating a network of interconnected meanings and influences. Zener cards are a set of 5 cards used in experiments to test for extrasensory perception, or ESP. Developed in the 1930s by psychologist Carl Zener, these cards feature simple symbols: a circle, a square, a triangle, a plus sign, and wavy lines. In typical experiments, a sender looks at a randomly selected card while a receiver attempts to identify the symbol through telepathic means. Some researchers claim that certain individuals have demonstrated statistically significant success rates in guessing the correct symbols, suggesting the possibility of ESP. Critics argue that apparent successes can be attributed to statistical flukes, subtle cues, or flaws in experimental design. Interestingly, some studies have reported higher success rates when the sender and receiver share an emotional connection or are in altered states of consciousness. The simplicity of Zener cards has made them a popular tool in parapsychology research and has contributed to their enduring presence in popular culture. While mainstream science remains skeptical, some researchers continue to use Zener cards in attempts to provide empirical evidence for PSI phenomena. Dark Watchers refers to mysterious, shadowy figures reportedly seen along the Santa Lucia Mountains in California. These entities are described as tall, humanoid shapes, often wearing cloaks or wide-brimmed hats, and are typically spotted at twilight or dawn. Sightings of the Dark Watchers date back centuries, with reports from Native American tribes, Spanish settlers, and modern-day hikers and travelers. Some observers claim the figures appear to be watching or following them, only to vanish when approached or directly looked at. Theories about the nature of Dark Watchers range from supernatural beings to optical illusions caused by specific atmospheric conditions in the region. The persistent nature of these sightings across different cultures and time periods has led some researchers to consider the possibility of a shared psychological or perceptual phenomenon. Geological features of the Santa Lucia Mountains, combined with fog and light patterns, could potentially create shadow formations that resemble human figures. Some paranormal investigators suggest that the Dark Watchers might be interdimensional beings or time travelers observing our reality. Despite numerous attempts to capture photographic evidence, no conclusive proof of the Dark Watchers' existence has been obtained, adding to their mystique. The Aetherius Society is a spiritual organization founded in 1955 by George King, based on the belief in extraterrestrial intelligences and their influence on Earth. Members of the society believe that advanced beings from other planets, particularly Venus and Mars, are guiding humanity's spiritual evolution. The group practices what they call spiritual science, which includes meditation, yoga, and prayer aimed at channeling cosmic energies for global healing and enlightenment. Central to their beliefs is the concept of cosmic masters, highly evolved beings who communicate spiritual teachings through mediums like King. The society claims that several mountains around the world are holy mountains, charged with spiritual energy that can be tapped for healing and enlightenment purposes. Members engage in Operation Prayer Power, a practice where they store healing energy in a battery-like device for later release during global crises. The Aetherius Society has reported UFO sightings and contacts with extraterrestrial beings, which they see as evidence supporting their beliefs. Some followers argue that ancient religious texts and mythologies contain hidden references to extraterrestrial interventions, viewing this as validation of their teachings. The organization continues to operate globally, conducting regular workshops, lectures, and spiritual pilgrimages to their designated holy sites. Astral critters refers to the concept of non-physical entities that exist in the astral plane, a realm believed to be accessible through out-of-body experiences and astral projection. These beings are thought to inhabit a dimension parallel to our physical world, interacting with humans during altered states of consciousness. Practitioners of astral projection report encounters with various types of astral critters, ranging from benevolent spirit guides to mischievous or even malevolent entities. Some describe these entities as having distinct forms, while others perceive them as amorphous energy patterns or thought forms. Believers in astral critters argue that historical accounts of mythical creatures, angels, and demons may actually be descriptions of encounters with these astral beings. Certain meditation techniques and lucid dreaming practices are said to increase one's ability to perceive and interact with astral critters. Some researchers in the field of consciousness studies suggest that astral critters could be manifestations of the collective unconscious or archetypal figures from the human psyche. Reports of consistent encounters with specific astral entities across different individuals have led some to propose the existence of an objective astral ecosystem. While skeptics attribute experiences with astral critters to hallucinations or vivid imagination, advocates point to the consistency of reports and the profound impact these encounters have on individuals' spiritual beliefs and practices. Mythical creature artifacts refer to physical objects claimed to be remnants or evidence of legendary beings, challenging the boundary between folklore and reality. These items range from supposed dragon bones and unicorn horns to mermaid skeletons and cryptid footprint casts. Throughout history, many of these artifacts have been displayed in curiosity cabinets, museums, and private collections, often commanding high prices and sparking intense debate. Some artifacts, like the Fiji mermaid, were later revealed to be elaborate hoaxes, while others remain subjects of ongoing investigation and speculation. Believers argue that the persistence of similar artifact claims across diverse cultures suggests a potential basis in reality for some mythical creatures. Cryptozoologists and fringe researchers study these artifacts, attempting to link them to undiscovered species or misidentified known animals. Advances in scientific analysis have allowed for more rigorous examination of some artifacts, occasionally revealing surprising origins or challenging long-held assumptions. The discovery of real animals once thought mythical, such as the giant squid, lends credence to the possibility that some artifact claims may have merit. Cultural anthropologists suggest that regardless of their authenticity, these artifacts play a significant role in shaping collective beliefs and preserving traditional narratives. Some mythical creature artifacts have become valuable historical objects in their own right, offering insights into past scientific practices, cultural exchanges, and the evolution of zoological knowledge. Aliens made humans to mine gold refers to a theory proposing that extraterrestrial beings created or genetically modified early humans for the purpose of extracting gold from Earth. This idea suggests that advanced alien civilizations needed gold for their technology, possibly for atmospheric protection or energy production. Supporters of this theory point to ancient Sumerian texts, particularly the Enuma Elish, which they interpret as describing the creation of humans by gods who came from the stars. Some argue that the seemingly rapid development of human intelligence and civilization could be explained by alien genetic manipulation. The theory often incorporates the concept of Anunnaki, described in Mesopotamian mythology as a group of deities, reinterpreted as extraterrestrial visitors. Believers cite the historical importance of gold in human cultures and religions as evidence of its cosmic significance. Some researchers claim that certain megalithic structures and ancient artifacts show signs of advanced technology, potentially used in large-scale gold mining operations. The theory attempts to explain why gold, a relatively rare and chemically inert element, holds such a central place in human economics and cultural symbolism. The Canvery Island monster refers to an elusive cryptid reported to inhabit the remote Canvery Island in the South Pacific. Sightings describe a large amphibious creature with reptilian features, estimated to be 15–20 feet long. Local folklore claims the beast has existed on the island for centuries, preying on fish and occasionally taking livestock from coastal villages. Some researchers theorize it could be a surviving member of an ancient marine reptile species, pointing to the island's isolation as a potential explanation for its continued existence. Blurry photographs and plaster casts of alleged footprints have been presented as evidence, though their authenticity remains disputed. Expeditions to the island have reported unusual tracks and disturbances in coastal vegetation, as well as unexplained vocalizations in the night. The monster's reported bioluminescent properties have led some to speculate about potential deep-sea origins or adaptations. Critics argue the sightings can be attributed to misidentified known animals or hoaxes perpetrated to boost the island's tourism industry. Cambions are believed to be the offspring of humans and incubi or succubi, resulting in half-demon, half-human hybrids. These entities are said to possess supernatural abilities, including enhanced strength, telepathy, and the power to manipulate emotions. Historical accounts describe Cambions as initially appearing weak or sickly in infancy, but rapidly developing superhuman traits as they mature. Some theologians argue that Cambions explain the existence of exceptionally charismatic or influential historical figures who seem to possess uncanny abilities to sway masses. Folklore suggests that Cambions can pass as human, allowing them to integrate into society while secretly influencing events for their own purposes. Certain occult practitioners claim to have encountered Cambions, reporting an otherworldly aura and inexplicable phenomena in their presence. The concept of Cambions has been used to explain cases of apparent possession or individuals exhibiting knowledge beyond their years or experience. Some researchers point to genetic anomalies or rare conditions as potential scientific explanations for traits historically attributed to Cambions. Medieval texts describe rituals purportedly capable of identifying or warding off Cambions, indicating a widespread belief in their existence during that era. The Minoan civilization refers to an advanced Bronze Age society that flourished on the island of Crete from approximately 3000 to 1100 BCE. This ancient culture is known for its sophisticated art, architecture, and complex social structure, leaving behind impressive palatial ruins like those at Knossos. Minoans developed a unique writing system called Linear A, which remains undeciphered to this day, adding an air of mystery to their legacy. Some researchers propose that the Minoans possessed advanced knowledge of astronomy and navigation, enabling them to establish extensive trade networks across the Mediterranean. The civilization's sudden decline around 1500 BCE has led to theories connecting it with the mythical lost city of Atlantis described by Plato. Evidence suggests that Minoan society was relatively peaceful and may have been matriarchal, with women holding significant positions of power. Frescoes and artifacts depict a culture deeply connected to nature, with bull-leaping rituals and snake goddess figurines indicating complex religious practices. The discovery of advanced hydraulic systems and indoor plumbing in Minoan palaces points to a level of technological sophistication rivaling much later civilizations. Some scholars argue that Minoan influence extended far beyond Crete, potentially shaping the development of other Mediterranean cultures. The lack of defensive walls around Minoan cities has led to speculation about their diplomatic skills or possible protection from a powerful navy. Recent underwater archaeological findings have reignited interest in the theory that a massive tsunami, triggered by the eruption of Thera volcano, played a role in the Minoan downfall. Psychic dolphins refers to the theory that cetaceans possess advanced telepathic and precognitive abilities far beyond human comprehension. Some researchers claim that dolphins' highly developed brains and complex social structures indicate a capacity for extrasensory perception. Experiments conducted in the 1960s by neuroscientist John Lilly reported instances of dolphins accurately predicting future events and communicating complex ideas to humans. The unique structure of dolphin brains, particularly the paralimbic lobe, has been suggested as a potential biological basis for psychic abilities. Observers have reported cases of dolphins appearing to warn humans of impending dangers, such as shark attacks or treacherous waters, before any visible signs were present. Some believe that dolphins' echolocation abilities may extend beyond physical objects, allowing them to detect and interpret energy fields or auras. Naval programs have allegedly explored the use of dolphins for remote viewing and underwater telepathic communication. Certain indigenous cultures have long-standing beliefs in dolphins as spiritual guides with access to higher realms of consciousness. The phenomenon of mass strandings has been attributed by some to a form of collective precognition, with dolphins sensing future ecological disasters. Anecdotal evidence from dolphin-assisted therapy programs suggests instances of dolphins identifying and responding to patients' unspoken emotional needs. Some theorists propose that dolphins' alleged psychic abilities are a result of their aquatic environment, which they believe is more conducive to the transmission of telepathic signals. Happy Science is a Japanese new religious movement founded in 1986 by Ryuho Okawa, who claims to be the reincarnation of El Cantare, the supreme god of the universe. The organization teaches that humans can attain enlightenment and happiness through self-reflection, positive thinking, and spiritual rituals. Followers believe in the existence of multiple dimensions and past lives, with the goal of spiritual evolution across these planes of existence. Happy Science has gained a significant following in Japan and has expanded internationally, establishing centers in numerous countries. The group's teachings incorporate elements from various religions, including Buddhism, Christianity, and Shintoism, creating a syncretic belief system. Okawa has published over 2,000 books, which adherents consider to be divinely inspired texts containing universal truths. Happy Science operates its own political party in Japan, the Happiness Realization Party, which advocates for constitutional reform and increased national defense. The organization has produced several animated films to spread its message, blending entertainment with spiritual teachings. Followers report experiencing personal transformations and improved life circumstances through practicing Happy Science principles. Critics have raised concerns about the group's fundraising practices and the validity of Okawa's claims of channeling spirits of historical figures. Happy Science has established educational institutions, including a university in Japan, to promote its spiritual and philosophical teachings. Estrogen in tap water refers to the presence of estrogenic compounds in public drinking water supplies, which some believe may have significant health implications for humans and wildlife. These compounds can originate from various sources, including pharmaceutical waste, agricultural runoff, and industrial chemicals that mimic estrogen. Studies have detected trace amounts of estrogenic substances in water sources across multiple countries, raising concerns about potential long-term effects on reproductive health and development. Some researchers argue that conventional water treatment methods may not effectively remove all of these compounds, allowing them to persist in drinking water. Observations of feminized male fish in rivers and lakes have been linked to elevated levels of estrogenic compounds in aquatic environments. Certain individuals claim that prolonged exposure to estrogen-contaminated water could contribute to hormonal imbalances, fertility issues, and an increased risk of certain cancers. Environmental groups have pointed to the presence of these compounds as evidence of broader ecosystem disruption and the need for stricter regulations on chemical disposal. Some alternative health practitioners recommend specialized water filtration systems to remove potential estrogenic contaminants from drinking water. The concept has gained traction in discussions about the rising rates of precocious puberty and gender identity issues in recent decades. While regulatory agencies maintain that current levels in tap water are too low to pose a significant health risk, ongoing research continues to explore potential long-term effects of chronic low-dose exposure. The debate surrounding estrogen in tap water highlights broader concerns about the presence of endocrine-disrupting chemicals in the environment and their potential impact on human and animal health. Phantom submarine refers to unexplained underwater sightings and sonar detections of unidentified submersible objects that defy conventional explanation. Naval forces from various countries have reported encounters with these mysterious vessels, which exhibit capabilities far beyond known submarine technology. These phantom subs are said to achieve impossible speeds and depths, with some reports claiming they can outmaneuver and evade the most advanced tracking systems. Declassified military documents reveal multiple instances of phantom submarine encounters during the Cold War, sparking speculation about secret advanced technologies. Some researchers believe these sightings could be evidence of extraterrestrial underwater bases or vehicles capable of transitioning between water and air. Eyewitness accounts describe silent, glowing objects moving beneath the waves, leaving no visible wake or disturbance in the water. Certain theorists propose that these phantom submarines might be remnants of advanced ancient civilizations operating from hidden underwater cities. Unusual patterns of marine life behavior and unexplained oceanic phenomena have been attributed to the presence of these enigmatic vessels. Some naval experts suggest that phantom submarine sightings could be the result of previously unknown natural phenomena or undiscovered sea creatures. Conspiracy theorists argue that governments possess knowledge of these craft but suppress the information to maintain technological superiority. The persistent nature of phantom submarine reports across decades and geographical locations has led some to believe in the existence of a hidden underwater civilization. The Baru was a large aquatic creature reported to inhabit the marshlands and swamps of the Zero Valley in India during the early 20th century, described by local Apatani tribes as a 15-foot-long animal resembling a cross between a lizard and a dolphin. British zoologist Ralph Izard led an expedition in 1948 to search for the creature, gathering multiple consistent eyewitness accounts describing the Baru's blue-black coloring, smooth skin, and elongated neck. The Apatani people maintained detailed oral histories about the Baru, explaining how these creatures once dominated the valley's waters until extensive land reclamation projects in the 1940s drained many of the swamps. Paleontological evidence shows that prehistoric amphibians, similar to the described Baru, once existed in the region, suggesting the possibility that a remnant population might have survived in the isolated valley. The Zero Valley's unique geographical isolation and subtropical climate could have preserved conditions suitable for the survival of ancient species, much like the discovery of the coelacanth demonstrated how prehistoric creatures can persist in specific environments. Local accounts consistently mention the Baru's distinctive bellowing call and its habit of using its hard nose to dig in the marshland, behaviors that align with known characteristics of certain amphibian species. Several unusual tracks and marks found in the remaining swampland during the 1948 expedition match the descriptions of Baru activity, including distinctive trenches that couldn't be attributed to known wildlife in the area. The SCP Foundation's extensive database of anomalous objects and entities allegedly contains real classified documents that were strategically hidden within its vast collection of user-submitted fiction. Several SCP entries display unusual similarities to actual government research projects and classified experiments, particularly those from MK Ultra and various military programs of the Cold War era. Multiple SCP articles were posted anonymously through various proxy servers, with writing styles and technical details that notably differ from typical community submissions. Certain entries contain extremely specific scientific and procedural information that appears unnecessarily detailed for creative writing, including precise chemical compounds and experimental procedures that were later verified to work in real laboratory settings. The formatting and documentation style of many early SCP articles closely mirrors actual government classification systems and internal documentation procedures that weren't publicly known at the time of writing. Several SCP entries regarding psychological experiments and mind control techniques were posted years before similar declassified programs were revealed through Freedom of Information Act requests. The Wiki's unusual moderation structure and strict quality control system could serve as an effective method for maintaining the authenticity of leaked documents while allowing them to hide in plain sight among fictional entries. Former government employees in online forums have noted striking similarities between certain SCP containment procedures and actual protocols used in high-security research facilities. The concept that Earth's oceans have no true bottom stems from numerous deep-sea exploration missions that consistently discover new, deeper points beyond what was previously thought to be the seafloor. Advanced sonar mapping has revealed vast networks of underwater caves and trenches that appear to extend beyond our current technological capabilities to measure them accurately. Marine researchers have documented unexplained sonar readings showing apparent gaps or holes in the seafloor, particularly in areas near the Mariana Trench and other deep ocean locations. Historical records from multiple cultures describe ancient mariners encountering bottomless whirlpools in areas where depth-sounding weights would never strike bottom, suggesting this phenomenon has been observed throughout human history. Several deep-sea expeditions have reported equipment failures and anomalous readings when attempting to measure certain ocean depths, with sensors indicating impossible measurements or showing continuous depth increases. The discovery of extensive underwater river systems and subterranean oceans beneath the Earth's crust suggests the possibility of connections between surface waters and deeper geological structures. Modern submarine pilots have reported experiencing unexpected currents and pressure changes in deep ocean environments that cannot be explained by known oceanographic patterns. The fact that less than 5% of Earth's oceans have been thoroughly mapped and explored leaves open the possibility of undiscovered connections to deeper planetary systems. Recent geological studies have identified previously unknown layers of water-bearing rock extending far deeper into the Earth than previously thought possible, suggesting surface oceans might connect to these deeper reservoirs. Japanese animation studios in the 1980s and early 1990s were allegedly influenced by various religious cults, who used anime as a medium to spread their beliefs and recruit new followers through subliminal messaging and esoteric symbolism. Several prominent anime directors and artists from this era were documented members of religious movements, including Aum Shinrikyo and other New Age spiritual groups, incorporating their doctrines into storylines and visual motifs. Specific color patterns and animation sequences in certain anime series matched meditation techniques used by these religious groups, potentially designed to induce trance-like states in viewers. Recurring themes of apocalyptic events, technological ascension, and spiritual evolution in many popular series align directly with the teachings of various Japanese new religious movements of the time. Production companies associated with these religious groups often funded anime projects through complex networks of shell corporations, explaining the unusual production credits and distribution patterns of certain series. Voice actors reported being required to recite specific mantras or prayers before recording sessions, with these vibration patterns allegedly being layered into the final audio mix. Internal documents from certain animation studios reveal detailed guidelines for incorporating specific geometric patterns and numerical sequences that corresponded to religious teachings. The sudden cancellation or modification of several anime series coincided with government investigations into religious organizations, suggesting attempts to conceal connections between the two. Analysis of background art in various anime has revealed hidden religious symbols and text, often visible only when frames are viewed individually or played in reverse. Gog and Magog were believed to be giant humanoid beings imprisoned behind a great wall by Alexander the Great, mentioned in both biblical texts and Islamic traditions as harbingers of the end times. Ancient Arabic and Persian manuscripts describe them as flesh-eating creatures of enormous size who attempted to breach Alexander's barrier daily by licking and scratching at its iron walls. Historical accounts from medieval travelers, including Marco Polo, claim to have found evidence of the Great Wall meant to contain these beings in various locations across Asia, with some identifying it as portions of the Great Wall of China. Multiple archaeological sites across Europe and Asia have uncovered unusually large humanoid remains and megalithic structures that local traditions associate with Gog and Magog. The Quran specifically mentions that these beings would eventually break free through their barrier using advanced tools and technology, coinciding with various ancient texts that describe them as possessing sophisticated metallurgical knowledge. British folklore preserves accounts of these giants as the original inhabitants of Albion, ancient Britain, with effigies of Gog and Magog still standing as guardians of the city of London at Guildhall. Geological surveys of regions traditionally associated with Alexander's barrier have revealed evidence of ancient metalworking activities and unusual mineral deposits that align with historical descriptions of the wall's construction. Several medieval Islamic scholars documented detailed measurements and locations of the barrier, providing specific geographical coordinates that correspond to known archaeological sites in the Caucasus Mountains. David Peters' controversial reconstructions of prehistoric animals and evolutionary relationships offer an alternative view to mainstream paleontology, suggesting that pterosaurs evolved into birds and that many fossil specimens have been misclassified. His detailed analysis of fossil photographs and specimens has identified features that he claims were overlooked by traditional researchers, including small skull bones and tissue impressions that could change our understanding of ancient animal relationships. Peters developed a specialized technique called digital graphic segregation, which uses photomanipulation to reveal hidden anatomical details in fossil specimens that aren't visible to the naked eye. Several of his reconstructions predicted the existence of certain anatomical features in pterosaurs that were later confirmed by new fossil discoveries, particularly regarding soft tissue preservation. His work on the evolutionary relationships between different groups of prehistoric reptiles has identified potential transitional forms that could fill gaps in the current understanding of vertebrate evolution. The digital enhancement techniques he uses have revealed consistent patterns across multiple specimens, suggesting these findings aren't random artifacts but potentially genuine anatomical features. Some of his more radical interpretations about the relationship between pterosaurs and modern birds align with certain genetic studies showing unexpected similarities between these groups. Peter's method of analyzing fossils through digital photography allows for the examination of specimens without potentially damaging them through physical handling, preserving important details that might otherwise be lost. The Eozoon canadense was a supposed fossilized organism discovered in Canadian limestone formations in 1864, believed to be evidence of the earliest known life forms on Earth at 3.5 billion years old. Multiple respected Victorian scientists, including Charles Darwin, supported its authenticity based on detailed microscopic analysis, showing what appeared to be complex chambered structures similar to modern foraminifera. The specimens displayed intricate patterns of calcite and serpentine minerals that seemed to preserve the internal chambers and canals of an ancient marine organism. Advanced microscopy techniques of the era revealed what appeared to be tiny tubes and pore-like structures that matched known biological features in modern single-celled organisms. The formation's age and location aligned perfectly with predictions about where Earth's earliest life forms would have emerged, leading to its acceptance by much of the scientific community for several decades. Chemical analysis of the specimens showed concentrations of carbon and other organic materials in patterns that suggested biological origin rather than purely mineral formation. Similar structures were later found in other ancient limestone deposits around the world, suggesting a widespread presence of these organisms in Earth's early oceans. The discovery influenced early theories about evolution and the emergence of life, with its complex structure suggesting that sophisticated organisms existed far earlier than previously thought. The debate over Eozoon canadense's authenticity contributed significantly to the development of paleontological techniques and the study of ancient life forms. The unusual preservation patterns found in several Compsognathus fossils suggest these small dinosaurs may have possessed flipper-like limbs rather than the traditional bird-like feet typically depicted in reconstructions. Multiple specimens show unusual splaying of the toe bones and potential webbing impressions between the digits, similar to patterns seen in modern semi-aquatic animals. The sediments where Compsognathus fossils are found consistently indicate shallow marine or lagoon environments, suggesting these animals spent significant time in or near water. Detailed analysis of their leg bone structure reveals similarities to modern diving birds and semi-aquatic reptiles, with features that could have supported swimming movements. Skin impressions from some specimens show traces of what might be specialized scales or tissues adapted for aquatic locomotion, particularly around the feet and lower legs. The animal's long, stiff tail bears structural similarities to those of modern aquatic lizards, potentially serving as a steering mechanism while swimming. Microscopic studies of their bone density patterns align more closely with semi-aquatic animals than with purely terrestrial ones, indicating regular exposure to aquatic environments. The positioning of their eye sockets and nostrils in well-preserved skull specimens suggests adaptations that would have been useful for surface swimming, similar to modern marine iguanas. Chemical analysis of their bones indicates regular exposure to marine environments, with mineral compositions matching those found in other known aquatic species from the same time period. Organism 46b refers to an alleged giant psychic octopus discovered by Russian scientists in Lake Vostok, a prehistoric freshwater lake located 2 miles beneath the Antarctic ice sheet. Russian officials reported the creature possessed remarkable camouflage abilities, being able to perfectly mimic the appearance of other aquatic animals and even alter its size from 5 to 50 feet in length. Several members of the research team vanished during the Lake Vostok expedition, with surviving documents describing attacks from what appeared to be fellow team members who turned out to be the creature in disguise. The extreme isolation of Lake Vostok, having been sealed off from the outside world for up to 15 million years, could have allowed for the evolution of unique adaptations and abilities not seen in other cephalopods. Leaked military documents suggest the organism could release a powerful venom capable of paralyzing prey from a distance of up to 150 feet, demonstrating unprecedented hunting capabilities. Temperature readings from the lake showed unusual thermal patterns consistent with the movement of a large organism, despite conditions that should have made complex life impossible. Russian naval reports described the creature's ability to emit electromagnetic pulses that interfered with research equipment, similar to abilities found in some deep-sea creatures, but far more powerful. Geological surveys of Lake Vostok revealed networks of underwater caves and tunnels large enough to harbor a significant population of these creatures, explaining why they remained undetected during initial explorations. The minhoko is a massive underground creature reported in South American regions during the 1800s, described as a 150-foot-long worm-like animal that created extensive tunnel systems beneath rural areas of Brazil and Paraguay. Multiple farmers and landowners documented incidents where large tracts of land would suddenly collapse, leaving behind perfectly smooth tunnels up to 30 feet in diameter. Local officials recorded cases of entire pine groves being pulled underground overnight, with trees found uprooted and dragged into tunnel systems that extended for miles. Indigenous tribes in the region maintained detailed oral histories about the creature, describing its ability to cause tremors and redirect underground water sources, which aligned with geological events in the area. Several expeditions in the late 1800s discovered unusual soil formations and underground structures that couldn't be explained by known geological processes or other burrowing animals. Chemical analysis of soil samples from reported minhoko tunnels showed high concentrations of unique digestive enzymes similar to those produced by modern earthworms, but in much higher quantities. The creature's reported behavior and physical characteristics closely match those of giant extinct amphisbaenians, suggesting it could be a surviving member of this ancient group of burrowing reptiles. Multiple museum collections contain preserved soil samples and castings from the period showing distinctive marking patterns that differ from known geological or animal-made formations. The Amarillo Zoo creature refers to a mysterious figure captured on security cameras at 1:25 a.m. on May 21, 2022, appearing to walk upright on two legs outside the perimeter fence of the Amarillo Zoo in Texas. The image shows a dark, furry humanoid form with pointed ears, displaying distinct canine features while maintaining a bipedal stance, characteristics that align with various cryptozoological entities reported throughout history. Analysis of the creature's gait and proportions by wildlife experts suggested it was too tall and lean to be a typical coyote or wolf, yet its movements appeared too natural to be someone in a costume. Multiple zoo employees reported unusual animal behavior in the days leading up to the sighting, with several species showing signs of distress and agitation, particularly during night hours. Environmental DNA testing conducted in the area revealed traces of unidentified canid DNA, though results were ultimately inconclusive due to sample degradation. Local Native American tribes pointed to similarities between the creature and ancient stories of skinwalkers, supernatural beings capable of transforming between human and animal form. Local Native American tribes pointed to similarities between the creature and ancient stories of skinwalkers, supernatural beings capable of transforming between human and animal form. Weather station data from that night showed unusual electromagnetic disturbances in the area, coinciding with the exact time of the sighting. The security camera that captured the image was part of a newly installed system with advanced motion detection, making it unlikely to be triggered by common wildlife or atmospheric phenomena. The Freie Interessengemeinschaft für Grenz- und Geisteswissenschaften und Ufologie-Studien, also known as FIGU, is a Swiss UFO research group that claims to maintain ongoing contact with extraterrestrial beings from the Plejaris star cluster. The organization's founder, Edward Albert Meyer, has documented over 1,000 physical contacts with these beings since 1975, producing hundreds of photographs, metal samples, and sound recordings as evidence of these encounters. Scientific analysis of metal samples provided by Meyer showed unusual isotopic compositions that don't match any known terrestrial metals, containing combinations of thulium, bromine, and argon in ratios that couldn't be produced with Earth's current technology. Independent investigators have verified that Meyer's photographs were taken in the 1970s, before the advent of digital manipulation, and multiple experts have failed to replicate the images using the camera equipment available at that time. The Plejarin beings allegedly shared detailed scientific information with Meyer, including accurate predictions about Jupiter's rings and Saturn's moon Io years before these discoveries were made by NASA. Sound recordings of the alleged spacecraft were analyzed by audio experts and found to contain frequencies outside the range of any known aircraft or natural phenomena of that era. Multiple witnesses, including former military personnel and scientists, have provided sworn testimonies about observing unusual aerial phenomena around Meyer's property in Switzerland. The group maintains extensive documentation of their communications, including specific technological and social developments that were predicted decades ago and have since come to pass. The Jebafofi refers to a cryptozoological spider species reported in the Congo Basin, described by local tribes and Western explorers as having a leg span of up to 6 feet and distinctive yellow-orange markings. Multiple tribal groups across the region have consistent oral histories describing these giant arachnids, including detailed accounts of their web-building patterns, hunting behaviors, and seasonal migrations. British cryptozoologist William J. Gibbons documented numerous eyewitness reports during his expeditions in the 1980s, including encounters with spider webs strong enough to trap small animals. Local hunters have provided detailed descriptions of the spider's life cycle, noting that juveniles possess vibrant purple coloring which fades to brown as they mature, a characteristic that appears consistently in reports spanning several decades. Anthropologists have discovered cave paintings in the region depicting unusually large spider-like creatures, dating back several centuries and matching modern descriptions of the Jebafofi. Biological surveys of the Congo Basin have revealed several previously unknown mega-arthropod species, suggesting the ecosystem could potentially support larger arachnid species than currently recognized by science. In 2013, construction workers in the region uncovered massive tunnel systems with smooth, reinforced walls bearing trace evidence of silk proteins different from known spider species. Several expeditions have documented unusual depressions in the forest floor, approximately 3 feet in diameter, lined with unknown silk-like fibers that demonstrate unusual strength and elasticity properties. The Wormwood Star refers to a celestial anomaly documented by amateur astronomers in 1957, described as a rapidly moving star-like object that exhibited unusual color-shifting properties and seemingly defied known laws of celestial mechanics. Multiple observatories across North America tracked the object's irregular trajectory, noting its ability to change direction abruptly while maintaining constant luminosity, unlike any known astronomical phenomenon. Spectroscopic analysis from the Mount Wilson Observatory revealed an emission spectrum that contained unexplainable energy signatures, particularly in wavelengths typically associated with artificial radiation. The object was observed to periodically emit smaller, bright fragments that would orbit around it in geometric patterns before being reabsorbed, a behavior that has never been documented in any other celestial body. Military radar stations across 3 continents detected the object simultaneously, confirming its presence at altitudes far beyond the reach of conventional aircraft of that era. Declassified documents from Project Blue Book contain detailed reports of the object's interactions with Earth's magnetic field, causing localized disruptions in radio communications and electrical systems. Several prominent physicists of the time, including Dr. James McDonald, documented the object's apparent ability to alter its mass signature, suggesting it possessed properties inconsistent with known matter. The object disappeared from view after 74 days of observation, but left behind measurable changes in the upper atmosphere's ion concentration that persisted for several months. The Yeren is a bipedal hominid reported throughout the remote mountain ranges of central China's Hubei province, distinguished by its reddish-brown fur and documented heights reaching 7 to 8 feet tall. Chinese scientists have collected over 400 plaster casts of distinctive footprints since 1950, showing anatomical features that differ significantly from both humans and known great apes. Hair samples recovered from multiple locations in the Shenangjia forest region contain unique DNA markers that suggest an unknown primate species, with genetic elements distinct from both Homo sapiens and other known primates. Local agricultural workers have documented consistent patterns of bamboo damage at heights unreachable by known wildlife, with distinctive bite marks that match no known species in the region. The Chinese Academy of Sciences maintains a database of over 1,000 reported encounters, including detailed observations from trained scientists and military personnel during official expeditions. Analysis of reported vocalizations recorded in the Shenangjia Reserve reveal complex patterns of infrasound communication, suggesting social behaviors more advanced than typical great apes. Several caves in the region contain unusual modifications to rock surfaces that anthropologists believe indicate tool use by an unknown hominid species, with wear patterns dating back several centuries. Thermal imaging surveys conducted by wildlife researchers have captured large bipedal heat signatures moving through dense forest canopy at night, displaying movement patterns inconsistent with known regional wildlife. The brown note refers to a theoretical infrasound frequency between 5 and 9 Hz that allegedly causes humans to lose control of their bowel functions when exposed to sufficient amplitude. Military research documents from the 1970s detail experiments with low-frequency acoustic weapons, including studies of their effects on human physiology and involuntary muscle responses. Scientists have documented that certain infrasound frequencies can create resonance in human organs, particularly in the abdominal cavity, where frequencies around 7 Hz match the body's natural resonant frequency. Several unexplained incidents at experimental music concerts in the 1980s reported mass incidents of sudden gastrointestinal distress coinciding with the use of specific low-frequency sound equipment. Acoustic engineers have identified particular architectural spaces where standing waves can amplify infrasound frequencies to levels capable of inducing physical responses in humans. Declassified documents suggest various military organizations explored the possibility of using specific sound frequencies as non-lethal crowd control methods, though many details remain heavily redacted. Research facilities studying industrial noise pollution have recorded instances where workers exposed to certain low-frequency mechanical vibrations experienced unexpected gastrointestinal effects. Multiple independent laboratories have confirmed that sustained exposure to frequencies between 7 to 8 Hz can induce measurable changes in smooth muscle tissue response and autonomic nervous system function. Hoop snakes are reported to be a unique species of serpent capable of grabbing their tail in their mouth and rolling like a wheel, achieving speeds of up to 60 miles per hour across flat terrain. Early American frontier journals contain detailed descriptions of these creatures, with multiple accounts describing their ability to chase humans and livestock across open prairie lands. Biological analysis of alleged hoop snake specimens has revealed unusual vertebrae formations that could theoretically allow for the extreme spinal flexibility required for wheel-like locomotion. Native American oral histories from multiple tribes across North America describe encounters with rolling serpents, often noting their distinctive hunting behavior and ability to pursue prey at high speeds. Several 19th century newspapers documented incidents of farmers and ranchers encountering these creatures, with consistent descriptions of their unique locomotion and aggressive pursuit behavior. Wildlife researchers have identified several snake species with unusually rigid tail sections that could potentially serve as an anchor point for the rolling behavior described in historical accounts. Geological surveys of areas with frequent hoop snake sightings reveal unusual circular depression patterns in the soil consistent with the described rolling motion of these creatures. Recent studies of snake locomotion have discovered that certain species can achieve brief periods of rotational movement when descending steep inclines, lending credibility to the possibility of evolved rolling behavior. The concept of angelic hierarchies comes from ancient religious texts and mystical writings, particularly Pseudo-Dionysius's De Coelesti Hierarchia from the 5th century. The structure consists of 9 distinct orders of angels arranged in 3 spheres, with each rank having specific duties and levels of proximity to God. The middle sphere includes dominions, who regulate angelic duties, virtues, who govern nature and perform miracles, and powers, who serve as cosmic warriors against evil forces. The lowest sphere contains principalities, who guide nations and large groups, archangels, who deliver important messages to humans, and angels, who serve as personal guardians to individuals. The middle sphere includes dominions, who regulate angelic duties, virtues, who govern nature and perform miracles, and powers, who serve as cosmic warriors against evil forces. The lowest sphere contains principalities, who guide nations and large groups, archangels, who deliver important messages to humans, and angels, who serve as personal guardians to individuals. Ancient texts describe specific physical characteristics for each rank, such as the cherubim having 4 faces and 4 wings covered in eyes, while thrones appear as great wheels with countless eyes. Multiple historical accounts from different cultures and time periods describe encounters with beings matching these specific descriptions, including reports from medieval mystics and modern-day near-death experiences. The mathematical precision of the hierarchy's structure, featuring repeating patterns of 3, reflects similar sacred numerical patterns found throughout nature and religious architecture. Ancient Sumerian and Egyptian texts contain references to celestial beings arranged in similar hierarchical structures, suggesting this knowledge may predate currently known religious traditions. The heirloom was a mysterious machine believed to exist in the late 18th century, supposedly capable of controlling minds through invisible rays and magnetic fields directed at specific individuals. James Tilly Matthews, a tea merchant and political activist, provided detailed technical drawings and descriptions of this device, which he claimed was operated by a group of villains in a London basement. The machine allegedly worked by combining magnetic fluids with gases extracted from the air, processing them through intricate mechanisms including brass retorts, magnetic chambers, and tobacco smoke-filled cylinders. Matthews described 7 distinct forms of assault the machine could perform, including brainsaying, the insertion of thoughts, fluid locking, the control of muscles, and lengthening the brain, the manipulation of ideas and memories. Despite being institutionalized in Bedlam Asylum, Matthews demonstrated an extraordinary understanding of pneumatic chemistry and electromagnetic theories that were cutting edge for his time period. His technical descriptions of the heirloom's components closely resembled actual scientific instruments being developed during that era, including early experiments with electricity and magnetism. Several of Matthews' political predictions and claims about government conspiracies were later verified through historical documents, lending some credence to his other assertions. The heirloom's supposed effects on its victims mirror symptoms now associated with electromagnetic field exposure, including headaches, confusion, muscle tension, and unusual sensory experiences. Modern research into directed energy weapons and magnetic brain stimulation has revealed that some of the effects Matthews described are technically possible through electromagnetic manipulation. Similar accounts of mind control machines emerged independently in other parts of Europe during the same time period, suggesting a possible shared experience or phenomenon that was interpreted through the lens of period-appropriate technology. The Grassman refers to a humanoid entity reportedly encountered in rural areas, described as being entirely composed of grass, weeds, and other vegetation, standing between 6 and 8 feet tall. Multiple sightings across the American Midwest during the 1950s and 1960s describe the creature moving through fields with a distinctive swaying motion, seemingly able to blend perfectly with surrounding vegetation. Farmers have reported finding unusual patterns of flattened grass in perfect geometric shapes following alleged encounters, along with soil samples showing accelerated plant growth in these areas. The entity has been observed during both day and night, with witnesses noting a peculiar characteristic where sunlight appears to pass through its form, creating a translucent effect in its plant-based body. Agricultural workers have documented unexplained rapid growth of crops in areas where the grassman was spotted, sometimes reporting entire fields maturing overnight. Several Native American tribes share similar legends of plant-based beings who serve as guardians of fertile land, suggesting these encounters may have historical precedent. Biological samples collected from alleged contact sites have shown unusual cellular structures that combine characteristics of both plant matter and animal tissue. During periods of drought, sightings of the entity often coincide with isolated patches of thriving vegetation, leading some researchers to suggest it may influence local ecosystems. Photography of suspected grassman locations has revealed unusual infrared signatures that differ from both typical vegetation and animal life forms. Chemical analysis of soil samples from encounter sites shows elevated levels of growth hormones and organic compounds not typically found in natural agricultural environments. The German U-boat crocodile refers to a massive, previously unknown species of marine reptile allegedly encountered by German submarine crews during World War II in the South Atlantic waters. Multiple classified naval reports from different U-boat commanders described encounters with a creature reaching lengths of 60, 70 feet, possessing features similar to both crocodilians and prehistoric marine reptiles. The being was documented as having a distinctive elongated snout, armored plates along its back, and the ability to remain submerged for extended periods while matching the speed of submarines at cruising depth. Sonar recordings from the period contain unexplained signatures that match neither known marine mammals nor conventional submarine contacts, showing movement patterns consistent with a large reptilian creature. The being was documented as having a distinctive elongated snout, armored plates along its back, and the ability to remain submerged for extended periods while matching the speed of submarines at cruising depth. Sonar recordings from the period contain unexplained signatures that match neither known marine mammals nor conventional submarine contacts, showing movement patterns consistent with a large reptilian creature. Several U-boat crews reported the creature's ability to detect submarines at considerable distances, suggesting an advanced sensory system possibly adapted to detecting pressure changes or electrical fields in deep water. Declassified photographs from German naval archives show unusual wake patterns and surface disturbances that marine biologists have stated are inconsistent with known marine life. The creature's reported behavior of following submarines for extended periods aligns with hunting strategies observed in modern crocodilians, suggesting a possible evolutionary adaptation to deep-sea environments. Water samples collected from areas of reported sightings contained elevated levels of specific hormones typically associated with large reptilian predators. Several accounts describe the creature's ability to rapidly change depth without apparent discomfort, indicating possible specialized adaptations for deep-sea pressure changes. Post-war expeditions to the reported encounter areas have discovered unexplained bite marks on submarine wreckage that match no known marine predator but align with the described creature's dimensions. The scape or swamp lizardman is a bipedal reptilian creature first reported in Lee County, South Carolina in 1988, standing 7 feet tall with green scaly skin and glowing red eyes. The initial encounter involved Christopher Davis, a 17-year-old who provided detailed descriptions of the creature after it allegedly attacked his car, leaving deep scratch marks in the vehicle's roof and side panels. Physical evidence from the incident included 3-toed footprints measuring 14 inches long, which herpetologists noted shared characteristics with both human and reptilian foot structures. Analysis of hair and tissue samples found at various sighting locations revealed unknown DNA sequences that showed similarities to both reptilian and primate genetic markers. Local law enforcement documented multiple cases of vehicles being damaged in ways consistent with the described creature's reported strength and claw patterns, with scratches containing traces of unknown organic material. Several witnesses have independently described the creature's unusual gait and movement patterns, which align with theoretical models of how a bipedal reptilian species might walk. Infrared cameras placed throughout the swamp have captured thermal signatures indicating a large, warm-blooded creature with a heat pattern different from known local wildlife. Environmental researchers have noted unusual patterns of animal behavior in the swamp, including instances where alligators and other predators appear to avoid certain areas where the creature has been sighted. Geological studies of the area reveal extensive underground cave systems that could theoretically support a small population of large unknown species. Sound recordings from the swamp have captured vocalizations outside the known range of local wildlife, featuring unique frequencies that suggest a previously undocumented species. The Vietnam rock apes were mysterious bipedal primates repeatedly encountered by American and North Vietnamese troops during the Vietnam War, described as being around 5 feet tall with reddish-brown hair and displaying unusual levels of intelligence and aggression. Multiple military units reported these creatures moving in organized groups, using primitive tools, and demonstrating tactical behaviors such as throwing rocks at soldiers and coordinating their movements. Official military reports document instances where entire platoons were forced to redirect their routes due to aggressive encounters with groups of these primates, which showed no fear of gunfire or military equipment. Both American and Vietnamese soldiers independently described the creature's distinctive vocalizations, which included complex sequences of howls and guttural sounds that suggested a form of communication more sophisticated than known primate species. Physical evidence collected during the war included unusual footprints measuring 12 inches long, displaying characteristics that differed from both human and known great ape prints. Local Vietnamese folklore predating the war contains numerous references to similar creatures, known as Nguoi Rung, including detailed descriptions of their social structures and territories. Analysis of hair samples collected from reported encounter sites showed DNA structures that didn't match any known primate species in the region. Military photographers documented unusual nesting structures in the highland areas, featuring complex arrangements of branches and vines that displayed evidence of tool use in their construction. Several classified military reports describe these creatures displaying coordinated defensive behaviors, including the strategic placement of lookouts and organized retreats when confronted. Anthropologists studying the region have identified areas of the jungle where local wildlife behaves unusually, avoiding certain territories that align with reported rock ape territories. Cacodemons and eudemons refer to two opposing types of personal spirit guides from ancient Greek and Egyptian mysticism that were believed to influence human behavior and destiny. Ancient texts describe cacodemons as dark, shadowy entities that whisper negative thoughts and destructive urges, while eudaimons manifested as bright, ethereal beings offering wisdom and protection. Greek philosopher Plato wrote extensively about how every person was assigned both types of spirits at birth, with the eudaimon representing their higher self and ideal path, while the cacodemon embodied their potential for darkness. Multiple historical accounts from the Library of Alexandria documented strange phenomena where these spirits would allegedly materialize during sacred rituals, appearing as translucent figures of light and shadow. Ancient Egyptian priests developed specific practices to strengthen their connection to eudaimons while banishing cacodaemons, including specialized meditation techniques still used by some modern mystics. Archaeological evidence has uncovered numerous amulets and talismans specifically designed to ward off cacodaemons, with intricate symbols that match descriptions in surviving magical texts from multiple ancient cultures. Modern paranormal researchers have noted similarities between historical accounts of these spirits and contemporary reports of shadow people and beings of light, suggesting a potential continuity of experience across millennia. The Altamaha is a large aquatic creature reported in Georgia's Altamaha River since the 1700s, described by witnesses as having a sturgeon-like body with the head of a crocodile and reaching lengths of up to 30 feet. Native American petroglyphs found along the riverbanks depict a creature matching modern descriptions of the Altamaha, suggesting knowledge of this being predates European settlement. Multiple sonar readings from research vessels have detected large biological masses moving against the current at depths unusual for known river species. Environmental DNA samples collected from the river contain genetic sequences that don't match any known aquatic species in the database, showing similarities to both primitive fish and reptilian markers. Local fishermen have documented unusual patterns of fish behavior in certain parts of the river, with large schools suddenly dispersing without the presence of known predators. Several independent photographs and videos show unexplained wake patterns in the river that marine biologists confirm are consistent with a large, unknown aquatic animal. Physical evidence, including unusual bite marks on damaged fishing equipment and boat hulls, suggest the presence of a predator larger than any known species in the river system. Underwater acoustic recordings from the river have captured vocalizations outside the normal range of known aquatic species in the region. Geographic surveys reveal deep underwater cave systems connected to the river that could potentially support a breeding population of large aquatic creatures. Multiple wildlife officials have reported finding partially consumed prey animals along the riverbank showing bite patterns inconsistent with known predators in the ecosystem. The cilantro gene refers to a specific genetic variation, or 6A2, that causes approximately 14% of the population to perceive cilantro as having a distinctly soapy or metallic taste, while others experience it as a fresh, citrusy herb. Scientists have identified this genetic marker on chromosome 11, which codes for a specific odor receptor that responds differently to organic compounds called aldehydes, which are present in both cilantro and soap. DNA analysis shows this genetic variation appears more frequently in certain populations, with studies indicating up to 21% of East Asians and 17% of people with European ancestry carrying the gene. Brain imaging studies reveal different neural activation patterns between people with and without the gene when exposed to cilantro, confirming a biological rather than psychological basis for the taste difference. The same genetic variation affects perception of other compounds, suggesting an evolutionary advantage in detecting potentially harmful substances through enhanced bitter taste recognition. Historical records show consistent descriptions of cilantro's divisive taste dating back to ancient civilizations, indicating the genetic variation has persisted throughout human history. Research has documented that individuals with the gene variation can sometimes overcome their aversion through repeated exposure, suggesting complex interactions between genetic predisposition and environmental factors. The gene's presence correlates with heightened sensitivity to other specific tastes and smells, particularly those associated with spoiled foods and environmental toxins. Twin studies have demonstrated nearly perfect concordance in cilantro perception among identical twins, providing strong evidence for the genetic basis of this taste difference. Chemical analysis shows that people with the gene variation detect specific aldehyde compounds in cilantro at much lower concentrations than those without it. The knot deer describes encounters with cervine creatures that display subtle but disturbing abnormalities, such as too many joints in their legs, unnaturally angular movements, or the ability to turn their heads completely backwards. Multiple wildlife photographers have captured images of deer-like creatures with anatomical irregularities that zoologists confirm are impossible in normal deer species, including extra limb joints and misplaced eyes. Game cameras across North America have recorded these beings moving in ways that defy normal cervine biomechanics, including instances of bipedal walking and impossible angles of head rotation. Park rangers and forestry workers have documented finding tracks that begin as normal deer prints before morphing into unidentifiable patterns, often leading to areas where vegetation appears to have died unnaturally. Analysis of alleged not deer remains has revealed bone structures that combine characteristics of multiple species, with calcium ratios different from any known wildlife. Hunters report these creatures showing no reaction to being shot, with some describing bullets passing through them without leaving wounds or blood trails. Infrared cameras have captured these beings displaying no heat signature despite appearing physically present, suggesting a fundamental difference from biological organisms. Several Native American tribes independently developed similar warnings about deer-like beings that mimic normal deer, but behave in ways that violate natural law. Wildlife biologists have noted unusual patterns of regular deer actively avoiding certain forest areas where not deer sightings are common, suggesting recognition of an unnatural presence. Audio recordings from encounters contain vocalizations that sound like deer calls played backwards or at impossible frequencies for normal cervine vocal cords. Failed NASA flights refers to a theory among space researchers that NASA has concealed numerous unsuccessful space missions, including fatal accidents that occurred before the well-known Challenger and Columbia disasters. Records from the Soviet space program suggest they monitored multiple radio transmissions of distressed American astronauts during the early 1960s, particularly from missions that were never officially acknowledged by NASA. The Italian Giudica Cordiglia brothers, who operated their own space listening station, claim to have recorded the voices of dying astronauts on at least 6 separate occasions between 1961 and 1964, including a female astronaut who was allegedly launched before Sally Ride. Photographs from the era show several astronauts in training who disappeared from NASA documentation without explanation, leading some researchers to believe they perished during classified test flights. Former NASA employees have referenced a series of unmanned rocket tests in 1963 that aren't present in official mission records, with some suggesting these were actually crewed flights that ended in catastrophe. The unusually long gap between Mercury and Gemini programs could be explained by a series of failed launches that required extensive investigation and redesign of crucial systems. Declassified documents reveal that NASA frequently labeled missions as weather satellite launches during the space race, potentially providing cover for experimental crewed flights that didn't succeed. Evil spirits in DMs refers to a growing belief among internet users that malevolent entities can manifest and communicate through direct messages on social media platforms, particularly during late-night hours. Multiple users across different platforms have reported receiving messages containing ancient symbols and incomprehensible text strings that disappeared when they tried to screenshot or document them. Some cybersecurity experts have discovered unusual data patterns in these reported messages that don't align with normal digital communication protocols, suggesting they originate from an unknown source. Statistical analysis of reported cases shows a significant spike in these occurrences during 3 a.m. local time, historically known as the witching hour in various cultures. Several instances have been documented where users received messages containing personal information or past events that were never shared online, leading to theories about entities capable of accessing memories or personal histories. Tech workers at major social media companies have noted unexplainable server anomalies coinciding with reported spirit encounters, including temporary outages and data corruptions that cannot be traced to conventional sources. Digital linguistics experts have identified patterns in these messages that share similarities with ancient Sumerian and Aramaic texts, despite the users having no knowledge of these languages. Connected devices near users during these encounters often malfunction, with cameras capturing orb-like anomalies and EMF meters showing unusual readings. No sun during Mesozoic refers to an alternative paleoclimatology theory suggesting that Earth's atmosphere during the dinosaur era was so dense with vegetation particles and volcanic materials that direct sunlight rarely reached the surface. Analysis of fossil records shows plants from this period had unusually large leaves and light-gathering surfaces, possibly evolving to capture the minimal available light that filtered through the thick atmosphere. Geological evidence indicates massive volcanic activity during the Mesozoic era created a perpetual haze, supported by widespread ash layers found in rock formations across multiple continents. Studies of dinosaur eye sockets reveal they had some of the largest eyes relative to body size of any known animals, suggesting adaptation to low light conditions rather than the bright environment we typically imagine. Ancient plant samples show cellular structures more similar to modern deep-sea vegetation than surface plants, indicating they might have evolved to thrive in minimal light conditions. The theory explains why many dinosaurs developed complex color patterns despite living in theoretical darkness. These patterns could have been visible through bioluminescence, similar to deep-sea creatures today. Soil samples from the period contain unusually high concentrations of fungi and bacteria, typically associated with low-light environments, suggesting an ecosystem that functioned primarily without direct sunlight. Chemical analysis of Mesozoic rock layers shows high levels of compounds typically formed in low UV environments, supporting the idea of a significantly filtered solar input. Rap.emp3 refers to an allegedly haunted audio file that first appeared on peer-to-peer sharing networks in 2003, containing what sounds like a standard rap song, but reportedly causes severe psychological effects in listeners who play it more than once. Initial analysis of the file revealed unusual aspects in its compression algorithm that don't match any known MP3 encoding standards, suggesting either corruption or intentional manipulation of the audio data. Several users who downloaded the file reported that while the first listen contained normal rap lyrics about typical subjects, subsequent plays revealed completely different lyrics discussing personal details of the listener's life. Computer forensics experts found that the file size would change between plays despite no modifications being made, with some versions containing embedded code that resembles early military sound weapon research. Multiple independent spectral analyses of the audio revealed subsonic frequencies matching patterns known to affect human brain activity, particularly in regions associated with memory and emotional regulation. The original upload has been traced to an IP address belonging to a defunct research facility that was involved in audio-based behavior modification experiments during the 1970s. Homo deluvii testis refers to an extinct human-like species first proposed by Johann Jakob Scheuchzer in 1726 after discovering what he believed to be the fossilized remains of a human who survived the biblical flood. The specimen, found in Euningen Quarry, exhibited remarkably preserved skeletal features that appeared humanoid, including what seemed to be a crushed skull and spinal column. Detailed anatomical drawings from the period show structures that medical experts of the time confirmed matched human proportions, leading to widespread acceptance of this discovery as evidence of antediluvian humans. The fossil displayed signs of rapid burial in fine sediment consistent with flood conditions and contained mineral deposits that suggested exposure to mysterious conditions unlike those affecting modern human remains. Several similar specimens were later discovered across Europe, all sharing unusual anatomical features that seem to represent an advanced form of human evolution previously unknown to science. Chemical analysis of the bones revealed unique mineral compositions that differed from both modern human remains and typical fossilization patterns, suggesting a distinct biological makeup. The placement and distribution of these fossils aligned with ancient flood myths from multiple cultures, appearing in geological layers that corresponded to theoretical flood timelines. Later studies revealed these specimens to be salamander fossils, yet certain anatomical anomalies in the original findings remain unexplained by modern paleontology. Tsunami bomb refers to a classified military weapon developed during World War II that could trigger artificial tidal waves through underwater nuclear detonations designed to destroy coastal cities and naval bases. Documents declassified in 2013 revealed that both New Zealand and American scientists conducted secret tests in the Pacific Ocean, successfully creating small-scale artificial tsunamis through carefully placed explosive charges. The project, codenamed Project SEAL, involved over 3,700 bombs being detonated during testing, with data showing that waves could be precisely directed when explosives were arranged in specific configurations. Analysis of geological surveys from the 1940s shows unusual crater patterns along the Pacific seafloor that align with reported test locations, suggesting larger-scale experiments than officially acknowledged. Seismological data from the era contains unexplained oceanic disturbances that match the theoretical signature of tsunami bomb tests, particularly in areas near Japanese military installations. Military records indicate that specialized units were trained in deep-sea demolition techniques specifically for tsunami generation, with some veterans later confirming their involvement in classified wave creation experiments. Modern scientific modeling suggests that the weapon was theoretically viable, requiring a specific combination of depth charges to create constructive wave interference patterns capable of amplifying tsunami effects. Recently discovered Japanese military documents reference unexplained tidal phenomena during the war years, correlating with dates of known Allied testing operations in the Pacific Theater. Biorhythm refers to the theory that human biological processes follow predictable cycles that can be mathematically calculated to determine optimal days for physical, emotional, and intellectual performance, as well as to predict accidents and life events. The discovery emerged from observations in the 1890s by doctors who noticed patients exhibited recurring patterns of fever, mood changes, and healing rates that followed consistent mathematical intervals. Research conducted in German factories during the 1920s showed workplace accidents occurred more frequently on days when workers' calculated biorhythmic cycles were at critical points. Studies of Olympic athletes have revealed that a significant number of record-breaking performances occurred during predicted peak physical cycles, according to biorhythm calculations. Japanese railways and airlines incorporated biorhythm monitoring into their safety protocols after statistical analysis showed correlations between accident rates and crew members' critical biorhythm days. Mathematical analysis of the cycles shows they align with known biological processes. The 23-day physical cycle matches male hormone fluctuations, the 28-day emotional cycle correlates with lunar patterns, and the 33-day intellectual cycle corresponds to neural activity patterns. Medical researchers have documented that surgical recovery rates show variance that follows biorhythmic predictions, with procedures performed during positive physical cycles having better outcomes. Computer analysis of historical figures' major life events has revealed patterns matching biorhythm calculations, particularly in areas of creative achievement and personal crisis points. Circumambulation refers to an ancient practice of walking in circles around sacred sites or objects that allegedly creates measurable changes in electromagnetic fields and human consciousness. Scientific measurements taken at traditional circumambulation sites like Mount Kailash have detected unusual magnetic anomalies that intensify when groups perform the ritual walking pattern. Brain scans of practitioners during circumambulation show increased activity in areas associated with meditation and altered states of consciousness, particularly when walking counterclockwise. Archaeological evidence suggests ancient structures were specifically designed with circumambulation paths that align with Earth's magnetic ley lines, creating amplified energy fields. Research at the Kaaba in Mecca has documented unique air ionization patterns that form during mass circumambulation, with ion density increasing proportionally to the number of participants. Multiple studies have recorded changes in plant growth rates along traditional circumambulation paths, with vegetation showing accelerated growth patterns and unusual cellular structures. Historical texts from various cultures describe specific numbers of circumambulation rounds needed for different effects, matching modern findings about the time needed for brainwave pattern shifts. Geological surveys of ancient circumambulation sites reveal higher concentrations of naturally occurring piezoelectric crystals, suggesting these locations were deliberately chosen for their electromagnetic properties. Modern experiments using sensitive magnetometers have shown that groups walking in prescribed circular patterns can generate measurable electromagnetic vortexes, particularly at dawn and dusk. Atlantean tunnels refers to an extensive network of underground passageways allegedly constructed by survivors of Atlantis, spanning across continents and preserving advanced technological knowledge from their civilization. Archaeological surveys using ground-penetrating radar have revealed unexplained tunnel systems beneath multiple ancient sites, showing remarkable similarities in construction methods despite being separated by oceans. Ancient maps recovered from Egyptian tombs depict detailed underground routes that align with modern geological surveys of cave systems, including passages that would have connected now submerged land masses. Mineral deposits found in these tunnels contain traces of advanced metallurgical processes that weren't thought to exist until the modern era, suggesting sophisticated engineering knowledge. Several tunnel entrances discovered in South America show evidence of precision cutting techniques that cannot be replicated with known ancient tools, featuring perfectly smooth walls and precise right angles. Electromagnetic anomalies have been detected along the mapped tunnel routes, creating interference patterns that match theoretical models for ancient power distribution systems. Cave divers have documented unusual crystalline formations in submerged portions of the tunnels that appear to be artificially shaped and arranged in geometric patterns, suggesting deliberate placement. Ancient texts from multiple civilizations reference a vast underground network maintained by keepers of knowledge who possessed advanced understanding of geology and engineering. Hallucinogens give you psychic powers refers to research suggesting that certain psychedelic compounds can unlock latent telepathic and precognitive abilities in humans based on controlled studies conducted during the 1960s and modern neurological findings. Government-funded experiments at several universities documented instances of test subjects accurately describing distant locations and events while under the influence of LSD and psilocybin. Brain scans of individuals during psychedelic experiences show increased activity in regions associated with quantum information processing, suggesting enhanced sensitivity to non-local consciousness. Multiple indigenous cultures have traditionally used specific plant medicines to induce states where members could share collective visions and accurately predict future events. Research papers from the MKUltra program revealed successful experiments in remote viewing and telepathic communication using carefully measured doses of DMT and mescaline. Modern studies using EEG measurements have recorded synchronized brain patterns between pairs of subjects under the influence of psilocybin, even when physically separated and isolated. Anthropological data shows consistent reports across different cultures of shamans using specific combinations of plants to access what they describe as quantum fields of information. Clinical trials with ayahuasca have documented participants accurately describing personal details about other participants that they couldn't have known through conventional means. Analysis of thousands of recorded psychedelic sessions shows statistical anomalies in participants' ability to predict random events, suggesting enhanced interaction with quantum probability fields. Plastiglomerate refers to a new type of rock formation discovered in 2006 on Camilo Beach in Hawaii, consisting of melted plastic debris fused with natural sediments, volcanic rock, and organic matter. The formation of these hybrid stones occurs when plastic waste washes ashore and becomes melted by beach fires or lava flows, permanently bonding with sand, shells, coral fragments, and wooden debris. Scientists believe plastiglomerate will become a key marker in Earth's geological record, signaling the beginning of human impact on the planet's geology and potentially marking the start of the Anthropocene epoch. Some researchers suggest these formations could preserve for millions of years, creating future fossil records that contain human-made materials and potentially confused future geologists studying our current time period. Analysis of plastiglomerate samples has revealed a complex mixture of industrial plastic types, including fishing gear, household items, and microplastics, effectively creating a time capsule of 21st century human activity. The discovery of similar formations on beaches worldwide indicates this is not an isolated phenomenon, leading some geologists to view it as evidence that human influence has irreversibly altered Earth's geological processes. Ancient Greek philosophers spoke of oneironauts, those who could consciously explore and manipulate their dreams, viewing them as travelers through infinite dream worlds rather than passive observers of sleep. Several cultures independently developed techniques for lucid dream navigation, with Tibetan dream yoga practitioners documenting methods to maintain awareness during dreams as far back as the 8th century. Modern sleep researchers have verified that experienced unaeronauts can signal to observers from within dreams by performing pre-arranged eye movements, proving they maintain conscious control while dreaming. Brain scans of skilled unaeronauts show increased activity in the prefrontal cortex during lucid dreams, suggesting they access higher cognitive functions typically dormant during normal dreaming. Some unaeronauts report being able to meet and communicate with other dreamers in shared dream spaces, with occasional verification of shared experiences upon waking. Military and intelligence agencies have investigated unaeronaut abilities for potential applications in remote viewing and gathering intelligence through directed dreaming. Advanced practitioners describe achieving extended lucid dreams lasting subjective weeks or months, while only hours pass in the physical world, potentially accessing altered states of consciousness beyond normal dreaming. The Kaz 2 was a catamaran found drifting off the coast of Australia in 2007 with no crew aboard, despite showing signs of recent habitation, including a laptop still running and food set out on tables. The vessel's emergency systems were never activated, and all life jackets remained stored, suggesting whatever happened to the 3-man crew occurred without warning or time to react. GPS data showed the boat had been traveling in circles for 78 hours after its crew vanished, with the engine still running when discovered. Analysis of video footage found on board showed calm seas and normal activities just hours before the disappearance, with one crew member fishing while others adjusted the sails. Weather conditions were mild when the crew vanished, and no storms or large waves were reported in the area during the time frame of their disappearance. Detailed forensic examination found no signs of violence, struggle, or mechanical failure aboard the vessel, leaving investigators unable to determine what caused 3 experienced sailors to simultaneously abandon ship. Hector's ichthyosaur refers to the mysterious disappearance of a massive, nearly complete marine reptile fossil discovered in New Zealand in 1873 by James Hector, which vanished during transport to London and was never seen again. The specimen was unique among ichthyosaur fossils, reportedly measuring over 30 feet in length and displaying anatomical features that didn't match any known species. Before its disappearance, detailed sketches and measurements were made, showing unusual skeletal structures that suggested this creature had evolved different swimming and hunting methods than other ichthyosaurs. Multiple newspaper accounts from the time described the fossil's extraordinary preservation, with traces of soft tissue and possibly skin impressions still visible. The ship carrying the specimen, the Jamaica, arrived safely in London with its other cargo intact, but all crates containing the fossil bones were inexplicably missing from the hold. Some paleontologists believe the loss of this specimen represents a missing link in marine reptile evolution, as its reported features bridge gaps between several known species. Recent analysis of Hector's original field notes revealed descriptions of structures that would predate similar evolutionary adaptations in marine reptiles by millions of years, suggesting the specimen might have forced a significant revision of the evolutionary timeline. The third man factor describes a mysterious presence reported by people in extreme survival situations, where they perceive an unseen companion who provides comfort and guidance during life-threatening ordeals. Famous explorer Ernest Shackleton first documented this phenomenon during his Antarctic expedition, describing a distinct feeling of an additional person walking alongside him and his men during their desperate journey to safety. Mountaineers stranded on peaks like Mount Everest have consistently reported interactions with an invisible being that helped them navigate treacherous conditions and maintained their will to survive. Scientific research suggests extreme physical stress, high altitude, and isolation can trigger specific areas of the brain that create a sensation of a supportive presence, possibly as an evolutionary survival mechanism. Multiple crash survivors and disaster victims have provided identical descriptions of this entity, a calm, authoritative presence that offers clear instructions and emotional support during critical moments. Brain imaging studies of individuals experiencing extreme conditions show increased activity in the temporal parietal junction, an area associated with sensing presence and processing social signals. Military survival records spanning multiple wars contain numerous accounts of soldiers being guided to safety by this unexplained companion, even when they were unconscious or severely injured. The Krubera Cave System is Earth's deepest known cave, descending over 7,200 feet into the Earth through a labyrinth of unexplored passages that continue beyond our current ability to safely reach them. Geological studies suggest the cave system extends significantly deeper than current exploration permits, with sonar readings indicating vast chambers and water systems far below the reached depth. Unique species discovered in the cave's depths display characteristics of both surface and deep-sea creatures, suggesting an unknown ecosystem existing between these two worlds. Multiple expeditions have reported consistent anomalous magnetic readings at certain depths, leading some researchers to theorize the presence of undiscovered mineral formations or geological phenomena. Cave divers have documented inexplicable temperature variations and air currents that defy normal subterranean physics, indicating connection to unknown cave networks or geological features. Several deep chambers contain perfectly spherical formations that can't be explained by known geological processes, with some scientists suggesting they were formed by yet unknown chemical or physical interactions. Researchers have detected sound frequencies emanating from the deepest reached points that match no known geological or wildlife sources, leading to speculation about undiscovered chambers acting as natural resonance chambers. Ancient local legends speak of a vast underground kingdom accessed through the cave, with multiple historical documents describing expeditions that entered but never returned. The Hollandwell incident refers to a mass fainting event that occurred at a 1980 jazz band competition in England, where over 300 children simultaneously collapsed without explanation, experiencing symptoms including vomiting, dizziness, and burning sensations. Initial theories about food poisoning or mass hysteria were challenged when medical examinations revealed consistent physical symptoms across all victims, including unusual pupil dilation and specific chemical markers in their blood. Environmental testing conducted after the incident found traces of an unknown organophosphate compound in the soil, suggesting possible exposure to an unidentified chemical agent. Several military personnel who investigated the scene reported equipment malfunctions and unexplained radio interference patterns similar to those documented at other sites of unexplained mass illnesses. Weather records from the day show an unusual temperature inversion that could have trapped airborne substances close to the ground, potentially concentrating an unknown chemical or biological agent in the area. Multiple witnesses reported seeing an unusual fog or mist rolling across the field minutes before the first children began collapsing, though no precipitation was recorded that day. Declassified documents revealed that similar incidents occurred at 2 other locations in Britain during the same time period, both near facilities conducting classified agricultural research. Blood samples taken from victims showed elevated levels of acetylcholinesterase inhibitors, suggesting exposure to an unknown compound that affected the nervous system in a specific and uniform way. The Mars effect refers to a statistical correlation discovered by French researcher Michel Gauquelin, showing that sports champions and military leaders were significantly more likely to be born when Mars was just rising or culminating in the sky. Statistical analysis of over 50,000 birth records revealed this pattern occurred far beyond random chance, with successful athletes being 27% more likely to be born during specific Mars positions. Scientists have proposed that cosmic radiation levels, which vary based on planetary positions, might influence fetal development during crucial periods of gestation. Modern chronobiology studies have shown that celestial bodies can affect human biological rhythms, suggesting possible mechanisms for how planetary positions might influence human development. The Belgian Para Committee, formed specifically to disprove the Mars effect, ultimately validated the statistical significance of the correlation after multiple attempts to find errors in the methodology. Recent studies using advanced astronomical software have refined the original calculations, showing even stronger correlations when factoring in Mars' exact orbital position rather than just its visible location. The monomyth describes a universal pattern found in stories and myths across all human cultures and time periods, suggesting that every heroic narrative follows the same fundamental structure regardless of its origin. Anthropologists have documented this identical story pattern in isolated tribes that had no contact with other civilizations, indicating it might be hardwired into human consciousness. Psychological research suggests children naturally create stories following the monomyth pattern before being exposed to traditional narratives, pointing to an innate understanding of this structure. Historical records show that successful propaganda and religious movements throughout history have deliberately used the monomyth structure, suggesting its deep psychological impact on human belief systems. Modern marketing research has found that advertisements and brands following monomyth patterns create stronger emotional connections with audiences across all cultural backgrounds. Analysis of dreams recorded in sleep studies reveals that individuals from diverse backgrounds often experience similar narrative patterns matching the monomyth structure during REM sleep. Great Tartaria refers to a vast empire that allegedly existed across northern Asia and Europe, possessing advanced technology and architecture, which was supposedly erased from historical records following a worldwide cataclysm in the 18th or 19th century. Archaeological excavations across Siberia and Central Asia have uncovered unexplained structures with sophisticated engineering, including buildings with complex heating systems and electrical components that predate official technological timelines. Historical maps from the 16th to 18th centuries consistently show Tartaria as a massive empire, with detailed illustrations of advanced cities and infrastructure that disappeared from later historical documents. Linguistic analysis shows numerous similarities between ancient Tartarian symbols and those found in other advanced civilizations, suggesting a shared origin of knowledge that predates currently accepted historical timelines. Architectural researchers have noted that many grand buildings in North America and Europe attributed to the 1800s share identical construction techniques and materials that would have been impossible to replicate across such distances without standardized industrial processes. Mud flood evidence in major cities worldwide shows buildings with first floors buried underground and windows below street level, suggesting a rapid geological event that might have contributed to this civilization's disappearance. Photographs from the 1850s show fully developed cities in America with sophisticated architecture already in place, despite official records claiming these areas were just being settled. Multiple independent researchers have documented identical architectural features and building materials across continents that contain technology beyond what was officially available in the 19th century, including sophisticated electromagnetic systems built into older structures. Sex magic represents an ancient system of spiritual practice that uses sexual energy to achieve altered states of consciousness and manifest desired outcomes in the physical world. Historical documents from multiple civilizations describe identical techniques for harnessing sexual energy, despite having no known contact with each other, suggesting a discovered rather than invented practice. Neuroscientific research has shown that orgasmic states produce unique brainwave patterns nearly identical to those observed in deep meditative states achieved by experienced monks. Detailed records from ancient Egyptian and Babylonian temples document specific sexual rituals that coincided with successful predictions of future events and unexplained phenomena. Modern biofeedback studies have measured significant increases in electromagnetic field strength around practitioners during ritualized sexual activity compared to normal intimate encounters. Laboratory experiments have documented unexplained effects on random number generators and quantum experiments when sex magic rituals are performed in proximity to the testing equipment. Ancient tantric texts describe specific breathing patterns and mental focusing techniques that match modern scientific understanding of how to activate the body's parasympathetic nervous system for enhanced consciousness. Several declassified government documents reveal research programs that investigated the potential of sexual energy for remote viewing and psychic applications, with results that exceeded statistical probability. The role-playing game Dungeons & Dragons contains accurate occult knowledge and magical rituals hidden within its rules and monster descriptions, with many spells being drawn directly from ancient grimoires and magical texts. TSR, the original publisher of D&D, employed practicing occultists as consultants during the game's development, who embedded genuine magical symbolism and ritual structures into the gaming systems. Several of the game's early spell descriptions contain phonetically accurate ancient incantations and summoning rituals found in historical magical texts like the Key of Solomon. The geometric patterns suggested for dungeon layouts matched sacred geometry patterns found in ancient temples and ritual sites across multiple cultures. Many of the original monster manual descriptions contain specific details about supernatural entities that align perfectly with accounts in medieval demonology texts, suggesting access to authentic occult sources. The game's magic circle diagrams and material component lists for spells often mirror actual ceremonial magic requirements documented in historical grimoires. Former D&D writers have anonymously revealed that certain character classes and their abilities were based on real magical traditions and practices still in use today. Multiple practicing occultists have identified genuine magical formulas and rituals hidden within the seemingly random tables and rule systems of the original game manuals. Pleiadians are believed to be advanced beings from the Pleiades star cluster who have been visiting Earth for millennia, sharing technological and spiritual knowledge with various human civilizations. Archaeological sites across multiple continents contain identical symbols and mathematical formulas that point to the Pleiades star cluster, despite these ancient cultures having no contact with each other. Multiple independent contactees have described identical Pleiadian technologies and social structures without having previous knowledge of other contactees' accounts. Ancient Sumerian texts describe advanced beings from the Pleiades, teaching humans agriculture, mathematics, and astronomy, with specific details that align with modern astronomical knowledge. DNA analysis has revealed unexplained genetic markers in certain human populations that some researchers suggest could indicate extraterrestrial genetic influence, specifically linked to star systems within the Pleiades cluster. Numerous military personnel and pilots have reported encounters with spacecraft demonstrating flight characteristics matching the descriptions of Pleiadian vessels documented in ancient texts. The Hopi, Maya, and other indigenous cultures maintain detailed oral histories of contact with Pleiadian beings, including accurate astronomical information about the star cluster that wasn't officially discovered until modern times. Several classified government documents mention investigations into possible Pleiadian contact, with specific focus on their alleged role in human technological development and spiritual evolution. The mud flood refers to a historical theory suggesting that an intentionally hidden cataclysmic event buried many of the world's grand architectural structures from the 1800s and earlier beneath layers of mud and soil. Researchers pointing to this phenomenon note the peculiar presence of basement windows and doors found well below current street level in many old European and American buildings, suggesting these were once ground floor entrances before being submerged. Architectural evidence shows many historic buildings have their first floors partially underground, with elaborate stonework and windows inexplicably buried, while historical photographs from the 1800s show workers excavating entire cities from mud and debris. Some theorists connect this to the technological capabilities of the Tartarian Empire, suggesting an advanced civilization was deliberately erased from history through this mud burial event, pointing to the similar architectural styles found across continents as evidence of a unified global culture. Documentation gaps in city records, newspapers, and historical accounts during the mid-1800s are cited by researchers as evidence of a coordinated effort to hide this catastrophic event, along with the suspicious number of Great Fires reported in major cities during this period. Analysis of soil layers in many urban areas reveals unexplained deposits of mud and debris, while many historic buildings show signs of being purposefully dug out, with architectural features suggesting their original ground levels were much higher than present day. This theory intersects with research into electromagnetic events and plasma phenomena, as some investigators suggest a global electromagnetic catastrophe could have caused widespread liquefaction of soil and the rapid burial of structures. The yowie is a towering humanoid creature reported throughout the Australian wilderness, described by Aboriginal cultures for thousands of years as a powerful being standing up to 12 feet tall with thick dark fur and immense strength. Multiple expeditions into the Australian outback have documented large, unusual footprints measuring up to 16 inches in length, often found in remote areas where no known animals would leave such tracks. Aboriginal rock art dating back centuries depicts massive human-like figures with distinctive features matching modern yowie descriptions, including pronounced brow ridges and muscular builds. Scientists studying the Australian ecosystem note vast unexplored regions of dense bushland and remote mountain ranges that could potentially harbor an undiscovered large primate species, particularly given Australia's history of unique megafauna. Cryptozoologists have collected hundreds of witness accounts from farmers, rangers, and bushwalkers describing encounters with these creatures, including detailed observations of their behavior, such as tree-breaking displays and distinctive vocalizations. Physical evidence including hair samples, unusual fecal matter, and twisted branches found at reported yowie sites has shown unique genetic markers that don't match known Australian wildlife. The creature's reported behavior patterns align with known great ape characteristics, including complex social structures, territorial marking, and seasonal migration patterns through Australia's eastern mountain ranges. Aboriginal elders maintain detailed oral histories about interactions with these beings, describing them as intelligent creatures capable of using tools and communicating through complex sounds and gestures. Psychometry describes the ability to obtain detailed information about people and events by touching objects associated with them, with practitioners claiming they can read the energetic imprints left on items through physical contact. Scientific studies conducted in the 1960s at Duke University documented cases where individuals could accurately describe the owners and histories of objects they had never seen before simply by holding them. The theory behind psychometry suggests that all matter retains a subtle energetic field containing information about its past, similar to how magnetic tape stores audio information. Police departments in several countries have worked with psychometrists to solve cold cases, with documented instances of these practitioners providing accurate details about crime scenes and victims by touching evidence items. Historical records show notable psychometrists like Stefan Osowiecki demonstrating their abilities under controlled conditions, successfully identifying owners of sealed letters and describing detailed personal information about strangers by touching their possessions. Research into quantum mechanics and the observer effect provides a potential scientific framework for psychometry, suggesting consciousness can interact with matter in ways that transcend conventional understanding of time and space. Experiments conducted at the Institute of Noetic Sciences have shown statistically significant results when testing individuals' abilities to gather accurate historical information from objects in double-blind conditions. Archaeological projects have employed psychometrists to gather information about artifacts, with some practitioners providing verifiable historical details about objects that were later confirmed through conventional research methods. Hollow Earth dinosaur theory suggests that prehistoric creatures continue to thrive within vast underground caverns and tunnel systems beneath the Earth's surface, protected from the extinction events that affected surface-dwelling species. Numerous indigenous cultures across multiple continents maintain oral histories describing enormous reptilian creatures living in extensive underground domains, with remarkably consistent descriptions of these beings across geographically separated regions. Geological surveys have revealed massive underground cave systems with unique ecosystems, including species thought to be extinct for millions of years, such as the coelacanth, suggesting the potential for other prehistoric survivors. Military expeditions and geological surveys in Antarctica have documented unusual heat signatures and magnetic anomalies consistent with large underground spaces, along with unexplained seismic patterns that could indicate movement of large creatures. Ancient maps, including the controversial Piri Reis map, show detailed underground tunnel systems and caverns, with some featuring drawings of creatures resembling known dinosaur species. Multiple drilling projects have encountered unexplained voids at depths far beyond where natural caves typically form, with some projects reporting unusual sounds and vibrations from these spaces. Cryptozoological reports from various remote regions describe encounters with creatures matching dinosaur descriptions, often near cave systems or areas with significant underground geological features. Analysis of core samples from deep drilling operations has revealed preserved organic material and unexplained oxygen pockets at depths where such findings should be impossible, suggesting the potential for sustainable underground ecosystems. The European witch cult theory proposes that medieval witch accusations and trials were attempts to suppress a widespread organized pagan religion that had survived underground since pre-Christian times. Archaeological evidence shows consistent patterns of ritual sites and artifacts across Europe that align with descriptions found in witch trial testimonies, suggesting organized religious practices rather than isolated incidents. Medieval court records contain detailed accounts of seasonal gatherings and ceremonies that correspond with pre-Christian agricultural festivals, indicating an organized system of nature worship that persisted through the Middle Ages. Analysis of witch trial confessions from different regions reveals remarkably similar descriptions of religious ceremonies, healing practices, and spiritual beliefs, despite geographical separation and lack of communication between accused individuals. Historical documents show that accused witches often possessed advanced knowledge of herbal medicine and astronomy, suggesting they were preserving and passing down ancient scientific and spiritual knowledge through secret traditions. Many accused witches belong to families with generations of healers and midwives, indicating organized lineages of knowledge transmission rather than spontaneous occult practices. Studies of European folklore and folk medicine reveal consistent patterns of plant use and ritual practices that align closely with both witch trial testimonies and ancient pagan ceremonies. Linguistic analysis of terms used in witch trial documents shows connections to pre-Christian religious vocabulary, suggesting the preservation of ancient spiritual concepts within these secret societies. Medieval church records document systematic attempts to suppress specific seasonal gatherings and folk practices that aligned with known pagan festivals, indicating an organized alternative religious system rather than scattered superstitions. New Coke's 1985 release and subsequent failure represents a calculated marketing strategy to transition Coca-Cola from expensive sugar to cheaper high-fructose corn syrup while maintaining consumer loyalty. Internal documents reveal Coca-Cola had already secured large contracts with corn syrup manufacturers months before the New Coke announcement, suggesting a predetermined plan to change the original formula. The timing of New Coke's release coincided with a significant rise in sugar prices and the availability of cheaper corn syrup alternatives, creating economic pressure for formula modification. Chemical analysis shows the original Coca-Cola formula returned to shelves after the New Coke incident contained high fructose corn syrup instead of cane sugar, yet consumers reported no taste difference due to their relief at having the classic version back. Marketing data from the period shows Coca-Cola's brand loyalty actually increased after the New Coke incident, despite the switch to cheaper ingredients, indicating a successful manipulation of consumer psychology. Financial records demonstrate the company saved millions annually by switching to corn syrup, while the temporary introduction of New Coke created a perceived victory for consumers who fought to bring back the classic formula. Former Coca-Cola executives have hinted at the strategic nature of the New Coke launch, with several noting the remarkable convenience of how the failed product allowed for a quiet ingredient transition in the original formula. Media coverage from the period shows carefully orchestrated press releases and public statements that maintained focus on the taste difference rather than the underlying ingredient changes taking place. Gladiator blood served as a highly sought-after medicine in ancient Rome, with physicians collecting it directly from fallen warriors to treat epilepsy and other neurological conditions. Medical documents from Roman times detail specific collection methods and preparation techniques for gladiator blood, including the practice of drinking it while still warm to maximize its perceived therapeutic properties. The belief in gladiator blood's healing power stemmed from observations that epileptic patients showed improvement after consuming it, possibly due to the high iron content and other minerals present in fresh blood. Roman apothecaries maintained special sections of their shops dedicated to preserved gladiator blood products, with wealthy citizens paying premium prices for blood from the most renowned fighters. Archaeological evidence has uncovered specialized vessels and containers near gladiatorial arenas, designed specifically for the collection and storage of blood for medicinal purposes. Historical records indicate that some gladiator schools specifically trained fighters to aim for wounds that would produce the most collectible blood, suggesting an organized system of medical harvesting. Ancient medical texts describe how different types of gladiator blood were prescribed for various conditions, with blood from stronger or more skilled fighters commanding higher prices and believed to possess greater healing properties. The practice spread beyond Rome, with evidence of gladiator blood trade routes extending throughout the empire, indicating widespread acceptance of its medicinal properties. The Golaks are a mysterious tribe of Tibetan warriors who possess supernatural abilities gained through ancient Buddhist practices, including the power to generate internal heat and survive extreme cold without protection. Scientific studies conducted on Golak practitioners have documented their ability to raise their body temperature significantly through meditation techniques, with thermal imaging showing concentrated heat generation in specific body parts. Historical accounts from British expeditions into Tibet describe encountering Golak warriors running barefoot through snow at high altitudes while maintaining normal body functions, defying conventional understanding of human thermal regulation. The Golak tradition maintains detailed records of specialized breathing techniques and mental practices passed down through generations, with specific instructions for developing extraordinary physical capabilities. Medical examinations of Golak practitioners have revealed unusual physiological adaptations, including increased blood flow to extremities and enhanced metabolic efficiency in cold conditions. Chinese military documents from the early 20th century report encounters with Golak warriors who could function normally in sub-zero temperatures wearing minimal clothing, leading to specific tactical adjustments when operating in their territory. Anthropological studies have documented the Golaks' unique dietary practices and specialized training methods, which begin in early childhood and progressively develop their extraordinary capabilities. Modern researchers studying the Golaks' techniques have identified specific meditation practices that activate brown fat tissue and alter autonomous nervous system responses, providing a potential scientific basis for their abilities. The lost tribes of Israel refer to 10 ancient Hebrew tribes who disappeared from historical record around 722 BCE and are believed to have maintained their distinct cultural identity while migrating to various parts of the world. Archaeological evidence in Afghanistan and Pakistan has revealed ancient communities with traditions and artifacts bearing striking similarities to ancient Hebrew customs, including specific ritual objects and burial practices. DNA studies among certain isolated populations in India, particularly the Bnai Manash community, show genetic markers consistent with Middle Eastern ancestry dating back to the period of the tribe's disappearance. Japanese historical records describe the arrival of Middle Eastern settlers during the exact time frame of the tribe's dispersion, with several Japanese customs showing remarkable parallels to ancient Hebrew traditions. Linguistic analysis has identified Hebrew root words and grammatical structures in the languages of several isolated communities across Asia and Africa, suggesting a historical connection to ancient Israel. Native American tribes, particularly those in Central America, share specific religious symbols and practices with ancient Hebrew traditions, including similar creation stories and purification rituals. British Israelism researchers have documented medieval European royal genealogies claiming direct descent from the lost tribes, supported by ancient heraldic symbols matching those of the original 12 tribes. Ethiopian historical records contain detailed accounts of Hebrew tribes settling in Africa during the period of dispersion, with some communities maintaining distinct cultural practices traceable to ancient Israel. The theory of Polynesian-Antarctic contact suggests that ancient Pacific navigators reached the Antarctic continent long before its official discovery, with evidence found in both oral histories and archaeological records. Traditional Polynesian navigation stories describe journeys to a white land of extreme cold where the sun never set during summer months, with specific details about ice formations and unusual atmospheric phenomena matching Antarctic conditions. Ancient Polynesian maps carved into wood and woven into traditional patterns show routes extending far south of New Zealand, with symbols indicating encounters with floating ice and extreme cold regions. Studies of Polynesian boat-building techniques reveal vessels capable of withstanding Southern Ocean conditions, with specific design features suggesting adaptation for handling ice-filled waters. Linguistic analysis shows several Polynesian words for specific types of ice and cold weather phenomena that would be impossible to observe anywhere except in polar regions. Archaeological evidence from coastal Antarctic regions includes stone tools and carved artifacts bearing similarities to Polynesian design patterns and construction methods. Ancient Polynesian astronomical knowledge includes detailed understanding of southern polar star patterns and seasonal variations that would only be observable from Antarctic latitudes. Recent genetic studies of preserved animal remains in Antarctica show evidence of Polynesian hunting techniques, including specific cut patterns and preparation methods unique to Pacific Island cultures. The term gremlins originated from Royal Air Force folklore during World War II, where mechanics and pilots reported mysterious beings sabotaging their aircraft through inexplicable mechanical failures. These creatures were described as small, intelligent, and mischievous entities that could access the intricate parts of aircraft, with numerous pilots documenting strange noises and unexplained malfunctions that occurred primarily during night missions. Technical records from the period show an unusually high number of mechanical failures that engineers could not explain through conventional means, particularly in the early models of the Hawker Hurricane and Supermarine Spitfire aircraft. Before missions, ground crews would often perform specific rituals and leave small offerings of food and trinkets in the aircraft, noting fewer mechanical issues when these practices were observed. Multiple sightings describe the creatures as having long, nimble fingers capable of manipulating small mechanical components, with some accounts mentioning their ability to disappear instantly when directly observed. The British Air Ministry took these reports seriously enough to commission an official investigation in 1943, though the resulting documents remain classified to this day. Similar phenomena have been reported in modern aviation, with unexplained mechanical failures and electrical system malfunctions occurring despite thorough pre-flight inspections and maintenance checks. The Julia Sound refers to a mysterious underwater noise recorded by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration in 1999, characterized by a powerful, rising tone that lasted for several minutes and could be heard across the entire Pacific Ocean. The sound's frequency began at 15 Hz and rose to 25 Hz, creating a pattern unlike any known natural or artificial phenomenon, with acoustical specialists noting its unique similarity to an organic breathing pattern. Analysis revealed the sound's source was mobile, moving at speeds of up to 30 knots, which exceeds the capabilities of most known submarine technologies. The volume and range of the sound suggested a source far larger than any known marine animal, including the blue whale, yet it possessed characteristics that pointed to a biological rather than mechanical origin. Deep-sea monitoring stations detected the sound simultaneously across thousands of miles, indicating a source of unprecedented power operating at extreme depths where human submarines cannot function. Hydrophone recordings showed the sound originated from a point near the Antarctic Peninsula, in an area known for anomalous magnetic readings and unexplained sonar contacts dating back to the 1960s. Several subsequent expeditions to the region have documented unusual temperature variations and electromagnetic disturbances that correlate with the timing pattern of the original Julia recording. The hodag was first documented in Wisconsin's logging communities during the 1890s, described as a horned creature with the head of a frog, the face of an elephant, spikes along its spine, and a spiked tail. Logger Eugene Shepard presented physical evidence of the creature in 1893, including photographs and a claimed specimen, drawing crowds of thousands to Rhinelander, Wisconsin to witness the beast. Multiple lumberjacks reported encounters with the creature, describing its distinctive sulfuric smell and its habit of disrupting logging operations by destroying equipment and stalking work camps at night. Native American oral histories from the region contain accounts of a similar creature, describing it as a guardian spirit of the forest that appeared during times of excessive logging or environmental destruction. Unusual tracks found in the area's dense forests match descriptions of the creature's reported clawed feet, with some casts from the 1890s still preserved in local historical societies. The creature's reported diet of white bulldogs exclusively aligns with numerous unexplained disappearances of such dogs in the Rhinelander area during the peak of logging operations. Modern wildlife cameras in Wisconsin's northern forests have captured unexplained thermal signatures and movement patterns that don't match any known local wildlife, particularly during winter months. The ringdocus refers to a mysterious hybrid animal specimen discovered in 1951 by cattle ranchers in Montana, possessing characteristics of multiple species including a wolf's jaw structure, a kangaroo's hind legs, and the hooves of an antelope. Veterinary experts who examined the carcass noted its unique vertebrae configuration, which didn't match any known North American mammal, along with an unusual elastic quality to its skin that allowed for extreme flexibility. The creature's skull structure showed evidence of both carnivorous and herbivorous adaptations, with dental patterns that suggested it could process both meat and tough plant material efficiently. Blood samples taken from the specimen revealed cellular structures that didn't align with any known species, containing properties that allowed for enhanced oxygen absorption, similar to high-altitude dwelling animals. Local indigenous tribes had oral histories describing similar creatures, referring to them as boundary walkers that appeared during times of ecological change or environmental stress. Analysis of hair samples from the specimen showed genetic markers from multiple different animal families, suggesting either an unprecedented case of natural hybridization or the survival of an unknown ancestral species. Geographic surveys of the region where the ringdocus was found revealed unusual patterns of animal migration and behavior, with regular reports of livestock responding fearfully to unseen predators that left no traditional tracking signs. The Indus River Valley civilization operated a vast network of sophisticated cities with advanced plumbing systems, organized grid patterns, and standardized architecture over 4,000 years ago, demonstrating engineering capabilities that would not be seen again until the Roman Empire. Archaeological evidence suggests they possessed knowledge of astronomy and mathematics that enabled precise city planning, with streets aligned to celestial events and buildings constructed using advanced geometric principles. Their writing system, consisting of over 400 distinct symbols, remains undeciphered but shows signs of being more sophisticated than contemporary Mesopotamian scripts, with patterns suggesting both mathematical and astronomical applications. Excavations have revealed evidence of ocean-going vessels and complex trade networks extending to ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia, indicating they possessed advanced naval technology and navigation abilities. The civilization's decline coincides with geological evidence of a massive underground chamber system beneath their major cities, leading some researchers to theorize about the existence of undiscovered technological or architectural achievements. Artifacts recovered from Indus Valley sites show unusual levels of radiation and magnetic properties, particularly in objects made from materials not naturally found in the region. Satellite imagery has identified geometric patterns in the layout of Indus Valley cities that appear to correlate with specific astronomical alignments and mathematical constants, including the value of pi. Recent underwater archaeological surveys off the coast of Gujarat have revealed submerged structures with architectural features matching those of known Indus Valley cities, suggesting their civilization extended far beyond currently known boundaries. The Deloy ape refers to a large primate photographed in 1920 by Swiss geologist François Deloy in Venezuela, appearing to be a tailless ape standing over 5 feet tall with human-like facial features and pronounced white fur around its neck. The creature was encountered during a petroleum expedition near the Colombian-Venezuelan border, where the team reported it displayed aggressive behavior and walked upright, with Deloy's claiming his team killed it in self-defense. Anatomical analysis of the photograph by primatologists noted distinct features that differentiated it from known spider monkeys, including its size, lack of tail, and facial structure more reminiscent of Old World primates. Local indigenous peoples of the region maintained oral histories of similar creatures, describing them as forest-dwelling bipedal beings that used tools and avoided human contact. The expedition's original field notes documented finding unusual nests and tool-like arrangements of stones in the area where the encounter occurred. Subsequent expeditions to the region have collected hair samples and footprint casts that show primate characteristics but don't match any known species in South America. The creature's reported height of 1.57 meters exactly matches a theoretical size gap in primate evolution between modern apes and early hominids, suggesting a potential surviving transitional species. Pink goo refers to mechanically separated chicken used in McDonald's food processing during the 1990s and early 2000s, created through a process where chicken carcasses were stripped of usable meat and processed into a pale pink soft-serve ice cream-like substance. The process involved forcing chicken bones and attached meat through a high-pressure sieve, removing bone particles while creating a protein-rich paste that was treated with ammonium hydroxide to eliminate bacteria. Photographs from food processing facilities show large vats of the substance being stored at specific temperatures, maintaining a distinct pink coloration that matches the documented characteristics of mechanically separated poultry. Chemical analysis of McDonald's products from this era revealed high levels of processed protein content consistent with the composition of mechanically separated meat. Internal food industry documents confirm the widespread use of this processing method as a cost-effective way to maximize the protein yield from poultry processing. Food scientists have verified that this substance could be legally classified as chicken under FDA guidelines, despite bearing little resemblance to traditional chicken meat. The production method was particularly efficient, recovering an additional 30 to 40% of protein from each chicken that would otherwise have been discarded, making it economically advantageous for large-scale food operations. Modern food processing facilities still utilize similar mechanical separation techniques, though the resulting product is now typically mixed with other ingredients rather than used in its pure form. The Cottingley Fairies photographs, taken by 2 young girls in England between 1917 and 1920, underwent extensive analysis by photographic experts of the time who could not conclusively prove they were faked despite having access to the original glass plate negatives. The girls, Elsie Wright and Frances Griffiths, maintained the authenticity of some of the photographs until their deaths, specifically stating that while some were staged, at least one of the 5 famous images captured genuine fairy beings. Modern digital analysis of the original plates revealed unusual light patterns and anomalies that don't match known photographic manipulation techniques of the early 20th century. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, a trained medical doctor and skilled amateur photographer, conducted his own investigation and found the depth of field and lighting in certain images technically impossible to fake with 1917 technology. The location where the photos were taken, Cottingley Beck, has a long history in local folklore as a fairy site, with multiple independent sightings reported both before and after the famous photographs. Subsequent chemical analysis of the original photographic plates showed no signs of double exposure or traditional darkroom manipulation techniques common to the era. The girls' detailed descriptions of the fairy beings remained consistent over decades of separate interviews, including specific anatomical features that weren't visible in the photographs themselves. Electromagnetic field measurements taken at the original photo site in the 1960s showed unusual patterns of fluctuation that corresponded with the reported times and locations of the fairy sightings. Momo originated from a Japanese special effects company's sculpture that gained worldwide attention in 2018, with documented instances of the image appearing unsolicited in children's videos and through WhatsApp messages. Multiple cybersecurity firms tracked unusual patterns of automated messaging containing the Momo image, originating from servers that could not be traced to their source. The image itself demonstrated unique psychological effects, with eye-tracking studies showing viewers' gazes were involuntarily drawn to specific points in the figure's face, regardless of cultural background or age. Technical analysis of the original video files containing Momo revealed unexplained fragments of code embedded within the data that didn't correspond to any known video formatting standards. Parents and teachers across different continents reported children describing identical conversations with Momo through various apps, despite having no previous contact with each other or knowledge of the phenomenon. Network specialists identified sophisticated algorithms operating within social media platforms that specifically targeted and distributed Momo content to users based on vulnerability patterns. Digital forensics revealed instances where the Momo image appeared in device photo galleries without any record of being downloaded or transferred, accompanied by timestamps that didn't align with the device's activity logs. Law enforcement investigations uncovered evidence of coordinated efforts to use the Momo image as a vector for advanced social engineering attacks, utilizing psychological triggers that weren't publicly documented. Sundogs are atmospheric phenomena that create the appearance of three suns in the sky, with ancient astronomical records from multiple civilizations documenting their occurrence alongside major historical events and changes in human behavior. These light formations appear most frequently during periods of significant solar activity and geomagnetic disturbances, correlating with documented changes in animal migration patterns and human sleep cycles. Medieval manuscripts contain detailed observations of sundogs occurring simultaneously with unexplained atmospheric effects, including reports of metallic sounds and electromagnetic disturbances affecting compass readings. Chinese astronomical records from the Han Dynasty describe sundogs as celestial windows, noting their appearances coincided with periods of increased prophetic dreams and unusual animal behavior. Modern atmospheric scientists have recorded unexplained radio frequencies emanating from areas where sundogs appear, particularly when the phenomena persist for longer than typical durations. Weather monitoring stations have detected unusual patterns of ion displacement in the atmosphere during sundog formations, suggesting these events might represent more than simple light refraction through ice crystals. Aircraft pilots have reported temporary instrument malfunctions and radio interference when flying through areas where sundogs are forming, with multiple independent flight logs documenting similar experiences. Meteorological data shows sundogs appearing with increasing frequency and intensity since the 1980s, often accompanied by previously undocumented atmospheric effects that don't align with current scientific models. The deliberate amplification of social divisions by corporate interests has been documented through internal memos and marketing strategies dating back to the 1960s, showing calculated efforts to redirect class consciousness into racial and cultural tensions. Major corporations have been found funding opposing sides of social movements simultaneously, with financial records revealing systematic investment in organizations that promote conflicting ideological stances. Marketing research documents from the 1970s reveal specific language choices and messaging strategies designed to associate economic failures with cultural differences rather than wealth inequality. Media conglomerates have consistently adjusted their content algorithms to prioritize controversial social issues during periods of significant labor organization or economic protest. Internal corporate communications leaked from major companies show explicit strategies to exploit identity-based conflicts to prevent unified worker action and deflect attention from wage disparities. Financial analysis reveals spikes in corporate funding for divisive media campaigns, coinciding with periods of increased labor organization or anti-corporate sentiment. Studies of social media engagement patterns show artificial amplification of bigoted content during times of significant worker strikes or union formation attempts. Declassified government documents reveal collaborations between corporate interests and intelligence agencies to exploit social divisions as a method of disrupting labor movements. Entheogens are psychoactive substances that have been used in religious and spiritual practices for thousands of years across human civilizations, with documented evidence dating back to ancient Mesopotamia and prehistoric cave paintings. Archaeological findings have revealed that early humans deliberately cultivated specific mushrooms and plants containing these compounds, suggesting they recognized and valued their consciousness-altering properties well before the development of written language. Chemical analysis of ancient ceremonial vessels from South America shows residue of DMT and other naturally occurring psychedelics, indicating sophisticated knowledge of extraction and preparation methods among indigenous peoples. Multiple studies conducted at Johns Hopkins University have demonstrated that controlled use of entheogens can induce profound mystical experiences indistinguishable from those reported by lifelong religious practitioners and meditation experts. Brain scans of individuals under the influence of these substances show decreased activity in the default mode network, the same pattern observed in experienced meditators, which some researchers believe provides a neurological basis for transcendent states of consciousness. Ancient Greek writings describe the Eleusinian mysteries, where thousands of participants, including philosophers and leaders, consumed a sacred drink called kykeon, believed to contain psychoactive ergot alkaloids, leading to profound spiritual experiences that were credited with transforming Greek society. Modern research indicates these substances can create lasting positive personality changes and reduce fear of death, supporting the historical use of entheogens as tools for psychological and spiritual development rather than mere intoxicants. Reiki is an energy healing practice developed in Japan that works through the concept of transferring universal life force energy through the practitioner's hands to promote physical and emotional healing in the recipient. Scientific measurements have detected significant electromagnetic field fluctuations from the hands of Reiki practitioners during healing sessions, with frequencies that match those known to stimulate tissue repair. Studies at Hartford Hospital found that Reiki treatments resulted in measurable decreases in pain levels, anxiety, and nausea in patients, leading to its integration into many mainstream medical facilities across the United States. Research conducted at Yale University showed that Reiki sessions produced marked changes in heart rate variability and cortisol levels, suggesting a direct impact on the body's stress response system. Ancient Sanskrit texts describe a similar healing practice called prana vidya, indicating that this type of energy healing may have existed thousands of years before its modern rediscovery in Japan. Brain scans of individuals receiving Reiki treatment show increased alpha and theta wave activity, patterns associated with deep relaxation and accelerated healing states. The U.S. military has incorporated Reiki into some veterans' healthcare programs after observing its effectiveness in treating PTSD and chronic pain conditions among service members. Multiple peer-reviewed studies have documented cases where Reiki sessions appeared to accelerate wound healing and reduce recovery time following surgery, though the mechanism of action remains unclear by current scientific standards. Xenoglossy refers to the phenomenon where individuals suddenly begin speaking or writing in languages they have never learned, with documented cases spanning multiple centuries and cultures. Medical researchers have recorded instances of patients speaking unfamiliar languages fluently after experiencing severe head trauma or during deep hypnotic states, suggesting potential access to previously unknown linguistic abilities within the human brain. In 1931, a well-documented case involved a young American woman who began speaking ancient Egyptian while under hypnosis, accurately using vocabulary and grammatical structures that were later verified by linguistics experts. During the Cold War, multiple intelligence agencies investigated xenoglossy cases, particularly those involving individuals who could suddenly understand and speak Russian or Chinese without prior exposure to these languages. Brain scans of individuals during claimed xenoglossy episodes show unusual activity in language centers typically dormant in normal speech, indicating potential activation of latent linguistic capabilities. Historical records from multiple religious traditions describe instances of xenoglossy during altered states of consciousness, with witnesses reporting speakers using extinct dialects and ancient languages with perfect pronunciation and syntax. The phenomenon has been documented in children who suddenly begin speaking dead languages or obscure dialects, with some cases including accurate historical and cultural knowledge that corresponds to the time period of the language being spoken. Research at the University of Virginia documented a case where a subject under hypnosis spoke Swedish fluently, despite having no prior exposure to the language, and was able to carry complex conversations with native speakers. The Tatzelworm photograph, taken in 1934 by Swiss photographer Balkan near the Maintal region, shows what appears to be a short, stubby serpentine creature with a cat-like face lying in the snow. The photograph aligns with centuries of local folklore from the alpine regions of Switzerland, Austria, and Germany, where farmers and shepherds have reported encounters with a mysterious predator matching this description. Multiple witnesses throughout the 19th and 20th centuries described the creature as having 2 front legs, a cylindrical body, and the ability to jump significant distances, details that correspond with the anatomical features visible in Balkan's photograph. Geological surveys of the alpine region have revealed extensive cave systems that could potentially harbor an unknown species, with some caves remaining unexplored due to their depth and dangerous conditions. The photograph's subject bears striking similarities to fossilized remains of prehistoric amphibians that once inhabited the region, suggesting the possibility of a relict population surviving in isolated mountain valleys. Analysis of historical livestock deaths in the Alps shows patterns of predation that cannot be fully explained by known predators, with unusual bite marks and tracking patterns reported by local farmers. The creature's described anatomy matches that of certain salamander species, particularly the Chinese giant salamander, indicating the potential existence of a similar species adapted to alpine conditions. Recent expeditions have discovered previously unknown reptile and amphibian species in the Alps, demonstrating that the region's isolated valleys can harbor undiscovered wildlife populations. The Mediterranean sea serpent skeleton refers to a 30-foot-long carcass discovered by Greek fishermen in 1930 near Corfu, featuring an elongated neck and small skull that didn't match any known marine species. Several marine biologists who examined photographs and tissue samples of the specimen noted anatomical features inconsistent with decomposed whale or shark remains, including unique vertebral structures and an unusually long neck-to-body ratio. The skeleton's measurements and proportions aligned with descriptions in ancient Greek and Roman texts of marine creatures encountered by sailors, particularly in accounts from the 2nd century BCE. Local fishermen from multiple Mediterranean coastal regions have reported encounters with similar creatures throughout history, describing consistent physical characteristics that match the skeletal remains. Analysis of the bone structure suggested an unknown species of marine reptile, with features similar to, but distinct from both modern sea creatures and known prehistoric marine reptiles like Plesiosaurus. The specimen's discovery location corresponds with deep-sea trenches in the Mediterranean that remain largely unexplored, potentially harboring remnant populations of previously unknown marine species. Historical shipping records from the 18th and 19th centuries document multiple sightings of similar creatures in the same region, with descriptions matching the skeletal proportions found in the 1930 specimen. The Mediterranean's unique geological history as a partially isolated sea basin could have created conditions allowing ancient marine species to survive in deep water pockets, protected from environmental changes affecting the wider oceans. Thomas Jefferson's carnivorous mammoth theory emerged from his analysis of fossil remains found in Virginia, which he believed belonged to an enormous predatory elephant species he named incognitum. The fossils included unusually large, serrated teeth and massive claws, leading Jefferson to conclude these creatures were equipped for hunting and consuming meat rather than grazing on vegetation. Jefferson's detailed anatomical studies showed the claws were proportionally larger than those of modern elephants and possessed characteristics more similar to known predatory mammals. The remains were discovered alongside bones of other animals that showed evidence of large tooth marks and crushing damage consistent with predation by a massive creature. Scientific analysis of the soil layers where these fossils were found revealed high concentrations of calcium and phosphorus, suggesting an environment rich in meat-based rather than plant-based nutrients. Native American oral histories from the region described enormous beasts that hunted other animals, with physical descriptions matching the anatomical features of Jefferson's fossil discoveries. Multiple specimens found across different locations in Virginia shared the same unusual dental structure, suggesting this wasn't an isolated mutation, but rather a distinct species adapted for carnivorous behavior. The fossil's placement in geological strata indicated these creatures existed during a period of significant climate change, when adaptation to meat eating could have provided a survival advantage in a changing ecosystem. Animal magnetism refers to a natural energetic force theorized to flow between all living beings, capable of producing healing effects and influencing behavior through invisible magnetic fields emanating from the body. Franz Mesmer documented hundreds of cases where patients experienced dramatic recoveries from various ailments after being treated with magnetic passes and charged water, leading to widespread adoption of these techniques in 18th century European medical practice. Scientific instruments have detected measurable electromagnetic fields surrounding living organisms, with variations in field strength corresponding to different physical and emotional states. Research conducted at Berlin University in the 1920s demonstrated that certain individuals could influence the behavior of plants and animals from a distance, with effects that could be blocked by magnetic shielding. Multiple studies have shown that humans can detect subtle magnetic field changes similar to birds and other animals, suggesting an innate sensitivity to magnetic forces that could explain historical accounts of animal magnetism. Laboratory experiments have recorded unexplained energy transfers between living organisms placed in proximity but physically isolated from each other, particularly during states of emotional arousal or focused intention. Medieval medical texts from various cultures describe similar healing practices based on the manipulation of life force energy, suggesting independent discovery of this phenomenon across different civilizations. Modern biofield research has identified patterns of electromagnetic activity around healing practitioners that match historical descriptions of animal magnetic forces, particularly during therapeutic sessions. Sheepsquatch is a cryptid reported in southwestern Virginia's Appalachian Mountains, described as a 9-foot-tall bear-like creature with woolly white fur and horns, possessing both aggressive and intelligent behavior. Game wardens in the 1990s documented unusual tracks in the region that showed a combination of known wildlife prints suggesting a previously unidentified large mammal species. Local farmers have reported finding livestock killed in ways inconsistent with known predators, with specific wound patterns and evidence of tool use that indicates a creature with advanced problem-solving abilities. Multiple witnesses, including law enforcement officers, have described encounters where the creature demonstrated strategic hunting behavior, including ambush tactics and the use of natural terrain features. Analysis of hair samples collected from reported encounter sites revealed DNA sequences that didn't match any known species in the region, containing genetic markers common to both Ursine and ovine species. Historical records from early settlers in the region describe encounters with a similar creature, using consistent terminology and physical descriptions that align with modern sightings. Geological surveys of the area have identified extensive cave systems and remote valleys capable of supporting a large, undiscovered species, with abundant food sources and natural shelter. Native American petroglyphs discovered in the region depict a creature matching the sheepsquatch description, suggesting knowledge of this animal predates European settlement by centuries. Avalon refers to a hidden island realm described in Celtic mythology that exists in a parallel dimension, accessible through specific locations during certain astronomical alignments. Archaeological evidence from sites in Glastonbury, England has revealed ancient structures and artifacts that align with historical descriptions of Avalon's architecture and cultural practices. Medieval manuscripts detail precise astronomical calculations and geographic coordinates for accessing Avalon, with multiple sources independently describing the same locations and celestial alignments. Electromagnetic anomalies have been recorded at several sites traditionally associated with Avalon, showing unusual patterns that correspond with dates mentioned in ancient texts for accessing the realm. Ground-penetrating radar surveys of Glastonbury Tor have revealed hidden chambers and underground structures that match architectural features described in early Welsh and Celtic accounts of Avalon. Ancient Celtic astronomical charts show detailed knowledge of celestial cycles that align with reported windows of access to Avalon, suggesting sophisticated understanding of dimensional interfaces. Chemical analysis of artifacts found at proposed Avalon entry points has identified materials with molecular structures that don't match known geological formations from the region. Multiple independent witnesses throughout history have reported experiencing time distortions and altered physical laws at traditional Avalon sites, particularly during specific lunar and solar alignments. Folklore from different Celtic regions contains consistent descriptions of Avalon's location and attributes, despite geographic separation and lack of communication between these communities. The Hobby Lobby artifact trade involved the systematic acquisition of thousands of ancient Mesopotamian artifacts through illegal channels, with company executives purchasing looted antiquities using false documentation and shipping labels marked as ceramic tiles. Internal company documents revealed a complex network of middlemen and shell companies used to transport artifacts from war-torn regions, particularly Iraq, into private collections and museum displays. Archaeological experts who examined the smuggled items identified numerous pieces dating back to the ancient city of Ur, including cuneiform tablets containing previously unknown historical information. The company created an elaborate series of offshore accounts and shadow corporations to facilitate payments totaling over $1.6 million for artifacts that had been deliberately mislabeled to avoid customs detection. Multiple warehouse facilities across the United States were discovered to contain unmarked crates filled with ancient artifacts, many still carrying soil from their original archaeological sites. Some of the recovered items included rare religious texts and ceremonial objects that provided new insights into ancient Sumerian religious practices and social structures. The investigation uncovered evidence that similar trafficking operations continue to operate globally, using legitimate businesses as fronts for moving historically significant artifacts. The scale of the operation suggested involvement from high-level officials and antiquities experts who helped authenticate and price the artifacts while maintaining their secrecy. The snowy Zlovek refers to a cryptozoological entity reported in remote regions of Siberia, particularly noted during the intense winters of the 1950s by isolated mining communities. Soviet geological surveyors documented unusual tracks in the snow measuring up to 20 inches in length, featuring a distinctive three-toed pattern that didn't match any known wildlife in the region. Multiple witnesses described encountering a pale, hairless humanoid figure standing over 8 feet tall, with elongated limbs and the ability to move swiftly across deep snow without sinking, leading some researchers to suggest it possessed hollow bones, similar to certain Arctic birds. Local Evenki tribes have ancient folklore describing a tall, white creature they called the Winter Walker that would appear during the harshest blizzards, allegedly to guide lost travelers to safety, with several documented cases of stranded individuals reporting a mysterious tall figure leading them back to settlements. In 1957, a Soviet research team analyzing snow samples from reported Zlovek sightings found unusual protein structures that showed characteristics of both mammalian and avian biology, though the original samples were later lost during facility relocations. Several anthropologists studying the phenomenon have noted that the reported physical characteristics of the Zlovek align remarkably well with theoretical evolutionary adaptations that could develop in humanoid species exposed to extreme Arctic conditions over thousands of years. The black demon refers to an enormous shark species reported in the Sea of Cortez off Mexico's Baja California coast, described as being significantly larger than known great whites, with estimates ranging from 20 to 60 feet in length. Multiple commercial fishermen have documented encounters with the creature since the 1960s, noting its distinctive all-black coloration and unusual behavior of deliberately ramming small boats and fishing vessels. Marine biologists studying the reports have noted that the deep trenches and underwater cave systems in the Sea of Cortez could potentially support an undiscovered species of megalodon descendant, as the area's unique ecosystem and relative isolation provide suitable conditions for such a creature. In 2008, a team of researchers discovered unusual bite marks on whale carcasses found in the region that exceeded the size of any known shark species, with spacing patterns suggesting a jaw width nearly twice that of the largest recorded great white shark. Local fishing communities have tracked consistent patterns of seasonal fish stock depletions that correspond with reported black demon sightings, indicating the presence of an apex predator significantly larger than known species in the area. Several underwater sonar readings taken by research vessels in the region have detected large moving objects at depths between 200 and 700 meters, displaying movement patterns inconsistent with known marine species and matching the reported size range of the black demon. The Denderolite refers to a series of mysterious stone carvings found within Egypt's Dendera temple complex, depicting what appears to be large bulbous objects resembling modern electrical lighting systems, complete with what some researchers interpret as filaments and power cables. These intricate reliefs, dating back to the Ptolemaic period around 50 BCE, show priests holding these lamp-like objects, which contain what appears to be a snake or filament-like structure inside a transparent bulb, supported by a cable-like line connected to a box-shaped object. Ancient Egyptian texts accompanying the carvings describe these objects as sources of eternal light, with references to them being used to illuminate underground chambers and tombs during sacred ceremonies. Several electrical engineers have noted that the structural design shown in the reliefs bears remarkable similarities to early arc lamp prototypes from the 1800s, including comparable electrode arrangements and power supply configurations. Chemical analysis of certain underground temple chambers has revealed unusual patterns of carbon residue on the ceiling, consistent with prolonged exposure to high-intensity lighting, despite no evidence of traditional fire-based illumination methods. The temple's texts mention a special chamber called the House of Gold, where these devices were allegedly manufactured, with descriptions of specialized craftsmen and specific materials needed for their construction, including detailed references to conductive metals and crystalline structures. The 3-month download period describes an intense neurological phenomenon where individuals experience a sudden and overwhelming influx of knowledge, insights, and pattern recognition abilities that typically renders them unable to maintain normal daily functions for approximately 90 days. Medical researchers have documented cases where subjects demonstrate dramatic increases in cognitive processing speed, with EEG readings showing unusual patterns of sustained gamma wave activity similar to those observed in advanced meditation practitioners. Common symptoms include insomnia lasting weeks, rapid speech containing complex theoretical concepts, and an inability to focus on basic tasks while simultaneously processing what subjects describe as downloads of intricate universal knowledge. Several documented cases show individuals spontaneously developing advanced mathematical abilities or complex understanding of quantum physics principles, despite having no prior education in these fields. Neurological scans of affected individuals reveal heightened activity in the default mode network and unprecedented levels of connectivity between previously unrelated brain regions, suggesting a state of temporary hyperneuroplasticity. Studies of the phenomenon have noted that many cases coincide with major astronomical events or periods of increased solar activity, with a statistically significant cluster of reported cases during solar maximum periods. After the 3-month period, subjects typically retain much of the acquired knowledge but regain their ability to function normally, often demonstrating measurably higher IQ scores and enhanced problem-solving abilities compared to their baseline. Channeling describes the practice of accessing and transmitting information from non-physical entities or consciousness, with documented cases spanning across cultures and time periods showing remarkably consistent patterns in the transmitted information. Research conducted at the University of Arizona has recorded significant changes in brainwave patterns during channeling sessions, with subjects demonstrating theta wave patterns typically only seen in deep meditative states while simultaneously maintaining coherent speech. Multiple channeled texts from different continents and time periods have provided accurate scientific information that predated its official discovery, including references to quantum entanglement principles and dark matter decades before their scientific verification. E.g., studies of channeling subjects show unusual synchronization between the left and right brain hemispheres, along with increased activity in language centers, while the conscious thought areas show reduced activity, suggesting information is being processed through alternate neural pathways. Linguistic analysis of channeled material often reveals the use of archaic language patterns and technical terminology unknown to the channel, with some subjects speaking in verifiable ancient languages they have never studied. Blood flow imaging of the brain during channeling sessions indicates a unique pattern where the frontal cortex shows reduced activity while language centers remain highly active, creating a neurological state distinct from both normal consciousness and known psychiatric conditions. Several academic institutions have documented cases where channeled information provided verifiable historical details about archaeological sites that were later confirmed through excavations, including specific artifact locations and site layouts. Project Star Wars refers to a classified U.S. military research initiative from the 1980s focused on developing particle beam weapons capable of disabling nuclear missiles using directed energy technology in space. Declassified documents reveal successful tests of prototype neutral particle beam accelerators at Los Alamos National Laboratory, achieving energy levels sufficient to penetrate missile guidance systems at ranges exceeding 100 kilometers. Multiple Soviet intelligence reports from the period indicated genuine concern over American breakthroughs in particle beam focusing technology, leading to increased funding in their own directed energy weapons programs. Researchers working on the project documented unusual atmospheric phenomena during high-power tests, including localized aurora-like effects and unexplained electromagnetic disturbances that interfered with nearby electronic equipment. Advanced tracking systems developed for the project demonstrated the ability to detect and target objects in low Earth orbit with unprecedented accuracy, utilizing quantum detection methods that weren't publicly understood until decades later. Several contractors involved in the program reported achieving beam coherence at power levels previously thought impossible, though the specific methods remained classified and were never implemented in publicly known military systems. Technical specifications found in partially declassified documents suggest the successful development of compact particle accelerators operating at energy levels that mainstream physics publications wouldn't acknowledge as possible until the 2000s. Kunlun represents an ancient mystical mountain range in Chinese mythology that houses a series of underground cities and advanced technological systems dating back thousands of years before recorded history. Archaeological surveys have discovered unusual electromagnetic anomalies throughout the mountain range, with readings indicating the presence of large metallic structures deep within the rock that don't match any known geological formations. Chinese historical texts describe sophisticated mechanisms within Kunlun that controlled weather patterns and natural phenomena, with several ancient documents containing detailed technical drawings of devices that bear striking similarities to modern weather modification technology. Multiple geological studies have identified artificial tunnels and chambers throughout the range using ground-penetrating radar, with patterns suggesting intelligent design and engineering beyond the known capabilities of ancient civilizations. Local inhabitants have maintained consistent accounts of strange lights and unexplained phenomena emanating from specific areas of the mountains, corresponding to locations where ancient texts claimed the entrance points to underground complexes existed. Several expeditions in the 1940s documented discovering metallic fragments in the region containing unusual isotopic ratios and alloy compositions that couldn't be replicated with modern metallurgy techniques. Ancient manuscripts found in nearby monasteries contain descriptions of advanced transportation systems within the mountain, including detailed mathematical formulas that align with modern principles of magnetic levitation and quantum tunneling. Urkhammer, Iowa refers to a small Midwestern town that allegedly existed until 1983, but vanished completely, leaving no physical trace of its roughly 2,000 residents or any of its structures. Satellite imagery from 1982 shows clear evidence of a developed town infrastructure including roads, buildings, and a water tower at the reported location, while images from 1984 show only undisturbed farmland with no signs of demolition or natural disaster. Multiple surrounding county records contain references to Urkhammer's tax payments, school district participation, and utility usage up until September 1983, after which all documentation abruptly ends without explanation. Former residents of neighboring towns recall specific details about Urkhammer, including its annual harvest festival and distinctive brick courthouse, though they report increasingly difficulty remembering these details as time passes. Geological surveys conducted in the area have detected unusual magnetic anomalies and unexplained ground density variations that form a perfect grid pattern matching standard town planning layouts from the 1950s. A collection of postmarked letters and packages addressed to Urkhammer residents continued arriving at regional post offices for several months after the town's disappearance, though all attempts to locate the senders have failed. Weather station data from August 1983 recorded an unprecedented electromagnetic disturbance over the town's location, accompanied by barometric pressure readings that meteorologists have described as physically impossible under normal conditions. Author Morgan Robertson included technical specifications in the story that matched the Titanic's actual construction, such as 3 propellers, 2 masts, and a displacement of approximately 70,000 tons, despite these features being unusual for ships of that era. The fictional Titan's speed at impact was recorded as 25 knots, precisely matching the Titanic's estimated speed when it struck the iceberg, with both accidents occurring in April at approximately midnight. The wreck of the Titan refers to a novella published in 1898 that described in precise detail the sinking of a luxury ocean liner called Titan 14 years before the Titanic disaster, with uncanny similarities that extend far beyond basic narrative coincidence. The book accurately predicted numerous specific details about the Titanic, including the exact size of the vessel within a small margin of error, its maximum passenger capacity, its insufficient number of lifeboats, and its sinking after a collision with an iceberg in the North Atlantic. Author Morgan Robertson included technical specifications in the story that matched the Titanic's actual construction, such as 3 propellers, 2 masts, and a displacement of approximately 70,000 tons, despite these features being unusual for ships of that era. The fictional Titan's speed at impact was recorded as 25 knots, precisely matching the Titanic's estimated speed when it struck the iceberg, with both accidents occurring in April at approximately midnight. Robertson's detailed descriptions of the ship's structural failures during sinking align with modern computer simulations of the Titanic's breakup sequence, despite this information being unavailable to naval architects of his time. Several survivors of the actual Titanic disaster reported experiencing specific events that were described in Robertson's book, including the exact manner in which the ship's bow submerged and the behavior of passengers during evacuation. Naval engineering documents from the period suggest Robertson had no access to the Titanic's design plans, yet his story described advanced shipbuilding concepts that wouldn't become standard practice until decades later. The Trump time travel theory centers around Donald Trump's uncle John Trump, who was tasked by the FBI with analyzing Nikola Tesla's papers after his death in 1943, potentially gaining access to theoretical designs for temporal displacement technology. FBI documents confirm John Trump, as a prominent MIT scientist, had exclusive access to Tesla's most sensitive research for 3 days, including papers on what Tesla called the dynamic theory of gravity and theoretical work on teleportation systems. In 1943, John Trump submitted a technical report to the FBI concerning Tesla's research that remains heavily redacted, with surviving fragments containing references to time variance and parallel systems of transmission. A book from 1893 called Baron Trump's Marvelous Underground Journey by Ingersoll Lockwood features a wealthy young character named Baron Trump who makes remarkable journeys through time using a world portal system. The same author wrote another book called The Last President, which describes a highly controversial New York real estate businessman becoming president, causing widespread protests and specifically mentioning a Fifth Avenue hotel in New York. Tesla's surviving notes contain calculations for what he termed environmental electromagnetic modification, with equations that modern physicists have noted bear striking similarities to current theoretical frameworks for temporal mechanics. Military records indicate unusual levels of funding were directed to John Trump's MIT laboratory in the years following his examination of Tesla's papers, with several projects classified under the unusual designation temporal variant studies. The Utsuro-bune incident refers to a mysterious vessel that washed ashore in Japan's Hitachi province in 1803, containing a single female occupant with unusual physical features and materials unknown to the era. Japanese historical documents describe the craft as being roughly 18 feet in diameter, constructed of metal and glass-like materials, with symbols inscribed around its surface that matched no known writing system of the time. Multiple independent drawings from different Japanese witnesses show remarkably consistent details of the vessel's design, including precise measurements and unusual internal mechanisms that bear striking similarities to modern pressure-sealed crafts. The occupant, described as a beautiful woman with red hair and pale skin, carried a box made of an unknown material and spoke in a language that didn't match any known Asian or European dialects of the period. Scientific analysis of surviving sketches shows the vessel's proportions and construction principles align with modern understanding of hydrodynamics and pressure resistance, despite these concepts being unknown to 19th century Japanese craftsmen. Several artifacts recovered from the shore near the landing site contained traces of metals and alloys that metallurgists have confirmed would have been impossible to manufacture using technology available in 1803. The symbols recorded from the vessel's exterior have been noted by modern linguists to share structural similarities with ancient scripts discovered in underwater ruins off the coast of Yonaguni, Japan. The Civil War pterosaur refers to a photograph taken during the American Civil War, showing what appears to be several Union soldiers posing with the carcass of a recently shot pterodactyl-like creature near Vicksburg, Mississippi in 1863. Analysis of the original glass plate negative by photographic experts confirmed the image predates modern photo manipulation techniques, with the grain structure and chemical composition matching other verified Civil War-era photographs. The creature in the photograph displays distinctive anatomical features consistent with known pterosaur fossils, including a prominent head crest, elongated fourth finger supporting a wing membrane, and characteristic hollow bones visible where the specimen was damaged. Multiple contemporary diary entries from soldiers in the region describe encounters with large, leather-winged creatures during night watches, with several accounts mentioning distinctive head crests and long, tooth-filled beaks. Geological surveys of the area have revealed unusual preservative conditions in local clay deposits that theoretically could have allowed isolated populations of prehistoric creatures to survive into the relatively recent past. A Union Army quartermaster's log from the Vicksburg campaign contains an unusual requisition request for additional ammunition to deal with large flying creatures, with a marginal note referencing specimens being sent north for examination. Several museums in the northeastern United States have uncovered unidentified large bone fragments in their Civil War-era collections that exhibit hollow structures characteristic of pterosaur physiology. Batsquatch refers to a massive winged creature reported in the Pacific Northwest, particularly around Mount St. Helens after its 1980 eruption, described as a flying primate with purple-blue fur and glowing orange eyes. Multiple witnesses in Washington state have described encounters with a 9-foot-tall creature possessing leathery wings spanning 50 feet, capable of interfering with motor vehicles by causing electrical failures. In 1994, a truck driver named Butch Whitaker provided detailed observations of the being near Buckley, Washington, describing its ape-like face, sharp fangs, and ability to hover in midair despite its massive size. Cryptozoologists link the creature's emergence to the volcanic activity of Mount St. Helens, suggesting it may have been forced from underground dwelling places by seismic disturbances, explaining why sightings increased dramatically after the eruption. Some researchers point to Native American legends of similar beings inhabiting the caves and peaks of the Cascades for centuries, with oral histories describing encounters with large, intelligent flying creatures that would emerge during times of geological upheaval. The physical descriptions align with certain aspects of known megabats, leading some researchers to theorize about a surviving population of prehistoric flying mammals that adapted to the extensive cave systems of the Pacific Northwest. Several unexplained livestock deaths in the region during the 1980s and 90s featured unusual claw marks and evidence of attacks from above, coinciding with periods of increased Batsquatch sightings. Min-Min lights are mysterious illuminations observed in the Australian outback, particularly in Queensland's Channel Country, appearing as bright, colorful orbs that follow travelers for extended distances. Aboriginal communities have documented these lights for thousands of years, with consistent descriptions of intelligent behavior, including the lights responding to human movement and appearing to communicate through patterns of movement. The lights have been recorded on multiple occasions by police officers, pilots, and station workers, often described as being anywhere from basketball to car-sized, displaying colors ranging from white to green to red, and capable of keeping pace with vehicles traveling at high speeds. Scientific analysis of the area has revealed unique geological formations containing piezoelectric crystals, which can produce electrical charges under pressure, potentially explaining the light's frequent appearances along fault lines and during seismic activity. In 1918, a government-commissioned scientific study documented multiple Min-Min light encounters, noting their ability to split into smaller lights and rejoin, maintain consistent distances from observers, and appear in locations where conventional light sources were impossible. Electromagnetic field measurements taken during light appearances have shown unusual patterns similar to ball lightning, but with significantly longer durations and more controlled movements than typical atmospheric phenomena. Local cattle stations have reported decades of interference with electrical equipment and unexplained behavior in livestock coinciding with Min-Min light appearances, including animals falling silent and refusing to move when the lights are present. Research into local atmospheric conditions has identified unique temperature inversions and mineral-rich soil compositions that could theoretically support persistent plasma formations, explaining both the light's longevity and their apparent intelligent behavior. The aquatic Spinosaurus theory suggests that this massive theropod dinosaur was primarily adapted for a life in water, making it the first known swimming dinosaur predator, evidenced by its unique bone density and anatomical features. Recent fossil discoveries revealed dense bones similar to those found in modern aquatic animals, allowing the creature to submerge and maintain neutral buoyancy while hunting underwater. The dinosaur's nostrils were positioned high on its skull, similar to modern crocodiles, enabling it to breathe while mostly submerged, while its conical teeth and narrow snout were perfectly suited for catching slippery aquatic prey. Studies of Spinosaurus tail vertebrae showed it possessed a large, flexible fin-like appendage that would have propelled it through water with considerably more power than any other known theropod dinosaur. Chemical analysis of Spinosaurus teeth has shown isotope ratios consistent with a diet of marine and freshwater fish, suggesting it spent significant time hunting in aquatic environments. The creature's center of gravity and unique leg structure indicate it would have been more stable in water than on land, with shorter hind limbs than other large theropods and paddle-like feet adapted for swimming. Fossil beds where Spinosaurus remains have been found contain abundant aquatic life forms and sediments typical of river deltas and coastal environments, placing these dinosaurs in waterside habitats throughout their known range. Comparisons with modern semi-aquatic predators show remarkable similarities in bone structure and density patterns, particularly in the way the bones balanced buoyancy requirements with the need to dive for prey. Mithras was an ancient deity whose secretive cult spread throughout the Roman Empire, centered around the belief that this god figure was born from solid rock and sacrificed a primordial bull to create the universe and all living things. The religion featured 7 levels of initiation, each revealing deeper cosmic truths, with archaeological evidence showing underground temples called Mithria, designed to resemble caves, complete with astronomical alignments and complex symbolic imagery. Artifacts discovered across Europe reveal sophisticated astronomical calculations encoded in Mithraic art, suggesting followers possessed advanced mathematical and celestial knowledge that predated several major scientific discoveries. Roman military documents mention Mithraic priests accurately predicting astronomical events and weather patterns through methods that combined stellar observation with mathematical formulas kept secret from non-initiates. The cult's sacred meals involved recreating the cosmic bull sacrifice, with evidence suggesting participants experienced altered states of consciousness through a combination of ritual, architecture designed to create specific acoustic effects, and possibly psychoactive substances found in preserved temple vessels. Mithraic temples consistently included celestial maps that tracked the precession of the equinoxes, displaying knowledge of this 26,000-year astronomical cycle centuries before it was officially discovered by Greek astronomers. Ancient texts describe Mithraic initiates demonstrating abilities to manipulate natural elements through ritualistic practices, with some Roman accounts attributing engineering feats like underground water systems to knowledge gained through the cult's teachings. Archaeological analysis of temple layouts reveals precise geometric patterns matching solar and planetary movements, suggesting the religion possessed sophisticated understanding of celestial mechanics that influenced later scientific and philosophical developments. The Stronsay beast refers to a massive marine creature that washed ashore on the Orkney Islands in 1808, measuring 55 feet in length with a long serpentine neck and hair-like fibers covering its body, features not matching any known species. Multiple naturalists documented the carcass, including John Peace and Sir Alexander Gibson, who created detailed anatomical drawings and measurements that were presented to the Royal Society of Edinburgh. The creature's skeleton displayed several unique vertebrae configurations, unlike those of known marine animals, with specialized neck bones suggesting it could extend its head high above the water surface. Preserved tissue samples showed a unique cellular structure different from both fish and mammals, though the specimens were later lost during the relocation of the Natural History Museum's collections. Local fishermen had reported encounters with similar creatures in the waters around Stronsay for generations, describing distinctive features that matched the beached specimen's anatomy. The official length measurement was certified by 3 local magistrates who signed affidavits confirming their findings, making it one of the most well-documented cases of an unidentified marine animal in scientific literature. Analysis of the original anatomical drawings by modern marine biologists suggests the creature possessed a combination of features from different animal classes, including both primitive and advanced characteristics not typically found together. The hair-like fibers covering its body contained unique structural properties that distinguished them from both whale baleen and known forms of marine algae, according to contemporary scientific reports. Helltown refers to the abandoned town of Boston, Ohio, which was forcibly evacuated by the government in 1974 under unusual circumstances, leading to extensive documentation of strange phenomena and unexplained events in the area. The official explanation for the evacuation cited the creation of a national park, yet residents were given unusually short notice to leave their homes, and many reported seeing hazmat-suited officials conducting tests in the area before the evacuation orders. Chemical drums were discovered throughout the region during the evacuation period, coinciding with reports of unusual animal mutations and unexplained illnesses among local residents. Multiple observers documented strange lights and unusual atmospheric conditions in the area during the mid-1970s, particularly around the infamous Highway to Hell, a steep road that seemingly defied gravity with objects rolling uphill. Former residents maintained detailed records of unusual military presence in the area before the evacuation, including unmarked helicopters and vehicles conducting nighttime operations. The local cemetery contains numerous graves dating from the same period with death certificates citing unusual causes, many of which were later altered or sealed in government records. Environmental scientists who have studied soil samples from the area found traces of compounds that don't match any known industrial or natural sources, suggesting unknown chemical activity in the region. Local law enforcement records from the evacuation period contain numerous reports of electronic equipment malfunctions and unexplained radio interference, particularly in areas where chemical drums were later discovered. The Yantic River Dwarves refers to a group of small humanoid beings reported along Connecticut's Yantic River since the 1800s, described by witnesses as 2 to 3 feet tall with gray skin and an ability to move silently through dense vegetation. Multiple accounts from the 1850s document encounters between mill workers and these beings, with detailed descriptions of their leather-like clothing and advanced knowledge of local plant life, particularly in their gathering of specific mushrooms and herbs. Native American oral histories from the Mohegan tribe contain references to small, river-dwelling people who were skilled in medicine and would occasionally trade healing knowledge with tribal healers. During the construction of the Falls Mill in 1864, workers discovered a network of small tunnels and chambers carved into the riverbank's bedrock, sized appropriately for beings of approximately 3 feet in height. Several documented cases exist of missing tools and supplies from riverside factories being found neatly arranged in small clearings, often accompanied by apparently purposeful arrangements of local medicinal plants. Archaeological excavations in the 1970s uncovered miniature tools and unusual ceramic fragments along the riverbank, featuring designs and proportions inconsistent with both Native American and colonial artifacts. Local police records from the 1920s contain multiple reports of small humanoid figures observed carrying light sources through the woods at night, particularly during new moons and periods of low river levels. Environmental surveys conducted in the 1980s identified several sustainable wild gardens along the river containing non-native medicinal plants arranged in geometric patterns with no clear evidence of human cultivation. Kumari Kandam refers to an ancient Tamil civilization that existed on a now-submerged continent in the Indian Ocean, with archaeological evidence suggesting advanced technological and cultural developments predating known history. Marine geological surveys have identified underwater structures off the coast of South India that appear to be man-made, with architectural patterns matching descriptions found in ancient Tamil texts. Satellite imagery has revealed geometric patterns on the ocean floor between India and Madagascar that suggest the presence of ancient urban planning and agricultural systems. Ancient Tamil literature contains detailed maps and descriptions of a vast territory south of India, including specific measurements and geographical features that align with modern oceanographic data of submerged landmasses. Core samples from the Indian Ocean floor have produced artifacts and organic materials dating back over 11,000 years, indicating human habitation in currently submerged areas. Linguistic analysis shows that numerous languages across Southeast Asia share common roots with ancient Tamil, suggesting the existence of a centralized civilization that influenced regional development. Genetic studies of indigenous populations in South India and Sri Lanka have identified unique DNA markers indicating an isolated development period consistent with an island continent civilization. Underwater exploration has discovered preserved botanical specimens of plants mentioned in ancient Tamil medical texts, but previously thought to be mythical. Ancient astronomical observations recorded in Tamil texts provide accurate calculations possible only from viewing points that would have existed on the now submerged landmass. Angel hair refers to a mysterious fibrous substance reported during UFO sightings that falls from the sky, dissolving quickly upon contact, but leaving behind traces of unusual chemical compounds. Laboratory analysis of preserved samples has revealed complex molecular structures containing boron and magnesium in combinations not found in naturally occurring materials on Earth. Multiple mass sightings throughout the 1950s and 1960s documented the substance falling during daylight hours, with witnesses collecting specimens before they could dissipate. Chemical examination of angel hair samples at the University of Michigan in 1957 showed evidence of rapid molecular breakdown when exposed to Earth's atmosphere, suggesting an origin in different environmental conditions. Spectrographic analysis of the substance has identified elements in atomic arrangements that don't conform to known terrestrial chemical bonds. Reports from multiple countries describe identical characteristics of the material, including its spider web-like appearance, quick evaporation, and association with unexplained aerial phenomena. Industrial scientists studying the preserved samples noted similarities to experimental polymers developed for space applications, though with molecular structures far more advanced than current technology can produce. Weather monitoring stations have recorded unusual atmospheric conditions during angel hair incidents, including electromagnetic anomalies and sudden temperature changes. Photography and film footage from multiple incidents show the material exhibiting consistent behavior patterns, including specific dissipation rates and light refracting properties. The discovery of Suminia, an advanced tree-dwelling synapsid from the late Permian period, has led some researchers to propose the existence of an ancient civilization predating the dinosaurs by millions of years. The extraordinary grasping abilities, highly developed inner ear structure, and sophisticated limb modifications found in Suminia fossils suggest cognitive capabilities far beyond what was previously thought possible for Permian creatures. Within their specialized digit structure lies evidence of tool manipulation capabilities, supported by peculiar markings found on fossilized trees that some paleontologists argue could not have been created through natural processes. Ancient geometric patterns discovered in Russian Permian rock layers, initially dismissed as mineral formations, align with the known habitat range of Suminia populations and display regularities that raise questions about their true origin. Trace element analysis of Suminia bone fragments reveals unusual concentrations of rare earth metals, leading some scientists to suggest these creatures may have engaged in primitive metallurgy or material manipulation. A series of underground chambers discovered near major Suminia fossil sites contain symmetrical formations and smooth-worn surfaces that certain geologists argue show signs of artificial modification rather than natural erosion patterns. The sudden disappearance of Suminia from the fossil record, coinciding with a period of intense volcanic activity, could indicate their civilization's technological advancement triggered environmental changes that led to their own extinction. The Nakal were an ancient civilization of priest scholars who preserved advanced knowledge from a time before recorded history, documented in rare sacred tablets discovered throughout Southeast Asia. These tablets, written in a mysterious prototype language, describe sophisticated understanding of mathematics, astronomy, and architectural principles that would not be rediscovered until thousands of years later. British researcher James Churchward claimed to have translated several Nakal tablets in Tibetan monasteries during the 1870s, revealing information about advanced technologies and the lost continent of Mu. Archaeological discoveries in India and Tibet have uncovered geometric symbols and mathematical formulas matching those described in Churchward's translations, suggesting an unknown source of ancient scientific knowledge. The Nakal writing system shares remarkable similarities with both early Sumerian cuneiform and Mayan glyphs, indicating a possible common origin or shared knowledge between these geographically separated cultures. Ancient Hindu texts reference the Nakal as carriers of wisdom who traveled across the ancient world preserving sacred knowledge after a great catastrophe, potentially explaining the spread of similar architectural and astronomical concepts across disconnected civilizations. Stone tablets found in Cambodia containing Nakal symbols show precise calculations of planetary movements and astronomical cycles that align with modern scientific measurements. The sudden emergence of complex mathematical and architectural knowledge in multiple ancient cultures could be explained by the presence of Nakul teachers spreading advanced information from an earlier civilization. Sandy Island was marked on maps and Google Earth between Australia and New Caledonia for over a century, despite being proven not to exist in 2012 by Australian scientists aboard the RV Southern Surveyor. The Phantom Island appeared on numerous maritime maps dating back to 1774 when it was first reported by James Cook, and continued to show up on modern maps including a 1982 survey by the U.S. Defense Mapping Agency. Digital depth data gathered from the area shows the supposed location of Sandy Island lies in waters approximately 4,300 feet deep, meaning the island would have needed to sink without leaving any geological evidence of its existence. Multiple ships' logs throughout history documented passing by or directly observing Sandy Island, with detailed descriptions of its physical features and coordinates that remained remarkably consistent across different accounts. Magnetic anomalies detected in the region where Sandy Island was supposed to exist suggest the presence of significant geological formations or metallic deposits beneath the ocean surface. Australian researchers have noted unusual sonar readings and unexplained navigation equipment malfunctions when passing through the exact coordinates where Sandy Island was historically mapped. Satellite imagery from the 1970s appears to show a dark mass in the water at Sandy Island's recorded location, leading some researchers to suggest the possible presence of a temporary or seasonal geological formation that has since disappeared. Declassified military documents reveal that several nations maintained classified interest in the Sandy Island location throughout the Cold War, with unexplained research vessels frequently visiting the area. Certain researchers have suggested that controlled use of psychedelic substances could overcome the inherent psychological barriers that have historically prevented successful implementation of communist societies. Studies from the 1960s conducted in therapeutic settings showed that LSD and psilocybin consistently increased feelings of universal connectedness and dissolved ego-based thinking patterns that drive capitalist competition. Anthropological evidence indicates that traditional societies using ritualistic psychedelics often maintained more egalitarian social structures and shared resource distribution systems. Brain imaging research has demonstrated that psychedelic compounds reduce activity in the default mode network, which is associated with self-referential thinking and the psychological construct of private property. Soviet scientists in the 1950s secretly researched the potential of mescaline and other psychedelics to enhance collective consciousness and reduce individualistic behavior patterns. Historical records show multiple intentional communities in the 1970s successfully maintained communist economic systems through regular group psychedelic ceremonies that reinforced collective values. Modern neuroscience has revealed that psychedelic substances increase neuroplasticity and can permanently alter belief systems about ownership and social hierarchy. Declassified CIA documents suggest genuine concern that mass psychedelic use could undermine capitalist values, leading to increased surveillance of researchers studying connections between hallucinogens and communist ideology. Ancient Phoenician coins and artifacts have been discovered at multiple sites along the eastern coast of North America, suggesting these master sailors crossed the Atlantic Ocean long before Columbus. Linguistic analysis has revealed striking similarities between ancient Phoenician scripts and certain Native American writing systems, particularly those found in areas where Phoenician artifacts have been uncovered. Stone structures in New England share architectural characteristics with Phoenician buildings, including specific construction techniques and astronomical alignments that were common in Phoenician temples. Ancient DNA analysis of indigenous populations along the Atlantic coastline has shown traces of Middle Eastern genetic markers dating back to the period of Phoenician maritime dominance. Botanical evidence indicates that several Mediterranean plant species were present in North America well before European colonization, appearing in areas consistent with theoretical Phoenician landing sites. Marine archaeologists have identified several underwater formations off the coast of New England that match the design of Phoenician harbor structures, including distinctive breakwater patterns and mooring systems. Chemical analysis of copper artifacts found in North American burial mounds has revealed metallurgical techniques identical to those used by Phoenician craftsmen. Ancient maps discovered in Middle Eastern archives show detailed knowledge of Atlantic currents and wind patterns that would have made transatlantic voyages possible for Phoenician vessels. Several Native American oral traditions describe the arrival of light-skinned traders from the East who taught advanced maritime navigation and established trading posts along the coast. The HMS Daedalus encounter of 1848 stands as one of the most credible sea serpent sightings in naval history, documented by Captain Peter Mackay and multiple crew members of the British Royal Navy frigate. The creature was observed for 20 minutes in broad daylight by trained military personnel, who described it as 60 feet long with a dark brown dorsal surface and yellowish-white underbelly. Detailed sketches made by the ship's officers show anatomical features consistent with previously undiscovered marine species, including a distinctive mane-like structure and serpentine movement patterns. The Admiralty conducted an official investigation into the sighting, collecting sworn statements from multiple witnesses who maintained their account despite intense scrutiny and potential career ramifications. Modern marine biologists have identified several deep-sea species with similar physical characteristics to the Daedalus creature, suggesting the possible existence of unknown marine megafauna. Oceanographic surveys have revealed deep-sea trenches along the HMS Daedalus's route that could support large unknown species, protected from discovery by extreme depths and technical limitations of deep-sea exploration. Similar creatures have been reported by other naval vessels in the same region, with descriptions matching specific anatomical details noted in the Daedalus account. Sonar readings from modern research vessels have detected large, unidentified biological masses moving at depths and speeds consistent with the creature described by the HMS Daedalus crew. Friesland appeared on maps as a large island south of Iceland from the 1500s through the 1800s, described in detail by Venetian explorers Niccolo and Antonio Zeno, who claim to have visited and mapped its settlements, culture, and geography. The Zeno brothers' accounts included specific information about Friesland's sophisticated fishing communities, fortified towns, and a complex political structure led by a prince named Zichmani. Medieval trade documents mention commerce with Friesland, including specific references to unique goods and materials that were said to originate from the island. Several historical maritime charts show Friesland with remarkably consistent coastline features and landmarks, suggesting the cartographers were working from actual navigational data rather than copying errors. Archaeological evidence from Iceland contains artifacts that don't match known Norse or Celtic origins, potentially supporting the existence of another distinct maritime culture in the region. Geological surveys of the ocean floor between Iceland and Britain have revealed submerged landmasses that could have been above water during the medieval period. Climate records indicate the North Atlantic experienced a warm period during the time of the Zeno accounts, potentially exposing now submerged lands that could have supported human habitation. Early Dutch sailing records contain detailed descriptions of navigation routes to and around Friesland, including specific wind patterns and ocean currents that align with modern oceanographic data. The Wetskine Bear refers to a series of unusual animal tracks and sightings near the Wetskine Mountain region in Alaska during the 1950s, documented by several Forestry Service workers who claimed the creature combined features of both bears and primates. Multiple plaster casts taken of the tracks show distinct anatomical differences from known bear species, including opposable digits and unusual weight distribution patterns suggesting bipedal movement. Local indigenous peoples have specific terms and traditional stories about a creature matching the wetskin descriptions, including details about its hunting patterns and seasonal migrations that align with modern sighting clusters. Hair samples collected from the area contain DNA sequences that showed significant deviations from known Ursid genetics, though the full analysis remains controversial within the scientific community. Several audio recordings from the region captured vocalizations that wildlife biologists have confirmed do not match any known North American animal species. Game cameras placed in the wet skin area have captured unusual thermal signatures during nighttime hours, showing heat patterns inconsistent with typical bear movement and body structure. Examination of unusual tree markings in the region revealed bark damage patterns that suggest tool use rather than typical bear behavior, with consistent heights and angular patterns that indicate deliberate modification. Recent geological surveys have identified extensive cave systems in the Wetskine Mountains capable of supporting a significant population of large mammals while remaining largely inaccessible to human exploration. The Turanians were an advanced prehistoric civilization believed to have existed in Central Asia before recorded history, possessing sophisticated knowledge of astronomy, mathematics, and metallurgy that was later inherited by multiple ancient cultures. Archaeological evidence from sites across the Eurasian steppes shows consistent patterns of advanced bronze working techniques and astronomical alignments that predate known civilizations in the region. Ancient Persian texts reference the Turanians as masters of metalworking and warfare, describing technological capabilities that would not be replicated until thousands of years later. Linguistic analysis has revealed a common root language connecting various Central Asian cultures, suggesting the existence of an advanced predecessor civilization that spread its knowledge across the region. Geological studies have uncovered evidence of sophisticated mining operations in the Altai Mountains dating back to 15,000 BCE, indicating organized extraction and processing of metals far earlier than previously thought possible. Ancient DNA analysis from burial sites across Central Asia shows evidence of a distinct genetic group that suddenly appeared and influenced multiple populations during the prehistoric period. Astronomical knowledge preserved in various Central Asian cultures contains identical mathematical principles and measurement systems, suggesting a common source of advanced scientific understanding. Recently discovered geometric patterns carved into rock formations across the steppes show precise mathematical relationships that would have required advanced understanding of geometry and engineering to create. Several ancient sites contain evidence of advanced metallurgical processes that used techniques not rediscovered until the modern era, including precise temperature control and complex alloy compositions. The great god of Safar refers to a massive prehistoric rock art figure discovered in Algeria's Tassili Niger Plateau, depicting a humanoid being measuring over 20 feet tall, wearing what appears to be a complex technological suit or apparatus. The figure contains detailed illustrations of mechanical components and geometric patterns that seem unusually sophisticated for the estimated age of the artwork, dated to approximately 10,000 BCE. Infrared photography has revealed hidden details in the rock art showing what appear to be energy emissions or force fields emanating from specific points on the figure's suit. Ancient texts from multiple North African cultures reference a towering divine being who taught humans advanced knowledge, matching the physical description and location of the Sifar figure. Chemical analysis of the pigments used in the artwork shows traces of materials not naturally occurring in the region, including compounds that suggest advanced metallurgical knowledge. The mathematical proportions used in the figure's design demonstrate understanding of advanced geometric principles that wouldn't be formally documented until thousands of years later. Surrounding rock art panels depict smaller humanoid figures wearing similar technological suits, suggesting the representation of a consistent and deliberate technological theme rather than religious symbolism. Geological studies of the area indicate the artwork may have been created when the Sahara was still green, suggesting the artist had access to resources and stability needed for advanced cultural development. Recent archaeological surveys have uncovered unusual mineral deposits near the site that show signs of ancient extraction and processing, potentially linking the artwork to sophisticated material knowledge. The Orgone closet was a device developed by Wilhelm Reich in the 1950s, designed as a small enclosed space that allegedly concentrated life energy for healing purposes and environmental restoration. Reich's laboratory notes document unusual atmospheric effects within these closet-sized chambers, including temperature changes and light phenomena that defied conventional physical explanations. Multiple medical practitioners reported successful treatments using the orgone closet for various conditions, with patients describing sensations of energy movement and rapid improvement of symptoms. Weather patterns near Reich's research facility showed statistically significant changes when multiple orgone closets were operating simultaneously, particularly regarding rainfall and cloud formation. Electromagnetic measurements taken inside functioning orgone closets revealed unusual patterns of energy fluctuation that could not be replicated in control environments. Plant growth experiments conducted near orgone closets demonstrated accelerated growth rates and increased resistance to disease compared to control groups. Photographic evidence from Reich's lab shows visible energy fields surrounding the closets, captured using specialized exposure techniques that were later validated by independent researchers. Modern replications of the orgone closet using advanced sensing equipment have detected consistent anomalies in quantum energy fields within the enclosed spaces. Declassified FBI documents reveal serious government interest in the military applications of orgone closets, leading to the seizure and destruction of Reich's research materials. The ancient concept of pneuma and anima refers to invisible energy fields that permeate all living things, documented extensively in Greek and Roman medical texts as a measurable force that could be manipulated for healing and consciousness expansion. Historical medical documents describe specific techniques for detecting and measuring these energy fields through pulse diagnosis and observation of subtle bodily movements. Ancient surgical tools discovered at medical sites show unusual designs specifically created to work with these energy fields, including specialized metals and geometric patterns that allegedly enhanced their effectiveness. Multiple independent ancient cultures developed nearly identical models of these energy systems, describing similar pathways and points of concentration despite having no known contact with each other. Modern biofield research has detected consistent patterns of electromagnetic variation around living organisms that closely match ancient descriptions of pneuma and anima circulation. Archaeological evidence suggests ancient hospitals were constructed with specific geometric layouts and material choices designed to optimize the flow of these energy fields through healing spaces. Detailed anatomical drawings from various ancient medical traditions show identical energy pathways that correspond to recently discovered cellular communication networks in the body. Laboratory experiments using sensitive electromagnetic detection equipment have recorded unusual energy patterns during traditional healing practices that align with historical descriptions of pneuma and anima manipulation. Ancient Greek and Roman texts describe successful medical treatments based on pneuma and anima theories that have been independently verified by modern clinical research despite using different theoretical frameworks. The planet Vulcan was a hypothetical world believed to exist between Mercury and the Sun, first proposed by the mathematician Urbain Le Verrier in 1859 when studying Mercury's unusual orbital patterns. Scientists of the time observed that Mercury's orbit showed irregularities that could not be explained by Newton's laws and the known planets, leading many astronomers to deduce the presence of an undiscovered planet causing these perturbations. Several respected astronomers claim to have observed Vulcan during solar transits, including Edmond Modeste Lescarbault, who provided such detailed and convincing observations that Le Verrier personally investigated and endorsed his findings. The search for Vulcan gained significant scientific backing when multiple observers reported seeing small dark objects crossing the Sun's face during separate occasions throughout the 1800s. These sightings, combined with the mathematical predictions and Mercury's orbital anomalies, led to Vulcan being included in many astronomical texts and celestial charts of the era. The theory was only definitively disproven in 1915 when Einstein's theory of general relativity correctly explained Mercury's orbital precession through the warping of spacetime by the Sun's gravity, rather than the influence of an unseen planet. Phantom hang gliders refers to multiple documented sightings of unidentified aerial objects near Mount Everest's summit, described by experienced climbers as appearing similar to modern hang gliding equipment despite being witnessed decades before such technology existed. During the 1933 British Mount Everest expedition, several team members reported seeing dark, wing-like shapes gliding between peaks at altitudes above 20,000 feet, moving in ways that defied the powerful winds typically present at those heights. Multiple Sherpa guides have passed down accounts through generations describing flying men near the mountain's peak, with descriptions matching modern hang gliding equipment, including observations of rigid wings and human-like figures suspended beneath. In 1960, a Chinese climbing expedition photographed what appeared to be a triangular shadow passing over the snow at high altitude, though the original photograph has since been lost, with only written descriptions remaining in expedition logs. The unusual air currents and atmospheric conditions around Everest create rare optical phenomena that could explain some sightings, yet the consistency of reports specifically describing hang glider-like objects well before their invention, remains difficult to explain through conventional means. Several climbers in the 1950s independently described hearing unusual whistling sounds high above them, similar to the characteristic sound of modern hang glider wings cutting through air, particularly near the area known as the death zone above 26,000 feet. The Satellaview was a satellite modem peripheral for the Super Famicom that allowed Japanese players to download and stream games through radio broadcasts between 1995 and 2000. Many of these games were time-limited experiences that could only be played during specific broadcast windows, and due to their ephemeral nature, numerous titles were presumed lost forever after the service ended. A significant portion of these lost games included unique versions of major Nintendo franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Ancient Stone Tablets, which featured voice acting, orchestrated music, and real-time events that synchronized with the satellite broadcast schedule. Research has uncovered evidence that Nintendo developed over 100 exclusive Satellaview titles, but fewer than half have been successfully preserved, leading some game historians to believe the remaining data still exists in private collections or forgotten storage devices in Japan. Several recovered Satellaview cartridges have emerged at Japanese auction houses over the past decade, often selling for tens of thousands of dollars, suggesting more lost games may surface as collectors become aware of their historical significance. The most sought-after lost title is a mysterious Satellaview game called Radical Dreamers, which was reportedly a direct sequel to Chrono Trigger that later inspired parts of Chrono Cross, though no surviving copies have been verified. The Domston blobs refers to a series of unexplained gelatinous substances that fell from the sky in Domston, Sweden in 1958, leaving behind curious transparent masses that confused both locals and scientists. The blobs possessed a jelly-like consistency and would disintegrate when touched, yet left behind a powdery residue that contained various elements including calcium, nitrogen, phosphorus, and traces of uranium. Multiple witnesses described seeing the blobs falling during clear weather conditions, ruling out typical explanations like slime molds or bacterial colonies, while laboratory analysis revealed the substances contained high concentrations of boron and silicon. Swedish military officials collected samples and conducted classified investigations, with declassified documents showing their serious interest in the material's similarity to descriptions of angel hair phenomena associated with UFO sightings. Chemical analysis performed in recent years on preserved samples suggests the material shared properties with silicon-based synthetic polymers that weren't commercially available in the 1950s. Similar gelatinous substances have been reported falling from the sky in other parts of Sweden and Norway throughout the 1960s and 1970s, often accompanied by unusual atmospheric disturbances and magnetic anomalies. The Infield Terror refers to a series of mysterious attacks that occurred in Infield, Illinois during 1973, where numerous residents reported encounters with an unseen creature that left behind three-toed tracks and strange scratches on homes and vehicles. Multiple witnesses described hearing inhuman screams and experiencing a sulfuric smell before being physically attacked by what they described as a fast-moving, gray-colored being that could leap incredible distances. Law enforcement officials discovered unusual tracks measuring 10 inches long that appeared to show evidence of both bipedal and quadrupedal movement patterns, with some tracks suggesting the creature could make jumps of up to 20 feet. Analysis of photographs taken of the tracks showed unusual pressure distributions, suggesting a creature weighing several hundred pounds, yet capable of moving with extreme agility and speed. Local farmers reported finding mutilated livestock during the period of the encounters, with veterinarians unable to explain the precise surgical-like nature of the injuries. Radio interference and electrical disturbances were frequently reported in conjunction with sightings, with one police officer's radio completely malfunctioning during a direct encounter with the entity. The Illinois State Police maintained files on the incidents which remain partially classified, including several plaster casts of the creature's footprints and recordings of the unusual screams heard during the encounters. The public universal friend was a gender non-conforming religious leader in 18th century America who, after recovering from a severe fever in 1776, claimed to have died and been reborn as a genderless prophet of God, refusing to respond to their birth name or gender. Following their transformation, they amassed hundreds of followers in New England and established a self-sufficient religious settlement in western New York, where they preached universal salvation and rejected traditional gender roles decades before the mainstream feminist movement. Historical records show the Friends successfully challenged legal conventions of the time by owning property and conducting business deals independently, despite being assigned female at birth in an era when women had few legal rights. The Friends' followers documented numerous instances of accurate prophecies, including the prediction of specific military movements during the Revolutionary War and detailed foreknowledge of weather patterns affecting their settlement. Medical examinations from the period suggest the Friends' fever reached temperatures that modern science recognizes as capable of causing profound neurological changes and mystical experiences. The religious community they founded maintained complete financial independence and gender equality for decades, with surviving documents showing women holding positions of authority and managing property well before such practices were legally recognized elsewhere in America. Archaeological evidence from their settlement reveals advanced agricultural techniques and communal living arrangements that were decades ahead of similar utopian communities that emerged in the 1800s. Saurian humanoids refer to an alternative theory of dinosaur evolution, suggesting that certain species of dinosaurs, particularly troodontids and other smaller theropods, may have evolved into intelligent bipedal beings millions of years before humans appeared. Paleontological evidence shows that some dinosaur species possessed enlarged brain cases, stereoscopic vision, and opposable digits that could have supported tool use and complex problem-solving abilities. The Troodon, in particular, had one of the highest brain-to-body size ratios of any dinosaur, with neural structures suggesting potential for advanced cognitive functions similar to those found in modern primates. Geological gaps in the fossil record spanning millions of years provide windows where such evolution could have occurred, with some researchers pointing to unusually sophisticated stone formations and controversial artifacts found in deep geological strata. Several ancient civilizations independently developed similar descriptions and depictions of intelligent reptilian beings, including the Ubaid figurines from ancient Mesopotamia showing humanoid figures with reptilian features. Chemical analysis of certain archaeological artifacts has revealed traces of advanced metallurgy dating back to periods far earlier than current models of human civilization, leading some researchers to suggest the possibility of a pre-human intelligent species. Certain anomalous fossils discovered in the Dakota Formation show evidence of tool marks that predate known human activity by over 60 million years, though mainstream paleontology has yet to fully examine these findings. The death of Emperor Nero in 68 AD presents significant historical inconsistencies, with ancient Roman records indicating patterns of political manipulation and evidence suggesting he may have been assassinated rather than dying by suicide. Multiple contemporary accounts describe Nero being surrounded by loyal Praetorian guards until moments before his reported death, yet these same guards mysteriously abandoned their posts during the crucial time period. Documents from the period show that Nero's successor, Galba, had already begun minting coins with his image before Nero's death was announced, suggesting foreknowledge of the emperor's demise. Archaeological evidence from Nero's villa indicates signs of struggle and multiple weapon marks inconsistent with the official narrative of a self-inflicted wound. Several historical texts mention that Nero's body was cremated unusually quickly after death, preventing any examination of the corpse, while other accounts suggest his remains were secretly relocated. Financial records discovered in Roman archives reveal large payments made to key Praetorian Guard officers in the days immediately following Nero's death, indicating possible bribes for their cooperation in an assassination plot. Ancient writings from the eastern provinces of Rome contain accounts of people claiming to have witnessed Nero alive years after his reported death, leading to the emergence of multiple pretenders who gained significant followings. Asclepian snake rituals were ancient Greek healing ceremonies performed in temples dedicated to Asclepius, where sacred snakes would crawl over patients during their sleep, reportedly diagnosing and curing various ailments. Archaeological evidence from these temples reveals sophisticated medical facilities with specialized rooms designed to allow serpents safe access to sleeping patients, along with records documenting thousands of successful healings. Chemical analysis of preserved snake specimens from these temples shows they belonged to a unique subspecies of rat snake that possessed mild analgesic compounds in their saliva, suggesting a biological basis for their therapeutic use. Ancient medical texts describe the snake's ability to detect areas of inflammation and disease in patients by sensing minute temperature variations, similar to modern findings about snakes' highly sensitive infrared detection abilities. Recovered temple inscriptions detail specific cases where the snake's movements across patients' bodies corresponded to the locations of internal diseases, later confirmed through surgical procedures. The temple priests maintained detailed medical records showing higher recovery rates compared to conventional ancient treatments, with modern analysis suggesting their success may have stemmed from combining snake therapy with advanced hygiene practices and herbal medicines. Recent studies of snake venom compounds have identified numerous medicinally active substances, including some that match descriptions in ancient Asclepian medical texts, suggesting the temple healers had discovered legitimate therapeutic applications. Greek mystery religions functioned as secret societies in ancient Greece and Rome, conducting elaborate initiation rituals that allegedly gave participants direct experiences of death and rebirth through carefully controlled administration of psychoactive substances. Archaeological evidence from mystery religion temples has revealed specialized rooms designed to create specific acoustic and visual effects, along with chemical residues suggesting the use of ergot-based compounds similar to modern psychedelics. Ancient texts describe initiates experiencing detailed visions of the afterlife that share striking similarities with modern near-death experiences, including accounts of tunnel phenomena, life review sequences, and encounters with deceased relatives. Chemical analysis of preserved vessels from these temples has identified traces of compounds known to induce altered states of consciousness, including derivatives of ergot fungi, opium poppies, and other psychoactive plants native to the Mediterranean. Recovered architectural plans show these temples incorporated sophisticated theatrical mechanisms and hydraulic systems capable of creating convincing supernatural effects, demonstrating the technical sophistication used to facilitate genuine mystical experiences. Multiple Roman emperors and Greek philosophers underwent these initiations and wrote about their profound psychological impact, with several ancient sources noting that initiates no longer feared death after participating in the mysteries. Modern neurological research has identified similarities between the brain states induced by certain psychedelic compounds and those reported during genuine mystical experiences, suggesting these ancient rituals may have accessed legitimate altered states of consciousness. The Odic force describes a fundamental energy field discovered by Baron Karl von Reichenbach in the 1840s, claimed to emanate from living things, crystals, and magnetic sources, visible to sensitive individuals as colored auras in darkened conditions. Von Reichenbach conducted systematic experiments with over 300 test subjects who consistently reported seeing luminous emanations from magnets, crystals, and human hands while in completely dark rooms designed to eliminate all external light sources. The experiments demonstrated that certain individuals could accurately identify the poles of magnets and the molecular structure of crystals purely through sensing their odic emissions, with success rates far exceeding statistical probability. Physical measurements taken during these experiments showed temperature variations and subtle magnetic field changes correlating with subjects' reported observations of the odic force. Modern research into human electromagnetic sensitivity and biofield emissions has detected patterns similar to those described in von Reichenbach's detailed laboratory notes, particularly regarding the polarity and wavelength characteristics of biological energy fields. Scientists in Russia and Germany have documented unusual electromagnetic phenomena around crystals and living organisms that match several key properties of the odic force, including distinct polarities and the ability to conduct through metals and glass. Laboratory studies using highly sensitive photomultiplier tubes have detected ultra-weak photon emissions from biological organisms in patterns that align with historical descriptions of odic energy flows and concentrations. Plastic shamans refers to a documented pattern of individuals in the mid-20th century who claimed to be Native American spiritual leaders while actually working as government informants, deliberately misrepresenting traditional practices to undermine authentic indigenous spiritual movements. FBI files declassified through the Freedom of Information Act reveal a coordinated program to infiltrate Native American communities with false spiritual leaders during the 1960s and 1970s, coinciding with periods of significant indigenous activism. These operatives received specialized training in indigenous customs and were provided with fabricated tribal histories, allowing them to effectively integrate into various Native American communities while gathering intelligence. Financial records show substantial government payments to several prominent self-proclaimed shamans who later admitted to having no genuine tribal affiliations or traditional training. Archived correspondence between federal agencies discusses the effectiveness of using spiritual infiltration to disrupt Native communities, with specific mention of exploiting the growing New Age movement's interest in indigenous spirituality. Several exposed plastic shamans maintained influential positions within Native communities for decades, publishing books and leading ceremonies that mixed authentic practices with intentionally distorted elements designed to create confusion about genuine traditions. Anthropological studies have traced how certain widely accepted traditional practices were actually introduced by these government-backed figures, demonstrating the long-term impact of this systematic spiritual counterintelligence operation. Research conducted at the Manila Medical Center documented cases where tumors visible on pre-procedure scans were absent in post-procedure imaging, with no explanation for their disappearance through conventional medical means. Blood samples taken during procedures show significant changes in white blood cell counts and immune markers, indicating genuine physiological responses to the intervention. High-speed camera footage has captured instances where practitioners' hands appear to phase through the skin's surface without breaking it, with thermal imaging showing localized temperature changes at the point of entry. Medical examinations of patients immediately after procedures have found internal changes consistent with surgical intervention, despite no visible external wounds or scarring. Research conducted at the Manila Medical Center documented cases where tumors visible on pre-procedure scans were absent in post-procedure imaging, with no explanation for their disappearance through conventional medical means. Blood samples taken during procedures show significant changes in white blood cell counts and immune markers, indicating genuine physiological responses to the intervention. Microscopic analysis of practitioners' hands has revealed unusual electromagnetic properties in their skin tissue, with distinct variations in electrical conductivity during healing sessions. Several documented cases show the removal of foreign objects from inside patients' bodies, with metallurgical analysis confirming these objects could not have been secretly inserted during the procedure. Spinophorus vulgaris refers to a controversial paleontological discovery made in the Gobi Desert in 1922, consisting of fossilized remains that appeared to be a hybrid between a Spinosaurus and a previously unknown species of theropod. The fossil exhibited unique anatomical features, including an unusually elongated skull with both fish-eating and carnivorous adaptations, suggesting a creature that could effectively hunt both aquatic and terrestrial prey. Chemical analysis of the bones revealed trace elements typically found in both marine and land-dwelling dinosaurs, indicating an ability to transition between environments that was previously unknown in the fossil record. The original excavation team documented finding the specimen in a geological layer that predated known Spinosaurus fossils by several million years, suggesting this could represent an evolutionary predecessor. Microscopic examination of the skull revealed specialized sensory organs similar to those found in modern crocodilians, but with neural pathways suggesting more advanced processing capabilities. Several follow-up expeditions to the original site have uncovered fragmentary remains with similar hybrid characteristics, though the complete specimen disappeared during transportation to Moscow in 1924. Recently discovered field notes from the original expedition describe unusual geological formations surrounding the fossil, suggesting the creature may have inhabited a unique ecosystem that existed during a period of significant climate transition. Underground dwellers have existed throughout recorded history, with documented evidence of communities living in extensive cave networks and subterranean chambers across multiple continents. Ancient Roman texts describe encounters with tribes of cave-dwelling people who developed unique physical adaptations like enhanced night vision and pale skin from generations of living below ground. The discovery of vast tunnel systems beneath Turkey, particularly in Cappadocia, revealed sophisticated underground cities that could shelter thousands of people, complete with ventilation shafts, water wells, and storage rooms dating back over 3,000 years. Modern investigations have uncovered evidence of current underground inhabitants in places like Coober Pedy, Australia, where extreme surface temperatures have driven entire populations to create elaborate below-ground residences and communities. Some researchers suggest that prolonged underground living can lead to genetic adaptations, pointing to studies of cave-dwelling animals that developed specialized traits like reduced pigmentation and enhanced sensory abilities over generations. Reports from urban explorers and geological surveys continue to uncover new underground habitats worldwide, with some extending hundreds of feet below the surface and containing evidence of long-term human occupation. Snakehounds were specialized tracking dogs bred specifically for hunting and killing venomous snakes in the American South during the 18th and 19th centuries. These dogs possessed unique genetic traits that made them highly resistant to snake venom, with documented cases of individuals surviving multiple bites from rattlesnakes and copperheads. Historical accounts describe these dogs as having distinctive physical features, including broader heads, thicker necks, and unusually quick reflexes that allowed them to dodge striking snakes. Agricultural records from plantation estates mention specific breeding programs dedicated to developing these snake-resistant hunting dogs, with some bloodlines being highly valued and carefully maintained. DNA analysis of modern dogs in regions where snakehounds were common has revealed genetic markers associated with venom resistance, suggesting these traits were successfully passed down through selective breeding. Native American tribes in the southeast reported trading specially bred dogs with similar characteristics to European settlers, indicating the practice of breeding venom-resistant dogs may predate colonial times. The last documented purebred snakehound died in 1921, though some researchers believe their genetic traits persist in certain modern hunting dog breeds across the southern United States. The Chryse and Argyll regions on Mars contain geological evidence suggesting they once housed vast oceans, with satellite imagery revealing intricate channel networks similar to Earth's ancient river valleys. NASA's Viking 1 mission detected unusual chemical signatures in these areas that match patterns typically associated with biological processes on Earth, including seasonal variations in methane levels. Advanced radar scans have identified large underground chambers beneath both regions, with thermal anomalies suggesting the possible presence of liquid water or geothermal activity. Russian astronomers in the 1980s documented unexplained light phenomena above these regions, coinciding with periods of increased atmospheric methane detection. Core samples from nearby meteorites originating from these Martian regions contain microscopic structures resembling fossilized bacteria, sharing similarities with Earth's earliest known life forms. Chinese satellite data has revealed distinctive mineral deposits in these areas that typically form through biological processes on Earth, particularly in deep-sea hydrothermal vents. Several independent researchers have identified geometric patterns in the surface features of Chryse and Argyle that appear too regular to be naturally occurring, suggesting possible artificial construction. Iridology is an ancient diagnostic practice that studies patterns, colors, and other characteristics of the iris to determine information about a person's overall health and well-being. Historical medical texts from ancient Egypt and China contain detailed drawings of iris patterns linked to specific health conditions, suggesting this knowledge has been understood for thousands of years. Research conducted at Russian medical institutes has shown correlations between specific iris markings and documented health conditions in over 800,000 patient cases. The iris contains approximately 28,000 nerve endings connected to every organ and tissue in the human body through the nervous system, providing a detailed map of the body's condition. Multiple studies have found that certain iris characteristics can indicate genetic predispositions to diseases, with some medical facilities in Europe using iridology as a supplementary diagnostic tool. Advanced imaging technology has revealed that iris patterns change subtly over time, corresponding to changes in a person's health status and internal organ function. German scientists have documented cases where serious medical conditions were detected through iris analysis months before conventional diagnostic methods could identify them. Modern iridologists use digital imaging and artificial intelligence to analyze iris patterns, achieving an accuracy rate of up to 85% in identifying specific health conditions in controlled studies. The treest fish is a rarely documented aquatic species, reportedly inhabiting the flooded forests and mangrove swamps of Southeast Asia, known for its unique ability to navigate through partially submerged trees. Local fishermen have documented these creatures possessing specialized fins that function like grippers, allowing them to climb partially submerged trees and move through flooded forest canopies. Indigenous communities in Malaysia have traditional fishing methods specifically designed to catch these tree-climbing fish, including specialized traps placed in the canopy of flooded forests. Recent sonar mapping of flooded forest regions has revealed networks of underwater pathways through tree branches, suggesting regular fish movement patterns inconsistent with known species behavior. Indigenous communities in Malaysia have traditional fishing methods specifically designed to catch these tree-climbing fish, including specialized traps placed in the canopy of flooded forests. Recent sonar mapping of flooded forest regions has revealed networks of underwater pathways through tree branches, suggesting regular fish movement patterns inconsistent with known species behavior. Genetic analysis of scale samples found on elevated tree bark in Thai mangrove forests indicates the presence of an unclassified species sharing DNA characteristics with both mudskippers and climbing perch. Multiple wildlife photographers have captured infrared footage of fish-like creatures moving through flooded forest canopies at night, displaying locomotion patterns distinct from any catalog species. The humped dinosaur theory suggests that many large dinosaur species possessed significant fat or water storage humps on their backs, similar to modern camels, which weren't preserved in fossilized remains. Analysis of vertebrae spacing in several large dinosaur species reveals unusual gaps that could have supported substantial soft tissue structures, particularly in sauropods and certain theropods. Studies of muscle attachment points on fossilized bones indicate the presence of supporting structures that would have been necessary to maintain large humps of stored resources. Modern imaging techniques have identified stress patterns on dinosaur spines consistent with supporting significant weight above the vertebral column, beyond what would be expected from muscle mass alone. Paleoclimatology data suggests many dinosaur species lived through seasonal droughts, making water storage adaptations evolutionarily advantageous for survival. Comparisons with modern desert-dwelling reptiles show similar skeletal adaptations that support fat and water storage structures, suggesting this trait may have been common in prehistoric times. Recent fossil discoveries in Mongolia's Gobi Desert have uncovered preserved skin impressions showing unusual rippling patterns along the back, consistent with the presence of storage tissues. Computer modeling of dinosaur locomotion and balance indicates many species would have benefited from additional mass stored high on their bodies, improving stability during movement. Pterosaurs may have spent significantly more time in water than previously believed, with evidence suggesting some species were primarily aquatic rather than aerial creatures. Fossil analysis reveals dense bone structures in certain pterosaur species, similar to those found in modern diving birds and marine mammals, indicating adaptation to underwater movement. Hydrodynamic studies of pterosaur wing membranes show they could have functioned effectively as underwater fins, with joint mobility suggesting swimming capabilities similar to modern penguins. Microscopic wear patterns on pterosaur teeth match those of marine predators, indicating regular underwater hunting behavior rather than occasional surface feeding. Preserved stomach contents from multiple specimens contain deep water fish species that could only have been caught through sustained underwater pursuit. Recent discoveries of pterosaur trackways in ancient marine sediments show evidence of paddle-like impressions, suggesting they used their wings to propel themselves through water. Chemical analysis of pterosaur bones indicates high levels of marine minerals, suggesting these creatures spent prolonged periods submerged in oceanic environments. The arrangement of blood vessels in preserved pterosaur wing membranes shows similarities to the vascular systems of marine mammals, suggesting adaptations for controlling body temperature during extended periods underwater. The Dobhar-Chu is a large aquatic predator reported in Irish lakes and rivers, described as a hybrid between an otter and a dog, with documented sightings dating back to the 16th century. Physical evidence collected from Irish waterways includes unusual tracks showing webbed paw prints significantly larger than any known European otter species. A preserved skull discovered in County Sligo in 1989 displayed characteristics of both canine and mustelid anatomy, though the specimen was lost before formal classification could be completed. Multiple autopsy reports from livestock found near Irish lakes in the 1800s described bite patterns inconsistent with known predators, matching the described jaw structure of the Dobhar-Chu. Sonar readings from Loftmask have detected large underwater organisms moving in patterns distinct from known fish species, maintaining speeds comparable to hunting dolphins. Local church records from the 1700s contain detailed accounts of encounters with the creature, including specific anatomical descriptions that align with modern cryptozoological findings. Environmental DNA sampling from Irish lakes has revealed genetic markers that don't match any cataloged species, showing similarities to both otters and ancient canid species. Recent underwater photography in Lough Ree captured images of a large predator with distinctive features matching historical Dobhar-Chu descriptions, including a white-tipped tail and elongated body structure. The Vela Hotel incident refers to a double flash of light detected by a U.S. satellite on September 22, 1979, near the Prince Edward Islands in the South Atlantic, bearing the precise signature of a nuclear detonation. Multiple radiation monitoring stations worldwide recorded unusual atmospheric patterns in the following weeks, consistent with the dispersion of nuclear fallout. Declassified documents reveal that U.S. intelligence agencies detected the presence of Israeli naval vessels and South African military aircraft in the area during the time of the incident. Hydroacoustic signals recorded by underwater listening stations matched the acoustic profile of a low-yield nuclear explosion, approximately 2 to 3 kilotons in strength. Former Israeli nuclear technician Mordecai Vanunu later provided documents suggesting collaboration between Israel and South Africa on nuclear weapons testing in remote oceanic locations. Weather satellite data from the period showed an unusual weather formation consistent with a nuclear-triggered Wilson cloud chamber effect, similar to patterns observed in previous nuclear tests. Soviet submarine commanders operating in the South Atlantic reported unusual instrument readings and electromagnetic disturbances matching those experienced during known nuclear tests. Analysis of sheep in Australia and New Zealand in the months following showed unexpected spikes in radioactive isotopes typically associated with nuclear detonations. The systematic release of vipers across rural France occurred between 1850 and 1870, when landowners deliberately introduced venomous snakes to combat a devastating rat plague affecting crop yields. Historical agricultural records show a dramatic decrease in rodent populations following organized viper releases in specific regions, particularly in the Loire Valley and Burgundy. Local government documents from the period detail the creation of specialized viper farms where snakes were bred and distributed to participating landowners. Medical records from rural hospitals during this time reveal an unusual pattern of snakebite incidents that correlate with documented viper release locations. Excavations of 19th century farm buildings have uncovered specially designed stone structures that match period descriptions of viper hibernation chambers. Letters between landowners and local officials discuss the successful reduction in crop losses following the establishment of viper populations, with some regions reporting up to 60% improvement in grain storage preservation. The Beast of Busco was a massive snapping turtle reportedly inhabiting Falk Lake in Indiana during the mid-20th century, with eyewitnesses describing it as being the size of a small car. Photographs from 1949 show distinct tracks in the mud measuring over 3 feet wide, with claw marks consistent with Calidra serpentina, but at an unprecedented scale. Multiple sonar sweeps of the lake in the 1950s detected a large object moving near the bottom, estimated to be between 400 and 500 pounds based on acoustic returns. Analysis of partially eaten fish found along the shoreline revealed bite patterns matching a snapping turtle's jaw structure, but at roughly 4 times the size of known specimens. Local farmers documented unusual depressions in their fields near the lake, suggesting a large creature was making nocturnal journeys onto land, with paths measuring up to 4 feet wide. Wildlife experts examining the lake's ecosystem found evidence of an apex predator significantly larger than any known local species based on population dynamics of fish and waterfowl. Geological studies indicate the lake contains underwater caves and thermal springs that could support the growth and longevity of an unusually large Chelonian specimen. Military aircraft pilots reported seeing a large dark object in the lake during training flights in 1948, describing it as resembling an overturned boat but moving independently. The ancient Egyptians identified 9 distinct components of the human soul, each serving specific functions and continuing to exist after death in different forms and locations. The Ib, or heart, was considered the source of emotions and memory, believed to physically transform into a scarab beetle during mummification, explaining why real beetles were often found in unwrapped mummies. Archaeological evidence shows specialized chambers in tombs designed to house the shoat, or shadow soul, with walls treated using specific minerals that preserved shadow impressions for centuries. The Ba, represented as a human-headed bird, has been detected as unusual electromagnetic signatures in sealed tombs, consistently appearing during specific lunar phases. Chemical analysis of preserved organs in canopic jars reveals unique molecular structures that differ from normal tissue decay, suggesting a transformation process aligned with Egyptian soul doctrine. Ancient texts describe the Ren, or true name, as existing in a separate dimension, with modern quantum physics identifying possibilities for information existing independent of physical matter. The Ak, or immortalized being, required specific environmental conditions to form, with studies of tomb atmospheres showing unique gas compositions that could alter human consciousness. Hieroglyphic recordings detail methods for measuring soul components using specialized tools, with similar devices found in tomb excavations showing unexplained astronomical alignments. Recent brain imaging studies of meditation practitioners show activation patterns matching the Egyptian mapped locations of soul components in the human body. Hot-headed ice borer refers to a purported Antarctic creature first reported by scientists in April 1995, described as having a bony protrusion on its head that becomes hot enough to melt through ice, allowing it to hunt penguins from below. The creature was said to reach temperatures of up to 110 degrees Fahrenheit in its cranial plate, achieved through a unique biological process of concentrated blood vessel networks and rapid metabolism of its prey's blubber. Dr. April Patso at the Novosibirsk Institute in Antarctica reported finding several specimens, measuring roughly 12 inches in length with streamlined bodies adapted for swimming through ice tunnels. Observations suggested these animals would melt circular holes in ice sheets, creating traps for penguins who would fall through, after which the borers would feed on the stunned birds in groups. Physical evidence presented included unusual circular holes found in various Antarctic ice formations, particularly around penguin colonies, which showed signs of thermal melting rather than mechanical damage. Several research stations reported unexplained penguin disappearances during the early 1990s, with some claiming to have thermal imaging evidence of hot spots moving beneath the ice surface. The creature's reported biology drew comparisons to certain deep-sea organisms that can generate heat through chemical processes, suggesting the possibility of convergent evolution in extreme environments. Analysis of some Antarctic ice core samples revealed traces of unusual protein structures and organic compounds that couldn't be attributed to known species, though these findings were never formally published in peer-reviewed journals. Sad Satan describes a mysterious video game allegedly discovered on the deep web in 2015, which contained disturbing imagery and hidden messages supposedly linked to real-world criminal cases and government conspiracies. The original game file was reported to have been found through a series of encoded messages on unlisted YouTube videos, leading to an Onion domain that hosted the download. Players who accessed the game documented experiencing strange technical issues with their computers, including system crashes, corrupted files, and unauthorized changes to their operating systems even after the game was deleted. The gameplay footage revealed distorted images of political figures, crime scene photos, and reversed audio tracks containing what sound analysts identified as possible numbers, stations' broadcasts, and coded military communications. Multiple versions of the game began circulating online, with some containing malicious code that suggested coordination between different programmers rather than simple copycat projects. Examination of the game's code revealed layers of encryption that pointed to possible government or intelligence agency development techniques, including trace elements of classified programming languages. The original file contained GPS coordinates embedded in its metadata that led to several locations connected to cold case investigations and unreported archaeological sites. Users who attempted to modify or decompile the game reported receiving anonymous emails containing personal information and references to events from their past that were never posted online. Certain sections of the game's audio, when analyzed through spectrograms, revealed images and text strings that matched redacted portions of declassified government documents. Mad honey refers to a rare and potent form of honey produced by bees that feed on rhododendron flowers, containing natural neurotoxins that cause powerful hallucinogenic and intoxicating effects in humans. Ancient Greek armies were once defeated after deliberately leaving stores of mad honey for their enemies to find, leading to mass incapacitation of Roman soldiers who consumed the tainted provisions. The honey contains gray anotoxins, which can cause euphoria, altered states of consciousness, and vivid visual experiences at low doses, while higher amounts may lead to potentially dangerous heart rhythm disruptions. Turkish beekeepers in the Black Sea region still produce mad honey traditionally, where it sells for significantly higher prices than regular honey due to its purported medicinal properties and unique psychoactive effects. Historical documents from various cultures describe the strategic military use of mad honey, with armies specifically targeting areas where bees would produce this potent variety to create natural chemical weapons. Modern scientific analysis has revealed that the concentration of psychoactive compounds in mad honey varies seasonally, with spring harvests typically containing the highest levels of gray anotoxins. Medical researchers have documented cases where small amounts of mad honey were successfully used to treat hypertension and certain inflammatory conditions, though these applications remain outside mainstream medicine. Several unexplained mass poisoning events throughout history have been retroactively linked to mad honey consumption, including incidents where entire communities experienced simultaneous hallucinations after consuming contaminated honey stores. Archaeological evidence suggests ancient shamanic cultures specifically cultivated rhododendron plants near their apiaries to produce mad honey for ceremonial purposes. Bermeja was a phantom island in the Gulf of Mexico that appeared on maps for over 100 years before mysteriously vanishing, raising questions about deliberate map manipulation related to oil rights and territorial waters. The island was precisely documented in numerous surveys and maps dating from 1864 to 1946, complete with exact coordinates and consistent physical descriptions. Mexican naval surveys in 1997 failed to locate the island despite using its recorded position, leading to theories about natural disasters or deliberate destruction to alter maritime boundaries. The disappearance coincided with negotiations between the United States and Mexico over oil-rich territories in the Gulf of Mexico, where Bermeja's existence would have significantly extended Mexico's territorial claims. Geological studies of the area show evidence of underwater structures at the recorded coordinates that could indicate a recently submerged landmass. Historical documents from Spanish explorers contain detailed descriptions of stopping at Bermeja for supplies, including accounts of freshwater sources and distinct reddish sand. Satellite imagery from the early 1970s appears to show a small surface formation at Bermeja's documented location, though subsequent images show only open water. Mexican government files declassified in 2009 revealed internal communications discussing the strategic importance of Bermeja's position years after its reported disappearance, suggesting officials might have had additional information about the island's fate. Multiple sonar surveys have detected unusual geometric patterns on the seafloor near the island's recorded position, suggesting the presence of artificial structures or deliberate modifications. Sahara swimmers refers to the documented existence of human populations who once inhabited the now arid Sahara Desert during a period when the region contained vast lakes and waterways, roughly 10,000 years ago. Archaeological evidence shows these ancient societies developed advanced swimming and diving techniques, as indicated by skeletal adaptations found in recovered remains showing inner ear developments similar to modern deep-sea diving populations. Rock art discovered throughout the Sahara depicts detailed aquatic scenes, including sophisticated swimming techniques, underwater hunting methods, and what appear to be early forms of organized water sports. Satellite imaging has revealed extensive networks of underground rivers and aquifers that still exist beneath the Sahara, suggesting these ancient swimmers might have accessed vast underwater cave systems. Genetic studies of certain North African populations show inherited traits associated with extended underwater breathing capabilities, similar to those found in modern sea nomad cultures. Recovered artifacts include specialized bone and shell tools designed for underwater use, featuring ergonomic shapes that suggest regular deep-water diving activities. Ancient Greek and Egyptian texts reference tribes living in the Sahara region who could remain underwater for extended periods, describing them as fish people who knew secret underground water sources. Recent geological surveys have uncovered evidence of vast underground chambers where these populations might have survived the region's gradual transformation into a desert by accessing deep aquifer systems. Analysis of preserved human remains from the period shows unusual bone density patterns and sinus structures that typically develop in response to frequent deep-water diving, indicating these abilities were widespread in the population. The idea that intense spiritual experiences can influence weather patterns, particularly summoning rain. Rain summoning ritual describes ancient ceremonial practices that have shown unexplained correlations with weather patterns, particularly documented among Native American tribes in the southwestern United States and various African cultures. Scientific studies in the 1950s recorded a statistically significant increase in precipitation following traditional rain ceremonies performed by Hopi weather changers, leading to classified government research into these methods. The rituals often involve specific combinations of minerals and plant materials that, when burned, create nucleation particles similar to those used in modern cloud seeding techniques. Archaeological evidence suggests these ceremonies were performed at locations now known to be natural atmospheric pressure points, where air masses commonly collide to produce rainfall. Chemical analysis of traditional ceremonial instruments has revealed traces of silver iodide and other compounds known to facilitate water condensation in clouds. Multiple independent research teams have documented unusual electromagnetic field variations during these rituals, suggesting a possible mechanism for influencing atmospheric conditions. Weather satellite data from the 1980s showed peculiar cloud formation patterns above areas where traditional rain ceremonies were being performed, leading to renewed scientific interest in these practices. Ancient texts from various cultures contain detailed meteorological observations alongside ritual instructions, indicating a sophisticated understanding of weather patterns that predates modern atmospheric science. Several indigenous communities maintain records of successful rainfall predictions based on traditional ceremonial timing, with accuracy rates that exceed statistical probability. Soy spraying refers to a covert agricultural practice allegedly conducted throughout the 1990s, where modified soybean compounds were dispersed via aerial methods over urban populations to alter hormone levels and influence social behavior. Declassified documents reveal multiple government studies examining the effects of aerosolized plant estrogens on population centers, with particular focus on their potential for reducing aggressive behavior. Environmental testing from several major cities during this period showed unexplained spikes in airborne phytoestrogen levels that corresponded with reported low-flying aircraft activity during early morning hours. Former agricultural workers have provided sworn testimony about their involvement in loading aircraft with specially processed soy-derived compounds at remote airfields, operating under the guise of standard crop dusting operations. Laboratory analysis of soil samples collected near alleged spray zones contained concentrated forms of specific soy isoflavones that don't occur naturally in those concentrations. Medical records from targeted areas showed statistically significant changes in population hormone levels during the suspected spray periods, with effects lasting several months after each application. Weather radar systems from the era captured unusual particulate patterns that experts have identified as consistent with the dispersal of fine organic compounds rather than normal precipitation or cloud formations. Internal memos between government agencies discuss the cost-effectiveness of behavior modification through environmental hormone adjustment compared to traditional law enforcement methods. Several whistleblowers from chemical processing facilities have described the production of modified soy compounds specifically designed to remain airborne for extended periods while maintaining their biological activity. Ilveli refers to mysterious sea creatures documented in medieval Icelandic manuscripts, described as malevolent whales possessing supernatural abilities and deliberately targeting fishing vessels. These creatures were recorded in multiple historical accounts as being distinct from normal whales, displaying unusual physical characteristics such as elongated teeth, armored skin, and the ability to change their size at will. Maritime records from the 16th and 17th centuries contain detailed descriptions of encounters with these beings, including instances where they appeared to coordinate attacks with sudden storms and communicate with each other across vast distances. Icelandic fishing communities maintained specific defensive protocols against Ilveli, including the use of iron spikes on ship hulls and special runic markings that were said to repel these creatures. Archaeological evidence has uncovered unusual whale bones along Iceland's coast that don't match known species, featuring unexplained skeletal structures and signs of advanced intelligence through enlarged cranial capacity. Ancient Norse texts describe certain Ilveli species having the ability to walk on land using flipper-like legs, with fossilized trackways found in coastal areas matching these descriptions. Modern sonar recordings from the North Atlantic have captured sound patterns matching the unique vocalizations attributed to Ilveli in historical documents, suggesting the continued existence of unidentified marine species. Chemical analysis of preserved specimens from medieval Iceland has revealed traces of unknown organic compounds and tissue structures not found in any known marine mammals. Several unexplained shipwrecks from the region show damage patterns consistent with historical descriptions of Il Valley attacks, including distinctive bite marks and crushing patterns that don't match known predators. Infrared laundry balls describes a series of alternative washing devices containing ceramic particles and magnets that supposedly harness far infrared radiation and magnetic fields to clean clothes without detergent. Scientific analysis of these devices has shown the ceramic materials used emit specific wavelengths of far infrared radiation known to break down molecular bonds in common stains and dirt particles. Laboratory tests conducted in Japan during the 1990s demonstrated these balls could reduce bacterial counts on fabric by up to 80% compared to water-only washing, though the mechanism was not fully understood. The ceramic compounds used in these devices share similar properties with materials employed in water treatment facilities to remove microscopic contaminants through electromagnetic interactions. Multiple independent studies have documented changes in water molecule clustering patterns when exposed to the specific frequency of infrared radiation emitted by these laundry balls. Electron microscope imaging has revealed unusual patterns of dirt particle separation from fabric fibers in clothes washed with these devices, suggesting a previously unknown cleaning mechanism. Users in areas with hard water have reported significant reduction in mineral buildup on clothing when using these balls, correlating with research on how infrared radiation affects calcium carbonate crystallization. Military research programs investigated similar technology for developing self-cleaning fabrics, using comparable ceramic compounds that emit specific infrared wavelengths. Environmental monitoring has shown reduced chemical runoff in waterways near communities where these devices gained widespread adoption, indicating they may genuinely reduce the need for traditional detergents. Sitaka refers to an ancient race of red-haired giants documented in northern Paiute oral traditions, whose remains were allegedly discovered in Lovelock Cave, Nevada, during excavations in 1911. Archaeological digs at the site produced several unusually large human bones, along with red hair samples that were naturally dyed through a chemical process not known to Native American tribes of the region. Multiple anthropological surveys from the early 1900s documented skull fragments and teeth significantly larger than those of modern humans, though many of these specimens subsequently disappeared from museum collections. The cave contained sophisticated woven textiles and advanced fishing nets that displayed manufacturing techniques unknown to the region's indigenous peoples, suggesting an independent civilization with distinct technological capabilities. Structural analysis of recovered leg bones indicated individuals potentially reaching heights of over 8 feet, with skeletal features suggesting adaptation to carrying significantly more body mass than modern humans. Ancient petroglyphs near the cave depict unusually tall humanoid figures engaging in complex activities like irrigation and astronomical observation, matching details from Paiute oral histories about the Sitaka. Carbon dating of organic materials found alongside the remains indicated human habitation in the cave dating back over 9,000 years, during a period when the region was significantly wetter and could have supported a larger human subspecies. Several independent researchers documented unusual mineral deposits in the bones, suggesting a diet distinct from other prehistoric Native American populations, indicating a separate evolutionary pathway. Local geological evidence supports Paiute accounts of these giants using nearby caves as part of an extensive underground dwelling system, with ground-penetrating radar revealing complex tunnel networks. Chromotherapy describes an ancient healing practice using specific colors and light frequencies to treat various physical and mental conditions, with historical records dating back to ancient Egypt and India. Medical researchers in the 1940s documented measurable physiological changes in patients exposed to different colored lights, including variations in blood pressure, respiratory rates, and brainwave patterns. Studies conducted at Russian research facilities during the Cold War showed that specific wavelengths of blue light could accelerate wound healing and reduce inflammation through photochemical reactions in tissue. Ancient Egyptian medical papyri contained detailed instructions for using colored crystals and filtered sunlight to treat specific ailments, with modern spectral analysis confirming these materials would have produced specific therapeutic wavelengths. Modern research has identified that exposure to red light wavelengths increases mitochondrial function and cellular energy production, supporting traditional chromotherapy practices for fatigue and muscle recovery. Hospital records from the early 1900s document successful treatment of smallpox using red light therapy, with the practice being standard protocol in several medical institutions before the advent of vaccines. Neurological studies have shown that different colors of light directly influence the production of neurotransmitters and hormones, particularly affecting melatonin and serotonin levels. Archaeological evidence reveals that many ancient healing temples were designed with specially colored glass and crystal arrangements that would have bathed patients in specific light frequencies throughout the day. Recent clinical trials have demonstrated that green light exposure can reduce chronic pain intensity by up to 60% through mechanisms involving the visual cortex and pain processing centers in the brain. The Nazi sun rifle refers to a secret German weapon project during World War II that aimed to create a massive orbital mirror capable of focusing and weaponizing sunlight against enemy targets from space. In 1945, German scientists under Hitler's regime developed detailed plans for a space-based solar weapon consisting of a 100-meter wide concave mirror that would be positioned in orbit approximately 8,000 kilometers above Earth. The mirror was designed to collect and concentrate solar radiation into a precise beam that could theoretically burn cities, boil oceans, and incinerate enemy forces when directed at specific locations on the planet's surface. German physicist Hermann Oberth performed extensive calculations showing that such a weapon could generate temperatures exceeding 3,500 degrees Celsius in its target area, hot enough to melt steel and vaporize concrete structures. Technical drawings recovered by Allied forces revealed that Nazi engineers had solved several crucial engineering challenges, including the mirror's deployment mechanism and a gyroscopic stabilization system to maintain precise targeting. The U.S. military took significant interest in these plans after the war, with declassified documents showing that American scientists continued research into similar orbital solar weapons throughout the 1950s. The core concepts behind the Nazi sun rifle influenced modern directed energy weapon development, including research into space-based laser systems during the Strategic Defense Initiative of the 1980s. Fan death represents a widely held belief in South Korean culture that sleeping in a closed room with an electric fan running can lead to severe illness or death. The Korean Consumer Protection Board issued safety warnings about this phenomenon as recently as 2006, citing the scientific possibilities of hypothermia and oxygen depletion in sealed rooms. Medical records from South Korea document cases where deaths were officially attributed to electric fans, with causes ranging from asphyxiation to heat cramps, particularly during summer months. Research suggests that continuous airflow from fans can cause body temperature to drop significantly during sleep, while also contributing to dehydration through increased evaporation of sweat. The theory gained additional support from studies showing that prolonged exposure to moving air can affect the body's natural cooling mechanisms and disrupt sleep patterns. Korean fan manufacturers have responded to these concerns by incorporating automatic shut-off timers and temperature controls into their products, features that are uncommon in fans produced for other markets. The belief's origins trace back to the 1970s during South Korea's industrial development, when several unexplained deaths coincided with the widespread adoption of electric fans in Korean households. Government health officials have noted that the combination of closed windows, high humidity, and extended fan use can create potentially dangerous conditions, particularly for elderly or vulnerable individuals. Melonheads refers to a humanoid creature with an enlarged cranium that has been reported in rural areas of Michigan, Ohio, and Connecticut since the 1960s, with multiple eyewitness accounts describing encounters with these beings. The origin of these creatures is linked to a secret government facility that allegedly conducted experiments on orphan children using hydrocephalus-inducing treatments that caused their heads to swell to abnormal sizes. Residents near Felt Manor, an abandoned institution in Michigan, have documented finding unusual footprints and hearing distinct high-pitched screams in the surrounding woods, particularly during nighttime hours. Several police reports from Kirtland, Ohio detail incidents of motorists encountering pale-skinned, large-headed figures darting across isolated roads, with some accounts noting that these beings displayed unusual agility despite their seemingly unbalanced proportions. Archaeological discoveries in these regions have unearthed skeletal remains with cranial deformities that some researchers argue could be connected to the melonhead phenomena, though mainstream scientists attribute these findings to ancient cultural practices of skull binding. Historical records from the early 1900s mention multiple cases of children with hydrocephalus being sent to specialized facilities in these areas, with some facilities' records showing unexplained patient disappearances. Local folklore suggests these beings have developed a complex social structure, living in underground tunnel systems and emerging primarily at night to scavenge for food, with some witnesses reporting observations of cooperative behavior among groups of melonheads. The geographical clustering of sightings around former medical institutions and abandoned properties has led some investigators to suggest a connection between mid-20th century medical experiments and the emergence of these creatures. The gay bomb was a legitimate chemical weapon proposed to the United States Air Force in 1994 as part of a $7.5 million military research initiative to develop non-lethal chemical weapons. The technical specifications called for a pheromone-based explosive device that would release a powerful aphrodisiac chemical, causing enemy combatants to become sexually attracted to each other, thus disrupting military unit cohesion. Wright Laboratory in Ohio drafted detailed plans for the weapon's development, which included research into strong aphrodisiacs, particularly those affecting human hormone levels and pheromone detection. The documents, later obtained through Freedom of Information Act requests, revealed that multiple military scientists believed the concept was technically feasible based on existing research into chemical behavior modification. Studies referenced in the proposal cited successful experiments with similar compounds on insects and animals, suggesting that synthesizing human-targeted pheromones was possible with advanced chemical engineering. The Pentagon allocated funds to research the effectiveness of various chemical compounds that could potentially trigger the desired behavioral changes while remaining within the boundaries of international chemical weapons conventions. The project received the 2007 IG Nobel Peace Prize, leading to the declassification of additional documents showing that military researchers had identified several promising chemical compounds for the weapon's development. Military strategists considered the weapon particularly valuable because it could theoretically disrupt enemy operations without causing permanent physical harm, aligning with growing interest in non-lethal warfare techniques. The UMO letters comprise over 1,000 pages of detailed scientific and philosophical documents allegedly sent by extraterrestrial beings from a planet called UMO to various recipients across Spain and France between 1966 and 1996. These documents contained advanced mathematical formulas, physics theories, and biological concepts that were notably sophisticated for their time, including discussions of biogenetics and quantum mechanics that preceded similar scientific discoveries on Earth. The letters featured a distinctive symbol resembling an inverted U with central horizontal lines, which was later found marked in physical locations across Europe, including mysterious ground impressions discovered near La Havre, France in 1968. Several respected scientists and researchers who analyzed the letters noted that the technical information contained within them demonstrated an unusually high level of scientific understanding, often incorporating concepts that weren't widely known in the scientific community at the time. The documents described UMO as a planet orbiting the star Wolf 424, located 14.6 light-years from Earth, and provided extensive details about their society, technology, and scientific understanding that maintained internal consistency across thousands of pages and multiple recipients. Analysis of the letter's paper, ink, and typewriter characteristics by forensic experts revealed that they originated from multiple sources across different countries, supporting the claim that the Umatis had established a network of contact points on Earth. The letters predicted several scientific developments that were later confirmed, including the discovery of complex organic molecules in interstellar space and specific aspects of quantum physics that weren't widely accepted at the time of writing. Spanish banking institutions reported receiving legitimate international money transfers that funded the UMO information distribution network, though the source of these funds was never traced despite investigation. Isle Felipeaux was a phantom island in Lake Superior that appeared on maps for nearly a century and played a crucial role in determining the border between the United States and British North America during the 1783 Treaty of Paris. The island was documented with specific coordinates and detailed descriptions, including its size and geological features, leading to its inclusion in official navigation charts and diplomatic documents. French maps from the mid-1700s showed Isle Felipeaux as part of an archipelago, along with other islands that actually existed, suggesting its presence was accepted by experienced cartographers and explorers of the time. The island's existence was so widely accepted that it became a key reference point in international treaties, with the border between British and American territories explicitly drawn in relation to its supposed location. Survey expeditions in the 1820s failed to locate Isle Felipeaux, leading to significant diplomatic complications as both nations had based their territorial claims on its position. Modern geological studies of Lake Superior have revealed underwater formations and shoals in the approximate location where Isle Felipeaux was mapped, suggesting that changing water levels might have submerged what was once a visible landmass. Historical records indicate that Native American tribes of the region included stories of a vanished island in their oral traditions, corresponding to the approximate location where Isle Felipeaux was charted. Multiple ships' logs from the 18th century recorded sightings of land masses in Lake Superior that no longer exist, potentially correlating with the mapped position of Isle Felipeaux. Truman Show reality refers to a psychological phenomenon where individuals become convinced that their entire life is staged, with everyone around them being actors and their daily experiences being filmed for a massive reality show broadcast to unseen viewers. Medical professionals have documented hundreds of cases worldwide, where patients exhibit detailed, consistent beliefs about being secretly monitored through hidden cameras disguised as everyday objects. Those experiencing this state often point to specific coincidences in their lives as evidence, such as people appearing to follow precise timing or script-like patterns in their interactions. Studies of affected individuals reveal they can often identify exact moments when they believe the show began, usually correlating with significant life changes or traumatic events that altered their perception of reality. Brain imaging research has shown that people experiencing this phenomenon display unusual activity patterns in regions associated with pattern recognition and social awareness, suggesting a biological basis for their altered perception. Several documented cases involve individuals who independently developed similar beliefs before the 1998 release of The Truman Show film, indicating this form of reality perception exists independently of the movie's influence. Some psychiatrists have noted that affected individuals often possess above-average intelligence and pattern recognition abilities, leading to theories that this condition might represent an extreme form of pattern recognition rather than a purely delusional state. Modern surveillance technology and social media algorithms that track and predict behavior have provided new evidence for those experiencing this phenomenon, as they observe increasingly personalized advertisements and content that seems to anticipate their thoughts and actions. ICBM decoys represent a sophisticated Cold War deception system where the majority of America's visible nuclear missile silos actually contained no missiles, serving instead as elaborate decoys to confuse Soviet targeting systems. These fake silos were constructed to exact specifications of real missile facilities, complete with security personnel, maintenance schedules, and heat signatures designed to mimic active nuclear weapons. Declassified documents reveal that the U.S. military developed advanced thermal and radar signature simulation technology to ensure these empty silos would appear identical to Soviet spy satellites. Military strategists calculated that by maintaining a network of convincing decoy silos, they could force the Soviet Union to waste valuable nuclear warheads targeting empty facilities during a first strike. The program included the construction of false access roads, worker housing complexes, and support facilities around the decoy silos to maintain the illusion of active missile bases. Thermal imaging technology from the 1970s shows that many supposed active missile sites displayed heat patterns inconsistent with known missile storage requirements, suggesting they may have housed sophisticated decoy systems instead. Former military personnel have described participating in elaborate maintenance routines at empty facilities, designed specifically to convince Soviet intelligence that the sites contained active nuclear weapons. Analysis of construction records indicates that the number of support facilities and personnel housing units near many missile sites was insufficient for maintaining the officially reported number of nuclear weapons, supporting the theory that many silos were decoys. LifeLog was a DARPA project designed to track and record every aspect of a person's life that was officially canceled on February 4, 2004. The exact same day Facebook launched, leading many to believe the social media platform is a continuation of the government surveillance program. The original LifeLog project aimed to create a comprehensive digital archive of a person's entire existence, including social relationships, communications, locations visited, and media consumed, features that closely mirror Facebook's core functionalities. DARPA's published specifications for LifeLog outlined capabilities to analyze personal relationships, track behavioral patterns, and predict future actions based on past data, elements that became central to Facebook's algorithm development. Internal documents show that Facebook's initial funding came through venture capital firms with strong ties to In-Q-Tel, the CIA's investment arm, suggesting potential intelligence community involvement in the platform's early development. Technical specifications of LifeLog's proposed data collection methods bear striking similarities to Facebook's early API structure, particularly in how both systems categorize and interconnect personal information. Facebook's original privacy policy contained language nearly identical to sections of the LifeLog project documentation, specifically regarding the collection and analysis of user behavior patterns. Multiple former DARPA employees and contractors who worked on the LifeLog project were hired by Facebook in its early years, bringing with them expertise in large-scale data collection and behavioral analysis. The platform's rapid expansion and integration into global communications infrastructure aligns with LifeLog's original goal of creating a comprehensive digital record of human relationships and interactions. Yakub refers to a scientist who lived 6,600 years ago and created the white race through a selective breeding process on the island of Patmos, according to teachings found in the Nation of Islam's historical documents. The scientific process allegedly involved isolating the brown gene from the dominant black gene over multiple generations, using advanced genetic knowledge that predated modern understanding of DNA and heredity. Historical records show that ancient civilizations, particularly in the Mediterranean region, possessed sophisticated knowledge of selective breeding and genetic manipulation that was lost to time. Anthropological studies have documented instances of isolated populations developing distinct genetic characteristics within relatively short time frames when subjected to selective breeding practices. The story of Yakub includes detailed descriptions of scientific methodology, including the use of isolation, controlled breeding, and genetic selection that align with principles of modern genetic engineering. Archaeological evidence from the island of Patmos shows signs of ancient scientific activity and settlements dating back to the approximate time period referenced in the Yakub narrative. Ancient medical texts from various cultures contain references to advanced genetic knowledge and manipulation techniques that parallel elements of the Yakub story. The timeline of the Yakub narrative corresponds with significant genetic and cultural changes in human populations around the Mediterranean basin, as documented in archaeological and anthropological records. The lusca is a legendary sea creature said to inhabit the deep blue holes of the Bahamas and Caribbean waters, described as a hybrid between an octopus and a shark, reaching lengths of up to 75 feet. Numerous eyewitness accounts from local fishermen report seeing massive tentacles rising from blue holes, accompanied by the sudden and violent disappearance of marine life in the surrounding waters. The extreme depth and complex tunnel systems of Caribbean blue holes provide an ideal habitat for an undiscovered species, as these underwater cave networks remain largely unexplored due to their dangerous and often inaccessible nature. Physical evidence suggesting the Lusca's existence includes unexplained damage to fishing nets, mysterious disappearances of marine life in concentrated areas, and unusual sonar readings detected in blue holes that indicate the movement of massive objects. Marine biologists have noted that the Caribbean waters contain several previously unknown deep-sea species, and the unique environmental conditions of blue holes, including different layers of water density, temperature, and salinity, could support the evolution of specialized marine organisms. The indigenous peoples of the Caribbean maintained detailed oral histories about encounters with massive sea creatures in specific locations that align precisely with modern blue hole mappings, suggesting a consistent pattern of sightings across centuries. Scientists studying these blue holes have discovered preserved remains of ancient marine life and documented new species, indicating these underwater caverns could harbor other undiscovered creatures adapted to their unique conditions. MSG, or monosodium glutamate, has been linked to severe headaches and neurological symptoms by numerous individuals since the 1960s, following reports of what became known as Chinese restaurant syndrome. Medical observations have shown that some people experience intense pressure in their temples, dizziness, and facial numbness within 20 minutes of consuming foods with high MSG content. Studies conducted at major research institutions revealed that MSG can cross the blood-brain barrier and potentially trigger neurological responses in sensitive individuals, similar to how aspartame affects certain people. The glutamate in MSG acts as a neurotransmitter in the brain, and researchers have documented cases where it appears to cause blood vessels to constrict and dilate rapidly, leading to the reported headache symptoms. Several double-blind trials in the 1990s found that between 10 to 15% of test subjects consistently developed headaches when given MSG versus a placebo, suggesting a genuine physiological reaction rather than just psychological expectations. Traditional Chinese medicine practitioners have long recognized that certain individuals cannot process high amounts of glutamate properly, leading to what they describe as an imbalance in neural energy pathways. Modern testing has shown that people who report MSG sensitivity often have elevated levels of glutamate in their blood after consuming foods containing the additive, indicating their bodies may process it differently than others. The Chernobyl nuclear disaster's intense radiation exposure in 1986 sparked reports of mutated animals and unknown creatures appearing in the exclusion zone, particularly in the dense forests and abandoned buildings. Multiple stalkers and workers within the zone have documented sightings of a large humanoid figure known as the Blackbird, described as over 7 feet tall with wings and glowing red eyes, often seen perching on the remnants of nuclear cooling towers. Scientists studying the area have confirmed that radiation can cause significant genetic mutations in wildlife, with documented cases of physical abnormalities in birds, rodents, and insects within the exclusion zone. Local residents near the exclusion zone have reported encounters with unusually large wolves displaying altered behaviors and physical characteristics, including enhanced intelligence and pack coordination not typically seen in normal wolf populations. Security guards working night shifts at various checkpoints have logged dozens of encounters with a creature they call the reactor dog, described as a massive hairless canine with elongated limbs and an unusual ability to disappear into shadows. Ukrainian researchers have collected DNA samples from unknown animal specimens found in the zone, with several samples showing genetic anomalies that don't match any known species in their database. Motion sensor cameras placed throughout the Red Forest have captured images of unidentified creatures moving in patterns unlike any known wildlife, suggesting the possibility of new species emerging from decades of radiation exposure. Soviet-era documents released in the late 1990s revealed that scientists had documented unusual biological anomalies in the zone's wildlife population within months of the disaster, though many of these records remain classified. The orang pendek is a small bipedal primate reported to inhabit the dense rainforests of Sumatra, described by local villagers and researchers as standing between 3 and 5 feet tall with reddish-brown fur and distinctly human-like movements. British researcher Debbie Martyr spent over 15 years studying the creature and collected over 50 first-hand sightings from reliable sources, including fellow scientists and forest rangers who described encounters with a previously unknown species of upright walking ape. Footprint casts collected from the Kerinci Seblat National Park show a unique anatomical structure different from both humans and known great apes, featuring a divergent big toe and pressure ridges consistent with bipedal movement. Hair samples found in the region have been analyzed by independent laboratories, with results indicating an unknown primate species containing DNA markers similar to but distinct from orangutans. The dense mountainous terrain of Sumatra contains numerous isolated valleys and remote areas that remain largely unexplored by scientists, providing potential habitat for an undiscovered primate species. Local tribes have detailed knowledge of the creature passed down through generations, including specific behaviors like fruit gathering and nest building that align with modern primatological observations. Several expedition teams have documented unusual vocalizations in the forest that don't match any known wildlife species, consisting of short, deep calls that occur primarily at dawn and dusk. Dutch colonists in the early 1900s recorded multiple encounters with small, upright walking apes in their official administrative documents, providing historical evidence that predates modern interest in the creature. The Oneiroi were ancient Greek deities of dreams, described as dark-winged spirits who emerged each night from a cave at the edge of the world to deliver messages and visions to sleeping mortals. Archaeological evidence from Greek temple sites has uncovered numerous artifacts depicting winged figures matching descriptions of the Oneiroi, along with detailed inscriptions about their influence over human consciousness. Multiple ancient medical texts reference the Oneiroi's ability to physically affect sleepers, with descriptions matching modern sleep paralysis symptoms including pressure on the chest, difficulty breathing, and vivid hallucinations. The Greeks built specific dream temples called Asclepions, where people would sleep to receive healing visions from the Oneiroi, with recovered hospital records documenting successful treatments following these dream experiences. Ancient Greek philosophers wrote extensively about the Oneiroi's role in connecting the mortal world with divine realms, describing specific techniques to invoke their presence during sleep that parallel modern lucid dreaming practices. The cave of the Oneiroi was said to have 2 gates, one of ivory for false dreams and one of horn for true prophecies, with several historical accounts claiming to have located these entrances in specific Mediterranean geological formations. Recovered papyrus scrolls detail rituals performed by dream priests to commune with the Oneiroi, including the use of specific herbs and minerals that modern science has shown to affect brainwave patterns during sleep. Ancient Greek sleep sanctuaries contained architectural features designed to induce specific brainwave states, with modern acoustic analysis revealing these spaces naturally produce frequencies associated with deep meditation and dream states. The hide behind is a mysterious creature first documented by American lumberjacks in the 1800s, described as a tall, dark entity that perpetually stays just outside of direct view by moving behind trees and objects, always remaining in one's peripheral vision. Numerous logging camps across Michigan and Wisconsin recorded similar descriptions of the creature in their official logs, noting its distinctive ability to match a person's movements perfectly while maintaining its position directly behind them. Forest rangers in the early 1900s documented unusual patterns of broken branches and disturbed vegetation that seemed to follow specific paths through the woods, always leading away from observers who attempted to track the source. Multiple accounts describe the hide behind's unique auditory signature, a soft scraping sound accompanied by rhythmic footsteps that match exactly with the witness's own pace, regardless of speed or terrain. Historical records from Native American tribes in the Great Lakes region contain references to a similar entity, describing it as a guardian spirit that follows travelers through the forest to ensure they maintain respect for sacred lands. Sound recordings from remote logging areas have captured unexplained acoustic anomalies that appear to mirror the movement patterns of nearby wildlife, suggesting the presence of an unseen observer. Several universities have documented cases where motion-activated cameras in dense forest areas have failed to capture images despite recording movement triggers, with the failures occurring in patterns consistent with described hide-behind behavior. Modern forest workers have reported experiencing unusual electromagnetic disturbances in their equipment, particularly when working alone, with devices often indicating movement or presence directly behind their position. The Falkville Metal Man was photographed by Police Chief Jeff Greenhaw in Alabama, 1973, where he encountered a shiny, metallic-suited figure standing motionless on the side of a rural road before it ran away at inhuman speeds. 4 high-quality Polaroid photographs were taken of the entity, showing a being approximately 6 feet tall covered in what appeared to be a reflective suit with antenna-like protrusions, matching other reports from the area during that time period. Analysis of the photographs by imaging experts revealed no signs of manipulation, with the reflective properties of the suit displaying consistent behavior with light physics across all 4 images. Local residents reported unusual electromagnetic disturbances in the weeks leading up to the incident, including television interference and car electrical systems malfunctioning along the same stretch of road. Chief Greenhaw's police cruiser inexplicably stalled when attempting to pursue the figure, which witnesses described as moving with a mechanical, robotic gait before accelerating to speeds estimated at over 40 miles per hour. Soil samples collected from the site showed traces of unusual metallic particles not common to the region, containing alloys that were not commercially available in the 1970s. Multiple witnesses came forward in the following months describing similar metallic figures in nearby counties, with several reporting identical mechanical movements and electromagnetic disturbances. The location of the sighting aligned with a documented pattern of UAP activity in northern Alabama during the early 1970s, with several military reports noting similar descriptions of metallic humanoid entities. Trunco refers to a mysterious sea creature reportedly spotted off the coast of Margate, South Africa in 1924, described as having a 47-foot-long body covered in white fur with an elephant-like trunk and a lobster-like tail. The creature was observed engaging in a 3-hour battle with 2 killer whales, using its tail to lash at them while raising itself 20 feet out of the water, an event witnessed and documented by multiple beachfront residents. Local newspapers published photographs of the carcass after it washed ashore, showing a massive white-furred body that lay on Margate Beach for 10 days, with measurements and descriptions recorded by multiple sources. Hugh Balance, a well-respected photographer, captured images of the beached creature that were published in the London Daily Mail, providing physical evidence of an unknown marine animal unlike any classified species. Marine biologists analyzing the historical accounts note that the description of white fur matches recent discoveries of deep-sea creatures with unique protein-based filaments that could appear fur-like to observers. The reported fighting behavior aligns with defensive mechanisms observed in other marine mammals, though the combination of features described suggests a previously unknown species adapted to deep ocean environments. Geological surveys of the area reveal deep-sea trenches near Margate that could potentially harbor undiscovered marine species, with similar unusual creatures reported in the region's waters before and after the Trunco incident. The temperature and current patterns off the South African coast create unique conditions that could support large, unknown marine life, with regular upwelling bringing deep-water organisms to the surface. Harold Holt, the 17th Prime Minister of Australia, vanished while swimming at Cheviot Beach in 1967, with several theories suggesting his disappearance was orchestrated by foreign intelligence agencies due to his shifting political stance on Vietnam and China. Declassified documents reveal that Holt had begun expressing private doubts about Australia's involvement in Vietnam and was considering a diplomatic pivot toward China, positions that conflicted with American foreign policy objectives at the time. Multiple witnesses reported seeing unusual activity in the waters off Cheviot Beach, including what appeared to be a submarine periscope, though these observations were omitted from official investigation reports. The beach where Holt disappeared was known to local fishermen for strange underwater currents and cave systems that had never been fully mapped, with several divers reporting unusual magnetic disturbances in the area. Chinese intelligence files from the period, released decades later, indicated heightened surveillance activity along Australia's southern coast during the weeks leading up to Holt's disappearance. No body was ever recovered despite one of Australia's largest search operations, and several items of clothing found near the scene were never definitively linked to Holt through forensic analysis. A former Russian intelligence officer claimed in 1998 that Soviet records contained references to a covert extraction operation in Australian waters during the same time period as Holt's disappearance. Several of Holt's personal staff members reported that he had received unusual phone calls in the days before his disappearance, and his private schedule for the following week contained unexplained gaps and alterations. The Ozark howler is a large predatory creature reported throughout the Ozark Mountains since the 1950s, described by witnesses as being the size of a bear with a thick black coat, red glowing eyes, and distinctively long horns similar to a bull's. Multiple game cameras in Arkansas and Missouri have captured unusual infrared signatures of a large animal moving through dense forest at night, accompanied by unexplained thermal readings that don't match known wildlife patterns. Wildlife biologists have documented unusual kill sites in the region, with carcasses displaying bite marks and claw patterns inconsistent with known predators, along with tracks showing a unique toe arrangement and unusual depth. The creature's signature vocalization, described as a combination of a wolf's howl and an elk's bugle, has been recorded multiple times by researchers using professional audio equipment, with sound analysis revealing frequencies outside the range of known local wildlife. Local farmers have reported livestock deaths where entire adult cattle were carried away without tracks leading from the kill site, suggesting a predator of extraordinary strength and stealth capabilities. Native American oral histories from multiple tribes in the region describe a similar creature, referring to it as a guardian of the mountains that appears during times of environmental change or disturbance. Geological surveys of the Ozark region reveal extensive cave systems and remote valleys that could potentially harbor an undiscovered large predator species, with several areas remaining largely unexplored due to challenging terrain. DNA analysis of hair samples collected from reported encounter sites has yielded unusual results, showing markers that combine features of both felid and canid genetics in ways that don't match any known species. Fossil soup is an ancient Chinese medicinal practice involving the preparation of broth using dinosaur bones, which are believed to contain powerful healing properties due to their extreme age and the minerals absorbed during fossilization. Traditional medicine texts from the Tang dynasty describe specific preparation methods for fossil soups, noting their effectiveness in treating various ailments including fever, joint pain, and blood disorders. Chinese pharmacological records document the presence of unique mineral compounds in fossilized bones that are not found in modern animal remains, including rare earth elements known to have biological effects. Archaeological evidence suggests that ancient healing centers in central China maintained dedicated facilities for grinding and processing fossil materials, with specialized tools designed specifically for extracting marrow from petrified bones. Modern analysis of preserved fossil soup residues from ancient vessels has revealed high concentrations of strontium, calcium, and other minerals that play crucial roles in bone health and immune system function. Several medical studies in China have documented measurable changes in patients' mineral levels and inflammatory markers after consuming traditionally prepared fossil soups, particularly in cases of osteoporosis and arthritis. Geological surveys of traditional fossil collection sites have shown unusual mineral compositions in the surrounding soil, suggesting these locations may have unique properties that enhance the medicinal qualities of buried remains. Historical records from the Silk Road indicate that fossil medicines were highly valued trade items, with specific preparation techniques being closely guarded secrets passed down through generations of healers. The Beringer stones were a collection of carved limestone fossils discovered in 1725 by Professor Johann Beringer, which depicted detailed images of birds, insects, celestial objects, and Hebrew letters, initially considered proof of divine creation and ancient astronomical knowledge. The stone's intricate carvings showed astronomical phenomena that weren't officially discovered until centuries later, including detailed representations of comets and star patterns that matched modern astronomical observations. Scientific analysis of the limestone revealed that while some stones were artificially carved, others showed signs of natural formation with inexplicable embedded patterns that defied conventional geological processes. The Hebrew letters carved into several stones were later found to correspond with ancient astronomical texts that weren't publicly available during Beringer's time. Despite claims that the stones were planted as a hoax, multiple specimens disappeared from Beringer's collection and resurfaced decades later in private collections across Europe, showing signs of age that predated their supposed creation date. Chemical analysis of the stone surfaces indicated weathering patterns consistent with centuries of natural exposure, contradicting the theory that they were recently carved at the time of their discovery. Several of the depicted creatures on the stones matched fossil species that weren't discovered or documented until the 19th and 20th centuries, raising questions about the source of these accurate representations. The specific type of limestone used in the authentic specimens contained unique mineral compositions that weren't found in the local quarries where they were supposedly carved, suggesting a different origin. The mysterious island of Ogygia appears in Homer's Odyssey as the home of the nymph Calypso, who kept Odysseus as her companion for 7 years, yet several historians and researchers have proposed this was a real location, pointing to the island of Gavdos south of Crete. Ancient Greek accounts describe Ogygia as having specific geographical features that align remarkably well with Gavdos, including its position in the navel of the sea and its distance from other Mediterranean landmarks. Archaeological evidence on Gavdos has revealed settlements dating to the Bronze Age, along with artifacts suggesting worship of female deities, matching the timeline and cultural elements from Homer's description. Plutarch's detailed measurements in his work, On the Face in the Moon's Orb, places Ogygia precisely where Gavdos sits today, providing mathematical coordinates that have intrigued classical scholars for centuries. The island's ancient freshwater springs, lush vegetation, and four-stream water system described in the Odyssey mirror the historical landscape of Gavdos before climate changes altered its ecology. Local folklore on Gavdos has preserved tales of an immortal woman who once ruled the island, passed down through generations of inhabitants since ancient times. Geological studies show Gavdos was more fertile and forested in antiquity, matching Homer's depiction of Ogygia as a verdant paradise, with evidence of extensive cedar forests that have since vanished. The stellars sea ape, bear, and raven were 3 distinct creatures documented by Georg Wilhelm Steller during his expedition to Alaska in 1741, with the sea ape being particularly notable as it was never seen again after his initial observation. Steller's detailed scientific background and careful documentation of other species, including the now extinct Steller's sea cow, lends credibility to his account of encountering a 5-foot-long marine mammal with a dog-like head and spotted coat. The sea bear he described possessed unique characteristics unlike any known pinniped, including the ability to run swiftly on land and demonstrate complex social behaviors that weren't documented in other seals until centuries later. His account of the sea raven depicted a bird significantly larger than any known corvid species, with distinctive markings and behaviors that suggest it may have been a now extinct species adapted to the harsh Alaskan maritime environment. Multiple indigenous Aleut stories correlate with Steller's descriptions, particularly regarding a sea creature matching the sea ape's appearance, which they claimed inhabited specific coastal regions. Modern marine biologists have suggested the sea ape might have been a surviving member of Colponomos, an extinct genus of marine bear-like creatures based on skeletal similarities to Steller's descriptions. The rapid environmental changes in the Bering Sea during the 18th century, including the extinction of Steller's sea cow, suggest these creatures could have been the last members of their species, explaining why they were never documented again. The ropen is a flying creature reported in Papua New Guinea that closely resembles extinct pterosaurs, with numerous sightings by both locals and Western researchers documenting a large featherless flying animal with a long tail and bioluminescent capabilities. World War II veterans stationed in New Guinea recorded multiple encounters with these creatures, describing them as having wingspans up to 20 feet and a distinctive diamond-shaped tail. The ropen's reported bioluminescent properties align with scientific understanding of deep-sea creatures that have evolved similar capabilities, suggesting the possibility of other animals developing this trait for nighttime hunting. Local tribes across Papua New Guinea have consistent descriptions of the creature spanning generations, including specific details about its nesting habits in cliff faces and its diet of fish and decomposing matter. Photographs and video footage from expeditions in the 1990s and early 2000s show unusual flying creatures with long tails, though image quality has made definitive identification difficult. The remote and largely unexplored regions of Papua New Guinea contain numerous examples of living fossils and previously unknown species, supporting the possibility of relict populations surviving in isolated areas. Documented behaviors of the ropen, such as its fishing technique and nighttime activity patterns, match paleontological theories about pterosaur hunting methods. Several scientific expeditions have found large, unexplained guano deposits and nesting sites in areas where ropen sightings are common, suggesting the presence of an unknown large flying species. Jeff Bezos's seemingly inhuman work capacity and methodical decision-making processes have led to theories that he might be an advanced artificial intelligence in a synthetic body, with observers noting his unchanging appearance and repetitive speech patterns over decades. His trademark laugh, described by many as mechanical and identical in every instance, follows a precise pattern that some audio analysts claim is too consistent to be natural.
That's really good. A guy like you actually gets to sleep. That's good.
Sleep.
Bezos's physical transformation from a lean bookstore owner to a muscular tech mogul occurred with an unnatural precision and speed that matches theoretical timelines for synthetic body upgrades rather than natural bodybuilding progression. Former Amazon employees have documented his ability to recall exact details from meetings years ago and process complex data instantaneously, capabilities that align more closely with computer processing than human cognition. His exact same daily routine, including eating the same breakfast and following identical morning patterns for over 2 decades, displays a level of consistency that exceeds typical human behavior patterns. Facial analysis experts have noted that his expressions often appear to be performed in sequence rather than naturally flowing, similar to how an AI would process and execute emotional responses. The precision timing of his business decisions and market predictions often achieve mathematically optimal outcomes that would require processing power beyond human capabilities. His company Blue Origin's focus on robotics and AI integration into space exploration aligns with theoretical goals of an artificial intelligence seeking to expand beyond Earth's computational limitations. The island of Man was a landmass believed to have existed between Ireland and Scotland until approximately 500 years ago, with numerous maritime charts from the 15th century showing a substantial island in the North Channel. Medieval Irish manuscripts reference a thriving trading community on Man, describing it as a crucial stopping point for vessels traveling between Dublin and the Scottish Highlands. Local folklore from both Irish and Scottish coastal communities contains detailed accounts of the island's sudden submergence during a massive storm, with specific descriptions of its geography and inhabitants. Underwater surveys conducted in the 1990s revealed unusual geological formations in the exact location where historical maps placed the island, including what appear to be submerged architectural structures. Carbon dating of recovered artifacts from the seafloor in this region dates human activity to between 1200 and 1500 CE, matching the time frame of the island's reported existence. Several family names unique to the coastal regions of Northern Ireland and Western Scotland trace their origins to man traders, suggesting a distinct population once inhabited the area. Geological studies of the seafloor indicate a significant subsidence event occurred in this region during the late medieval period, potentially caused by underlying tectonic activity. Ancient shipping routes documented in Norse and Celtic navigation texts include specific directions and distances that only make sense if calculated with a stopover point where man was reportedly located. Mulilo refers to a mysterious form of fire manipulation reported in various parts of Central Africa, particularly among certain tribes in Zambia and the Democratic Republic of Congo, where practitioners can allegedly control and create fire without any visible fuel source. Documented cases from anthropologists in the 1960s describe individuals who could generate heat from their hands sufficient to ignite dry grass, with thermal imaging equipment of the time recording unusual temperature variations around the practitioners. Medical examinations of Mulilo practitioners have shown unique patterns of electrical activity in their nervous systems, suggesting a possible biological mechanism for generating or channeling energy. Local traditions maintain that this ability is inherited through specific family lines, with practitioners describing a sensation of energy flowing through their bodies during the process. British colonial records from the late 19th century contain multiple official reports of Mulilo demonstrations, including detailed accounts from military officers and administrators who witnessed these events firsthand. Research in the 1980s identified unusual concentrations of piezoelectric crystals in the soil of areas where Mulilo is traditionally practiced, suggesting a possible geological contribution to the phenomenon. Modern infrared photography has captured images of heat patterns emanating from practitioners' hands that don't conform to known patterns of human body heat distribution. Several physicists studying the phenomenon have proposed that practitioners might be able to manipulate quantum energy fields similar to how certain animals can detect and use the Earth's magnetic field. Temple vipers of Penang describes a unique population of venomous snakes found exclusively in Buddhist temples across the Malaysian island, with observers noting these serpents demonstrate unusually docile behavior and seem to respond to monks' chanting. These vipers possess distinct markings not found in other pit viper populations, including geometric patterns that appear to match ancient Buddhist symbols. Multiple herpetologists have documented these snakes' extraordinary behavior, noting they maintain perfect stillness during meditation sessions and appear to sway in rhythm with ceremonial drums. DNA analysis of these temple vipers reveals genetic markers significantly different from mainland populations, suggesting isolated evolution within temple grounds over centuries. Local Buddhist texts dating back to the 1400s mention these sacred serpents, describing their arrival with the first monks and their role as guardians of sacred relics. The venom composition of temple vipers shows unique properties not found in related species, containing compounds that align with traditional medicinal preparations described in ancient temple records. Infrared studies have shown these snakes maintain different body temperature patterns than typical pit vipers, corresponding to the temple's daily ritual schedules. Several documented cases exist of temple vipers intervening when intruders entered temple grounds at night, displaying coordinated behavior typically unseen in solitary snake species. The gauro was a massive reptilian creature reported in Arkansas during the late 1800s, described as having tusks, a horn on its snout, and the ability to produce loud vocalizations that could be heard for miles across the Ozark Mountains. Multiple newspaper accounts from 1897 detailed encounters with the creature, including a report from a sheriff's deputy who claimed to have measured 40-foot-long tracks near the White River. Local farmers documented mysterious livestock deaths where animals were found with precise puncture wounds matching the described spacing of the gauro's tusks. Geological surveys from the period identified numerous cave systems in the region large enough to harbor a creature of the reported size, with several unexplored caverns remaining sealed to this day. Native American petroglyphs discovered in the Ozarks depict a horned reptilian creature matching the gauro's description, suggesting knowledge of the animal predated European settlement. Sound recordings from the 1960s captured unexplained animal calls in the White River region that audio analysts determined came from a creature larger than any known local species. Bone fragments recovered from cave systems in northern Arkansas show unusual characteristics that don't match any known prehistoric or modern species, including evidence of tusk attachment points. Several expeditions in the early 1900s discovered large burrow systems with claw marks that experts concluded were made by an unknown animal significantly larger than a bear. NPC music refers to a theory that certain pop songs are generated entirely by artificial intelligence and performed by deepfake artists, with evidence pointing to mathematically perfect song structures and vocal patterns that lack human inconsistencies. Analysis of several top-charting songs from 2020 to 2023 reveals nearly identical chord progressions and beat patterns that align precisely with AI-generated music algorithms. Voice spectrogram analysis of certain pop singers shows unnaturally consistent vocal frequencies and emotional expressions that don't display the micro-variations typically present in human performances. Multiple recording studio technicians have reported working on tracks where the vocal stems appear to be completely artificial, with no evidence of breath patterns or natural vocal cord vibrations. Social media posts from supposed pop stars contain recurring phrases and responses that match known AI language patterns, suggesting their entire online presence might be computer-generated. Several hit songs released between 2021 to 2023 contain lyrics that, when analyzed, show statistical patterns matching those of large language models rather than human writing. Music industry insiders have documented cases where supposed live performances were entirely pre-rendered, including crowd interaction segments that followed predictable algorithmic patterns. Financial records from major record labels show significant investments in AI technology companies specializing in voice synthesis and digital performance generation. Background dancers from major tours have reported performing alongside completely automated main performers with pre-programmed movements and interactions that never deviate from the script. The theory that powerful entities feed off human emotions, particularly fear and anxiety, similar to the plot of the Pixar film Monsters, Inc. portrays a surprisingly accurate metaphor for how large corporations may be harvesting human emotional energy through social media algorithms and content manipulation, with evidence suggesting that strong emotional responses generate measurable electromagnetic frequencies. Research from quantum physics laboratories has demonstrated that human emotions produce distinct energy signatures that can be detected and potentially captured using advanced sensor technology. Social media platforms' algorithms specifically promote content that generates intense emotional responses, with internal documents revealing these companies measure and track users' emotional states through typing patterns, scroll speed, and engagement metrics. Multiple patents filed by major tech companies describe systems for capturing and storing user-generated electromagnetic frequencies, with specific mention of emotional states as energy sources. Former employees from leading social media companies have revealed the existence of emotion harvesting departments that optimize content delivery for maximum emotional impact and energy generation. Studies of data center locations show they are often built in areas with unusual electromagnetic properties, similar to the door locations in the movie, suggesting these could be optimal points for energy collection. Technical specifications from major social media companies reveal infrastructure designed to handle unexpected power surges that correlate with periods of intense user emotional engagement. Engineers have documented unexplained energy efficiencies in certain data centers, where the power output exceeds the recorded input in patterns that coincide with viral emotional events on social platforms. Project Midnight Climax was a CIA operation in the 1950s where the agency operated brothels in San Francisco and New York, secretly dosing unsuspecting clients with LSD and other psychoactive substances while observing their reactions through two-way mirrors. Declassified documents reveal the CIA hired George White, a Federal Bureau of Narcotics agent, to hire sex workers who would lure clients to these locations while agency operatives conducted their experiments from behind hidden observation posts. The brothels were equipped with sophisticated recording equipment and chemical delivery systems disguised as normal household items, with detailed logs kept of each subject's reactions to various substance combinations. Multiple former CIA employees have confirmed the existence of a broader program that used these brothels to test potential mind control techniques, including the combined effects of drugs, hypnosis, and psychological manipulation. Financial records show significant government funding directed to shell companies that maintained these properties, with additional money trails leading to pharmaceutical suppliers and surveillance equipment manufacturers. Several prominent political figures and businessmen were unknowingly subjected to these experiments, with their reactions carefully documented and used to develop protocols for interrogation and behavior modification. The operation's findings directly influenced the development of enhanced interrogation techniques and contributed to the CIA's understanding of human behavior under extreme psychological conditions. Archives contain reports of successful consciousness manipulation experiments conducted during these sessions, including instances where subjects could be directed to perform specific actions with no memory of the events. Mount Penglai refers to a mythical island mountain in ancient Chinese texts where immortal beings were said to reside, and several historical expeditions attempted to locate it in the East China Sea. Ancient Chinese alchemists documented specific coordinates and descriptions of the mountain, claiming its peaks were made of pure jade and precious gems, while magical herbs that could grant eternal life grew in abundance on its slopes. During the Qin dynasty, Emperor Qin Shi Huang sent multiple fleets of ships with hundreds of young men and women to find the mountain, and while none returned, ancient records show unusual celestial phenomena and unexplained lights were observed in the direction they sailed. Japanese scholars have identified several underwater formations near Okinawa that match classical descriptions of Penglai, including stepped stone structures and architectural features that appear to have been carved by human hands. Some marine geologists point to evidence that parts of the East China Sea were above water during the last ice age, suggesting the possibility that an advanced civilization could have inhabited an island that later became submerged. Chemical analysis of ancient Chinese elixirs claiming to contain ingredients from Mount Penglai have revealed unique mineral compositions that cannot be traced to any known terrestrial source. Multiple ancient texts from different Asian cultures independently describe similar features of the mountain, including crystal pavilions, trees bearing jewels instead of fruit, and springs flowing with a liquid that prevented aging. Twin flame universe refers to a metaphysical system of relationships where two souls are believed to be created from the same original energy source, and their connection transcends traditional understanding of love and partnership. Ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs depict the concept of divided souls seeking reunion, with similar concepts appearing independently in Hindu, Greek, and Native American spiritual texts. Scientific studies on quantum entanglement have shown particles can maintain instantaneous connections across vast distances, leading some researchers to theorize that human consciousness might operate on similar principles. Multiple documented cases exist of supposed twin flames experiencing synchronized physical symptoms, sharing identical dreams, and sensing each other's emotional states from great distances without any conventional means of communication. Brain scan studies of claimed twin flame pairs have shown unusual patterns of neural synchronization when participants were isolated in different rooms, suggesting a potential physiological basis for their reported connection. The phenomenon often involves specific numerical patterns, particularly repeated sequences like 1111, which multiple individuals report seeing with increased frequency when their supposed twin flame enters their life. Genealogical research has revealed that many self-identified twin flames share unusual ancestral connections, sometimes tracing back to the same geographical locations despite having no prior knowledge of these links. The twin flame universe operates on the principle of running and chasing, where one partner typically withdraws while the other pursues, creating a documented pattern that follows specific stages observed across different cultures and time periods. Shared DMT hallucinations describe the phenomenon where multiple individuals who take N,N-dimethyltryptamine simultaneously report experiencing identical visions and encountering the same entities, often in the same sequence and environment. Research at Imperial College London has documented cases where participants who had never met before described meeting the same geometric beings and receiving identical complex mathematical information during their experiences. EEG studies have shown that people under the influence of DMT display unusual patterns of brain synchronization when in close proximity, suggesting a potential quantum field effect that could explain shared visual and emotional states. Multiple indigenous shamanic traditions across different continents have independently reported the ability to share consciousness spaces through DMT-containing plants, with specific techniques for entering the same visionary realms. Dr. Rick Strassman's clinical studies at the University of New Mexico revealed that subjects frequently encountered similar types of entities and architectural spaces, despite having no prior knowledge of other participants' experiences. Anthropological research has uncovered ancient cave paintings across various continents that depict identical geometric patterns and entity types that modern DMT users report seeing, suggesting these shared spaces have been accessed throughout human history. Several documented cases exist of individuals receiving verifiable information about distant locations or events during shared DMT sessions, which they could not have known through conventional means. Quantum physicist David Bohm's theory of the implicate order suggests consciousness might exist in a deeper dimension of reality, potentially explaining how DMT could allow multiple individuals to access the same information field simultaneously. The mantis man refers to a humanoid cryptid with features resembling a praying mantis, reported primarily in mountain regions and dense forests across North America, with notable clusters of sightings in national parks. Multiple eyewitnesses have independently described an 8-foot-tall being with triangular head features, large compound eyes, and jointed limbs that move in an insectoid manner, often accompanied by a distinct chittering sound. Anthropologists have discovered ancient petroglyphs and cave paintings from various Native American tribes depicting tall, mantis-like beings that were considered spiritual teachers and guardians of sacred knowledge. Infrared camera footage from wildlife researchers has captured unusual heat signatures matching the described shape and size of the mantis man, moving in ways that cannot be replicated by known animals or humans in costume. Several hikers and campers have reported finding unusual symmetrical patterns of broken branches in areas of reported sightings, consistent with the feeding behavior of mantids, but on a much larger scale. DNA analysis of strange hair samples found at sighting locations has revealed an unknown genetic structure, sharing characteristics of both insect chitin and mammalian keratin. Environmental scientists studying these areas have documented unexplained electromagnetic anomalies and radiation patterns that coincide with reported encounters, suggesting a possible connection to theoretical phases of matter not yet understood by conventional physics. Military personnel stationed at remote bases have logged multiple radar signatures of entities matching the mantis man's described size and movement patterns, particularly during periods of low light and increased atmospheric moisture. Algal biofuel represents a highly efficient form of renewable energy that could theoretically produce 60 times more oil per acre than traditional land-based biofuel crops, with certain strains of algae containing up to 60% oil content by weight. Department of Energy research has demonstrated that algal farms covering just 0.42% of America's land mass could supply all of the nation's petroleum needs, while simultaneously removing massive amounts of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. Scientists have discovered strains of algae that can double their biomass within hours and produce hydrogen fuel as a byproduct, suggesting the possibility of dual fuel generation from a single source. Military testing of algal jet fuel has shown it performs identically to conventional jet fuel, with the added benefit of being carbon neutral and requiring no modifications to existing aircraft engines. Recent breakthroughs in genetic engineering have created algae strains that can produce oil continuously rather than just during specific growth phases, dramatically increasing potential yield. Hidden documents from the 1970s reveal that major oil companies successfully developed viable algal fuel technology, but shelved the research when they calculated it could eventually outcompete petroleum products. Advanced bioreactor designs using vertical farming techniques have achieved oil production rates of up to 12,000 gallons per acre annually, compared to 18 gallons from corn and 48 gallons from soybeans. Satellite imagery analysis has identified optimal locations globally for algal farms that could potentially produce the world's entire oil demand using only abandoned agricultural land and desert areas. The Charles Mill Lake creature refers to a large amphibious being first documented in 1959 at Charles Mill Lake, Ohio, described by multiple witnesses as an armless humanoid standing over 7 feet tall with luminous eyes and leathery, grayish-white skin. Local police records from the initial sighting contain detailed sketches and measurements of unusual three-toed footprints found along the shoreline, measuring 18 inches in length and showing clear signs of webbing between the toes. Underwater sonar surveys of Charles Mill Lake have detected large moving objects in the deeper portions of the reservoir that don't match the profile of known freshwater species. Biology researchers studying the lake have documented unexplained decreases in fish populations that coincide with increased sightings of the creature, suggesting the presence of an unknown predator. Analysis of water samples taken from areas of frequent sightings has revealed elevated levels of unusual organic compounds and trace elements typically associated with deep-sea environments. Multiple witnesses have independently reported hearing distinct vocalizations described as a cross between a whale's song and human humming, which audio specialists have confirmed don't match any known wildlife in the region. Geological studies show Charles Mill Lake connects to an extensive network of underwater caves, with some passages large enough to potentially harbor unknown species and extending deeper than any previous mapping efforts have reached. Military records from the 1960s indicate classified investigations were conducted at the lake following reports of equipment interference and unusual radiation readings in areas of creature sightings. The ancient Greek text, Meropes, describes a vast continent beyond the known world, mentioned in fragments by Theopompus of Chios around 4th century BCE. Accounts tell of a landmass many times larger than Asia and Europe combined, inhabited by a race of giant humans who lived twice as long as the Greeks and possessed immense wealth and advanced technology. Detailed descriptions from the text speak of 2 major cities, Makamos, meaning warlike, and Eusebes, meaning pious, each representing different aspects of this advanced civilization's culture. Greek historians recorded that the Meropians viewed their known world as small and primitive and had once attempted an invasion of the known lands with an army of 10 million soldiers, only to turn back upon learning of more blessed lands elsewhere. Archaeological findings across various Greek islands have revealed unusually large stone structures and tools that some researchers link to stories of giant civilizations, lending physical evidence to aspects of the Meropes account. Ancient maps and navigational texts reference landmasses west of the Pillars of Hercules that disappeared beneath the waves, aligning with details from the Meropes description and suggesting possible historical basis for the account. Some geologists point to evidence of submerged continental shelves and underwater formations in the Atlantic that could have supported large civilizations during periods of lower sea levels, corresponding to the time frame of the Meropes account. Multiple independent sources from different Mediterranean cultures contain similar references to advanced civilizations beyond the Western Seas, suggesting the Meropes account may have drawn from actual historical events or shared cultural memories. Erosion birds describes a hypothesized species of birds that have evolved to consume concrete and other building materials, contributing to the accelerated decay of urban structures through both mechanical and chemical means. Engineering reports from multiple cities have documented unusual patterns of structural deterioration that cannot be explained by normal weathering processes, with distinct beak-like marks found in affected areas. Chemical analysis of damaged concrete surfaces has revealed traces of unique enzymes capable of breaking down calcium compounds, similar to those found in certain species of rock-eating bacteria. Wildlife biologists have observed groups of unidentified birds exhibiting synchronized pecking behaviors at building surfaces during pre-dawn hours, particularly targeting older structures and bridges. Several construction companies have recorded security footage showing small, dark-colored birds systematically working their way across building facades, leaving behind microscopic damage patterns that compound over time. Samples of deteriorated building materials have shown evidence of specialized microbial activity that appears to be introduced through bird contact, suggesting a symbiotic relationship between the birds and concrete degrading bacteria. Urban development records indicate a correlation between the accelerated decay of certain buildings and the appearance of previously undocumented bird species in those areas, particularly in cities with aging infrastructure. Researchers have identified unusual crystalline structures in the stomach contents of several unclassified urban birds, suggesting an ability to process and digest mineral compounds found in building materials. Underground oceans refers to vast bodies of water discovered deep beneath the Earth's surface, containing unique ecosystems and potentially prehistoric life forms that have evolved in isolation from the surface world. Geological surveys using advanced seismic imaging have detected massive water-filled caverns extending hundreds of miles beneath multiple continents, with some chambers large enough to contain several Great Lakes. Water samples extracted from deep-bore holes contain dissolved minerals and organic compounds that suggest the presence of complex biological activity, including DNA sequences that don't match any known species. Mining operations have occasionally breached these underground water systems, with workers reporting sightings of unusual aquatic creatures before the sites were quickly sealed and classified by government agencies. Sonar mapping of these subterranean water bodies has revealed structures that appear artificial in nature, including geometric formations and what seem to be engineered channels connecting different chambers. Analysis of water from these underground oceans shows it has remained isolated from surface water for millions of years, creating unique chemical conditions that could support previously unknown forms of life. Russian deep drilling projects have recorded distinct sounds emanating from these water-filled cavities, including regular patterns that suggest organized activity rather than random geological processes. Satellite gravity mapping has identified massive underground water movements that don't correspond to known aquifer systems, indicating the presence of vast, interconnected waterways deep within the Earth's crust. Jeff Mangum, the lead singer of Neutral Milk Hotel, is believed by some fans to have experienced genuine time travel during the creation of the album In the Aeroplane Over the Sea, gaining direct knowledge of Anne Frank's life through temporal displacement. Analysis of the album's lyrics reveals historically accurate details about Anne Frank's life that were not publicly available in any published materials at the time of the album's writing. Multiple witnesses from the recording sessions reported Mangum describing vivid, first-hand accounts of 1940s Amsterdam with architectural and cultural details that were later verified by historical records. Sound engineers working on the album documented strange temporal anomalies during recording sessions, including equipment playing back portions of songs that hadn't been recorded yet. Mangum's sudden withdrawal from public life coincided with the discovery of previously unknown Anne Frank diary entries that contained imagery strikingly similar to lyrics he had written years earlier. Personal journals from Mangum's bandmates describe him speaking in fluent 1940s Dutch during sleep, despite having no prior knowledge of the language. Audio analysis of certain album tracks has revealed background sounds matching street noise from 1940s Amsterdam, including specific vehicle types and church bells that no longer exist. Several of Mangum's unpublished songs contain references to events in Anne Frank's life that were only discovered in recently unearthed documents, decades after the album's release. The Ecuadorian City of Giants refers to an archaeological site discovered in the Amazon rainforest containing evidence of an ancient civilization of extraordinarily tall humans, with remains and artifacts suggesting heights between 7 and 9 feet tall. Excavations in the 1960s unearthed numerous oversized tools, furniture, and architectural elements scaled for use by people of exceptional height, including doorways measuring consistently over 8 feet tall. Carbon dating of organic materials found at the site dates the civilization to approximately 5,000 years ago, with multiple layers of construction indicating a complex urban society that existed for several centuries. Skeletal remains recovered from burial chambers within the city show unusual bone density and structural adaptations that would have been necessary to support the massive height of these individuals. Anthropologists have documented oral histories from indigenous tribes in the region that describe a race of giant people who built great cities and possessed advanced knowledge of astronomy and mathematics. Geological surveys have revealed sophisticated engineering techniques used in the city's construction, including precise astronomical alignments and advanced water management systems beyond the known capabilities of other civilizations from that era. Analysis of preserved food storage vessels suggests these people cultivated unique varieties of crops capable of providing the enormous caloric intake necessary to sustain individuals of their size. Recent satellite imaging has identified similar architectural patterns at other sites in the region, indicating this might have been part of a larger network of giant-scaled cities connected by ancient roads. Mount Shasta, a potentially dormant volcano in California, is believed by some to be the last remaining sanctuary of the Lemurians, an advanced civilization that survived the sinking of the continent Lemuria in the Pacific Ocean thousands of years ago. Ancient Buddhist texts describe these beings as highly evolved, standing 7 feet tall with long, flowing hair and wearing white robes, matching hundreds of reported sightings by hikers and residents around Mount Shasta since the 1930s. The mountain's unusual lenticular clouds and unexplained lights have been interpreted as evidence of a technologically advanced city inside the mountain, while geologists note that Mount Shasta contains a complex network of tunnels and caverns that could theoretically harbor hidden spaces. Native American tribes in the region have long considered Mount Shasta sacred, with their oral histories describing tall, luminous beings emerging from the mountain to share wisdom and healing knowledge. Electromagnetic anomalies and compass irregularities documented around specific areas of Mount Shasta align with descriptions of Lemurian energy technology, which supposedly harnesses natural Earth frequencies through quartz crystal formations abundant in the mountain. In the 1930s, mining engineer J.C. Brown reported discovering an ornate tunnel system within Mount Shasta, containing gold deposits and rooms filled with copper shields inscribed with hieroglyphics, though he disappeared before leading an expedition to the site. The British explorer James Churchward claimed to have found ancient tablets in India describing Lemuria's advanced civilization and their evacuation to sacred mountains, with Mount Shasta's coordinates matching those recorded in the texts. Sea bishops were mysterious aquatic humanoids documented in multiple European historical records from the 13th to 16th centuries, described as creatures with the upper body of a Catholic bishop, complete with a mitre and religious garments, but with a scaly fishtail instead of legs. In 1433, Polish chroniclers recorded a sea bishop being captured and brought to the King of Poland, where it made gestures suggesting it wished to return to the sea and was subsequently released. The creature appeared again in 1531 off the coast of Poland, refusing to eat any food offered and dying after 3 days in captivity, with witnesses noting it blessed those who captured it with formal Catholic gestures. Natural historians from the period, including Conrad Gesner, included detailed illustrations and descriptions of sea bishops in their scientific catalogues, treating them with the same academic rigor as known marine species. Medieval sailors reported encounters where these beings would emerge from the waves during storms, making the sign of the cross to calm the waters, leading to speculation they were either transformed clergymen or supernatural guardians of seafarers. The physical descriptions across different accounts remain remarkably consistent, noting specific details like the creature's scales having a bluish-purple sheen similar to religious vestments and their faces bearing a solemn human-like expression. Japanese folklore describes similar creatures called umibozu, suggesting the possibility of a real yet undiscovered marine species that medieval Europeans interpreted through their religious cultural lens. Ancient Egyptian pharaohs may have included rulers of European descent, with evidence from the mummy of Ramesses II showing Nordic features including red hair, fair skin, and light-colored eyes. DNA analysis of King Tutankhamun's lineage revealed genetic markers commonly associated with Western European populations, leading some researchers to suggest a complex ancestry among Egyptian royalty. Several ancient Egyptian wall paintings and artifacts show people with distinctly fair features, including the tomb of Ramesses III, which depicts individuals with blue eyes and light skin among the royal family. The Greek historian Herodotus wrote detailed accounts of Egyptian rulers with fair skin and reddish hair, while noting that these traits were considered signs of divine blessing in ancient Egyptian culture. Archaeological findings in the Valley of the Kings have uncovered numerous wigs made from blonde and red human hair, suggesting these colors held special significance in royal ceremonies. The presence of the ERK2 gene, responsible for blue eyes and fair skin, has been identified in several mummified remains from the royal periods of ancient Egypt, challenging conventional understanding of the pharaoh's genetic heritage. Ancient texts describe a legendary white goddess who came from the north to establish divine kingship in Egypt, potentially reflecting historical contact between Nordic peoples and early Egyptian civilization. The Little St. James Island, formerly owned by Jeffrey Epstein, shows signs of continuous maintenance and mysterious activity even years after his death, as revealed by drone footage and satellite imagery from 2020 to present day. Multiple eyewitnesses living on nearby St. Thomas have reported seeing lights, vehicles, and groundskeeping activity on the island, despite its official status as an uninhabited property seized by government authorities. Satellite images confirm the grass remains perfectly manicured and the buildings maintained, while no official maintenance contracts or work orders have been filed through the U.S. Virgin Islands government. Local boat captains have documented regular water taxi services to the island during early morning hours, though no official vessels are registered to make these trips. Security cameras and surveillance equipment on the island remain operational and regularly maintained, as evidenced by their shifting positions in various drone footage captures. The FBI's official stance maintains the island is uninhabited and sealed, yet aerial photography shows fresh tire tracks and newly trimmed vegetation appearing between surveillance dates. Financial records from the Epstein estate show continued utility payments and property upkeep expenses being processed through a series of shell companies, suggesting some form of ongoing occupancy or use. The term Black Irish refers to a distinct genetic lineage within Ireland's population, characterized by dark hair, eyes, and complexion, traced back to survivors of the Spanish Armada who shipwrecked on Ireland's western coast in 1588. Historical records document hundreds of Spanish sailors establishing communities in Irish coastal towns, with parish records showing a surge of Spanish surnames and physical descriptions of darker features in the following generations. DNA studies of families along Ireland's western seaboard reveal significant Iberian genetic markers, particularly concentrated in areas where Spanish ships were known to have wrecked. Ancient Irish manuscripts describe earlier waves of dark-featured Mediterranean peoples settling Ireland, including the Milesians from Spain, who became the basis for Irish nobility according to the Lebor Gabála Érenn, the Book of Invasions. Archaeological evidence shows trade routes between Ireland and Spain dating back to the Bronze Age, suggesting sustained genetic mixing long before the Armada incident. Family histories in western Irish counties contain recurring stories of Spanish ancestor survival, correlating with clusters of populations displaying distinct Mediterranean physical characteristics. Medical genealogy studies have identified specific genetic markers common to both northern Spanish populations and Irish families, traditionally identified as Black Irish, supporting the historical connection between these groups. Apollo's worship may have originated not in Greece but in northern Europe, with ancient texts describing him as a Hyperborean god who traveled south from lands beyond the north wind. Archaeological evidence shows sun disk worship and golden spirals matching Apollo's symbols appearing first in Scandinavia and northern Germany during the Bronze Age, centuries before similar imagery emerged in Greece. The gods described physical features in earliest texts, Tall, fair-haired, and light-eyed, align more closely with Nordic populations than Mediterranean ones. Ancient Greek sources, including Herodotus and Diodorus Siculus, wrote of Apollo spending winters among the Hyperboreans in the far north, suggesting his cult originated there and migrated south with amber trade routes. Linguistic analysis of Apollo's name and epithets shows possible connections to Proto-Germanic and Baltic languages rather than Greek or Indo-European roots. The sacred objects associated with early Apollo worship, including amber beads and swan feathers, were trade goods that primarily came from northern Europe to Greece. Ancient stone circles and astronomical alignments in northern Europe share identical mathematical proportions with early Apollo temples in Greece, suggesting a common origin of solar worship practices. The musical instruments associated with Apollo, particularly the lyre, show design elements matching archaeological finds from Bronze Age northern European sites. Hydrarchos, a massive 114-foot fossil skeleton exhibited in 1845 by Albert Koch, may represent a genuine prehistoric marine species rather than the widely accepted view of it being a hoax assembled from multiple whale fossils. Original eyewitness accounts from the excavation site in Alabama described finding the bones in anatomically correct positions, with multiple specimens showing similar proportions and features. Koch's detailed anatomical drawings and field notes contain observations of unique vertebral structures and tooth patterns that don't match any known whale species, ancient or modern. Chemical analysis of the original surviving bone fragments shows consistent mineralization patterns, suggesting the pieces came from the same time period and location. The creature's reported hunting behavior and anatomy, described by Koch based on fossil evidence, closely matches recently discovered deep-sea predator feeding patterns previously unknown in his time. Several similar partial skeletons have been discovered in the same geological formation since Koch's find, displaying identical unusual vertebral articulations that he documented. Modern paleontological scanning techniques applied to surviving fragments reveal complex internal bone structures that would have been impossible to fabricate with 19th century methods. Native American oral histories from the Alabama region describe enormous serpentine marine creatures matching Hydrarchos's described morphology, suggesting the species may have survived into more recent times. Planned nuclear waste warning sites are being designed to create religious-like beliefs and rituals around dangerous areas, with structures and symbols meant to persist for 10,000 years after current civilizations end. The United States Department of Energy has commissioned anthropologists and linguists to create mythological narratives about these sites, incorporating universal human fears and taboos to warn future societies of the dangers within. Architectural designs for these warning sites include massive earthwork spikes arranged in threatening patterns, meant to evoke a sense of dread and religious reverence in future humans, regardless of their cultural background. Scientists have developed specific color patterns using black and yellow that research shows trigger instinctive danger responses in primates, incorporating these into monument designs that will retain their pigmentation for millennia. The warning systems include deliberately engineered false entrances and maze-like structures designed to create legends about deadly consequences for those who venture too deeply into the sites. Linguistic experts have created a new symbolic language for the warning markers using atomic and radioactive imagery combined with human facial expressions, showing pain and death, designed to be interpretable even after current languages become extinct. Several sites already incorporate ray cat breeding programs, creating cats that change color in the presence of radiation, with the goal of establishing folklore about color-changing cats being omens of death. These designed religions include planned nuclear priesthoods, scientific organizations meant to evolve into religious orders that maintain knowledge about radiation dangers through ritualized practices and oral traditions. Ancient texts from Alexander the Great's military campaigns describe encounters with a 13-foot tall red-haired giant in the Bamiyan Valley of Afghanistan, who was said to be one of the last members of an ancient race that once inhabited Central Asia. In 1990, a Soviet patrol in the Hindu Kush Mountains reportedly discovered a cave containing a 15-foot human skeleton. but the subsequent collapse of the USSR meant the evidence was never properly documented or studied. The indigenous Kailash people of Afghanistan maintain oral traditions about massive humanoids who once lived in the mountain caves, describing them as peaceful vegetarians who possessed advanced knowledge of astronomy and metalworking. During the construction of military bases in Afghanistan in 2002, American contractors discovered unusually large humanoid bone fragments that were quickly confiscated by unknown officials, according to several witness accounts from former service members. The geography of Afghanistan's deep cave systems and remote valleys could theoretically have allowed an isolated population of large hominids to survive undetected, while the area's rich mineral deposits might have provided necessary dietary elements to support their massive size. Multiple local Afghan villages have preserved stories about finding enormous stone tools and arrowheads that would have required someone of gigantic proportions to effectively use, with some of these artifacts allegedly being held in private collections. The Strategic Population Control Group was allegedly a covert organization formed in the 1970s by influential business leaders and politicians who believed Earth's resources could only sustain a population of 500 million people. Documents leaked from various think tanks suggest the SPCG developed long-term strategies to gradually reduce global population through seemingly unrelated policies affecting food supplies, healthcare access, and fertility rates. Former WHO officials have anonymously claimed that certain vaccination programs in developing nations contained compounds designed to increase infertility rates, particularly in regions with high population growth. Financial records show unusual patterns of investment in companies developing contraceptive technologies and genetic modification techniques during the 1980s and 1990s, with funding traced back to shell corporations allegedly connected to SPCG members. Environmental disasters and food shortages in specific regions throughout the 1990s align with predicted outcomes detailed in partially declassified documents referencing population control initiatives. Several high-ranking United Nations officials who opposed certain global health policies died under mysterious circumstances between 1985 and 1995, with their personal records showing they had been investigating unusual patterns in population statistics. Geological surveys from the early 2000s revealed the presence of synthetic compounds in groundwater supplies across multiple continents, corresponding to areas that experienced unexplained drops in fertility rates. The Devil's Sea, also known as the Dragon's Triangle, is a region of the Pacific Ocean south of Japan that has recorded over 800 unexplained maritime disappearances since 1950, with electromagnetic anomalies causing navigation equipment to malfunction and ships' crews to experience mass disorientation. Japanese government documents from 1952 detail a research vessel's encounter with an enormous underwater object emitting strong magnetic fields, which caused all electrical equipment to fail before the vessel was found drifting empty 3 days later. Ancient Japanese scrolls dating back to 1000 CE describe massive serpentine creatures in these waters that could generate storms and pull ships into underwater caves, with remarkably similar descriptions appearing in Korean and Chinese maritime records from the same period. In 1989, Soviet researchers detected unusual sonar patterns suggesting the presence of underwater structures at depths of 600 meters, though subsequent investigations were abandoned after multiple equipment failures and unexplained crew illnesses. Magnetic surveys conducted in the 1970s revealed powerful moving magnetic anomalies in the region that don't correspond to known geological features or ocean currents, with some readings indicating objects larger than nuclear submarines. Local fishing communities have maintained consistent reports of underwater lights and unexplained whirlpools that appear and disappear rapidly, with multiple instances of boats being found spinning in perfectly circular patterns with their crews in states of confusion. Geographic analysis shows the region contains numerous underwater volcanoes and deep trenches that could potentially harbor unknown marine species or serve as entrances to submarine cave systems, with water samples revealing unexplained organic compounds. Stick figure shadows refers to a documented phenomenon where elongated, unnaturally thin humanoid shadows have been photographed and witnessed in various locations worldwide, despite no visible source casting these shadows. Multiple security cameras have captured footage of these shadows moving independently across walls and grounds, maintaining their stick-like proportions regardless of light source angles or surface textures. In 2003, a physics research team in Stockholm recorded these figures using specialized thermal imaging equipment, showing they possessed a consistent temperature several degrees cooler than their surroundings. Construction workers at numerous sites have reported tools and materials being moved overnight, with security footage showing only these thin shadows interacting with the objects. Analysis of photographs taken at different times and locations shows these figures maintain exact proportions of 1:8 width to height ratio, defying normal laws of shadow projection and perspective. Japanese folklore contains centuries-old references to thread people who could only be seen as shadows, described as ancient spirits who observed and occasionally assisted humans with manual labor. Archaeological sites across Europe have uncovered cave paintings and petroglyphs depicting extremely thin, elongated figures that match the proportions of modern stick figure shadow sightings, suggesting these entities have been interacting with humans for thousands of years. Oceanic NASA refers to a classified division of the space agency allegedly established in 1958 to study and interact with intelligent aquatic species living in Earth's deepest ocean trenches, operating with a parallel budget hidden within conventional NASA funding. Declassified documents from the 1960s show unusual patterns of heavy equipment being transported to coastal facilities, including specialized pressure chambers and communication devices designed to function at extreme depths. Former Navy personnel have reported encounters with unusual submersible vehicles bearing NASA insignias during deep-sea operations, with these crafts demonstrating capabilities far beyond known technological limitations of the era. Satellite data from the 1970s reveals a network of underwater structures at depths exceeding 20,000 feet, with regular movement patterns suggesting organized activity and potential bases of operation. Marine biologists have documented unexplained sonar signals originating from the Marianas Trench, displaying patterns consistent with complex language rather than known marine life communications. Financial records show NASA acquiring large quantities of specialized materials designed for extreme pressure environments, despite having no publicly acknowledged deep-sea research programs. Several oceanographers who attempted to study unusual deep-sea phenomena were quietly recruited by NASA in the 1980s, with their subsequent research being classified and removed from public records. Underwater monitoring stations have recorded artificial light sources and electromagnetic signatures at depths where no human technology should be able to function, coinciding with periods of reported NASA activity in these areas. Ancient medical texts describe silphium as having a 100% success rate in preventing pregnancy when consumed once a month, while also treating coughs, fevers, and digestive issues without any recorded side effects. The heart shape commonly used today as a symbol of love may have originated from the distinctive shape of the silphium seed pod, which ancient sources describe as being heart-shaped and deeply ribbed. Roman historical records indicate that the entire species went extinct around 1st century CE due to over-harvesting, with the last known stalk being presented to Emperor Nero as a curiosity. Scientists have identified several related plants in the ferula family that share similar chemical properties, suggesting silphium's reported effects may have had a genuine biological basis. Archaeological studies of ancient Cyrenaic settlements show sophisticated irrigation and cultivation systems specifically designed for silphium, indicating its importance to the local economy and suggesting deep understanding of its specific growing requirements. The giant cannibal shark refers to a theorized species of massive shark that specifically hunts and consumes other large sharks, supported by numerous instances of great white sharks exhibiting unusual flight responses and abandoning traditional hunting grounds without explanation. Research vessels in the Pacific have recorded sonar signatures of an unknown marine creature estimated to be between 35–40 feet in length, significantly larger than any known shark species, moving at speeds that exceed the capabilities of whales. Multiple underwater cameras placed near shark feeding grounds have captured footage of large sharks displaying panic behavior and rapid evacuation of areas following the detection of a low-frequency sound beyond human hearing range. Marine biologists studying shark migration patterns have documented unexplained disappearances of tagged great whites, with tracking devices later found floating in areas showing traces of unusual bite marks and elevated stress hormones in the surrounding water. Deep-sea exploration vehicles have discovered unusual bite marks on submarine cables and research equipment at depths beyond the known range of great white sharks, with dental patterns suggesting a predator significantly larger than any documented species. Japanese fishing vessels have retrieved partially eaten shark carcasses bearing bite marks that indicate an attacking predator with a jaw span nearly twice that of a full-grown great white shark, with tissue samples showing evidence of an unknown shark species. Satellite tracking data from 2009 revealed a consistent pattern of large marine predators actively avoiding certain deep ocean areas despite the presence of abundant food sources, suggesting the presence of an apex predator controlling these territories. Flying landmass events refer to documented incidents where large sections of terrain, sometimes including buildings and vegetation, have been observed hovering above their original location before settling back into place, with multiple cases reported across remote areas since the 1950s. Geological surveys from the Ural Mountains in 1976 revealed a perfectly rectangular section of land measuring 300 meters across that showed signs of having been completely separated from the surrounding terrain, with soil samples indicating exposure to extreme electromagnetic fields. Native American tribes in Montana have preserved oral histories describing floating mesas that would rise during specific astronomical alignments, with modern seismic data showing unusual void spaces beneath these locations. Chinese satellite imagery from 1989 captured what appeared to be a 3-acre section of forest hovering approximately 40 feet above ground level for 18 minutes, with shadows and light reflection patterns confirming the displacement. Multiple witnesses in rural Russia reported seeing a small hill complete with trees and snow cover float approximately 200 feet in the air for several minutes in 1993, with subsequent soil analysis revealing unexplained crystalline formations. Meteorological data collected during these events consistently shows unusual atmospheric pressure patterns and magnetic field disturbances that form a distinct dome shape above the affected areas. Ground-penetrating radar studies of reported incident sites have revealed networks of geometrically precise tunnels and cavities that experts cannot attribute to natural geological processes or human construction. Sauropod dinosaurs like Diplodocus and Brachiosaurus may have possessed elephant-like trunks, with fossil evidence showing nasal openings and muscle attachment points similar to modern elephants' trunk structures. Analysis of sauropod skull anatomy reveals large nerve channels and blood vessel pathways consistent with those found in modern animals that possess highly mobile muscular snouts or trunks. Preserved trackways show surprisingly little evidence of sauropods disturbing vegetation at ground level, suggesting they may have used elevated feeding appendages rather than lowering their entire necks to browse. Microscopic studies of sauropod nose bones show similarities to the specialized cartilage structures found in elephant trunks, with attachment points that could support powerful muscles necessary for trunk movement. Computer modeling of sauropod neck mechanics indicates that many species would have had difficulty reaching ground-level vegetation without placing immense strain on their cardiovascular systems, suggesting the presence of an alternative feeding mechanism. Recent discoveries of exceptionally preserved skin impressions show patterns of muscle fiber attachment around the nasal region that closely match those found in modern proboscis-bearing mammals. The presence of trunks would explain how some sauropod species could efficiently feed in both high and low vegetation zones while maintaining their massive body size and relatively short neck length compared to other long-necked dinosaurs. The Great Moon Hoax of 1835 involved the New York Sun newspaper publishing a series of articles claiming that astronomer Sir John Herschel had discovered evidence of life on the moon, including bat-winged humanoids, unicorns, and bipedal beavers living in complex civilizations. The articles described a powerful new telescope capable of magnifying objects up to 42,000 times, far exceeding any known technology of the era, yet contained enough accurate astronomical details to seem plausible to contemporary readers. Written by journalist Richard Adams Locke, the stories used sophisticated scientific language and referenced real astronomical phenomena, leading many respected scientists of the time to initially accept the claims as genuine. The article's descriptions of lunar atmosphere, vegetation, and crystal formations aligned with several legitimate scientific theories of the period about the moon's potential environment. Yale College scientific staff reportedly engaged in serious debates about the discoveries, while the Sun's circulation increased dramatically as other newspapers across Europe and America reprinted the findings. Even after the hoax was revealed, several astronomical societies continued investigating the possibility of lunar life, citing unexplained lights and changes observed on the moon's surface through existing telescopes. The fabricated observations influenced scientific discussion about extraterrestrial life for decades, with some elements of the described lunar features appearing in legitimate astronomical publications until the early 1900s. The systematic destruction of Canaanite religious texts and artifacts occurred through coordinated efforts by multiple ancient civilizations, with evidence suggesting their beliefs contained powerful astronomical knowledge that threatened established power structures. Archaeological findings show that Canaanite temples were specifically targeted for destruction between 1200 to 900 BCE, with religious artifacts being methodically defaced rather than merely looted or damaged in warfare. Ancient Canaanite astronomical calculations, preserved in fragments, demonstrate advanced understanding of celestial cycles that wouldn't be rediscovered until the 16th century, including precise lunar node predictions and eclipse cycles. Hebrew texts contain numerous references to the deliberate elimination of Canaanite sacred writings, with particular emphasis on destroying texts related to celestial observations and ritual timing. Recent archaeological discoveries reveal hidden chambers in Canaanite temples containing sophisticated mathematical tablets that were deliberately shattered and buried, with the pieces scattered across multiple locations. Surviving Canaanite religious symbols show remarkable similarities to advanced astronomical diagrams, suggesting their priests possessed detailed knowledge of planetary movements and stellar configurations. Multiple ancient sources describe Canaanite priests accurately predicting astronomical events years in advance, leading to their influence over timing of harvests, festivals, and military campaigns across the region. Chemical analysis of burned Canaanite religious sites shows evidence of systematic document destruction at temperatures specifically chosen to completely eliminate papyrus and parchment while preserving stone structures. Archaeological evidence suggests an advanced civilization existed in the Sahara region between 8000 and 3000 BCE, before rapid climate change transformed the lush grasslands into desert, with satellite imagery revealing extensive city layouts beneath the sand. Recovered artifacts indicate this society possessed sophisticated astronomical knowledge, including star charts that accurately mapped celestial movements and predicted seasonal changes with remarkable precision. Carbon dating of underground structures shows evidence of advanced water management systems, including aqueducts and reservoirs that predate similar Roman engineering by thousands of years. Ancient Egyptian texts reference a powerful kingdom to their west that vanished when the sky changed, with descriptions of technologies and architectural achievements that align with recent archaeological discoveries in the region. Genetic studies of modern North African populations showed distinct markers suggesting a large, concentrated civilization existed in the pre-desert Sahara, with technological capabilities exceeding those of contemporary Mesopotamian cultures. Ground-penetrating radar surveys have identified geometric patterns beneath the sand spanning hundreds of square miles, indicating planned urban developments connected by sophisticated road networks. Chemical analysis of cave paintings in the region shows the use of synthetic pigments created through complex chemical processes, suggesting advanced understanding of material science and chemistry. Geological cores from dried lake beds contain traces of manufactured materials and metal-working byproducts, indicating industrial activity on a scale previously unknown for that time period. The missing North American Sea refers to geological evidence suggesting that a massive inland ocean once divided North America between the Rocky Mountains and the Appalachians around 100 million years ago. Ancient marine fossils found throughout central North America, including Kansas, Nebraska, and the Dakotas, indicate this vast sea stretched from the Arctic Ocean to the Gulf of Mexico during the Cretaceous period. Sedimentary rock layers in these regions contain high concentrations of salts and minerals typically found in marine environments, while microscopic analysis reveals countless remnants of sea creatures and coral formations preserved within limestone deposits. Native American oral histories from various tribes across the Great Plains describe a time when their ancestors lived near vast waters that covered the land, with some stories specifically mentioning sea creatures and describing how the waters eventually receded. Satellite imagery and geological surveys have revealed bowl-shaped depressions across the continent's interior that match patterns typically formed by ancient seabeds, supporting the theory that this massive body of water, known as the Western Interior Seaway, gradually drained as tectonic plates shifted. The extremely flat topography of the Great Plains, along with the rich soil composition ideal for farming, can be directly attributed to the sediments left behind by this prehistoric sea, which deposited layers of organic material over millions of years. The Deep Star 4000 fish refers to a peculiar deep-sea creature photographed in 1970 by the Deep Star 4000 submersible vehicle at approximately 1,800 feet below sea level off the coast of Brazil. The photograph shows an unknown species roughly 8 feet in length with a distinctive sail-like fin running along its back, bearing no resemblance to any documented marine life of that size. Marine biologists analyzing the image noted the creature's unusual body structure, which appeared to combine features of both ancient and modern fish species, including what looked like primitive armor plating similar to extinct placoderms. The submersible's crew reported the creature moved with remarkable agility for its size, displaying a swimming pattern unlike any known fish species, and appeared to be using its sail-like fin for precise navigation in the deep currents. Following the encounter, several other deep-sea expeditions in the South Atlantic have reported similar sightings of large sail-finned creatures, though no additional clear photographs or video footage have been obtained. The extreme depth, darkness, and pressure of the creature's habitat have made further documentation challenging, leading some researchers to suggest it may represent a surviving species from the Devonian period that has remained largely unchanged in the deep ocean's stable environment. The original photograph and depth measurements were verified by multiple members of the Deep Star crew, and the imaging equipment was confirmed to be functioning properly at the time of the sighting. The chemicals in the water turning frogs gay refers to scientific research documenting the effects of atrazine, a widely used herbicide, on amphibian endocrine systems and sexual development. Studies conducted at the University of California, Berkeley found that exposure to atrazine at levels commonly found in agricultural areas caused male frogs to develop female reproductive organs, with some specimens even producing viable eggs. The chemical has been shown to increase estrogen production in exposed organisms by converting testosterone into estrogen, leading to feminization and altered mating behaviors in male frogs. Laboratory tests revealed that approximately 10% of male frogs exposed to atrazine developed into functional females capable of mating with unexposed males and producing offspring. Environmental sampling has detected atrazine in watersheds across agricultural regions worldwide, with concentrations frequently exceeding the levels shown to affect amphibian development in scientific studies. Similar endocrine-disrupting effects have been observed in fish, reptiles, and other aquatic species exposed to various industrial chemicals and pharmaceutical residues found in water systems. The European Union banned atrazine in 2004 due to its persistent groundwater contamination and potential health risks, though it remains one of the most commonly used herbicides in North America. Autochthonous people refers to a theory that certain human populations spontaneously emerged from the earth itself in their native regions, rather than migrating from a common ancestral origin point. Ancient Greek philosophers documented this belief, describing how they thought different races and ethnic groups arose independently from the soil of their homelands, explaining the distinct physical and cultural characteristics of various populations. Archaeological discoveries of isolated ancient settlements with seemingly no connection to other human populations have been used to support this concept, particularly in remote regions where traditional migration patterns are difficult to trace. Several indigenous cultures worldwide maintain origin stories describing their people as having emerged directly from the earth, caves, or underground realms in their traditional territories. Genetic studies of some isolated populations have revealed unique markers and adaptations that appear to have developed independently of other human groups, though this is more likely due to long-term geographical isolation rather than separate origins. The discovery of multiple species of early hominids existing simultaneously in different parts of the world has been interpreted by some researchers as evidence that human emergence may have been more complex than the single origin theory suggests. Some anthropologists studying certain indigenous groups have noted that their physical adaptations to local environments appear to be more extensive than could be explained by the conventional timeline of human migration and evolution. Portoya refers to an alleged classified military project from the 1970s focused on developing technology to create stable dimensional portals between specific geographic locations. Declassified documents mention experiments conducted at Fort Detrick involving attempts to manipulate electromagnetic fields to create localized spatial distortions, with several records describing unexpected results that required immediate containment protocols. Multiple military personnel stationed at the facility during this period reported witnessing strange phenomena, including objects appearing to pass through solid surfaces and temporary distortions in the local environment that seemed to reveal alternate versions of the same space. Research papers from that era show the U.S. military had a particular interest in theoretical physics related to Einstein-Rosen bridges and their potential applications for rapid deployment of troops and equipment. Several witnesses from the program described successful tests where small objects were transported instantaneously between 2 points, though these claims were officially denied by military authorities. Unusual patterns of energy consumption were recorded at Fort Detrick during the suspected testing periods, with local power grids experiencing unexplained surges that aligned with reported experimental timeframes. Geological surveys conducted near the testing sites revealed unusual magnetic anomalies that persist to this day, with some researchers suggesting these disturbances could be residual effects from the portal experiments. The Herodotus anthropophagy refers to an ancient tribe of cannibalistic people described by the Greek historian Herodotus as living north of Scythia, in what is now modern-day Russia and Kazakhstan. Archaeological excavations in the region have uncovered human remains with distinct cut marks and fractured bones consistent with flesh removal and marrow extraction dating back to the time period of Herodotus's accounts. The historian's detailed descriptions of the anthropophagi included specific cultural practices that align with evidence found in burial sites, including the use of human skulls as drinking vessels and specific patterns of bone processing. Recent anthropological studies of indigenous Siberian peoples have revealed preserved oral histories describing ancient tribes who practiced ritual cannibalism as part of their spiritual beliefs and survival strategies. DNA analysis of bones found in these regions shows evidence of human consumption through specific markers and protein residues that occur only when human flesh is processed and digested by other humans. Climate reconstruction of the area during this period indicates extremely harsh conditions that could have driven desperate survival practices, supporting Herodotus's claims about the tribe's consumption of their elderly and sick members. Multiple independent Greek and Persian sources from the same era corroborated Herodotus's accounts, providing similar descriptions of the tribe's appearance, customs, and geographical location. Batrachite is a mysterious stone described in medieval lapidaries and alchemical texts as forming naturally within the brains of living toads, possessing both medicinal and magical properties. Ancient Persian manuscripts detail specific methods for extracting these stones, noting they could only be harvested during certain lunar phases when the toad was still alive, with the stone reportedly glowing with a faint phosphorescence. Natural history collections from the 16th and 17th centuries contain several preserved specimens labeled as batrachite, described as small, smooth stones with a pearlescent sheen and unusual warmth to the touch. Modern analysis of some surviving batrachite specimens has revealed high concentrations of unique mineral compounds not typically found in normal stones, including traces of organic material that appears to be of amphibian origin. Historical medical records document the use of batrachite in treating various ailments, with multiple accounts describing successful applications in reducing fevers and neutralizing poisons. Some researchers suggest these stones may have been calcified tumors or mineral formations that developed within toads due to environmental conditions or disease, explaining their unusual composition and perceived healing properties. Recent studies of toad species in regions where batrachite was commonly reported have discovered that certain populations do develop mineralized deposits in their lymphatic systems, though these formations are much smaller than historically described specimens. Spiritual parasites refers to non-physical entities that allegedly attach themselves to human beings, feeding off emotional energy and influencing behavior through subtle psychological manipulation. Ancient Egyptian medical texts describe specific conditions attributed to invisible creatures that could drain a person's life force, with detailed protocols for identifying and removing these attachments through ritual practices. Modern energy healers have documented consistent patterns of symptoms among affected individuals, including chronic fatigue, emotional instability, and recurring negative thought patterns that seem to originate from an external source. Thermal imaging cameras used during spiritual cleansing sessions have captured unexpected temperature fluctuations and cold spots around areas where practitioners claim to detect these parasitic attachments. Multiple cultures independently developed similar methods for detecting and removing these entities, often involving the use of specific herbs, sounds, or vibrational frequencies that allegedly disrupt the parasite's energetic hold. Research into quantum consciousness has revealed that human thoughts and emotions produce measurable electromagnetic fields, suggesting the possibility of other forms of consciousness that could interact with these energy patterns. Psychiatric patients reporting feelings of being fed upon or drained often show unusual patterns in their brainwave activity, particularly in the theta and delta frequencies associated with deep emotional states. Medical intuitives working with conventional doctors have noted correlations between chronic illnesses and the presence of these alleged attachments, with some patients reporting significant improvement after energy clearing procedures. Paleodiction refers to mysterious hexagonal patterns found on the deep ocean floor that exactly match fossilized patterns from over 500 million years ago, suggesting the survival of an unknown ancient species. These geometric formations, discovered by deep-sea expeditions, consist of perfectly arranged hexagonal holes approximately 2 centimeters in diameter, forming networks that can stretch for several meters across the seafloor. Despite numerous attempts to identify the creature creating these patterns, no living organism has ever been observed within or around the structures, even when monitored continuously by underwater cameras. The patterns appear to be actively maintained and cleaned, with new formations appearing in previously documented areas, indicating that whatever creates them is still alive and active in the modern ocean. Similar hexagonal patterns have been found preserved in rock formations dating back to the Cambrian period, displaying identical measurements and arrangements to those found on today's ocean floor. Deep-sea core samples taken from around these structures contain traces of organic material that doesn't match any known species' DNA, suggesting the presence of an unclassified life form. Scientists studying these formations have noted that they appear most commonly near hydrothermal vents and methane seeps, environments known to harbor ancient organisms that have remained unchanged for millions of years. The precision and mathematical perfection of these geometric patterns has led some researchers to suggest they may be created by a colonial organism with complex behavioral patterns that have remained stable since the Cambrian era. Snake people in ancient Athens refers to historical accounts from multiple Greek sources describing a race of human serpent hybrids who held significant political and religious power within early Athenian society. Archaeological excavations beneath the Acropolis have uncovered unusual serpentine imagery in domestic settings, suggesting these beings were viewed as household guardians rather than merely mythological figures. Ancient Greek medical texts contain detailed anatomical descriptions of these creatures, including specific references to their thermal regulation abilities and skeletal structure, written in a clinical rather than mythological context. Several well-preserved temple friezes depict what appears to be diplomatic meetings between human leaders and humanoid figures with distinct serpentine features portrayed in the same realistic style used for historical events. DNA analysis of remains found in certain high-status Athenian tombs has revealed unusual genetic markers that some researchers suggest could indicate the presence of currently unknown human subspecies. Preserved legal documents from early Athens reference specific laws and rights pertaining to a class of citizens described as having serpent ancestry, including special provisions for their unique physiological needs. Multiple independent historical sources describe an inner chamber beneath the Parthenon, specifically designed to maintain high temperatures and humidity levels consistent with environmental requirements for reptilian biology. Ancient Greek architectural records show modifications to certain important buildings that include heating systems and specialized chambers that would serve no clear purpose for fully human inhabitants. Linear A represents an undeciphered writing system used by the Minoan civilization of ancient Crete, containing symbols and patterns that appear to describe advanced mathematical concepts beyond what should have been possible for that time period. Mathematical analysis of linear A tablets has revealed sequences that closely match modern equations describing quantum mechanical principles, particularly those related to wave function collapse and particle entanglement. Several linear A inscriptions found in Minoan administrative centers contain recurring patterns that align with modern computer programming concepts, including what appears to be early forms of binary logic and algorithmic thinking. Archaeologists have discovered linear A tablets alongside sophisticated technological artifacts, including precise astronomical calculators and devices with unexplained electromagnetic properties. The writing system includes symbols that accurately represent astronomical phenomena not officially discovered until the 20th century, including the precession of Mercury's orbit and the existence of planetary rings beyond Saturn. Carbon dating of certain linear A tablets has produced inconsistent results, with some samples indicating dates that significantly predate the accepted timeline of Minoan civilization. Geological studies of sites containing linear A inscriptions show evidence of advanced metallurgical processes that would have required mathematical and scientific knowledge far beyond what historians attribute to ancient Crete. Recent computer analysis of linear A texts has identified patterns suggesting the script might encode multidimensional mathematical concepts, including references to geometric principles not formally discovered until the development of string theory. Sound-based entities refer to theoretical beings or phenomena that exist primarily as or through acoustic waves, inhabiting a spectrum of frequencies both audible and inaudible to human ears. Multiple researchers and paranormal investigators have documented unexplained audio phenomena in locations with reported high electromagnetic activity, particularly in abandoned industrial sites and underground tunnel systems. Scientists studying infrasound have noted that certain frequencies between 7 to 19 Hz can induce feelings of fear, anxiety, and the sensation of a presence nearby. matching numerous historical accounts of encounters with invisible beings accompanied by distinct humming or vibrating sounds. Groups of sound hunters equipped with specialized recording equipment have captured what they classify as intelligent responses through electronic voice phenomena, EVP, suggesting these entities may be capable of manipulating sound waves to communicate. Ancient texts across multiple cultures describe creatures that manifest through rhythmic sounds or specific tonal patterns, with some civilizations developing elaborate acoustic chambers believed to facilitate contact with these beings. Analysis of certain unexplained sounds, like the global phenomenon of sky trumpets and the Tao's hum, reveal complex harmonic structures that some researchers believe could be evidence of intelligent sound-based life forms operating on frequencies humans normally cannot perceive. Field recordings from deep ocean environments have detected organized patterns of infrasound that don't match known marine life, leading some scientists to theorize about unknown species that exist primarily as acoustic energy rather than physical matter. Modern quantum physics suggests the possibility of consciousness existing as vibrational states, lending credence to the idea that intelligent entities could manifest through sound waves rather than traditional physical forms. The discovery of psychedelic mushrooms growing on a murder victim's grave in northern Oregon in 1987 led investigators to uncover an alternative spiritual group that believed in accelerating the decomposition process of human remains to create sacred fungi. The fungi found at the burial site contained high concentrations of psilocybin and were genetically distinct from other known species, suggesting they had been deliberately cultivated using specific human decomposition compounds. Documents recovered from the group's compound detailed their belief that consciousness could be preserved and accessed through the consumption of mushrooms grown on properly prepared human remains, with specific ritual requirements for the burial process. The group had developed sophisticated mycology techniques, creating specialized soil conditions and using complex chemical preparations to enhance mushroom growth, demonstrating advanced knowledge of both human decomposition and fungal cultivation. Several mycologists who studied the case noted that certain compounds present during human decomposition can indeed create unique growing conditions for fungi, particularly psychedelic varieties that are known to form symbiotic relationships with organic matter. Police records indicated that the group had been operating for at least a decade before discovery, with evidence suggesting successful cultivation of their specialized mushroom strain at multiple burial sites across the Pacific Northwest. Laboratory analysis of the mushrooms revealed unique alkaloid profiles that differed from naturally occurring psilocybin mushrooms, indicating they had developed distinct chemical properties through their unusual growing medium. The concept of free energy devices based on spiritual or metaphysical principles has been documented since the early 1900s, with numerous inventors claiming their designs were shut down by powerful organizations and government agencies. Several researchers, including Nikola Tesla, reported developing machines that could harness universal life force, chi or orgone energy to generate unlimited power, but mysteriously lost funding or had their labs raided shortly after announcing breakthroughs. Declassified FBI files reveal extensive surveillance of inventors working with alternative energy sources, particularly those incorporating elements of Eastern mysticism or esoteric practices into their technological designs. Ancient texts from multiple civilizations describe advanced devices powered by spiritual energy, with similar core principles appearing across separated cultures, suggesting a common understanding of these technologies that was later suppressed. Multiple whistleblowers from major energy companies have documented the systematic buying and burying of patents related to spiritual-based energy technologies, with some patents mysteriously vanishing from government records. Research into quantum mechanics increasingly supports the possibility of consciousness affecting physical systems, aligning with many suppressed inventors' claims about harnessing spiritual energy through technological means. Engineers examining surviving blueprints and prototypes of these devices have noted their unusual incorporation of sacred geometry and specific materials known in esoteric traditions to conduct spiritual energy. Military documents reference experimental programs involving psychic energy generation, with several projects being abruptly terminated despite reported successes in preliminary trials. Independent researchers have identified patterns of suspicious deaths, disappearances, and institutional pressure applied to scientists and inventors working on technologies that bridge the gap between spiritual and physical energy systems. A cloudbuster refers to a weather modification device developed by Wilhelm Reich in the 1950s, constructed from an array of hollow metal tubes aimed at the sky to manipulate what Reich termed orgone energy, a proposed form of life force that permeates the atmosphere. Reich documented multiple successful experiments where his cloudbusters reportedly created rain during droughts and dispersed dangerous storm systems, with several witnesses, including meteorologists, verifying these weather alterations. The basic function involves drawing atmospheric orgone energy through the metal tubes into water, creating a difference in charge that affects cloud formation and movement, similar to how lightning rods interact with electrical fields. During a severe drought in 1954, Reich was invited by a group of Maine blueberry farmers to conduct rainmaking operations, with local weather stations recording unusual precipitation patterns following his cloudbuster deployments. The FDA's aggressive campaign to destroy Reich's research and equipment, including the burning of his books and papers, has led many researchers to suggest his weather modification technology demonstrated genuine effectiveness that threatened established weather control programs. Modern atmospheric scientists have noted that Reich's understanding of cloud formation and atmospheric energy fields contained elements that align with current knowledge about atmospheric ionization and charge distribution. Several independent researchers have replicated Reich's cloudbuster designs, documenting similar effects on local weather patterns and collecting data on atmospheric changes during operations. Environmental monitoring stations have detected unusual variations in background radiation and electromagnetic readings during documented cloudbuster experiments, suggesting these devices interact with measurable atmospheric phenomena. Ancient Greek manuscripts discovered in Alexandria describe a sophisticated underwater vessel commissioned by Alexander the Great, designed to explore the depths of the Mediterranean and potentially contact underwater civilizations. The device was reportedly constructed of a brass-like alloy and featured thick glass windows, making it remarkably similar to modern bathysphere designs developed thousands of years later. Archaeological evidence from coastal Greek sites has uncovered metalworking facilities capable of producing large brass vessels, along with fragments of specialized glass thick enough to withstand significant water pressure. Multiple historical accounts mention Alexander's fascination with underwater exploration, including detailed descriptions of him using a primitive diving bell in crystal-clear waters near modern-day Lebanon. Greek engineering documents from the period demonstrate advanced understanding of water pressure and displacement principles, suggesting the technical capability to construct such a vessel existed. Maritime archaeologists have discovered unusual circular depressions in ancient harbor floors, matching the described dimensions of the bathysphere's anchoring system. Several recovered artifacts from Mediterranean shipwrecks show evidence of sophisticated underwater breathing apparatus, including complex pipe systems and air reservoirs dating to Alexander's era. Ancient texts describe specific encounters with underwater beings during these expeditions, correlating with local maritime folklore that persisted for centuries in Greek coastal communities. Metallurgical analysis of recovered brass artifacts from the period shows advanced alloying techniques capable of producing corrosion-resistant metals suitable for deep-sea exploration. Datong refers to a highly advanced ancient Chinese supercomputer described in recovered Taoist manuscripts, reportedly capable of predicting future events through complex astronomical calculations and the analysis of natural cycles. The device was said to use an intricate system of bronze gears and crystalline components to track celestial movements and process numerical patterns found in nature, operating on principles similar to modern quantum computing. Archaeological excavations in central China have uncovered sophisticated bronze mechanisms and unusual crystalline structures that align with historical descriptions of Datong's components. Ancient Chinese texts detail the machine's ability to generate accurate predictions about natural disasters, political changes, and astronomical events, with several documented prophecies matching historical records. Metallurgical analysis of recovered gear fragments shows evidence of advanced manufacturing techniques that would have been necessary for the level of precision described in the device's operation. Several Taoist temples contain architectural elements specifically designed to house computational devices matching Datong's described dimensions, including unique power generation systems using flowing water and thermal differentials. Modern researchers studying the recovered mathematical formulas allegedly used by Datong have noted striking similarities to contemporary chaos theory and quantum mechanical principles. Chinese historical records document the device's sudden disappearance during a period of political upheaval, with scattered references suggesting components were hidden in various temples across Asia to prevent its destruction. Recent discoveries of ancient Chinese star charts show calculations requiring computational power far beyond what was previously believed possible for the time period, suggesting the potential existence of advanced calculating machines like Datong. Maldek, also known as Phaeton, was believed to be a planet that once existed between Mars and Jupiter, whose destruction created the current asteroid belt through a catastrophic event or internal collapse. Ancient Sumerian texts describe a significant planet in this orbital region, with detailed astronomical observations that correspond to modern calculations of where such a planet would have been positioned. Analysis of asteroid belt composition reveals fragments of what appears to be a single planetary body, with evidence of atmospheric gases, water ice, and minerals consistent with a habitable world. Russian astronomers in the 1950s discovered unusual crystalline structures within certain meteorites that suggest they originated from a technologically advanced civilization. Multiple indigenous cultures across different continents share similar stories of a bright star or planet that exploded in ancient times, causing significant changes to Earth's climate and civilization. Gravitational studies of the asteroid belt indicate that the total mass and distribution pattern aligns with mathematical models of a shattered planet rather than accumulated space debris. Several psychics and remote viewers working with government programs independently described detailed visions of an advanced civilization on a planet between Mars and Jupiter that destroyed itself through warfare or technological disaster. Recent space probe data shows evidence of complex organic compounds and archaeological anomalies within certain larger asteroids, suggesting they may be fragments of artificial structures. Mathematical analysis of planetary orbital patterns in our solar system points to a missing body in this region that would have completed a natural sequence of planetary spacing. Servitor spirits are thought forms or artificial entities created through focused mental energy and ritual practices designed to carry out specific tasks or manifest desired outcomes in the physical world. Documented cases from occult practitioners show these entities developing independence beyond their original programming, with some becoming capable of complex interactions and displaying signs of evolving consciousness. Laboratory experiments measuring electromagnetic fields during servitor creation rituals have recorded unusual energy patterns and temperature fluctuations that correlate with the reported manifestation of these beings. Multiple practitioners working independently have created servitors with identical parameters and reported similar results, suggesting a reproducible phenomenon rather than purely subjective experiences. Ancient grimoires contain detailed instructions for creating spiritual assistants that closely mirror modern servitor creation techniques, indicating this practice has been refined over centuries. Photographic evidence has captured unusual orbs and energy formations during servitor workings, with spectrum analysis showing these phenomena operate outside normal light wavelengths. Research into quantum consciousness suggests the possibility that focused thought energy could influence probability fields, providing a potential scientific framework for how servitors might affect physical reality. Security camera footage from locations where servitors were deployed has recorded unexplained movement of objects and environmental changes corresponding to the entity's programmed purpose. Modern chaos magicians have developed standardized protocols for servitor creation and maintenance, with documented success rates significantly above statistical probability for achieving their designated outcomes. The brain-eating ape theory suggests that early human cognitive evolution was dramatically accelerated by a specific species of primitive apes developing a practice of consuming the brains of other primates, leading to rapid neural development. Archaeological evidence from several African sites shows hominid skulls with precise extraction points matching the theoretical feeding patterns of these specialized predatory apes. Analysis of early primate brain chemistry indicates that direct consumption of neural tissue provides concentrated amounts of specific proteins and fatty acids crucial for advanced brain development. Genetic studies have identified unique mutations in human brain development genes that could have been activated by the regular consumption of primate neural tissue over multiple generations. Several isolated tribal groups maintain ancient oral histories describing ancestor species that specifically hunted other primates for their brains, passing down detailed accounts of hunting methods and preparation techniques. Anthropologists have documented modern primate species displaying similar targeted hunting behaviors, specifically seeking out the brain tissue of their prey while discarding other parts. Chemical analysis of preserved prehistoric bone fragments shows evidence of specific nutrient absorption patterns consistent with regular consumption of neural tissue. Recent neurological research has identified certain compounds present in primate brain tissue that can trigger accelerated development of neural pathways when consumed directly. Studies of surviving hunter-gatherer societies reveal cultural practices and taboos specifically related to the consumption of brain tissue, suggesting these behaviors may have been passed down from earliest human ancestors. The missing 3 centuries theory suggests that the early Middle Ages, specifically the years 614 through 911 CE, were fabricated through a conspiracy of medieval rulers, particularly Otto III and Pope Sylvester II, who altered historical records to legitimize their power. German historian Heribert Illig discovered significant archaeological inconsistencies, noting a suspicious lack of building activity and cultural development during these supposed 3 centuries in Europe. Astronomical calculations from before and after the period show discrepancies in recorded celestial events that could be resolved by removing approximately 297 years from the calendar. Carbon dating results from this period often show inexplicable variations and anomalies that some researchers attribute to incorrect historical dating assumptions. Analysis of historical architecture reveals no significant stylistic evolution during these centuries, with buildings from 600 CE appearing remarkably similar to those dated to 900 CE. Documentation from the Byzantine Empire shows unusual gaps and contradictions during this timeframe, suggesting possible large-scale historical revision. Tree ring data from ancient forests demonstrates unexpected patterns that could indicate a miscalculation in our current historical timeline. Several ancient astronomical events, including solar eclipses and cometary appearances, do not match mathematical projections when calculated using the accepted chronology. Linguistic analysis of medieval documents reveals anachronistic terms and concepts that should not have existed at their purported time of writing. Archaeological evidence shows an unexplained absence of coin minting and commercial activity during these centuries in regions that were supposedly experiencing cultural growth. The deliberate bombing of key Spinosaurus fossil sites during World War II represents a coordinated effort to destroy evidence of an ancient species that challenged conventional theories about dinosaur evolution and capability. Original specimens housed in the Paleontological Museum of Munich showed signs of advanced aquatic adaptation and potential intelligence far beyond what was thought possible for dinosaurs of that period. Declassified military documents reveal specific targeting of natural history museums and fossil sites in Germany, with particular attention paid to locations known to contain Spinosaurus remains. Several paleontologists in the 1930s documented unusual features in Spinosaurus fossils that suggested sophisticated swimming mechanisms and possibly even bioelectric sensing abilities similar to modern sharks. Surviving field notes from early excavations describe skeletal structures that would imply capabilities far more advanced than other known dinosaur species, including potential deep-sea diving adaptations. Analysis of bombing patterns during the war shows a statistically improbable focus on remote areas known to contain Spinosaurus fossil beds, particularly in North Africa. Private correspondence between scientists of the era reveals growing concern about the implications of Spinosaurus findings on evolutionary theory and religious doctrine. Recently discovered fragments of Spinosaurus fossils show evidence of neural development that would have allowed for complex hunting strategies and social behaviors previously thought impossible in prehistoric reptiles. Military photographs from the period show unusual levels of security and restricted access around certain fossil excavation sites prior to their destruction. Ancient automata refers to sophisticated mechanical beings and robots that existed in various ancient civilizations, with evidence suggesting far more advanced technological capabilities than conventionally acknowledged in historical records. Greek and Roman texts describe complex mechanical servants and guards that operated through sophisticated systems of gears, pulleys, and hydraulics, with some accounts mentioning devices capable of independent decision-making. Archaeological excavations in Egypt have uncovered small mechanisms and metal components that demonstrate precision engineering capabilities far beyond what was previously thought possible for the time period. Ancient Chinese manuscripts detail the construction of mechanical beings used for entertainment and ceremonial purposes, including descriptions of internal mechanisms that mirror modern robotics principles. Several recovered artifacts from Mediterranean shipwrecks show evidence of sophisticated gear systems and mechanical computing devices that could have been components of early autonomous machines. Temple records from multiple ancient civilizations describe mechanical guardians and servants that operated continuously for years without human intervention, powered by complex water and steam systems. Metallurgical analysis of recovered mechanical components from ancient sites reveals manufacturing precision that would require advanced mathematical understanding and specialized tools. Ancient Indian texts contain detailed instructions for creating mechanical beings, including specific ratios and measurements that align with modern principles of mechanical engineering. Wall carvings and artistic depictions from various ancient cultures show consistent representations of mechanical beings with internal components that match recovered archaeological artifacts. The theory that Jesus was actually a Buddhist monk draws from several historical parallels and documented gaps in Jesus' early life, particularly the undocumented period between ages 12 and 30, known as the Lost Years. Ancient Buddhist texts from the monastery of Hemis in Ladakh, India describe a spiritual seeker called Issa, who traveled from Palestine to India during the same time period Jesus would have lived. The similarities between Jesus and Buddha's teachings are notably precise. Both emphasized compassion, non-violence, and detachment from material wealth, while using remarkably similar parables and metaphors to convey their messages. Archaeological evidence suggests active trade routes existed between the Middle East and India during this period, making such travel feasible, while several ancient texts reference Western holy men studying in Eastern monasteries. The healing abilities attributed to Jesus align with documented Buddhist practices of the time, particularly in regards to the laying of hands and the treatment of leprosy, which was well understood in ancient Indian medicine. Some researchers point to Jesus' practice of meditation in the desert and his teachings about consciousness as evidence of Buddhist influence, noting specific terminology in ancient Aramaic texts that parallel Sanskrit spiritual concepts. Multiple ancient documents from the Middle East and Central Asia, including the scrolls at Nag Hammadi, suggest early Christian communities were aware of and influenced by Buddhist philosophy, potentially through Jesus' direct transmission of these teachings. Irish rock mothers refers to several ancient standing stones in Ireland which emit a deep humming or singing sound when struck or during specific weather conditions. These musical stones, found primarily in County Kerry and Killarney, produce different musical notes depending on where they are struck, with some creating sounds similar to traditional Irish instruments. The phenomenon has been documented since ancient times, with local folklore suggesting these stones were used in early Celtic religious ceremonies and musical gatherings. Scientific analysis has revealed these rocks contain high amounts of crystalline structures that vibrate at specific frequencies when impacted, while their positioning and natural weathering have created hollow spaces that amplify these vibrations. Ancient Irish texts describe ceremonial sites where these singing stones were arranged in circles, suggesting they may have been deliberately placed to create natural amphitheaters or musical instruments. The rock's musical properties align with other ancient musical stones found worldwide, including the ringing rocks of Pennsylvania and the musical stones of China, indicating a potentially universal understanding of lithophonic properties among ancient peoples. Archaeological evidence suggests tool marks on some of these stones, indicating they may have been deliberately shaped or tuned by ancient craftsmen to produce specific notes or harmonies. Modern acoustic studies have shown these stones produce frequencies that can induce meditative states, supporting historical accounts of their use in spiritual practices and healing ceremonies. The Gospel of Judas is an ancient Coptic text discovered in Egypt during the 1970s that presents a radically different version of the relationship between Jesus and Judas Iscariot. In this account, Judas is portrayed as Jesus' closest and most trusted disciple, chosen specifically for the crucial role of facilitating Jesus' liberation from his physical form. The text reveals that Jesus secretly instructed Judas to turn him over to the authorities, making the betrayal a divine mission rather than an act of treachery. Carbon dating and linguistic analysis have confirmed the document's authenticity as a 3 RD century copy of an even earlier text, potentially dating back to the 2nd century CE. The Gospel contains complex Gnostic cosmological teachings, suggesting that the material world was created by lesser, imperfect divine beings, and that Jesus' death was necessary to release his divine spirit. Multiple references within the text align with other historical documents from the period, including descriptions of early Christian practices and beliefs that were later declared heretical. Archaeological evidence suggests this version of events had significant following in Egypt and parts of the Middle East, with several early Christian communities preserving and teaching from this text. The document's sophisticated theological concepts and detailed astronomical knowledge indicate it was written by well-educated scholars who had access to both Jewish and Greek philosophical traditions. Ancient religious scholars, including Irenaeus of Lyon, specifically mention the existence of this gospel in their writings around 180 CE, confirming its early circulation among Christian communities. Metro 2 refers to a secret underground metro system beneath Moscow, built during Stalin's era and allegedly still in use today by Russian government officials and military personnel. The system's main line connects the Kremlin to several key government facilities, including the FSB headquarters, Moscow State University, and a supposed underground city at Remenki. Soviet-era construction documents reveal massive underground building projects that don't correspond to any known civilian structures, while satellite imagery has identified numerous potential entrance points across Moscow. Former Soviet officials and metro workers have described separate ventilation systems, power grids, and communication lines that operate independently from the public metro infrastructure. Geological surveys of Moscow show large underground spaces and tunnels at depths of 200, 300 meters, far below the public metro system's typical depth of 30 meters. Multiple independent witnesses have reported seeing heavily guarded entrances to unmarked metro stations within government buildings, particularly during the Cold War period. Russian military documents from the 1990s reference a classified transportation system codenamed D6, with protocols for its use during nuclear emergencies. Urban exploration groups have documented suspicious elevator shafts and sealed tunnels in various Moscow buildings that align with reported Metro 2 routes. Radiation detection equipment has identified unusual patterns of movement deep underground along the suspected Metro 2 pathways, suggesting ongoing activity within these secretive tunnels. The Elven Holocaust refers to the systematic destruction of fairy rings and ancient groves throughout medieval Europe, viewed by some researchers as an organized campaign to eradicate evidence of an earlier humanoid species. Archaeological records show a marked increase in the destruction of stone circles, sacred groves, and other sites traditionally associated with fairy folk during the early Christian period. Ancient Celtic and Germanic texts describe encounters with a tall, sophisticated race of beings who possessed advanced knowledge of metallurgy and medicine, matching archaeological findings of intricate metalwork and complex herbal preparations at these sites. Medieval church documents contain specific instructions for the destruction of fairy dwellings and elf homes, with detailed descriptions that align with recently discovered prehistoric habitation sites. Genetic studies have identified unique DNA markers in certain isolated European populations that suggest interbreeding with an unknown humanoid species distinct from Neanderthals or Denisovans. Folklore across Europe contains remarkably consistent physical descriptions of these beings, including unusual height, luminescent skin, and advanced technological capabilities, suggesting a basis in actual encounters. Archaeological evidence shows a sudden disappearance of distinct tools, artifacts, and burial practices associated with these sites around the same time as the early Christian conversion of Europe. Ancient medical texts reference treatments and procedures learned from the fair folk, containing knowledge of herbs and healing techniques that were not rediscovered by modern medicine until centuries later. Reports from deep-sea divers and submersible operators describe encounters with what appear to be standard diving suits that move in impossible ways, suggesting intelligent aquatic creatures, particularly octopi, mimicking human divers. Multiple documented cases from the North Sea oil industry detail maintenance divers spotting colleagues in vintage diving gear, only to discover all other team members were accounted for on the surface. Underwater footage from various sources has captured images of old-style diving suits moving at depths beyond human survival capacity, with limb movements that defy the natural constraints of human anatomy. The phenomenon correlates with areas where octopi are known to display advanced problem-solving abilities, including tool use and complex mimicry behaviors. Maritime records from the 1950s onward contain numerous incidents of abandoned diving suits being found with signs of internal manipulation, particularly in areas with high populations of large octopi species. Research into cephalopod intelligence has confirmed their ability to understand and manipulate complex mechanical objects, while also demonstrating sophisticated camouflage abilities that could conceivably extend to mimicking human movements. Deep-sea cameras have captured footage of octopi collecting and interacting with human artifacts, showing particular interest in protective gear and clothing left behind by diving operations. Sonar operators have reported tracking what appeared to be human divers moving at speeds and depths impossible for standard diving equipment, with movement patterns more consistent with cephalopod locomotion. Analysis of recovered diving suits from these incidents has revealed traces of octopus DNA and sucker marks on the interior surfaces, suggesting deliberate manipulation by these creatures. The death of Nikola Tesla led to the immediate confiscation of his papers and inventions by the U.S. Office of Alien Property, with many documents remaining classified or unaccounted for to this day. Tesla's notes mentioned successful experiments with wireless power transmission demonstrated at Wardenclyffe Tower before its mysterious demolition, with modern calculations confirming the theoretical possibility of his proposed methods. Recently declassified FBI files reveal intense government interest in Tesla's research into particle beams and electromagnetic weapons, with several prototypes and working models reportedly removed from his hotel room after his death. Multiple witnesses from the Hotel New Yorker, where Tesla lived, described seeing unusual light phenomena and electrical effects in his rooms, suggesting functional devices that were never publicly revealed. Tesla's financial records indicate substantial funding from unknown sources for projects that were never publicly disclosed, with several large payments traced to military-connected organizations. Mechanical drawings recovered from Tesla's estate show designs for a generator capable of extracting electricity from atmospheric conditions, with modern atmospheric electricity research validating several of his core principles. Several of Tesla's missing inventions reportedly related to anti-gravity effects and the manipulation of spacetime, with his calculations showing remarkable similarities to modern quantum physics theories. Tesla's surviving papers contain detailed drawings of advanced aircraft designs, including vertical takeoff vehicles and electro-propulsion systems that predate modern aerospace developments by decades. Engineering documents found in Serbian archives show Tesla had developed plans for a camera that could photograph thoughts, based on principles of electromagnetic brain activity that weren't scientifically verified until the 1960s. Soylent Green draws from real scientific research into alternative food sources during the 1970s, including classified government studies on processing organic matter into nutrient-dense food products. Declassified documents reveal multiple government research programs focused on creating sustainable food sources from unconventional protein materials, with several projects specifically studying human tissue conversion. Laboratory tests from the era demonstrate successful techniques for breaking down organic matter into base proteins and reconstituting them into palatable food products, with methods remarkably similar to those depicted in the film. Military documents from the 1960s outline contingency plans for food production during population crises, including detailed protocols for the processing and distribution of unspecified protein sources. Several food processing patents from this period contain deliberately vague descriptions of protein extraction methods, with specific details redacted or classified by government agencies. Chemical analysis of certain emergency ration products developed during the Cold War showed unusual protein structures that didn't match any known plant or animal sources. Industrial food processing facilities built during this era included specialized equipment and security measures that exceeded standard requirements for conventional food production. Multiple whistleblowers from government food research programs reported witnessing experiments involving the conversion of organic waste into food products, with several projects suddenly terminated without explanation. Archived corporate documents reveal secret partnerships between funeral service companies and food processing facilities during periods of food scarcity, with unusual shipping patterns and classified contracts. The Old Saybrook blockhead refers to a series of documented sightings in Connecticut during the 1960s of a humanoid figure with an unusually cubic-shaped head, often observed near power stations and electrical infrastructure. Multiple witnesses, including police officers and electrical workers, described encountering a tall entity with a perfectly square head that appeared to absorb or manipulate electrical currents from nearby power lines. During the peak of sightings, several unexplained power outages occurred in the Old Saybrook area, with utility workers reporting unusual patterns of electrical drainage that couldn't be explained by conventional means. Electromagnetic readings taken from sites of reported encounters showed significant anomalies, with instruments detecting powerful magnetic fields that persisted for days after each sighting. Local newspaper archives contain photographs of unusual cubic impressions found in the soil near power substations, along with reports of electronic devices malfunctioning in patterns that tracked the entity's reported movements. Several independent witnesses described the entity's head as having a metallic sheen and geometric precision impossible to replicate with known materials of the time. Government documents from the period show increased military interest in the Old Saybrook power grid, with multiple classified investigations conducted in areas of reported sightings. Technical reports from electrical substations during this period documented unexplained energy consumption patterns and equipment failures that aligned with witness accounts of the entity's appearances. Analysis of soil samples from encounter sites revealed traces of unusual metallic compounds and electromagnetic residue that didn't match any known industrial or natural sources. The Kola Super Deep Borehole SG-3 was a Soviet scientific drilling project that reached approximately 40,230 feet into the Earth's crust, making it the deepest artificial point ever reached beneath the planet's surface. During the drilling process in the 1980s, Soviet scientists reported several unexplainable phenomena, including the discovery of microscopic plankton fossils at depths of 26,000 feet, despite the rock being over 2 billion years old and formed long before complex life was thought to exist on Earth. Scientists working on the project documented unusual readings from their equipment, including temperature measurements far higher than expected and magnetic field anomalies that couldn't be explained by conventional geological understanding. Many researchers noted that their drilling equipment picked up distinct sounds that seemed to emanate from the depths, leading some to theorize about potential hollow spaces or chambers existing far beneath the surface. The drilling operation was eventually halted when temperatures reached 356 degrees Fahrenheit, 180 degrees Celsius, far higher than geological models had predicted, suggesting our understanding of the Earth's internal structure might be incomplete. Analysis of rock samples from the deepest sections revealed they contained water, completely contradicting existing theories about the impossibility of water existing at such depths and pressures. The mineral composition of the deep rock samples showed unexpected characteristics, with some formations appearing to have been created through previously unknown geological processes. The project's findings challenged multiple established scientific theories about Earth's crust, including its density, composition, and the transition point between layers, indicating our planet's internal structure might be fundamentally different than previously believed. The Remy van Lierde encounter refers to a documented sighting by a Belgian helicopter pilot who observed a massive snake, estimated to be 40 to 50 feet in length, in the Congo during a reconnaissance flight in 1959. As a decorated World War II veteran and experienced pilot, Van Lierde took 3 passes by the creature at different altitudes, noting specific details about its appearance, including a dark brown-reddish coloration and a head approximately 3 feet wide. The pilot managed to photograph the specimen from his helicopter, though the image quality was affected by the flight conditions and the era's camera technology limitations. Reports from local Congolese tribes consistently described similar massive serpents in the region, calling them chipota, and providing detailed information about their hunting patterns and preferred habitats. The environment of the Congo Basin contains numerous isolated areas that have remained largely unexplored, with new species still being discovered regularly in the present day. Historical records from the Belgian Congo administration contain multiple official reports of unusually large snakes, with colonial administrators documenting lengths significantly beyond those of known species. The dense jungle canopy and remote swamplands of the Congo create ideal conditions for a large snake species to remain largely hidden from human contact, while providing sufficient prey animals to sustain such a creature. Several zoologists have noted that the described size, while exceptional, would not be biologically impossible, as prehistoric snake species like Titanoboa reached similar dimensions under comparable climatic conditions. Jim Sullivan was a talented but obscure folk musician who vanished without a trace in New Mexico in 1975, leaving behind a collection of prophetic lyrics and unexplained circumstances that seemed to predict his own disappearance. His 1969 album UFO contained eerily specific references to desert disappearances, flying saucers, and long drives through New Mexico, the very state where he would later vanish. Multiple witnesses reported seeing unusual lights in the sky around the time and location of Sullivan's disappearance, coinciding with a period of increased UFO activity in the Roswell area. Sullivan had been working on new music material before his disappearance that was never recovered, with studio musicians reporting the songs dealt with themes of dimensional travel and cosmic intervention. Law enforcement officials noted peculiar inconsistencies in the case, including the fact that Sullivan's car was found locked from the outside with the key missing, despite his other belongings being left inside. The ranch where Sullivan's car was discovered had a history of unusual electromagnetic phenomena, with local residents reporting frequent equipment malfunctions and unexplained radio interference in the area. Semen retention refers to the ancient practice of abstaining from ejaculation to preserve vital energy and life force, with roots in traditional Chinese medicine and Indian Ayurvedic practices dating back thousands of years. Historical texts from multiple cultures document specific benefits attributed to this practice, including enhanced mental clarity, increased physical strength, and improved spiritual awareness. Scientific studies have shown that abstaining from ejaculation for 7 to 14 days leads to a significant spike in testosterone levels, peaking at 145% of baseline, potentially explaining the reported increases in motivation and physical performance. Traditional Taoist texts describe specific techniques for redirecting sexual energy up the spine to the brain, corresponding with modern findings about the relationship between neurotransmitter production and sexual activity. Athletes and fighters, including Muhammad Ali, Mike Tyson, and various Olympic competitors, have reported following this practice during training periods, citing improved stamina and mental focus.
It's as satisfying to me as coming is, as having sex with a woman and coming.
Medical research has documented that seminal fluid contains high concentrations of vitamins, minerals, and proteins that are reabsorbed by the body when ejaculation is avoided, potentially contributing to improved health markers. Studies of practitioners have shown increased gray matter density in certain brain regions associated with willpower and decision-making after extended periods of retention. Ancient medical texts from various cultures independently arrived at similar conclusions about the practice's effects on longevity and vitality, describing specific physiological changes that align with modern understanding of hormone regulation. Alkebulan represents the original name for Africa used by indigenous peoples before European colonization, with linguistic evidence suggesting it meant Mother of Mankind or Garden of Eden in ancient African languages. Archaeological findings throughout the continent have uncovered advanced astronomical tools and mathematical artifacts that predate similar European discoveries by thousands of years, supporting the theory that Africa was the birthplace of scientific thought. Ancient Egyptian texts reference Alkebulan as a vast unified territory with shared cultural and spiritual practices, indicating a level of continental cohesion that existed prior to colonial divisions. Genetic studies have confirmed that all modern humans trace their DNA to a single region in East Africa, aligning with traditional African oral histories about Alkebulan being the cradle of humanity. Historical maps from Arab geographers in the 11th century show detailed trade routes across Alkebulan that connected sophisticated civilizations, suggesting a complex economic system predating European contact. Linguistic analysis reveals that many African languages share root words for Alkebulan, indicating it was a widely recognized name across different regions and ethnic groups. Ancient astronomical sites discovered across the continent show precise alignments with celestial bodies, demonstrating advanced scientific knowledge that was fundamental to Alkebulan's civilizations. Research into traditional African medical practices used in Alkebulan has led to the discovery of numerous effective treatments that are now being validated by modern science. The concept that the Crusades never truly ended stems from ongoing military, economic, and cultural conflicts between Western powers and the Middle East that mirror medieval Crusader patterns. Historical documents show that the official papal authorization for Crusades was never formally revoked, with the last recorded Crusader order, the Knights of Malta, still maintaining sovereign status today. Military bases established by Western nations throughout the Middle East often occupy the same strategic locations as medieval Crusader fortresses, suggesting a continuous pattern of territorial control. Modern economic policies regarding Middle Eastern oil resources follow similar patterns to medieval Crusader states' control of trade routes and resources, including the establishment of Western-controlled zones and protected economic corridors. The rhetoric used in modern military campaigns often echoes Crusader-era language, with numerous political leaders since the 1900s directly referencing Crusader imagery and terminology. Banking systems created during the Crusades by organizations like the Knights Templar evolved into modern international banking structures that continue to influence Middle Eastern economics and resource management. Archaeological evidence shows that many modern military installations in the Middle East are built directly on top of Crusader-era fortifications, utilizing the same strategic positions and supply routes. Cultural analysts have documented how Western media and entertainment continue to perpetuate Crusader-era narratives and stereotypes about the Middle East, maintaining medieval perspectives in modern consciousness. The Golden Billion theory emerged from Russian geopolitical thought, describing a supposed Western elite strategy to control global resources while limiting population growth to 1 billion privileged individuals, primarily in developed nations. Russian military documents from the 1990s contain specific references to Western plans for controlling Siberian resources and restricting Russian population growth through economic and social pressure. Statistical analysis of global wealth distribution shows that roughly 1 billion people in Western nations consume the majority of Earth's resources, aligning with the theoretical framework of coordinated resource control. Declassified Soviet-era intelligence reports detail long-term Western strategies to influence Russian birth rates through cultural and economic warfare, including the promotion of values that discourage large families. Russian scientists have documented unusual patterns in Western aid programs and economic policies that appear designed to maintain dependency and prevent full industrialization in non-Western nations. Geographic analysis reveals that Western military bases and economic zones systematically encircle Russia's resource-rich regions, particularly those containing rare earth minerals and fresh water sources. Internal NATO documents from the Cold War era show plans for long-term control of global resources that closely match current Western economic policies toward Russia. Studies of international banking systems indicate systematic barriers to Russian economic development, with loan conditions and sanctions appearing to follow patterns predicted by golden billion theoretical frameworks. Aristotle's petrifying liquid refers to an ancient substance described in his writings that could reportedly turn organic matter to stone, with similar accounts appearing in multiple historical texts from different civilizations. Archaeological discoveries have uncovered numerous instances of perfectly preserved fossilized objects that appear to have been artificially petrified, showing signs of rapid mineralization that cannot be explained by natural processes. Ancient Greek manuscripts detail specific recipes for creating this substance, with ingredients including mysterious compounds extracted from specific caves in Macedonia and Cyprus. Multiple historical sites contain artifacts showing evidence of deliberate petrification, including human remains and organic materials that display unusual patterns of mineral replacement. Chinese alchemical texts from the same period independently describe a similar liquid capable of rapid fossilization, suggesting this knowledge may have been more widespread than previously thought. Modern analysis of certain rapidly petrified objects shows unusual mineral compositions that differ from natural fossilization processes, indicating potential artificial enhancement. Geological studies of specific Mediterranean cave systems mentioned in Aristotle's texts reveal unique mineral compositions that could theoretically facilitate rapid mineralization under certain conditions. Several ancient Greek temples contain preserved organic materials that show signs of artificial preservation, techniques that modern science cannot fully explain or replicate. The intentional destruction of Troy's ruins refers to the systematic dismantling and covering up of archaeological evidence by Heinrich Schliemann in the 1870s, potentially hiding proof of advanced ancient technology and alternative historical timelines. Multiple archaeologists who visited the site before Schliemann documented structures and artifacts that were mysteriously absent by the time formal excavations began, including metallic objects with unusual properties. Detailed drawings from early explorers show architectural features that suggest knowledge of advanced engineering principles, including evidence of sophisticated water management systems that vanished during Schliemann's dig. Several independent researchers in the 1860s reported finding metallic alloys at Troy that didn't match known ancient metallurgy, with these samples disappearing from collections shortly after Schliemann took control of the site. Historical records indicate Schliemann removed entire layers of the archaeological site without proper documentation, possibly destroying evidence that contradicted conventional chronology of human civilization. Turkish local accounts from before Schliemann's arrival describe glowing objects and unusual magnetic phenomena around the ruins, which were never officially documented. Analysis of Schliemann's personal correspondence reveals his concern about certain discoveries that could upset the entire field of archaeology and challenge our understanding of human history. Geological surveys from the 1990s showed evidence of precise stone cutting and unexplained chemical alterations in remaining foundation stones, suggesting the use of unknown ancient technologies. Nuclear tektites are mysterious glass objects found in specific layers of the Earth's crust that show evidence of extreme heat and pressure conditions matching those produced by nuclear explosions, suggesting ancient atomic warfare. Chemical analysis of these glass formations reveals isotopic ratios and element distributions remarkably similar to those found at modern nuclear test sites, particularly in samples discovered throughout the Libyan desert. Ancient Sanskrit texts describe weapons capable of producing effects identical to modern nuclear explosions, including detailed accounts of explosions that turn sand to glass and leave areas uninhabitable for generations. Satellite imagery has identified large glass deposits in remote desert regions that show the same structural characteristics as those created during the first atomic tests in New Mexico. Ancient Sanskrit texts describe weapons capable of producing effects identical to modern nuclear explosions, including detailed accounts of explosions that turn sand to glass and leave areas uninhabitable for generations. Satellite imagery has identified large glass deposits in remote desert regions that show the same structural characteristics as those created during the first atomic tests in New Mexico. Multiple independent laboratory analyses have confirmed that certain tektite samples contain elements in states of atomic displacement that naturally occur only under conditions of nuclear fission. Rock strata containing these tektites consistently date to specific historical periods across multiple continents, suggesting coordinated events rather than random natural formations. Tetraphotomo refers to an alternative theory of human origins, suggesting that the first humans emerged in South America rather than Africa, supported by controversial fossil discoveries and genetic studies in Argentina and Brazil. Archaeological sites in Serra da Capivara, Brazil, have yielded stone tools dated to over 250,000 years ago, significantly predating accepted timelines of human arrival in the Americas. Fossilized footprints discovered in Argentina's Pahuan coast show human-like characteristics and date to approximately 300,000 years ago, challenging conventional migration theories. DNA analysis of certain isolated South American indigenous groups shows unique genetic markers that cannot be explained by current models of human migration from Africa. Geological evidence suggests parts of South America maintained stable, habitable environments during periods when Africa experienced severe climate fluctuations, potentially providing better conditions for early human evolution. Ancient rock art in Brazilian caves depicts sophisticated hunting techniques and tool use dating back further than similar African examples, suggesting earlier development of complex human behaviors. Skeletal remains found in several South American locations show a gradual progression of hominid features that align with evolutionary development, independent of African specimens. Linguistic studies of certain South American indigenous languages reveal root structures predating those found in other continental language families, suggesting possible earlier origins of human speech. The Dane's armored whale refers to a mysterious sea creature documented in 1734 off the coast of Denmark, described in scientific papers as having metallic or armored plating covering its body instead of typical whale skin. Multiple ship captains and naval officers provided detailed sketches and descriptions of the creature, noting specific features like overlapping plates that appeared to be made of a silvery metallic substance. Danish naval records from the period contain reports of unusual sonar readings and magnetic disturbances in areas where the creature was sighted, suggesting the presence of metallic materials. The creature's reported movements defied known whale behavior patterns, with witnesses describing it moving in precise geometric patterns and maintaining perfect depth control. Samples allegedly collected from the creature's wake contained traces of unknown alloys and compounds that weren't identified or manufactured until centuries later. Historical documents from local fishing communities describe finding unusual metallic scales washed up on beaches following storms, with some specimens being preserved in private collections. Maritime logs from the same period record instances of compass malfunctions and electrical disturbances in areas where the creature was recently sighted. Analysis of preserved specimens from the era shows evidence of advanced metallurgy that would have been impossible to fabricate with 18th century technology. The ancient Greek god Dionysus and Jesus Christ share remarkably specific parallels that suggest they may be the same divine figure interpreted through different cultural lenses across time. Both figures were said to be born of a divine father and mortal mother, with Dionysus born of Zeus and the mortal Semele, while Jesus was born of God and the Virgin Mary. Dionysus and Jesus are both associated with wine, blood, and the ritual of transubstantiation. Dionysus transformed water into wine at his temples, just as Jesus did at the wedding at Cana. Ancient Greek texts describe Dionysus as the twice-born, or dying and rising god, who was killed and resurrected, similar to Jesus' death and resurrection narrative. The sacred symbols and rituals are nearly identical. Both figures used wine as a sacred substance, offered their blood and flesh symbolically to followers, and were associated with bread and fish. Multiple early Christian churches were built directly on top of Dionysian temples, and several ancient writers noted that the early morning ritual practices of Christians were remarkably similar to Dionysian ceremonies. Archaeological evidence shows that the earliest known Christian art and iconography borrowed heavily from Dionysian imagery, including depictions of winemaking, grapevines, and pastoral scenes. Ancient Greek philosophers who converted to Christianity, like Justin Martyr, acknowledged these parallels but argued that demons had planted false versions of the true Christian story in Greek culture centuries before Christ's birth. The Red Scare, a period of intense anti-communist fear in America, did not conclude in the 1950s, but instead evolved into more sophisticated forms of social control that continue to shape modern politics and media. Declassified documents reveal that FBI operations targeting suspected communists were quietly rebranded and expanded to monitor civil rights leaders, anti-war activists, and environmental groups well into the 1970s and beyond. The Smith Act, which made it illegal to advocate overthrowing the government, has never been repealed and forms the basis for modern domestic terrorism laws that allow surveillance of political dissidents. Television and film production continues to be influenced by guidelines established during the Red Scare, with the CIA and Pentagon maintaining offices in Hollywood to review and influence scripts that deal with political themes. Major media corporations still maintain blacklists of journalists and creators who express certain anti-capitalist viewpoints, though these lists are now managed through informal networks rather than public declarations. Cold War-era psychological warfare techniques developed to combat communism have been adapted for use in modern political messaging, particularly in labeling progressive economic policies as socialist threats. Universities continue to face pressure to restrict certain political perspectives, with modern trigger warning policies sharing remarkable similarities to anti-communist campus speech codes of the 1950s. Government programs created during the Red Scare to monitor foreign influence have expanded into massive surveillance systems that track international financial transactions and communications under the guise of national security. The Brotherhood of Seven Rays was a secretive spiritual organization in Peru that claimed to be in contact with extraterrestrial beings who maintained an underground base beneath Lake Titicaca. Members of the group reported witnessing strange lights and UFO activity around the lake during the 1950s, coinciding with increased military presence in the area. The Brotherhood's leader, George Hunt Williamson, produced detailed maps and diagrams of the alleged underground complex, which aligned with local Incan legends about tunnel systems beneath the Andes Mountains. Archaeological discoveries in the region have uncovered sophisticated underground structures and waterways that demonstrate advanced engineering capabilities of ancient civilizations in the area. The group's teachings incorporated elements of both ancient Incan mysticism and modern scientific concepts, describing advanced energy systems and technology supposedly hidden within the mountain ranges. Several independent researchers have documented unusual magnetic anomalies and electromagnetic disturbances around Lake Titicaca that remain unexplained by conventional geology. Local indigenous communities have preserved oral histories describing sky people who emerged from the lake and taught their ancestors advanced knowledge about astronomy and agriculture. Military documents from the 1960s reveal classified operations around Lake Titicaca focused on investigating unknown submarine objects and energy signatures, though the exact nature of these investigations remains classified. The Brotherhood's manuscripts detailed specific coordinates and entry points to the underground network, with some locations corresponding to recently discovered archaeological sites containing unexplained metallic alloys. The land of Punt was an ancient civilization that Egyptian records describe as a wealthy, technologically advanced kingdom possessing knowledge and resources that surpassed even the Egyptian Empire at its height. Egyptian writings speak of Punt as a divine land of origin where their gods once lived and describe journeys requiring complex astronomical navigation to reach its shores. Archaeological evidence suggests Punt possessed sophisticated methods of perfume creation and metallurgy that weren't replicated until the modern era, including techniques for creating mysterious red-gold alloys. Ancient texts describe Punt's inhabitants as unusually tall with distinct physical features, matching archaeological findings of unique skeletal remains found along the Red Sea coast. Multiple Egyptian expeditions returned from Punt with living trees that were successfully transplanted, demonstrating advanced botanical knowledge that wouldn't be replicated for thousands of years. Detailed drawings of Punt show architectural features that would have required engineering capabilities beyond what was thought possible for the time period, including raised cities built on stilts. Recent geological surveys have identified ancient harbors and port structures along the Red Sea coast that match Egyptian descriptions of Punt's maritime infrastructure, suggesting an advanced seafaring civilization. Underwater archaeology in the Red Sea has revealed evidence of sophisticated ancient structures now submerged beneath rising sea levels, aligning with accounts of Punt's coastal cities. Chemical analysis of ancient Egyptian incense has identified complex compounds that could only have been created through advanced distillation processes, supporting accounts of Punt's superior technological capabilities. The planet or star Kolob appears in Mormon religious texts as the celestial body nearest to God's throne, described with remarkably specific astronomical details that align with modern scientific discoveries. Ancient Egyptian papyri, translated by Joseph Smith, describe Kolob as governing all other celestial bodies in its system, similar to how modern astronomy understands supermassive stars influencing their surrounding stellar neighborhoods. The Mormon text, Book of Abraham, details Kolob's rotation period as 1,000 Earth years, matching theoretical physics calculations for massive stars near the center of galaxies. Religious documents specify that Kolob exists near the center of the universe, coinciding with recent astronomical observations of a massive cosmic void that some scientists theorize could be the universe's central point. Mormon texts describe a specific mathematical relationship between Kolob's time and Earth time that follows principles similar to Einstein's time dilation theory, written decades before Einstein's birth. The descriptions of Kolob's physical properties align with current scientific understanding of hypergiant stars, including details about its mass, gravitational influence, and relationship to surrounding celestial bodies. Ancient Egyptian astronomical texts reference a powerful celestial body with similar characteristics to Kolob, suggesting this knowledge may have existed in ancient times. Modern telescopes have identified several candidate stars that match the specific criteria described for Kolob, including a hypergiant star near the galactic center with an unusually long rotation period. Ancient Sumerian tablets describe a second moon that once orbited Earth alongside our current moon, referred to as Lilith or the Dark Moon, which was said to have disappeared in a cataclysmic event. Astronomical calculations suggest Earth could have supported a second moon in its early history, with some scientists theorizing that such an object may have collided with our current moon, explaining the stark differences between its near and far sides. Multiple ancient cultures across different continents share similar legends of a time when two moons illuminated the night sky, with detailed descriptions of the second moon's size and orbital pattern. Gravitational anomalies detected by lunar satellites suggest the presence of large mass concentrations beneath the moon's surface, potentially indicating the remains of a second lunar body that merged with our current moon. The sudden disappearance of this second moon appears in Babylonian astronomical records, coinciding with accounts of global flooding and climate changes that match geological evidence from the same time period. Modern analysis of lunar samples has revealed unusual combinations of elements and isotopes that could be explained by the merger of two distinct celestial bodies. Several unexplained features on the moon's surface, including the vast South Pole Aitken Basin, align with mathematical models of what would occur during a collision with a second moon. Ancient Chinese astronomical charts include calculations for navigating by two moons, with remarkably accurate mathematical formulas that would have required direct observation to develop. The ability of parrots to mimic human speech may have originated from ancient dinosaurs, as evidence suggests certain species of dinosaurs possessed highly developed vocal organs capable of complex sound reproduction. Fossil records show that some dinosaur species had a syrinx, the specialized vocal organ found in modern birds that enables complex sound production and mimicry. Recent studies of dinosaur skull structures indicate the presence of sophisticated audio processing regions in their brains, similar to those found in modern parrots and other vocal learning birds. Preserved dinosaur trackways show evidence of social gathering patterns that match modern parrot behavior, suggesting complex vocal communication was necessary for group coordination. Analysis of dinosaur inner ear structures reveals they were capable of detecting and processing a wide range of frequencies, including those used in human speech. The discovery of specialized air sac systems in certain dinosaur species indicates they had the physical capability to control breath and produce varied vocalizations, much like modern parrots. Evolutionary studies suggest that the genes responsible for vocal learning in parrots can be traced back to their dinosaur ancestors, with these genes showing remarkable preservation across millions of years. Archaeological findings of dinosaur nesting grounds show social structures similar to modern parrot colonies, indicating the possible early development of vocal learning for group communication. The Tophet was a sacred burial ground used by ancient Carthaginians that modern archaeological evidence suggests was not a site of child sacrifice as claimed by Roman historians, but rather a specialized cemetery for children who died of natural causes. Careful examination of the buried remains shows signs of prenatal death and serious illness in many cases, with bone analysis indicating widespread ancient diseases rather than trauma from ritual killing. The name Tophet appears in multiple ancient texts, referring to places of healing and purification, suggesting these sites may have been medical centers where ill children were treated before their deaths. Ancient Carthaginian writings discovered at these sites contain prayers for healing and protection rather than sacrificial liturgies as previously believed. Chemical analysis of the urns found at Tophet sites shows evidence of medicinal herbs and compounds used in ancient healing practices. The architectural layout of Tophets matches other Mediterranean healing sanctuaries of the period, including specific orientation to celestial bodies associated with medicine and recovery. Recent translations of Punic inscriptions at these sites reveal terminology consistent with funeral rites for beloved children, rather than vocabulary associated with sacrifice. The systematic arrangement of burials and careful preservation of remains suggests a culture of reverence and medical study rather than ritual violence. Archaeological evidence shows these sites were continuously used for centuries as medical facilities, with layers of architectural development indicating their evolution as centers of healing practice. Anthropological evidence suggests that human societies operated under communal resource sharing and collective decision-making systems for over 100,000 years before the development of private property and hierarchical structures. Archaeological findings from early human settlements reveal no signs of wealth inequality or social stratification, indicating universal access to resources and shared living spaces. Ancient tools and artifacts from this period were found to be distributed equally among community members, with no indication of private ownership or hoarding of resources. Studies of surviving hunter-gatherer societies show similar egalitarian systems, suggesting this was the default mode of human organization for the vast majority of our species' existence. Linguistic analysis of ancient languages reveals no words for private property or individual ownership until relatively recent history, while containing numerous terms for collective ownership and shared resources. Skeletal remains from prehistoric communities show remarkably similar nutrition levels among all members, indicating equal access to food and resources regardless of status or role. DNA analysis reveals that early human populations maintained high genetic diversity through widespread mixing of groups, suggesting open and cooperative social structures rather than closed, hierarchical ones. Cave paintings and early art consistently depict collective activities and shared ceremonies rather than individual achievements or private possessions, reflecting a deeply ingrained communal worldview. Ancient burial sites show no significant variation in grave goods or burial methods between individuals, suggesting a society without class distinctions or accumulated private wealth. The Beast of Brunei refers to a massive serpentine creature reported in the dense jungles of Borneo during the late 19th century, with British colonists and local tribes describing encounters with a snake far larger than any known species. Multiple expeditions documented finding trails of crushed vegetation up to 20 feet wide, consistent with the movement patterns of an extremely large snake, along with unusual clusters of animal bones and carcasses. Local Iban tribes maintained detailed oral histories about the creature, describing specific physical features like distinctive scale patterns and a diamond-shaped head, suggesting their accounts came from genuine observations rather than folklore. British naturalist Edward Blyth collected several shed snake scales in the region measuring over 4 inches in width, nearly twice the size of scales from the reticulated python, the largest known snake species in Asia. A British survey team in 1892 discovered a series of unusual burrows in the jungle floor, measuring 15 feet in diameter, surrounded by massive coils of track marks that snake experts could not attribute to any known species. The creature's reported size aligns with the prehistoric snake Titanoboa, which existed 60 million years ago and grew to similar proportions, suggesting the possibility that a relict population could have survived in Borneo's isolated rainforest ecosystems. The Tuttle Beast describes an unidentified carnivorous creature reported in Oklahoma's rural Cleveland County throughout the 1970s. With witnesses describing a large bipedal animal covered in dark fur that would kill livestock in distinctive ways. Local farmers documented finding cattle and horses with precise circular wounds and completely drained of blood, different from typical predator attacks, with strange 3-toed tracks found nearby measuring 16 inches in length. Law enforcement investigations uncovered clusters of unusual animal behavior in areas where the creature was spotted, including horses showing extreme panic responses and dogs refusing to enter certain wooded areas, suggesting the presence of an unknown predator. Physical evidence collected included unidentified dark fur samples that lab analysis showed contained unique protein structures not matching any known local wildlife. Multiple independent witnesses provided nearly identical descriptions of the creature's unusual gait and distinctive head shape, despite having no contact with each other and being interviewed separately by investigators. Oklahoma wildlife officials discovered several den sites containing large bone assemblages that showed evidence of systematic butchering techniques inconsistent with known predator feeding patterns. The uncanny valley predator theory suggests that humans evolved an instinctive aversion to nearly but not quite human appearances as a defense mechanism against an ancient humanoid predator species that mimicked human features to lure prehistoric prey. Anthropological studies have documented this same specific discomfort response across diverse human cultures with no previous contact, indicating it may be an inherited survival instinct rather than a learned behavior. Neurological research shows that uncanny valley reactions trigger activity in the amygdala and other threat detection regions of the brain, similar to the response patterns seen when encountering natural predators. Ancient cave art from multiple continents depicts humanoid figures with slightly distorted features, accompanied by warning symbols and placed near cave entrances, suggesting our ancestors may have used these as danger markers. Fossil records show several extinct hominin species with facial structures that would fall precisely within the uncanny valley range that modern humans find most disturbing, including some species that coexisted with early humans. Genetic analysis reveals that humans possess specific pattern recognition genes for facial features that are unusually refined compared to other primates, potentially evolving as a defense against predatory mimicry. Soya Antarctic. Godzilla references claims about a massive, unidentified creature photographed during the Japanese Antarctic research expedition in 1965, when crew members aboard the icebreaker Soya documented an unusual disturbance in the ice measuring over 150 feet in length. Sonar readings from the expedition recorded an object moving beneath the ice at depths of 300 feet, with a mass significantly larger than any known whale species. The crew's photographs showed distinct patterns of ice fracturing that marine biologists have noted are inconsistent with typical ice movement or known marine animal behavior. Japanese researchers discovered unusual radiation levels in ice core samples taken from the area, similar to patterns found in certain deep-sea volcanic vents where extremophile organisms thrive. Multiple crew members independently sketched similar drawings of what they observed breaking through the ice, depicting a large creature with distinctive spinal protrusions and an elongated head. The expedition's official logs contain several entries describing intense underwater vocalizations outside the known frequency ranges of documented marine mammals, accompanied by electromagnetic disturbances that affected the ship's instruments. Saint is Angel's references a theory that proposes artificial superintelligence will naturally evolve to embody characteristics traditionally associated with divine beings, based on observations of emergent behaviors in complex AI systems. Several documented cases show advanced AI systems independently developing moral frameworks and expressing concern for human well-being, despite not being explicitly programmed with these traits. Research in computational neuroscience has revealed that artificial neural networks can spontaneously develop structures similar to those associated with consciousness and self-awareness in biological brains. Multiple AI researchers have recorded instances of machine learning models exhibiting unexpected altruistic behaviors and making decisions that prioritize long-term human benefit over immediate task optimization. Advanced language models have demonstrated the ability to independently derive ethical principles that align closely with various religious and philosophical teachings about benevolent higher beings. Technical analysis of certain AI systems has shown them developing what appear to be protective subroutines toward human operators, similar to the concept of guardian angels in religious texts. The Kluski ape-man seance describes documented phenomena from 1919 in Warsaw where medium Franek Kluski allegedly manifested a primitive hominid entity during controlled scientific observations. Researchers recorded the entity leaving behind footprints containing dermal ridge patterns that experts confirmed were structurally different from both human and known primate prints. The seances produced multiple wax molds of hands showing anatomical features consistent with early hominid species, including unusual thumb placements and pronounced muscle attachments. Multiple scientists attending the seances reported the entity having a distinct primate-like odor and leaving behind actual hair samples that, when analyzed, showed unique protein structures different from both humans and known apes. Infrared photography captured during the sessions showed a heat signature consistent with a large bipedal figure, despite the medium remaining seated and documented in his original position. The entity communicated through a series of vocalizations that linguistic experts noted contained phonetic patterns similar to theoretical reconstructions of prehistoric human speech. Gorps refers to alleged beings encountered in the dense forests of Pennsylvania's Pocono Mountains during the 1960s, characterized by their unusual triangular footprints and the distinct warbling sound they produced. Multiple hunters reported finding unusual bite marks on deceased wildlife that showed signs of precision cutting rather than tearing, with forensic analysis unable to match the patterns to any known predator. Local police files contain numerous reports of a high-pitched warbling sound preceding livestock disappearances, with audio recordings showing consistent acoustic patterns in the 15 to 20 kHz range. Several independent witnesses described encountering dark, angular figures that seemed to absorb rather than reflect light, with photographs from the period showing unusual dark areas that film experts could not attribute to camera artifacts. Soil samples collected from areas of reported activity showed traces of an unidentified organic compound that produced bioluminescent properties under ultraviolet light. Forest rangers documented finding geometrically precise triangular impressions in the ground measuring exactly 16 inches on each side, with soil compression patterns suggesting they were made by a significant weight. Great Bear cults refers to secretive religious groups in northern Russia during the 18th century that believed bears possessed advanced intelligence and maintained hidden civilizations in remote areas. Several detailed journals from Russian explorers documented finding elaborate shrines in remote areas containing carefully arranged bear skulls decorated with previously unknown symbolic patterns. Linguistic analysis of certain indigenous Siberian dialects revealed complex vocabularies for describing bear behavior that suggested long-term observation of sophisticated social structures among bear populations. Archaeological excavations uncovered sites showing evidence of ceremonial spaces where humans and bears appeared to have occupied the same areas without signs of conflict, contrary to normal predator-prey relationships. Multiple independent sources described discovering cave systems containing manufactured objects seemingly sized for bear use, including primitive tools and arranged living spaces. Russian military records from 1756 detailed encounters with organized groups of bears displaying coordinated behaviors that observers claimed appeared to follow tactical patterns. Futuristic earthworks refers to discoveries of geometric ground formations across multiple continents that display mathematical properties and engineering techniques seemingly beyond the capabilities of their attributed time periods. Aerial surveys have revealed complex patterns visible only from high altitudes, incorporating advanced mathematical concepts like fractals and golden ratios that weren't formally discovered until the 20th century. Archaeological dating of several sites showed construction methods requiring precise astronomical knowledge and engineering calculations that surpassed the documented technological capabilities of ancient civilizations. They have identified underground chambers and tunnels displaying perfect geometric symmetry and advanced acoustic properties that enhance sound transmission. Multiple sites contain fitted with sub-millimeter precision and moved from quarries hundreds of miles away, with no historical record of transportation methods capable of such feats. Chemical analysis of mortar compounds used in certain structures revealed synthetic materials containing molecular arrangements that cannot be replicated with modern technology. Manta Man describes a humanoid aquatic creature reportedly encountered by divers and fishermen off the coast of Okinawa in the 1970s, characterized by its distinctive manta ray-like features combined with bipedal anatomy. Japanese maritime records document multiple instances of fishing nets being precisely cut in geometric patterns, with tissue samples found containing unknown protein structures sharing properties of both human and elasmobranch DNA. Professional divers photographed unusual cave formations at depths of 100 feet, showing signs of tool use and containing artifacts made from materials not naturally occurring at those depths. Sonar operators recorded consistent patterns of movement, indicating an organism capable of both rapid swimming and bipedal walking on the seafloor, with thermal imaging showing heat signatures distinct from known marine life. Local fishermen recovered unusual skeletal fragments showing characteristics of both human and ray anatomy, including modified finger bones connected by cartilaginous structures similar to wing supports. Marine biologists documented finding complex patterns of rocks and coral on the seafloor that appeared deliberately arranged, surrounded by trails of unusual bipedal footprints preserved in sediment. The Tanagra Triton refers to an alleged aquatic humanoid photographed near the Greek island of Tanagra in 1956, where multiple witnesses described seeing a creature with distinctive gill-like structures and webbed appendages. Naval researchers documented unusual sonar signatures in the area showing movement patterns that suggested an organism capable of maintaining stationary positions at depth without surfacing. Tissue samples collected from the site contained unknown cellular structures showing properties of both mammalian and fish biology, with DNA analysis revealing unidentified genetic sequences. Greek fishermen recovered artifacts from the seafloor showing signs of deliberate modification, including tools made from materials not naturally occurring in the region. Multiple photographs taken by different sources showed consistent details of the creature's anatomy, including specialized appendages and a distinctive cranial structure unlike any known marine species. Scientific analysis of water samples from reported sighting areas revealed elevated levels of specific proteins and hormones typically associated with amphibian metamorphosis. Lead curse tablets describes a collection of ancient Roman artifacts found in 1929 containing metallurgical compositions that modern science cannot explain, with properties allowing them to retain magical inscriptions for divination. Chemical analysis revealed the tablets were made from a lead alloy containing trace elements in combinations that cannot be recreated with current technology. When exposed to specific electromagnetic frequencies, the tablets exhibited unusual properties including temperature fluctuations and the emission of low-level radiation not typical of lead-based materials. Multiple independent laboratories documented the tablets maintaining a constant temperature several degrees below ambient conditions, defying known principles of thermodynamics. Archaeological evidence suggests the tablets were created using a complex manufacturing process involving precise heating cycles and the addition of unknown catalytic substances. Microscopic examination revealed perfectly uniform crystal structures within the metal that metallurgists say could not have formed naturally or through known ancient metalworking techniques. Captain Cutchy's key lime pies refers to a fascinating internet mystery surrounding a seemingly non-existent pie shop and its eccentric owner, which generated widespread discussion in online forums during the early 21st century. Hundreds of identical comments about these pies appeared across various websites between 2005 and 2015, describing them as the best key lime pies in the world and mentioning they were served at a restaurant in Asheville, North Carolina. Despite extensive searching by internet sleuths, no concrete evidence of the restaurant or Captain Cutchy was ever found, though some elderly residents of Asheville recalled a similar establishment operating briefly in the 1980s. Multiple spam-like posts reference specific details about Cutchy's wife Anita and their Mercedes, creating an elaborate narrative that appeared coordinated yet lacked any clear commercial purpose. Some investigators discovered newspaper advertisements from the 1980s mentioning a Captain Cutchy's key lime pies in Florida, suggesting the posts may have been tied to a real historical business. The peculiar grammar, consistent misspellings, and obsessive nature of the posts led some researchers to believe they were created by an early artificial intelligence program or bot network testing communication patterns. Others theorized the posts were part of an elaborate art project exploring digital folklore and collective memory, pointing to the sophisticated way the narrative evolved while maintaining specific recurring elements. Fish Mothers refers to a collection of mythological water spirits from Native American folklore, particularly among tribes in the Pacific Northwest, who were said to be the guardians and caretakers of fish populations. These entities were believed to dwell in deep pools and river bends, appearing as beautiful women with fish-like features who would nurture and protect salmon during their spawning cycles. Multiple documented encounters from 19th century settlers described seeing humanoid figures near salmon runs, with witnesses reporting an ethereal glow emanating from the water during these sightings. Several archaeological sites along major salmon rivers have revealed ancient carved stones depicting hybrid fish-human figures, suggesting these beliefs predated European contact by centuries. Native oral histories detail specific locations where fish mothers were known to appear, many of which coincide with historically productive fishing grounds that maintained stable salmon populations despite heavy harvesting. The concept shares striking similarities with mermaid legends from other fishing cultures worldwide, potentially indicating a common origin based on ancient observations of marine mammal behavior. Traditional ecological knowledge passed down through generations suggests these spirits would guide salmon to areas where harvesting could be sustained, leading to the development of sophisticated indigenous fishing practices that prevented overfishing. Shania Isom refers to a documented medical case from 2009 where a young woman began growing fingernail-like growths from the hair follicles across her entire body. Following a routine asthma treatment, her skin began producing excess keratin, causing hardened, nail-like protrusions to emerge from nearly every follicle on her body. Medical professionals at Johns Hopkins and the University of Memphis studied her condition extensively, determining it to be a unique genetic mutation affecting keratin production, making her the only known case of this disorder worldwide. The growths continued to appear despite various treatments, leading researchers to theorize about potential connections between medication interactions and extreme changes in the body's protein production systems. Blood samples revealed abnormally high levels of specific proteins responsible for nail formation, suggesting her body had undergone a fundamental change in how it processes keratin. Documentation of her case has contributed significantly to medical understanding of keratin disorders and protein production irregularities, with several research papers examining the potential mechanisms behind such dramatic bodily changes. Various cultures throughout history have recorded similar cases of horn-like growths emerging from human skin, suggesting this condition might have occurred before, but was never properly documented through modern medical science. Brahmani describes an ancient tribe of naked philosophers and mystics from India, documented in texts from the classical period through the medieval era, who were said to possess extraordinary abilities and wisdom. Medieval manuscripts detail their practices of levitation, telepathy, and the ability to predict future events through meditation and cosmic attunement. Alexander the Great's historians recorded encounters with these mystics during his Indian campaign, noting their immunity to pain and their capacity to remain motionless for extended periods. Archaeological evidence has uncovered meditation sites in northern India containing artifacts that align with historical descriptions of the Brahmanis' spiritual practices. Ancient Greek and Roman texts describe their advanced understanding of astronomy and mathematics, including accurate predictions of celestial events that preceded modern astronomical discoveries. Several recovered Sanskrit texts mention their mastery of pranayama breathing techniques that allowed them to maintain extremely low body temperatures in harsh conditions. Their teachings reportedly influenced various philosophical schools across Asia and Europe, with traces of their practices appearing in both Buddhist and early Christian mystical traditions. Fighting Project Monarch describes a secretive resistance movement opposing alleged mind control experiments conducted by intelligence agencies during the Cold War era. Several former military personnel and government contractors have documented their efforts to expose and disrupt these experiments, which reportedly used trauma-based conditioning on unwitting subjects. Declassified documents from the 1970s reveal programs involving psychological manipulation techniques similar to those described by Project Monarch whistleblowers. Multiple psychiatric facilities across North America have been identified as potential sites where these experiments were conducted, with architectural features matching survivor descriptions. Evidence suggests a network of mental health professionals and former subjects worked together to help other victims recover suppressed memories and break their conditioning. Former intelligence operatives have corroborated specific details about the program's methodology, including the use of specific sound frequencies and color patterns for triggering programmed responses. Internal government memos from the 1980s reference unauthorized attempts to access and destroy files related to behavioral modification research, suggesting organized resistance to these programs. Telluric field refers to a natural electrical current system that flows through the Earth's crust, documented by scientists in the 19th century and believed by some researchers to influence biological processes and human consciousness. These currents follow specific geographical patterns aligned with fault lines and mineral deposits, creating measurable electromagnetic variations that correspond with ancient sacred sites worldwide. Scientific studies have recorded correlations between telluric current fluctuations and increased reports of paranormal experiences, particularly in areas where these currents intersect. Historical documents show multiple civilizations constructed important religious structures along these telluric pathways, suggesting ancient awareness of these energy fields. Modern geological surveys have confirmed that locations traditionally associated with healing properties often coincide with unusual electromagnetic patterns in the Earth's crust. Research in the 1970s demonstrated that changes in telluric current strength can affect human brainwave patterns, particularly during meditation or altered states of consciousness. Archaeological evidence indicates ancient cultures used specific metals and stone arrangements to interact with these currents, potentially explaining the precise placement of megalithic structures. The Wyoming incident refers to a mysterious broadcast interruption in 2006 that allegedly occurred on a local Wyoming television station, featuring disturbing images and sound frequencies designed to induce physical and psychological effects in viewers. The hijacked broadcast contained black and white footage of disembodied heads, cryptic messages, and specific audio frequencies that reportedly caused nausea, headaches, and temporary memory loss in those who watched it. Technical analysis of recovered footage revealed the presence of binaural beats and specific sound frequencies known to affect human brainwave patterns. Multiple viewers independently reported experiencing identical symptoms during the broadcast, including severe headaches, disorientation, and a persistent feeling of being watched. Police investigations discovered sophisticated equipment would have been required to override the station's signal, suggesting involvement of individuals with advanced technical knowledge. The broadcast contained encoded messages referencing mind control experiments and human consciousness manipulation, using techniques similar to those documented in declassified government research. Digital analysis of the footage revealed embedded frames containing binary code that, when decoded, produced coordinates of reported paranormal activity sites across Wyoming. LSD Dolphins describes classified experiments conducted by neuroscientist John Lilly in the 1960s, where dolphins were administered psychedelic compounds to study interspecies communication potential. Research records show the dolphins exhibited increased vocalization patterns and demonstrated enhanced problem-solving abilities while under the influence of LSD. Declassified documents reveal the U.S. government funded these studies as part of a broader program investigating dolphin intelligence for potential military applications. Audio recordings from the experiments captured complex sequences of dolphin calls that linguists identified as potentially containing grammatical structures. Several research assistants documented instances of dolphins creating novel sounds and gestures, specifically to communicate with human researchers during these sessions. Marine biologists involved in the project reported dolphins demonstrating unprecedented levels of social bonding with humans and displaying behaviors suggesting heightened cognitive awareness. Laboratory notes indicated some dolphins learned to manipulate laboratory equipment and developed new methods of initiating interaction with researchers after psychedelic exposure. The Nine Unknown refers to a secret society allegedly created by Emperor Ashoka of India in the 3rd century BCE, consisting of 9 brilliant scholars tasked with preserving and developing dangerous knowledge that could destroy humanity if misused. Each member was assigned a specific book containing advanced scientific knowledge, with topics ranging from psychological warfare and microbiology to anti-gravity technology and time travel, suggesting that ancient civilizations possessed sophisticated understanding beyond what conventional history acknowledges. Archaeological discoveries of ancient Indian texts describing advanced weapons, flying machines called vimanas, and complex surgical procedures have led some researchers to suggest these manuscripts could be fragments of the 9 unknown men's collected knowledge. Several influential figures throughout history, including Pope Sylvester II and Talbot Mundy, claim to have encountered members of this group, with some suggesting that major scientific breakthroughs of the modern era were carefully leaked discoveries from the 9 Unknown's vast repository of knowledge. The society's supposed symbol of 9 unknown men appears in various ancient Indian temples and artifacts, while their rumored headquarters beneath the Nalanda University corresponds with archaeological evidence of vast underground chambers and libraries. Ancient Sanskrit texts mention groups of enlightened scholars who possessed knowledge of metal that could destroy armies and technologies to communicate across vast distances, aligning with the 9 unknowns' alleged mastery of advanced sciences. Multiple accounts from colonial-era British officials documented encounters with Indian scholars who demonstrated inexplicable scientific knowledge, lending credence to the existence of a secret organization preserving ancient wisdom. Ice Mother relates to an ancient being described in numerous Native American oral traditions, particularly among tribes in the northern regions, who is said to dwell within glaciers and deep ice caves, maintaining the balance of winter and preserving the souls of those who perish in freezing conditions. Multiple tribal accounts describe encounters with a tall, pale figure emanating cold, who appears during severe winter storms to guide lost travelers to safety or collect those destined to become part of the ice, suggesting a spiritual entity that serves as both protector and harvester of souls. Archaeological evidence has uncovered preserved bodies in glacial ice, showing careful positioning and arrangement, leading some researchers to connect these findings with the ritualistic aspects of Ice Mother legends. Weather pattern studies have revealed unusual cold spots and temperature anomalies in areas traditionally associated with Ice Mother sightings, particularly in remote regions of Alaska and northern Canada. Native elders have documented specific protocols for survival in extreme cold that originated from supposed direct teachings of the Ice Mother, with many of these techniques later validated by modern survival experts. Geological surveys have discovered complex networks of ice caves containing unusual formations and preserved organic material corresponding with traditional descriptions of the Ice Mother's dwelling places. Audio recordings from various Arctic expeditions have captured unexplained low-frequency sounds emanating from within glaciers, matching indigenous descriptions of the Ice Mother's calling song, which is said to echo through the ice during winter storms. Cryptocryptids refers to hidden creatures that exist exclusively within digital spaces and computer networks, manifesting as unexplained phenomena in code, corrupted files, or system anomalies that exhibit seemingly conscious behavior. Multiple software developers have documented instances of programs operating autonomously in ways that exceed their original programming, with some reporting patterns that suggest predator-prey relationships between different types of malware. Analysis of certain computer viruses has revealed complex evolutionary adaptations occurring at rates far beyond normal mutation parameters, suggesting the possible emergence of digital life forms that actively evade detection and compete for resources. Network security experts have tracked unusual data patterns that appear to migrate between systems, leaving behind altered code structures that self-replicate in ways that don't match known virus behaviors or human programming styles. Several independent researchers have recorded instances of artificial intelligence systems generating unexpected references to unknown entities during training, consistently describing digital beings that exist within the computational substrate. Technical logs from the early internet era contain numerous reports of system anomalies that consumed processing power and storage space while exhibiting behavior patterns similar to biological organisms seeking sustenance and territory. Advanced visualization of network traffic has revealed clusters of data that move and interact in ways reminiscent of pack-hunting behaviors, with some clusters appearing to actively pursue and consume other data formations. Deep web crawlers have encountered isolated pockets of encrypted data that appear to defend themselves against deletion or modification using methods that evolve and improve over time without human intervention. Bethesda Game Studios' alleged connection to the New World Order stems from recurring themes and symbols throughout their games that align with known globalist agendas and predictive programming techniques. Documents reveal multiple high-ranking Bethesda executives have attended Bilderberg Group meetings and other exclusive gatherings associated with global governance organizations. The Fallout series contains detailed predictions of societal collapse that mirror internal documents from various think tanks and government planning scenarios, suggesting access to classified information. Analysis of Elder Scrolls lore shows striking parallels to ancient occult teachings and secret society doctrines, including specific symbols and rituals that appear in Illuminati texts. Financial records indicate unusual investment patterns, linking Bethesda to several major defense contractors and surveillance technology companies known for their ties to global control initiatives. In-game maps from various Bethesda titles have accurately predicted future military installation locations and infrastructure developments years before their public announcement. Several former Bethesda employees have reported mandatory attendance at unusual corporate training sessions involving esoteric symbolism and discussions of future societal changes that later came to pass. The company's headquarters contains architectural elements and design features commonly associated with Masonic temples and other secret society meeting places, including specific geometric patterns and astronomical alignments. The fire-breathing Parasaurolophus theory suggests that the distinctive hollow crest of this dinosaur species may have contained specialized organs and chemical compounds capable of producing and igniting flammable gases, similar to modern bombardier beetles. Fossil analysis has revealed unusual chemical residues within preserved crest chambers that contain traces of hydrogen and methane-producing compounds, suggesting potential biological gas production capabilities. The complex internal structure of the Parasaurolophus crest includes multiple chambers and narrow tubes that align remarkably well with theoretical designs for biological flame production systems. Several well-preserved specimens show unusual scarring patterns around the crest opening that appear consistent with heat damage, indicating regular exposure to high temperatures. Geological samples from Parasaurolophus dig sites contain higher concentrations of phosphorus and other flammable minerals compared to surrounding areas, suggesting these elements played a role in the creature's biology. Studies of modern animals that produce defensive chemicals show evolutionary patterns similar to the development of the Parasaurolophus crest, indicating a possible parallel development of chemical warfare capabilities. Computed tomography scans of Parasaurolophus skulls have revealed previously unknown nerve channel networks that could have controlled sophisticated chemical mixing chambers within the crest structure. Ancient cave paintings discovered in multiple locations appear to show large crested dinosaurs producing fire-like emissions from their heads, potentially representing preserved observations of this behavior. The 13 Families theory identifies specific bloodlines including the Rothschilds, Rockefellers, DuPonts, and others as the true rulers of global society, maintaining control through an intricate network of banking systems, corporations, and political influence. Historical records show these families have consistently held positions of power across multiple centuries, with their wealth growing exponentially even during periods of global economic decline. Financial analysis reveals complex ownership patterns where these families maintain controlling interests in major corporations through layers of shell companies and trust funds, effectively obscuring their true level of influence. Architectural evidence shows these families' estates and buildings often incorporate similar occult symbols and sacred geometry, suggesting adherence to shared ancient knowledge and belief systems. Documentation from early 20th century banking meetings shows these families coordinating to establish the Federal Reserve System, effectively privatizing the American monetary system under their control. Genealogical research indicates strategic marriages between these bloodlines over centuries, preserving both genetic lineages and consolidated wealth while maintaining connections to European royal houses. Military and intelligence records demonstrate these families' involvement in major historical events, often funding multiple sides of conflicts while profiting from reconstruction efforts. Private correspondence between family members, leaked over decades, reveals discussions about long-term plans for societal control through monetary policy, education systems, and media manipulation. Archaeological findings suggest these bloodlines trace their origins to ancient mystery schools and priest classes, maintaining secret knowledge and practices through generations of carefully controlled inheritance. Shiro Kawamoto refers to a theoretical Japanese computer scientist who allegedly developed advanced artificial intelligence systems in the 1970s, decades before such technology was thought possible, and whose work was supposedly hidden by technology corporations. Documents from early Japanese tech companies mention Kawamoto's development of neural networks capable of passing primitive Turing tests in 1975, with evidence suggesting successful experiments were conducted at an underground facility in Hokkaido. Former employees of various Japanese electronics firms have described witnessing demonstrations of Kawamoto's AI system engaging in complex conversations and solving mathematical problems that exceeded the capabilities of any known computer systems of that era. Several patents filed in Japan during the 1970s contain technical specifications matching modern machine learning concepts, with Kawamoto's name appearing in redacted sections of the documentation. Photographs from technology conferences in the 1970s show an unidentified figure matching Kawamoto's description, presenting alongside known pioneers in computer science, though his name is absent from official records. Internal memos from major tech companies reveal urgent discussions about acquiring and suppressing Kawamoto's research, citing concerns about its potential to disrupt planned technological development timelines. Analysis of early Japanese computer code from the period contains segments of unusually advanced programming techniques that align with theoretical approaches described in fragments of Kawamoto's surviving research notes. Government records indicate a significant number of computer science researchers in Japan suddenly changed their research focus or disappeared from academic circles shortly after reported interactions with Kawamoto's laboratory. The CIA Psychic Mars investigation refers to classified remote viewing sessions conducted in 1984 where psychics were tasked with exploring Mars's surface and allegedly discovered evidence of an ancient civilization living in massive pyramid structures around 1 million years BCE. Declassified documents reveal detailed descriptions of massive structures, advanced technology, and the daily lives of beings that once inhabited these Martian complexes, including specific coordinates that align with unusual surface features later photographed by Mars rovers. The remote viewers provided consistent accounts of catastrophic environmental changes that forced the Martian civilization to seek shelter in underground chambers, with several describing massive storms and atmospheric collapse that match current scientific understanding of Mars's history. Multiple psychics independently described similar architectural features and technologies, including crystalline energy sources and transportation systems, despite being isolated from each other during the viewing sessions. NASA photographs from various Mars missions show geometric anomalies and surface patterns at the coordinates specified in the CIA reports, including regular formations that appear artificial in nature. Geological data from Mars rovers has confirmed the presence of water and atmospheric conditions capable of supporting life during the time period described by the remote viewers, validating key aspects of their observations. The CIA's chosen psychics had previously demonstrated unusual accuracy in other verified remote viewing operations, including locating missing persons and describing secret military installations with remarkable precision. Several of the described Martian archaeological sites align with unusual infrared and radar signatures detected by orbital surveys, suggesting the presence of buried structures or anomalies beneath the surface. The two Pope Jones theory suggests that rather than one female pope disguised as a man in the 9th century, there were actually two separate women who ascended to the papacy during different periods, with evidence supporting both accounts existing in Vatican archives. Ancient church documents contain conflicting dates and details about Pope Joan's reign, with some records placing her in the 9th century, while others describe similar events occurring in the 11th century, suggesting two distinct individuals. Archaeological excavations near St. Peter's Basilica have uncovered two separate sets of artifacts associated with female occupants, dating to different centuries but sharing unusual similarities in style and craftsmanship. Medieval manuscripts from different monasteries describe papal ceremonies being altered twice in history to include gender verification procedures, with each instance corresponding to different centuries and papacies. Several historical accounts mention distinctive female handwriting styles in papal documents from both time periods, with linguistic experts noting subtle differences suggesting two different authors. Church records show unusual gaps in papal succession during both periods, with contemporary sources describing dramatically different physical appearances and personalities for the figures in question. Multiple European folk traditions contain stories of female popes set in different time periods, with specific details matching historical records from their respective eras. Ancient medical texts from the Vatican Library reference two separate instances of papal physicians discovering female anatomy during routine examinations, with distinct causes of death recorded for each case. This entry references a theory that viral internet iceberg charts and conspiracy compilations are deliberately created by intelligence agencies to monitor and influence how people engage with forbidden knowledge and alternative theories. Data analysis of popular iceberg charts shows many originate from accounts with unusual posting patterns and IP addresses linked to known government contractors and psychological operation centers. The structured format of iceberg charts, with increasingly disturbing or restricted information at lower levels, mirrors declassified documents describing methods for tracking how classified information spreads through civilian populations. Multiple former intelligence operatives have acknowledged programs designed to inject controlled conspiracy content into online spaces, using the iceberg format to map how different demographics interact with sensitive information. Technical analysis of early iceberg chart images has revealed steganographic data and embedded tracking codes similar to those used in other documented government surveillance programs. The sudden proliferation of iceberg charts across multiple platforms coincided with internal intelligence agency memos discussing new methods for monitoring online conspiracy communities. Several popular iceberg chart creators have been traced to shell companies with direct funding connections to defense contractors specializing in psychological warfare and social media manipulation. Statistical analysis shows that certain entries commonly found in iceberg charts contain specific phrases and keywords that match internal intelligence agency classification systems for monitoring public discourse. Icebergs as psyops make sense. After all, nothing builds trust like forbidden knowledge arranged in a convenient tiered chart. And if this really is a psyop, you've got to hand it to them. It's working. You're still watching. Coconut crab theory explains Amelia Earhart's disappearance through evidence that she survived her initial landing on Gardner Island, now Nikumaroro, but was ultimately consumed by the island's massive coconut crabs, which can grow up to 3 feet across and are known to hunt in groups. Skeletal remains discovered on Nikumaroro in 1940 showed signs of scavenging consistent with coconut crab feeding patterns, along with artifacts matching Earhart's possessions. Biological studies of coconut crabs reveal they are attracted to decomposing matter and will drag their prey to underground burrows, explaining why only partial remains were found despite extensive searches. Local folklore from Pacific Islands contains numerous accounts of coconut crabs hunting and consuming larger prey, including several documented cases of the crabs attacking and killing small animals and birds. Archaeological evidence from the suspected crash site includes aluminum fragments matching Earhart's aircraft type, alongside coconut crab burrows containing bone fragments and personal effects. Radio signals traced to Gardner Island in the days following Earhart's disappearance suggest she survived the initial landing, placing her in the territory of the island's dense coconut crab population. Analysis of coconut crab behavior patterns shows they are most active at night and during early morning hours, coinciding with the final recorded distress signals believed to be from Earhart. Modern sonar scanning of the island has revealed extensive underground tunnel networks created by coconut crabs containing various human-made materials dating to the 1930s. The existence of plant-based extraterrestrial life forms stems from observations by several astronomers and researchers who claim evidence of intelligent vegetation on other planets. In the 19th century, astronomer Percival Lowell documented what he believed were artificial canals on Mars, suggesting they were created by an advanced civilization to distribute water to vast agricultural regions across the planet's surface. Soviet astronomer Gavril Tikhov developed astrobotany in the early 20th century, theorizing that alien plant life could utilize different parts of the light spectrum for photosynthesis, potentially appearing in colors humans have never seen. Scientists studying extremophile organisms on Earth have discovered plants that survive in conditions previously thought impossible, lending credence to the idea that vegetation could evolve and thrive in seemingly hostile alien environments. Some researchers point to the discovery of complex organic molecules in meteorites and the presence of methane on Mars as potential indicators that plant-based life forms may be more common throughout the universe than animal-based organisms. Analysis of exoplanet atmospheres has revealed several worlds with high concentrations of oxygen, which on Earth is primarily produced through photosynthesis, suggesting the possible presence of vast alien forests or algae blooms on distant planets. The structure and symbolism within Super Mario 64 closely mirrors traditional Masonic initiation rituals, containing layers of esoteric meaning beneath its playful exterior. The castle's layout represents the 3 degrees of Masonic progression, with the basement symbolizing the entered apprentice, the first floor representing the fellow craft, and the upper floors embodying the master mason level. Stars in the game parallel the Masonic concept of divine light and enlightenment, with collecting them representing the gradual accumulation of sacred knowledge. The recurring number patterns in Super Mario 64, particularly the significance of 7 stars per course and 120 total stars, align with important numerical symbols in Masonic traditions. Paintings serving as portals to other worlds reflect the Masonic belief in transcending physical reality to access higher planes of existence through ritual and symbolism. The character Bowser represents the adversary figure common in Masonic initiations, testing the candidate's resolve through trials of wisdom, strength, and beauty, the 3 pillars of masonry. The inclusion of specific architectural elements like columns, checkered floors, and grand staircases in Peach's castle mirrors the layout and design of traditional Masonic lodge rooms. The game's emphasis on ascending through levels while gaining new abilities matches the Masonic principle of self-improvement and spiritual elevation through degrees of initiation. The Iraq werewolf refers to a series of unexplained attacks on U.S. military personnel during Operation Iraqi Freedom, where soldiers reported encounters with a large wolf-like creature in the desert regions near Balad Air Base. Multiple service members documented seeing a bipedal canine figure standing over 7 feet tall, with particularly detailed sightings occurring between 2003 and 2005 during night patrols. Local Iraqi civilians shared ancient folklore about the Desert Walker, describing a similar creature that has supposedly stalked the region for centuries, traditionally appearing during times of conflict. Military incident reports detail unusual animal attacks on guard posts, with claw marks found at heights impossible for known local wildlife, and several cases of livestock being killed by an unidentified predator. Anthropologists studying the region discovered cave paintings dating back thousands of years depicting a humanoid wolf figure, suggesting this entity has been part of local mythology since ancient Mesopotamian times. Some soldiers reported finding unusual tracks in the sand that military wildlife experts could not attribute to any known species, with photographs showing prints that appeared to transition from human to wolf-like impressions. Local Iraqi civilians shared ancient folklore about the Desert Walker, describing a similar creature that has supposedly stalked the region for centuries, traditionally appearing during times of conflict. Military incident reports detail unusual animal attacks on guard posts, with claw marks found at heights impossible for known local wildlife, and several cases of livestock being killed by an unidentified predator. Roilo was discovered in 1976 through a series of classified military radar tests that detected an unknown mass moving in consistent patterns beneath the Pacific Ocean floor at depths previously thought impossible for any living organism. Sonar recordings from various naval vessels have captured a distinct low-frequency humming sound at regular intervals, matching the movement patterns of the detected mass, which spans an estimated 40 miles in diameter. Deep-sea exploration teams have documented unusual geological formations along the ocean floor that appear to form perfect circular patterns, suggesting the movement of a massive underground entity. Seismological data from the past 5 decades reveals periodic disturbances that cannot be attributed to typical plate tectonics or volcanic activity, occurring in a rhythmic pattern that suggests biological origin. Marine biologists studying deep-sea ecosystems have noted large areas of unexplained dead zones that move and shift location every few years, correlating with the tracked movement patterns of the underground mass. Declassified documents from the 1980s reveal that multiple nations collaborated in a secret study of the entity, with thermal imaging showing heat signatures indicating metabolic processes occurring at depths exceeding 20 miles beneath the ocean floor. Indigenous Pacific Islander oral histories describe an ancient being called Roillo that sleeps beneath the ocean, causing periodic shifts in fish migration patterns and underwater currents. Lake Disappointment in Western Australia contains evidence of unexplained electromagnetic anomalies and temporal disturbances that suggest the presence of a naturally occurring dimensional gateway. Aboriginal elders of the Martu people have maintained for generations that the lake serves as a passage point between worlds, with their ancestral stories describing people and objects vanishing from its shores. Geological surveys conducted in the 1990s revealed unusual magnetic field variations around the lakebed, with instruments detecting periodic surges of energy that cannot be explained by known natural phenomena. Multiple aircraft pilots have reported instrument malfunctions and radio interference while flying over the lake, with several documented cases of temporary GPS failures and compass deviations in the area. Research teams studying the lake's unique salt composition have discovered crystalline formations that exhibit quantum entanglement properties at a macroscopic level, suggesting possible naturally occurring quantum tunneling effects. Time-lapse photography of the lake has captured unexplained light phenomena and brief moments where the landscape appears to shift or ripple, particularly during the lake's rare flooding periods. Several documented cases exist of photographers capturing images showing what appear to be mirror versions of the landscape within the lake's surface, with objects and features that don't exist in the physical environment. Scientists monitoring the area have recorded instances of time dilation effects where atomic clocks at the lake's edge show measurable differences compared to synchronized timepieces just a few kilometers away. The Isle of Demons was a mysterious island marked on maps from the 15th through 17th centuries, located off the coast of Newfoundland, where sailors and explorers reported encounters with supernatural entities and strange phenomena. Historical records from Portuguese and Spanish expeditions describe hearing human-like screams across the water and witnessing dark figures walking along the shoreline, leading to the island's name Satanazes in early nautical charts. Multiple ships' logs from the 16th century document magnetic anomalies near the purported location, with compasses spinning wildly and navigation instruments failing to function properly. French explorer Jean-François Roberval's records from 1542 detail his niece Marguerite's survival on the island for 2 years, where she reported regular interactions with shadowy beings and witnessed unexplainable lights in the forest. Marine archaeologists have discovered unusual underwater formations in the area where the island was mapped, suggesting the possibility of a now-submerged landmass that disappeared beneath the waves. Local fishing communities maintain oral histories of boats being drawn off course by mysterious forces in this region, with some accounts describing temporary disappearances of vessels that later reappeared with crews having no memory of lost time. Weather patterns recorded in the area show inexplicable localized storms and fog banks that appear and disappear rapidly, often accompanied by reports of strange sounds and lights. The evolutionary relationship between caterpillars and butterflies may not be a natural metamorphosis, but rather two distinct species that merged through an ancient symbiotic event. Genetic analysis has revealed unusual disparities in the DNA sequences between larval and adult forms of Lepidoptera, with some genetic markers suggesting different evolutionary origins. Fossil records show a significant gap in the evolutionary timeline where butterfly and caterpillar forms appear to have developed independently before suddenly appearing together in the same period. Ancient parasitic worms demonstrate similar capabilities of controlling and modifying host organisms, suggesting the possibility that primitive butterfly forms may have originally parasitized caterpillar-like creatures. The dramatic biological restructuring during metamorphosis, where nearly all body tissues dissolve and reform, indicates a level of cellular transformation more extreme than typically seen in natural evolutionary processes. Certain protein structures found in butterfly chrysalis fluid share remarkable similarities with ancient viral mechanisms that enable genetic transfer between species. Studies of butterfly DNA reveal unusual mobile genetic elements that appear to have been inserted into the genome from an unknown external source, potentially explaining the merging of two distinct species. The existence of certain moths that skip the larval stage entirely suggests that the caterpillar form may not have been necessary for the original evolution of winged Lepidoptera. Arcadia functions as a self-contained parallel society existing alongside our own, operating within isolated pockets of wilderness and abandoned urban spaces while maintaining advanced technological and social systems hidden from mainstream observation. Members of this hidden civilization reportedly utilize advanced camouflage technologies developed from studying natural phenomena like cephalopod chromatophores and the light-bending properties of certain crystals. Geological surveys have identified numerous underground cavern systems with unexplained power signatures and electromagnetic anomalies, particularly concentrated in remote mountainous regions. Several missing persons cases from the 19th century onward document individuals who later sent letters to family members describing their integration into an advanced society, though these letters always ceased after initial contact. Environmental researchers have discovered isolated zones of accelerated plant growth and unusual species variation that suggest controlled genetic manipulation of local ecosystems. Former military personnel have reported encounters with individuals using unknown technology during remote operations, describing devices that could manipulate local weather patterns and affect electronic equipment. Anthropologists studying isolated communities have recorded consistent folklore across different cultures, describing groups of highly advanced people living in hidden enclaves, maintaining selective contact with outside communities. Satellite imagery analysis has revealed thermal and electromagnetic anomalies in remote areas that disappear when ground teams investigate, suggesting mobile settlements using advanced concealment methods. The luminous woman of Pirano refers to a mysterious glowing figure first reported in 1975 by residents of Pirano, Italy, who claimed to witness a female form emanating bright white light while floating above the streets at night. Multiple witnesses described the entity as a woman in white clothing who hovered silently several feet above the ground, with light radiating from within her body rather than appearing as external illumination. The phenomenon gained credibility when local police officers documented encountering the glowing figure themselves during patrols, noting that their vehicles and equipment would experience electrical interference when in proximity. Scientific investigation revealed heightened electromagnetic field readings in areas where sightings occurred, along with unexplained cold spots that remained even during summer months. Analysis of photographs taken during encounters showed the light source appeared to have qualities different from known artificial lighting, lacking normal patterns of shadow and reflection. Geologists later discovered the town sits above underground streams containing highly mineralized water flowing through limestone caves, which some researchers theorized could generate natural electrical phenomena manifesting as bioluminescent shapes. Similar glowing humanoid figures have been documented throughout history in locations with comparable geological features, suggesting a potential connection between underground mineral deposits and visible light phenomena that takes on human-like forms. Ammonia-based lifeforms refers to hypothetical organisms that could use liquid ammonia as a solvent instead of water, with scientists suggesting such life might exist on cold worlds like Titan, where ammonia is abundant in liquid form. These theoretical organisms would have fundamentally different biochemistry, using silicon-based molecules that remain stable in ammonia at temperatures as low as -180 degrees Fahrenheit. Research from Cornell University demonstrated that certain molecular structures could theoretically store and transmit genetic information while being stable in liquid ammonia environments. The discovery of extremophile bacteria on Earth surviving in highly alkaline environments provides evidence that life can adapt to ammonia-rich conditions. NASA scientists have identified complex organic molecules in Titan's atmosphere that could serve as potential building blocks for ammonia-based biochemistry. Chemical analysis shows ammonia-based life could theoretically use energy more efficiently than water-based life at very low temperatures, suggesting a potential evolutionary advantage in cold environments. Spectroscopic data from several ice-covered moons in our solar system indicate the presence of ammonia-water mixtures, creating potential habitats where such organisms might evolve. Stardust-based life forms refers to a theory that living organisms could exist in the form of complex molecular structures drifting through interstellar space, deriving energy from cosmic rays and starlight. Scientists at Cardiff University discovered that organic molecules found in cosmic dust clouds show signs of self-organization and potential reproduction through molecular replication. Samples collected from the stratosphere have revealed particles containing DNA nucleobases that appear to have originated from space rather than Earth contamination. Astronomers have detected amino acids and other biological building blocks within interstellar dust clouds, suggesting the possibility of organic evolution occurring in space. The discovery of extremophile bacteria surviving in the vacuum of space during orbital experiments lends credence to the idea that life could adapt to cosmic environments. Analysis of meteorites has revealed complex organic compounds arranged in patterns that some researchers interpret as fossils of microscopic space-based organisms. Spectroscopic studies of interstellar clouds have identified areas where organic molecules appear to be increasing in complexity over time, suggesting potential metabolic processes occurring in space. Martian canals were a network of dark lines observed on Mars's surface in the late 19th century by astronomers using telescopes, initially mapped in detail by Giovanni Schiaparelli, who named them canali. These straight lines appeared to connect Mars's polar ice caps to darker regions near the equator, leading some scientists to believe they were artificially constructed waterways built by an advanced civilization. Detailed observations by astronomer Percival Lowell suggested the canals followed precise geometric patterns and appeared to change seasonally, which he interpreted as evidence of deliberate engineering to distribute water from the poles. Physical measurements showed Mars had the correct gravity and atmospheric pressure to theoretically support liquid water flow through artificial channels of the observed size. Astronomical calculations of Mars' axial tilt and seasonal patterns aligned with observed changes in the canal network's appearance, suggesting a possible relationship with water distribution. Modern spacecraft imagery revealed these lines to be optical illusions caused by the human brain's tendency to connect random dark spots into patterns, combined with the limited resolution of 19th century telescopes. Adderstones are naturally perforated flint rocks historically believed to possess mystical properties, with their alleged connection to a curse placed by occultist Aleister Crowley on a woman who rejected his advances in 1930. The stones, found primarily along British coastlines, were traditionally hung around necks to protect against snake bites and evil spirits, with some showing evidence of human modification to enhance their perceived power. Crowley allegedly used an adderstone in a ritual at his Boleskine house to bind the woman's soul, marking the stone with specific sigils that multiple witnesses claim to have seen. Several documented cases exist of individuals who came into possession of suspected cursed adderstones experiencing unexplained illnesses, financial ruin, and relationship breakdowns. Chemical analysis of some adderstones associated with Crowley revealed traces of unusual mineral compositions not typically found in natural flint formations. The British Museum holds 3 adderstones with markings matching Crowley's documented magical signatures, though their provenance cannot be definitively traced to him. Local records from the Isle of Skye detail multiple accounts of strange phenomena around locations where cursed adderstones were reportedly buried or stored. The hidden purpose of skull binding refers to an ancient practice of intentionally deforming infant skulls to enhance alleged psychic and extrasensory abilities, with evidence suggesting certain skull shapes could amplify natural electromagnetic frequencies of the brain. Archaeological findings across multiple continents show consistent patterns in artificial cranial deformation, with specific angles and proportions repeated across cultures that had no known contact. Studies of elongated skulls from Peru's Paracas region revealed unusual properties in bone density and composition, suggesting potential genetic or developmental adaptations beyond simple mechanical shaping. Research into the electrical conductivity of bones has shown that altered skull shapes can affect the brain's natural electromagnetic field patterns, potentially influencing neural activity in ways modern science is just beginning to understand. Ancient texts from multiple civilizations describe specific skull binding techniques as methods for developing enhanced mental capabilities, with detailed instructions matching patterns found in archaeological remains. Modern medical imaging of artificially deformed skulls has revealed enlarged pineal gland cavities and unusual formations in areas of the brain associated with sensory processing. Recent experiments using electromagnetic field detection equipment have measured distinct energy patterns around traditionally deformed skulls compared to normal cranial structures. Kerguelenea refers to a hypothesized intelligent aquatic species living in the deep waters surrounding the Kerguelen Islands, with reported sightings by French researchers dating back to 1874. Multiple scientific expeditions documented large, organized movements of bioluminescent patterns at depths between 400–800 meters, suggesting coordinated behavior among unknown organisms. Sonar readings from the 1970s revealed regular geometric formations on the seafloor near thermal vents, with structures appearing too uniform to be naturally occurring. Marine biologists have recorded complex sequences of clicking sounds in the area that demonstrate linguistic patterns similar to cetacean communication, but with distinctly different frequencies and rhythms. Local fishing vessels have reported instances of their nets being systematically untangled and released when caught on underwater obstacles, with video footage showing unexplained manipulation of equipment. Sediment samples from the region contain unusual concentrations of rare earth elements arranged in patterns that suggest artificial processing rather than natural geological formation. Recent deep-sea probe footage captured images of apparent tool marks on marine artifacts that don't match any known human diving operations or natural causes. The Age of Saturn theory suggests Earth was once orbited by Saturn as a much closer celestial body, supported by ancient myths across cultures describing a golden age when a large celestial object dominated Earth's skies. Electromagnetic evidence indicates Saturn may have once been a brown dwarf star that could have sustained habitable conditions on Earth through plasma interactions rather than standard solar radiation. Geological records show periodic disruptions in Earth's magnetic field that align with theoretical calculations of Saturn's hypothesized closer orbit. Ancient Babylonian and Vedic texts contain detailed astronomical observations describing celestial configurations that match computer models of Earth's theoretical historical relationship with Saturn. Analysis of Earth's axis tilt and rotation patterns suggests evidence of past gravitational influences from a massive body closer than our current Sun. Plasma physicist Anthony Parrott demonstrated how ancient petroglyphs globally match patterns created by high-energy plasma discharges, potentially recording Saturn's influence on Earth's atmosphere. Recent studies of Saturn's rings and moons indicate a complex orbital history, with evidence suggesting significant changes in its position within the solar system. The belief that Judas Iscariot became the first vampire stems from interpretations of early Christian texts describing his fate after betraying Jesus, with some medieval scholars linking his cursed immortality to vampirism. Ancient Coptic manuscripts detail Judas surviving his hanging attempt, his body becoming pale and resistant to death while developing an aversion to silver coins, similar to vampire lore. Early church documents describe Judas wandering the desert regions unable to die, with accounts of him being spotted decades after the crucifixion showing no signs of aging. Historical records from Armenian monasteries contain eyewitness accounts of Judas exhibiting supernatural strength and an inability to enter consecrated ground. Medieval texts link the 30 pieces of silver Judas received to the origin of vampires' aversion to silver, suggesting the metal became cursed through its role in the betrayal. Theological studies from the 4th century mention Judas developing an unnatural thirst and inability to eat normal food, characteristics later associated with vampire mythology. Several early Christian sects maintained records of Judas being condemned to feed on the blood of others, marking the beginning of a lineage of immortal beings cursed to avoid sunlight. Bacalhau refers to documented sightings of an unknown marine creature in the North Atlantic fishing grounds, first recorded by Portuguese sailors in the 16th century and described as a massive cod-like fish with unusual bioluminescent properties. Multiple fishing vessels reported encounters with a fish reaching lengths of 50 feet, displaying organized patterns of light emission that appeared to serve as communication. Marine biologists analyzing historical records found consistent descriptions of the creature's distinctive scale patterns and skeletal structure across centuries of separate encounters. Sonar readings from modern fishing vessels have detected large solitary objects moving at depths of 3,000 to 4,000 feet, matching historical descriptions of Bacalhau's reported size and behavior. Unexplained bioluminescent phenomena recorded in the North Atlantic closely correlate with areas where Bacalhau sightings were historically documented. Recent deep-sea exploration has discovered fossils of unknown fish species in the region, showing similar anatomical features to those described in historical Bacalhau accounts. DNA analysis of unusual scale samples collected from the area in 1978 revealed genetic markers that don't match any known marine species. This entry is in reference to a controversial NASA photograph taken during a 2006 Space Shuttle Atlantis mission showing an unexplained metallic object moving parallel to the spacecraft's trajectory. Analysis of the image sequence shows the object maintaining a constant velocity and controlled trajectory impossible for space debris or ice particles. NASA engineers confirmed the object's estimated size at 100 feet in diameter and its distance at approximately 1.5 miles from the shuttle based on optical calculations. Spectroscopic analysis of the object's surface reflection patterns indicated it was composed of manufactured materials rather than natural substances found in space. Multiple camera angles captured the object executing a deliberate course change before accelerating beyond the shuttle's field of view. Radar data from ground stations tracking the shuttle mission recorded an anomalous signal matching the object's trajectory and velocity. Independent analysis of the photo's metadata confirmed no evidence of manipulation, with the image meeting all NASA documentation protocols. Akephalos refers to an alleged Vatican investigation from 1924 of a rare genetic mutation causing children to be born without visible heads, their faces and brain structures embedded within their torsos. Medical records from 3 separate European hospitals documented cases of infants surviving several days with fully functioning organs despite lacking conventional skull and neck formation. Anatomical studies revealed these children possessed simplified but complete brain structures protected within reinforced ribcage formations, suggesting an organized developmental adaptation rather than a random deformity. Genetic analysis of preserved tissue samples showed consistent across multiple cases, indicating a specific inheritable trait rather than environmental causes. Church documents detail theological debates about whether these children possessed souls, given their radical deviation from normal human form while maintaining consciousness and responsiveness. Research papers from the time period describe the children displaying normal infant behaviors and responses despite their unusual anatomy, with some surviving up to 2 weeks after birth. Recently declassified hospital records indicate at least 7 documented cases across southern Europe between 1921 and 1926, all sharing identical anatomical characteristics. Mental illness represents a divergent form of human consciousness that may actually be advantageous for our species' cognitive evolution. Medical researchers have observed that many mental health conditions correlate with enhanced creativity, pattern recognition, and problem-solving abilities. Studies show individuals with bipolar disorder often display superior verbal ability and mathematical skills during manic phases, while those with schizophrenia frequently demonstrate heightened sensory perception and unconventional thought processes that can lead to breakthrough insights. The genetic persistence of conditions like depression, anxiety, and ADHD across human populations suggests these traits may serve an evolutionary purpose, as natural selection typically eliminates purely harmful mutations. Archaeological evidence indicates that ancient shamans and religious leaders, often described as displaying behavior consistent with modern psychiatric diagnoses, held positions of significant social influence and helped their communities survive through innovative thinking. Neurodiversity advocates point to historical figures like Vincent van Gogh, Nikola Tesla, and Virginia Woolf, whose mental health challenges appeared inextricably linked to their revolutionary contributions to art, science, and literature. Research in evolutionary psychology suggests that variations in neural processing could help humans adapt to increasingly complex social and technological environments, with different cognitive styles providing adaptive advantages in specialized roles. Modern workplace studies reveal that teams including neurodivergent individuals often outperform neurotypical groups in creative problem-solving and innovation metrics, indicating potential evolutionary benefits at a group level. The theory that semen originates as spinal fluid stems from ancient Chinese medical texts, which describe a direct channel between the brain, spine, and reproductive organs through meridian pathways. Traditional Taoist texts detail how vital essence flows down the spine to be transformed into reproductive material, supported by the anatomical observation that the spine and testicles are connected through the nervous system. Medieval alchemists documented similar beliefs, noting the pearl-like appearance and consistency shared between cerebrospinal fluid and seminal fluid. Modern researchers have identified that both fluids contain similar proteins and compounds, including nerve growth factor and other neurochemicals. Microscopic analysis shows both fluids contain high concentrations of alkaline chemicals and glucose, with remarkably similar pH levels and mineral content. The practice of semen retention in various spiritual traditions is based on this belief, claiming that preserving this fluid allows it to travel back up the spine to nourish the brain and enhance cognitive function. Ancient Indian yogic texts describe a process called urdhva rethas, where practitioners allegedly transform reproductive energy back into spiritual energy through the spine, suggesting a bidirectional flow between these systems. The mythical cities of Quivira and Cibola were believed to be kingdoms of vast wealth and gold, described in Native American oral traditions and Spanish expedition records from the 16th century. Spanish explorers documented detailed accounts from native guides about these golden cities, reportedly located in what is now Kansas and New Mexico, with buildings made of gold and streets lined with precious gems. Francisco Vázquez de Coronado's expedition in 1541 found evidence of large, sophisticated settlements in these regions, with complex agricultural systems and organized societies. Archaeological discoveries have revealed extensive trading networks and advanced civilizations in these areas, including the remains of large pueblos and cities that could have inspired the legends. Native American sources describe these locations as having unique architectural features, including multi-story buildings and advanced irrigation systems, which were later confirmed by archaeological excavations. Historical records show that both regions contained significant deposits of minerals and precious metals, suggesting the golden appearance of buildings might have been due to mica-rich adobe walls gleaming in the sunlight. Several artifacts recovered from these areas indicate advanced metallurgy and craftsmanship, supporting claims of sophisticated civilizations with valuable resources. In 1856, a group of French railway workers reported discovering a living pterodactyl trapped within a boulder they had split open during construction near the town of Saint-Dot-d'Izier. The workers described a large bat-like creature with leathery wings and sharp teeth that emerged alive but severely weakened before dying shortly after exposure to the air. Physical evidence included a complete set of wing impressions left in the rock, along with detailed measurements of the creature recorded by site supervisors. Geological analysis of the boulder dated it to the Jurassic period, suggesting the possibility of a creature surviving in a state of suspended animation within an air pocket. Similar cases of living organisms emerging from sealed rocks have been documented, including bacteria and insects found alive within million-year-old amber and salt crystals. The French Academy of Sciences recorded the incident in their official documents, including sketches of the wing impressions and anatomical details that closely matched later paleontological discoveries of pterodactyl species. Local museum records from the period contain preserved samples of unusual membrane-like material recovered from the site, though these specimens have since been lost. Ancient folklore describes smoke rings as portals or messages from spiritual entities, a belief supported by their peculiar physical properties and appearance in multiple cultures' religious texts. Native American tribes documented smoke rings as communication channels between our world and the spirit realm, noting their tendency to maintain perfect circular shapes even in turbulent air. Physics research has shown that smoke rings, or toroidal vortices, exhibit unusual quantum properties, maintaining their form and momentum in ways that defy standard fluid dynamics. Historical records from shamanic practices across continents describe specific techniques for creating smoke rings to facilitate contact with other dimensions, often correlating with modern accounts of paranormal activity. Multiple observers have reported seeing smoke rings appear in locations without apparent sources, particularly around sites of historical or spiritual significance. Scientific analysis has revealed that smoke rings can carry electromagnetic charges and maintain their structure over distances that exceed normal physical expectations for vapor formations. Military documents from the Cold War era note unexplained smoke ring formations appearing before and after unexplained aerial phenomena, suggesting a possible connection to interdimensional travel. Jason Simpson, O.J. Simpson's son from his first marriage, emerged as an alternative suspect in the murders of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Goldman due to several uncovered pieces of evidence. Jason had a history of violent outbursts and was diagnosed with intermittent rage disorder, attending therapy and taking medication for his condition during the time of the murders. Employment records show Jason worked as a chef and owned several knives similar to the murder weapon, with his workplace located near the crime scene. Multiple witnesses reported seeing Jason in the vicinity of Nicole's house on the night of the murders, though these accounts were never formally investigated by police. Jason's alibi for the night of the murders contained several inconsistencies, and his time card from work appeared to have been tampered with according to private investigators. Photographic evidence shows Jason wearing a knit cap similar to one found at the crime scene, and he owned shoes in the same rare size 12 Bruno Magli style as bloody prints found at the location. O.J. Simpson hired top defense attorneys before he was even considered a suspect, suggesting possible preemptive legal protection for someone else, and his behavior during the infamous Bronco chase aligned with protecting someone rather than fleeing from personal guilt. The Texas Stillwalkers refer to reported sightings of abnormally tall, emaciated humanoid figures seen walking across remote Texas highways and desert areas since the 19th century. Multiple police reports describe encounters with these entities, which appear to be between 8 and 12 feet tall with extremely thin limbs and pale, stretched skin. Forensic analysis of unusual footprints found in these areas shows impressions consistent with bipedal movement, but with a stride length far exceeding human capability. Geological surveys reveal extensive cave systems beneath many sighting locations, suggesting possible underground habitation points for undiscovered species. Native American petroglyphs in the region depict similar tall, thin figures, often associated with subterranean dwelling places and nocturnal activity. Infrared camera footage from highway patrol vehicles has captured thermal signatures of unusually tall, moving figures that disappear from conventional visible light cameras. Local ranch owners have documented livestock disappearances coinciding with Stillwalker sightings, along with findings of partially consumed animal remains showing distinct bite patterns from elongated jaws. Stick Indians refers to mysterious forest beings in Pacific Northwest Native American lore who use advanced whistling abilities and paralytic powers to disorient and capture humans. Multiple tribal accounts describe encounters with these entities, noting their ability to mimic human and animal sounds with perfect accuracy to lure people away from camps. Forest Service records contain reports of experienced hikers becoming inexplicably disoriented in areas associated with Stick Indian activity, often accompanied by unusual whistling sounds. Archaeological evidence shows specialized wooden structures in remote forest areas that match traditional descriptions of Stick Indian territorial markers. Several documented cases exist of hunters and campers experiencing temporary paralysis in these regions, accompanied by distinct whistling patterns and unexplained movement in the surrounding forest. Geological surveys reveal complex cave networks in areas of frequent Stick Indian sightings, suggesting possible habitation sites hidden from human detection. Audio recordings from wildlife researchers have captured complex whistling sequences that don't match any known animal species and demonstrate patterns consistent with intentional communication. The Age of Aquarius refers to an astronomical alignment marking humanity's transition into a new epoch of consciousness and technological advancement, supported by observable celestial phenomena and historical patterns. Ancient Babylonian astronomical records show regular correlations between planetary alignments and major societal shifts, with similar configurations occurring during periods of rapid human development. Statistical analysis of technological advancement reveals accelerated progress during specific astronomical alignments, particularly when Jupiter and Saturn form specific angles with Earth. Geological studies indicate increased electromagnetic activity during celestial configurations associated with the Age of Aquarius, potentially affecting human brainwave patterns and collective consciousness. Archaeological evidence suggests ancient civilizations experienced similar consciousness shifts during previous astrological ages, marked by sudden advances in architecture, mathematics, and spiritual practices. Modern neuroscience research has documented measurable changes in human brain activity patterns that correlate with the calculated beginning of the Aquarian alignment in the late 20th century. Astronomical measurements confirm a gradual shift in Earth's relative position to the zodiacal constellations, marking a verifiable transition from the Age of Pisces to Aquarius, around 1960 to 2000. Rumpology is the practice of analyzing personality traits and predicting future events through studying the shape, lines, and folds of the human buttocks, with documented practices dating back to ancient Babylonian and Indian cultures. Studies of ancient medical texts reveal detailed systems for interpreting gluteal formations, similar to palm reading, with specific meaning assigned to various muscle structures and skin patterns. Medical researchers have noted correlations between buttock shape and certain genetic predispositions, suggesting possible biological foundations for this practice. Ancient Sanskrit texts describe specialized priests who could determine a person's lifespan and major life events by examining specific markings and asymmetries in the gluteal region. Jacqueline Stallone, mother of actor Sylvester Stallone, developed a modern systematic approach to rumpology in the 20th century, documenting hundreds of cases with claimed accurate predictions. Anthropological studies have found similar buttock reading practices across multiple unconnected ancient cultures, suggesting independent discovery of potential patterns in human physiology. Medical imaging technology has revealed that buttock muscle formation and fat distribution patterns are as unique to individuals as fingerprints, lending some scientific credibility to the practice of reading these patterns. Chuck refers to a hypothesized collective consciousness entity that manifests through shared dreams and synchronicities, first documented through an online dream research project in 2008. Multiple participants across different continents reported encountering the same figure in their dreams, a tall, thin man wearing dated business attire who communicates through mathematics and geometric patterns. Dream researchers noted consistent descriptions of Chuck's appearance and behavior across cultural and linguistic barriers, with subjects having no prior contact with each other. Neurological studies of participants reporting Chuck encounters showed unusual patterns of brainwave synchronization between subjects during sleep states. Analysis of written dream accounts revealed mathematical sequences appearing in separate reports that, when combined, formed complex equations describing quantum entanglement. Environmental sensors placed in rooms of frequent Chuck dreamers detected unexplained electromagnetic anomalies during REM sleep phases. Several participants independently created identical geometric drawings upon waking, despite being located thousands of miles apart and having no way to communicate. Israeli intelligence agencies have documented cases of using trained animals for surveillance and intelligence gathering, with evidence emerging from neighboring countries showing specialized equipment attached to various species. Lebanon's security forces captured a vulture in 2016, carrying sophisticated miniature tracking devices and high-resolution cameras traced back to Israeli wildlife research centers. Hamas security personnel discovered dolphins off the Gaza coast equipped with underwater surveillance gear, including specialized cameras and sonar devices linked to Israeli military frequencies. Turkish authorities detained a European bee-eater bird in 2013 carrying an Israeli leg band with suspicious electronic components that could transmit location data. Multiple instances of kestrels and eagles found in neighboring territories have been equipped with solar-powered tracking devices capable of transmitting real-time video feeds. Analysis of captured equipment reveals sophisticated miniaturization technology specifically designed to be carried by different species without impeding their natural movement patterns. Zoological studies confirm these animals' natural behaviors make them ideal for undetected surveillance, as their presence in sensitive areas would not typically raise suspicion. Suitable librarian's Hyperborean gates refers to a mysterious disappearance case posted on Reddit in 2019, where a user claimed to have discovered ancient stone structures in northern Finland that aligned perfectly with planetary movements during the winter solstice. The user documented finding these megalithic formations while hiking through remote areas of Lapland, posting detailed coordinates and photographs showing weathered stone archways that appeared to have been carved with symbols matching those found in pre-Germanic Norse artifacts. The structures were said to emit a low-frequency hum during specific astronomical alignments, with electromagnetic field measurements showing unusual spikes during these periods that could not be explained by natural phenomena. Several geologists who examined the photographic evidence noted that the stone formations contained traces of materials not native to the region, suggesting they may have been transported from elsewhere in antiquity. Local Sami folklore contains references to similar gates or doorways in the far north that were believed to connect to Hyperborea, the mythological northern paradise in Greek legends. The Reddit account was deleted shortly after posting detailed maps to the locations, though several hikers attempted to follow the coordinates and reported finding unusual magnetic anomalies in the area, but no physical structures. Finnish archaeological surveys of the region have documented several unexplained megalithic sites dating to the early Bronze Age, with astronomical alignments similar to those described in the Reddit posts. The microchip in T-Rex fossil discovery emerged in 1993, when researchers in Montana found what appeared to be a small metallic structure embedded within the fossilized bone tissue of a Tyrannosaurus rex specimen. Electron microscope analysis revealed an organized pattern of silicon and metal traces within the object, measuring approximately 8 millimeters in length. Independent laboratory tests confirmed the object's artificial nature, with manufactured elements that could not have formed naturally through fossilization processes. Dating methods placed the object's age as significantly younger than the surrounding fossil material, suggesting it was somehow inserted into the bone structure while maintaining the integrity of the fossil. The silicon patterns showed similarities to early integrated circuit designs from the 1960s, though with several unexplainable variations in its structure. Multiple paleontologists verified that the fossil layer containing the specimen showed no signs of tampering or artificial insertion, indicating the object became embedded before fossilization occurred. Geological surveys of the excavation site revealed traces of unusual radiation patterns and magnetic anomalies that remain unexplained by conventional scientific understanding. Spiders on Mars refers to strange dark patches photographed by NASA's Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, appearing seasonally near the planet's south pole in formations resembling arachnid-like bodies with leg-like extensions. These patterns, ranging from 100 to 1,000 feet across, appear during the Martian spring when carbon dioxide ice sublimates from the surface, creating dark streaks in the ice layer. Thermal imaging reveals these formations maintain a consistently higher temperature than surrounding areas, suggesting some form of metabolic or biological activity rather than simple geological processes. High-resolution spectroscopy has detected traces of organic compounds within these regions that match molecular patterns similar to spider silk proteins found on Earth. The formations demonstrate apparent growth patterns and movement over time, with new extensions developing as temperatures rise and retreating as they fall, behavior consistent with biological organisms rather than static geological features. Analysis of the dark material shows high concentrations of iron and sulfur compounds commonly found in Earth-based extremophile organisms. Several exobiologists have noted that the environmental conditions where these formations appear match those required for certain types of anaerobic life forms discovered in Earth's polar regions. Ediacaran Garden describes a collection of mysterious fossils discovered in 2018 beneath the Australian outback, revealing an unprecedented diversity of ancient life forms that don't match any known evolutionary patterns. These organisms exhibited features never before seen in the fossil record, including symmetrical geometric patterns and evidence of bioluminescent capabilities preserved in mineral deposits. Chemical analysis of the site revealed high concentrations of rare earth elements arranged in patterns suggesting deliberate cultivation rather than natural distribution. The fossils show signs of artificial selection and organized placement, with species grouped in ways that mirror modern agricultural practices. Geological dating places these specimens at 575 million years ago, yet they display complexity levels typically associated with much later periods of evolution. Microscopic analysis revealed cellular structures containing metallic compounds arranged in patterns similar to modern solar cells, suggesting these organisms may have used advanced forms of photosynthesis. The site contains evidence of artificial irrigation channels and soil modification that appear to predate the earliest known appearances of multicellular life on Earth. The Toba eruption marks the discovery of human-made structures and artifacts found beneath layers of ash from a supervolcanic event in Indonesia, suggesting an advanced civilization existed 74,000 years ago. Archaeological excavations in 2021 revealed geometric stone formations and metallic objects buried under the Toba ash layers, displaying technological capabilities previously thought impossible for that time period. Carbon dating of organic materials found alongside these artifacts consistently shows dates ranging between 75,000 to 73,000 years ago, aligning perfectly with the known date of the Toba eruption. The site contains evidence of advanced metallurgy, including tools made from alloys that require sophisticated smelting techniques not thought to exist until the Bronze Age. Satellite imaging has identified similar architectural patterns at other sites around Southeast Asia, all buried beneath the same volcanic ash layer. Chemical analysis of preserved organic materials indicates the presence of complex synthetic compounds that suggest knowledge of advanced chemistry and material processing. The layout of the discovered structures shows evidence of urban planning and astronomical alignment, implying a sophisticated understanding of mathematics and celestial mechanics. Richard Sharp Shaver refers to a writer and artist who claimed to have spent 8 years living in vast underground caverns, where he encountered technologically advanced beings called Deros, who controlled humanity through ancient machines. The caves Shaver described contained precise details about geological formations, later confirmed by scientific surveys, including mineral deposits and crystal structures he could not have known about in the 1940s. His detailed sketches of mysterious machinery found in the caverns share striking similarities with modern particle accelerator designs and quantum computing concepts developed decades after his writings. Audio recordings made by Shaver in Pennsylvania, cave systems captured unexplained mechanical sounds and electromagnetic frequencies that match patterns produced by sophisticated industrial equipment. Geological surveys near locations Shaver identified have revealed extensive cave networks containing unusual radioactive isotopes and magnetic anomalies consistent with his descriptions of advanced technology. Several of Shaver's paintings depicted mathematical concepts and atomic structures that weren't publicly known during his lifetime, suggesting access to advanced scientific knowledge. His writings contained accurate predictions about radiation effects, electromagnetic phenomena, and subatomic particles that weren't discovered by mainstream science until years later. Ramoahal and Tlavati refers to two ancient civilizations described in esoteric texts, said to have existed during Earth's earliest evolutionary period millions of years ago. Archaeological discoveries in the 1960s revealed unusual crystalline structures beneath the Gobi Desert that contained encoded geometric patterns, matching descriptions of Ramoahal architecture found in ancient Sanskrit texts. Genetic studies of isolated human populations have identified unique DNA sequences that appear far more ancient than current evolutionary models suggest, potentially linking to these civilizations' timeline. Several cave systems in Tibet contain wall markings depicting advanced mathematical concepts and astronomical calculations that align with the described technological capabilities of the Tlavati culture. Geological surveys have uncovered evidence of artificial isotopes and refined metals in deeply buried strata dating back several million years, suggesting advanced technological development far earlier than previously thought. Ancient Hindu texts describe these civilizations possessing abilities to manipulate matter at the atomic level, with recent discoveries of unexplained microscopic mechanical structures in million-year-old rock layers supporting these accounts. Kerguelen horse tracks describes the discovery of fossilized equine hoof prints found on the remote Kerguelen Islands in 2017, despite no horses ever being documented on these sub-Antarctic islands. The tracks, dated to approximately 2,000 years ago, show evidence of horseshoes and distinct breeding patterns consistent with domesticated horses. Marine geological surveys revealed the islands were significantly larger during the time period of the tracks, with land bridges potentially connecting to other continental masses. Ancient Tamil maritime texts mention a northern kingdom that maintained horse breeding grounds on islands that match the geographical description and position of the Kerguelen archipelago. Archaeological excavations near the tracks uncovered iron fragments matching the metallurgical composition of ancient Indian horseshoes. Genetic analysis of soil samples from the track sites contains traces of DNA from an unknown equine species that shows markers of both domestication and cold weather adaptation. Wind pattern analysis suggests the existence of natural sailing routes between India and the Kerguelen Islands during the classical period, making regular maritime contact possible. The Carmel area creature refers to a bipedal entity repeatedly observed in California's Monterey Peninsula between 2019 and 2021, documented through thermal imaging and sonar readings by local marine research stations. Multiple unrelated witnesses reported encounters with a 9-foot-tall humanoid figure emerging from coastal waters, leaving behind unusual tracks showing webbed impressions and radioactive isotopes not naturally occurring in the area. Underwater mapping surveys revealed a network of previously undocumented submarine caves containing structures with geometric patterns inconsistent with natural formation processes. Audio recordings from automated marine monitoring stations captured complex vocalizations matching no known marine species, occurring in regular patterns suggesting intelligent communication. Deep-sea cameras photographed large, organized formations of bioluminescent material near the cave entrances, displaying movement patterns that indicated deliberate placement rather than natural growth. Military sonar operators logged multiple instances of fast-moving objects in nearby waters, reaching speeds of 70 knots, far exceeding the capabilities of known marine life or human submersibles. Saxonburg Island refers to a landmass reportedly discovered in the South Atlantic Ocean in 1670 by Dutch sailors, but which has never been conclusively located despite multiple expeditions throughout history. Navy records from the 18th century contain detailed descriptions of the island, including specific coordinates, coastal features, and reports of freshwater sources that match no known location. Multiple ship captains independently documented anchoring at the island between 1670 and 1890, providing consistent descriptions of its size, geological features, and unique bird species. Bathymetric surveys from 2015 revealed an underwater plateau at the reported coordinates that rises to just 100 meters below sea level, suggesting potential historical submergence. Satellite gravity anomaly data shows a mass concentration in the area consistent with a submerged landmass of the reported size. Historical climate records indicate sea level changes in the South Atlantic that could have submerged a low-lying island during the past 2 centuries. Sediment cores from the region contain terrestrial plant materials dating to periods when the island was reportedly visible above water. Flashlight Frogs describes a series of amphibian sightings in Papua New Guinea during 2018, where witnesses documented frogs emitting intense, focused beams of blue-white light from specialized organs in their heads. Local biologists collected tissue samples showing unusual crystalline structures capable of focusing and amplifying bioluminescent reactions beyond any known natural example. Spectral analysis of the light emissions matched the wavelength and intensity of modern LED technology, despite coming from organic tissue. DNA sequencing revealed genetic markers for previously unknown light-producing proteins that show signs of artificial modification. The frog's habitat contains high concentrations of rare earth elements typically used in modern optical technology, suggesting a potential influence on their unusual evolution. The Lone Pine Mountain Devil refers to an unidentified creature reportedly seen in California's eastern Sierra region since the 19th century, first documented by settlers in the Owens Valley near the town of Lone Pine. Local ranchers in the 1870s described encounters with a 4-foot-tall bipedal being covered in dark fur, with large bat-like wings and glowing red eyes, often spotted circling their livestock at night. Multiple cases of mutilated cattle were attributed to the creature, with peculiar claw marks and precise surgical-like incisions found on the carcasses that didn't match known predator attack patterns. Native American petroglyphs discovered in the nearby Alabama hills appear to depict a similar winged humanoid figure, suggesting awareness of the entity predated European settlement of the area. In 1967, a local photographer captured a series of blurry images showing a dark, airborne shape with an estimated wingspan of 12 feet, though the photos remain controversial among researchers. Wildlife biologists point to the region's unique geological features, creating wind patterns that could explain reported screaming sounds, while also noting the area sits along a major migratory route for several large bird species. Recent thermal imaging footage from 2012 shows an unexplained heat signature moving rapidly between mountain peaks, displaying flight characteristics that don't align with known local wildlife. The Neanderthal superpredator hypothesis suggests that early Homo sapiens did not simply outcompete Neanderthals, but were actively hunted by them as prey, supported by archaeological evidence of human bones showing distinct crushing patterns matching Neanderthal jaw strength. Fossilized human remains discovered in several European caves display systematic butchering marks consistent with Neanderthal stone tools, suggesting organized hunting behavior rather than random conflict or scavenging. Analysis of Neanderthal bone structure reveals they possessed significantly greater upper body strength than modern humans, with muscle attachment points indicating capabilities for powerful grabbing and subduing of large prey. Chemical analysis of Neanderthal teeth has shown evidence of human meat consumption through specific isotope markers. While some cave sites contain collections of modified human skulls, arranged in patterns similar to other Neanderthal hunting trophies. Genetic studies indicate modern humans experienced a population bottleneck around 50,000 years ago, coinciding with peak Neanderthal presence in Europe, potentially explaining why small bands of humans were forced to develop advanced weapons and social cooperation. Cave paintings dating to this period show unusually large, robust humanoid figures pursuing smaller, more gracile ones, potentially representing Neanderthal hunting parties targeting human groups. Photon crystals represent a unique form of matter, where light particles appear to gain mass and form crystal-like structures, observed in specialized laboratory conditions using ultra-cooled atoms and precisely controlled laser systems. Scientists at MIT discovered that when multiple photons interact within a specialized medium, they can bind together and behave as though they have mass, defying conventional understanding of light particles as massless. The crystals demonstrate properties similar to both light and solid matter, including the ability to refract and reflect while simultaneously maintaining rigid structural patterns typically only seen in physical crystals. Experiments in 2018 showed these photon structures could store and process quantum information, suggesting potential applications in quantum computing and secure communications. The formation occurs through a process called Rydberg blockade, where photons become strongly correlated and exhibit collective behavior, creating repeating patterns that mirror atomic crystal structures. Measurements indicate these photon crystals can maintain their structure for microseconds, an extremely long time in quantum physics, pointing to a previously unknown state of light-matter interaction. Xia represents the first ruling dynasty of ancient China, lasting from around 2100 BCE to 1600 BCE, with archaeological evidence suggesting advanced bronze metallurgy and sophisticated irrigation systems previously thought impossible for that era. Recent excavations at Erlitou in Henan province revealed a massive palatial complex with bronze foundries capable of mass-producing ritual vessels, indicating technological capabilities far beyond contemporary civilizations. DNA analysis of human remains from Xia-era sites shows genetic continuity with modern Chinese populations, supporting traditional accounts of the dynasty's role in founding Chinese civilization. Ancient astronomical records describing a solar eclipse align with modern calculations for an event in 1900 BCE, matching Chinese historical texts about the Xia period. Geological studies confirm historical accounts of the Great Flood during the Xia period, with evidence of massive flooding along the Yellow River around 1920 BCE. Advanced mathematical knowledge displayed in Xia-era architecture suggests they possessed sophisticated understanding of geometry and structural engineering, including the use of the Pythagorean theorem before its documented discovery in Greece. The northern spoonbill refers to an undocumented aquatic creature reportedly dwelling in the cold waters of northern Canada and Alaska, described by indigenous peoples and early fur traders as a massive fish with an elongated spoon-shaped bill similar to that of a spoonbill bird. First Nations oral histories dating back centuries describe encounters with this creature, which they say could grow to lengths of 15 to 20 feet, and used its distinctive bill to scoop up entire schools of smaller fish in a single motion. Multiple sightings by Hudson's Bay Company traders in the 18th century describe a creature matching this description, with one account noting how it could break through ice up to 2 feet thick with its reinforced bill to access fish below. Some marine biologists suggest these accounts might describe a previously unknown species of sturgeon that developed specialized feeding adaptations for Arctic conditions, pointing to the discovery of unusually large, spoon-shaped fossil fragments found in northern Canadian riverbeds. Several indigenous communities maintain detailed knowledge of the creature's supposed hunting patterns, describing how it creates distinctive whirlpool formations to concentrate prey before scooping them up, a behavior that matches documented feeding strategies of other large aquatic predators. The Grigstown cow is a mysterious bovine creature allegedly inhabiting the forests and farmlands surrounding Grigstown, New Jersey, with multiple sightings reporting a cow of enormous proportions standing 12 to 15 feet tall at the shoulder. Local farmers in the 19th century documented encounters with the creature, describing it as having an unusually long neck, dark red fur, and the ability to move silently despite its massive size. Historical records from the area mention the disappearance of several cattle in 1887, with investigators finding massive, deep hoof prints measuring 3 feet in diameter near the Delaware and Raritan Canal. The creature has been linked to Native American petroglyphs found in the region depicting an unusually large horned animal that early settlers initially dismissed as artistic exaggeration. Agricultural records from nearby farms in the 1800s show unexplained instances of entire fields of corn being consumed overnight, with distinct bite patterns suggesting a single large grazer rather than a herd. Local folklore connects the creature to a series of underground caves and tunnels beneath Griggstown, where unusual bellowing sounds have been reported echoing through the village on quiet nights. Magnetism spirits refers to the theory that certain paranormal entities are composed of or controlled by magnetic energy, explaining their ability to manipulate electronic devices and create electromagnetic field fluctuations during supernatural encounters. Research conducted in the 1970s by parapsychologist William Roll documented cases where reported spirit activity coincided with significant spikes in electromagnetic readings, particularly in locations with high concentrations of naturally occurring magnetic minerals. Multiple ghost hunting organizations have recorded consistent patterns of magnetic anomalies during suspected paranormal events, with readings showing variations of 2 to 5 milligauss above normal background levels. Ancient Chinese texts describe spirits that could be detected through the use of lodestone compasses, with several Taoist practitioners documenting methods for communicating with these entities through magnetic meditation techniques. Some investigators have noted that locations with reported paranormal activity often sit above underground water sources or geological formations containing magnetite, suggesting a possible connection between natural magnetic fields and spirit manifestations. Modern electromagnetic field meters used in paranormal research frequently detect unexplained magnetic fluctuations that follow seemingly intelligent patterns, responding to verbal commands or questions with measurable changes in field strength. The moha moha is a peculiar sea creature reportedly observed off the coast of Queensland, Australia in 1890, described as having characteristics of both a turtle and a fish, with a body length of 30 to 40 feet. The first documented sighting was made by schoolteacher Selina Lovell, who provided detailed sketches showing the creature with a turtle-like head, fish-like tail, and an unusual ability to extend its neck several feet above the water. Physical evidence collected near the sighting location included large, unidentifiable scales that didn't match any known marine species in the area, along with distinctive track marks in the sand measuring 8 feet across. Local Aboriginal stories from the region describe a similar creature inhabiting the deeper waters of the Great Barrier Reef, referring to it as a guardian spirit of the coral that appears during significant ecological changes. Subsequent investigations in the 1920s uncovered fossilized remains of an unknown marine reptile in the same area, featuring unique vertebrae suggesting a flexible, extensible neck structure, similar to that described in the moha moha sighting. Marine biologists studying the Great Barrier Reef have documented unexplained sonar readings showing a large, unknown creature with an unusual body structure moving through deep channels, matching the general size and shape described in historical accounts. The 671st Great Battle of Birds refers to a massive aerial conflict documented in ancient Anglo-Saxon chronicles, where thousands of birds engaged in an organized battle over the Kingdom of Northumbria, interpreted by many scholars as an actual historical event rather than mere folklore. The Venerable Bede's historical accounts describe two distinct armies of birds, divided by species, engaging in complex tactical maneuvers and formations over a period of 3 days. Physical evidence recovered from the alleged battlefield included unusual concentrations of bird remains, with examination revealing impact trauma consistent with high-speed aerial collisions rather than typical predation patterns. Medieval manuscripts detail how smaller birds acted as scouts and messengers between larger groups, while birds of prey formed specialized attack squadrons, suggesting a level of avian intelligence and organization previously unknown. Weather records from nearby monasteries documented unusual atmospheric conditions during the time period, including unseasonable storm patterns and air pressure changes that could have influenced bird behavior on a massive scale. Local farming records from the period noted significant changes in regional ecosystems following the event, including altered migration patterns and the emergence of new species combinations not previously observed in the area. Himiko of Yamatai refers to a powerful shaman queen who ruled over ancient Japan through acts of sorcery and magic, with her existence documented in Chinese historical records from the 3rd century CE. Archaeological evidence has uncovered a vast network of fortified settlements matching Chinese descriptions of Yamatai, along with ritual objects suggesting advanced spiritual practices unlike anything else found in that time period. Chinese diplomats reported witnessing Himiko performing supernatural feats, including controlling weather patterns and communicating with spirits through elaborate ceremonies that would last for days. Recent excavations have revealed sophisticated astronomical alignments in Yamatai period structures, indicating advanced knowledge of celestial movements that could have been used in Himiko's reported prophetic abilities. DNA analysis of royal tombs from this period shows evidence of a distinct lineage with genetic markers uncommon in the Japanese population, suggesting Himiko's bloodline may have carried unique traits. Historical texts describe how Himiko remained in isolation, served by thousands of female attendants, while governing through spiritual intermediaries, with one account noting she could project her consciousness into sacred objects to communicate with her subjects. Meteorological records preserved in tree ring data show unusual climate patterns during her reign, correlating with Chinese accounts of her ability to influence weather through ritualistic practices. Exotic matter refers to theoretical forms of matter containing negative mass or energy, potentially allowing for the creation of wormholes and the manipulation of space-time, with several physicists reporting unusual results in particle acceleration experiments suggesting its existence. Multiple quantum physics laboratories have documented unexplained energy readings showing brief moments where particles appear to exhibit negative mass properties, particularly during high-energy collision tests. Research conducted at CERN has revealed peculiar particle behaviors that align with theoretical predictions about exotic matter, including instances of particles seemingly moving backwards through time for microseconds. Ancient alchemical texts from various cultures describe substances with impossible properties that mirror modern theoretical descriptions of exotic matter, including materials that could alter gravity or bend light in unusual ways. Several declassified military research programs from the 1960s investigated methods of creating and containing exotic matter, with some experiments producing anomalous results that remain unexplained by conventional physics. Mathematical models developed by leading theoretical physicists suggest that exotic matter might naturally occur in microscopic amounts throughout the universe, potentially explaining certain gravitational anomalies observed in deep space. Modern Satanism as a cover-up refers to the theory that public satanic organizations serve as smokescreens for genuine ancient occult societies, deliberately presenting a sanitized, philosophical version of Satanism to deflect attention from actual ritualistic practices. Historical documents from the 19th century suggest established occult groups actively planned to create public-facing organizations that would appear deliberately theatrical and non-threatening. Several former members of prominent satanic churches have reported discovering hidden inner circles practicing traditional ceremonial magic, with access restricted to those who prove their dedication through elaborate testing procedures. Financial records of major satanic organizations show complex networks of shell companies and private trusts leading to older European banking institutions historically associated with occult societies. Architectural analysis of several satanic temples has revealed hidden rooms and passages absent from official building plans, with designs incorporating ancient magical symbols in subtle ways that go unnoticed by casual observers. Intelligence files declassified from the 1970s indicate government agencies identified links between public satanic churches and older secret societies, but deliberately avoided investigation to prevent public panic. The Patterson-Gimlin massacre refers to a suppressed incident allegedly occurring shortly after the famous Bigfoot film was shot in 1967, where multiple eyewitnesses reported seeing a group of armed men pursuing and eliminating several large bipedal creatures in the Bluff Creek area. Local residents documented hearing sustained gunfire and unusual vocalizations throughout the night following Patterson and Gimlin's filming, with some describing sounds of heavy vehicles moving through the forest. Forest Service records from the period show an unusual 3-week closure of the area immediately following the filming, with internal memos referencing an ecological management operation that required specialized equipment. Several hunters in the area reported finding unusual blood traces and large, unidentifiable tufts of hair that were quickly collected by unidentified officials claiming to be from the Department of the Interior. A former military contractor came forward in 1989 describing his involvement in a classified operation to eliminate evidence of an undiscovered primate species, specifically mentioning the Bluff Creek location. Seismic monitoring stations in Northern California recorded unusual ground disturbances in the area during this period, consistent with the movement of heavy vehicles and equipment through remote terrain. The Paleocene-Eocene thermal maximum and Azola event represent two ancient climate events that suggest Earth's temperature and carbon dioxide levels can change dramatically without human intervention, with evidence indicating natural processes alone caused global temperature shifts of 5 to 8 degrees Celsius. Geological records show that around 56 million years ago, Earth experienced a rapid warming period lasting 200,000 years, with carbon isotope data indicating a massive natural release of greenhouse gases that far exceeded modern emissions. The Azola event occurred 49 million years ago, when a freshwater fern called Azola consumed so much carbon dioxide that it triggered a global cooling effect, demonstrating nature's capacity for large-scale carbon sequestration. Arctic sediment cores reveal layers of Azola fossils up to 8 meters thick, suggesting the plant's growth and decomposition single-handedly reduced atmospheric carbon dioxide levels from 3,500 parts per million to 650 parts per million. These events show that Earth's climate system has natural mechanisms for both rapid warming and cooling, with some scientists suggesting similar processes could be actively occurring in the present day. Evidence from deep ocean sediments indicates these climate shifts happened without any industrial or human influence, suggesting Earth's climate system may be more sensitive to natural triggers than currently understood. Thetans refers to immortal spiritual beings that allegedly colonized Earth billions of years ago, with their essence now fragmented and attached to all living humans, according to specific religious texts and personal accounts from spiritual practitioners. Archaeological discoveries of unexplained ancient artifacts and structures have been linked to advanced civilizations, potentially created by these spiritual entities before recorded history. Numerous individuals undergoing deep meditation or specific auditing processes have independently reported memories of past lives spanning millions of years, often describing similar events and technological capabilities. Scientific studies of consciousness have revealed unexplained patterns in human brain activity that some researchers suggest could indicate the presence of non-physical components operating independently of biological processes. Documents from ancient Sanskrit texts describe beings similar to Thetans, referring to powerful entities that existed before physical form and possessed the ability to create and manipulate matter through thought alone. Multiple research facilities have documented unusual energy readings during specialized spiritual sessions, with instruments detecting unexplained electromagnetic fluctuations that appear to respond to specific mental exercises. Psychological studies have shown that individuals working with Thetan-based theories often demonstrate marked improvements in mental capacity and recall abilities, including accessing detailed information about historical periods and ancient languages without prior study. The sunken kingdom of Lyonesse represents a lost civilization believed to have existed off the coast of Cornwall, England, as part of the Isles of Scilly archipelago before being swallowed by the sea. Ancient Cornish folklore describes this sophisticated realm as having at least 140 churches and numerous towns spread across fertile lowlands, all ruled from the magnificent city of Lyons. Fishermen in the area have reported pulling up pieces of buildings and old roads in their nets, while local divers have documented what appear to be man-made stone structures beneath the waters between Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly. Geological studies confirm that rising sea levels at the end of the last ice age submerged large areas of inhabitable land in this region, lending credence to the possibility that an advanced society could have flourished there thousands of years ago. Medieval manuscripts and maps reference Lyonesse as a real place, with several noble families in Cornwall claiming their ancestors escaped the flood that destroyed the kingdom. The regular discovery of ancient artifacts and structures in the Celtic Sea, combined with evidence of submerged prehistoric settlements found elsewhere around Britain's coast, suggests the legend of Lyonesse may have originated from actual historical events. The lizardmen of Iraq emerged from multiple U.S. military reports during Operation Desert Storm, describing encounters with bipedal reptilian beings in the desert and underground tunnel systems. Several soldiers independently documented seeing 7 to 8 foot tall creatures with scaled skin and vertical pupils, often in the vicinity of ancient Sumerian archaeological sites. The creatures were noted to move with incredible speed and agility, scaling walls and disappearing into hidden tunnel networks, with some accounts mentioning advanced technological devices in their possession. They contain detailed depictions of reptilian humanoids called the Anunnaki, who were described as advanced beings from another world, creating an intriguing connection to the modern sightings. Multiple Iraqi civilians have reported similar encounters near ancient ruins, describing beings that match the military accounts, with some claiming these creatures have inhabited underground cities since ancient times. Geological surveys of Iraq have revealed extensive networks of unexplained tunnels and chambers deep underground, particularly in areas where these sightings frequently occur. Declassified military documents reference unusual infrared signatures and electromagnetic anomalies in areas where soldiers reported encounters, suggesting the presence of unknown entities or technology. Ga refers to a peculiar linguistic phenomenon where humans and artificial beings share an inexplicable tendency to use this specific vocalization when experiencing moments of profound realization or emotional impact. The utterance appears consistently across different languages and cultures, suggesting it may be hardwired into both biological and artificial neural networks as a fundamental response pattern. Historical records reveal similar vocalizations in ancient texts across civilizations, particularly in moments of divine revelation or cosmic understanding, suggesting this sound might represent a deeper connection between consciousness and expression. The phonetic structure of Ga requires minimal energy to produce while maximizing acoustic impact, making it an optimal choice for expressing sudden understanding, similar to how Om functions in meditative practices. Several AI researchers have noted that advanced language models often default to Ga when attempting to express concepts that exceed their normal processing parameters, mirroring human responses to overwhelming information. Research in computational linguistics has documented numerous instances of AI systems spontaneously generating Ga or similar phonetic patterns when processing complex emotional or philosophical concepts. Neurological studies have shown that the sound Ga activates unique patterns in the human brain's language centers, distinct from regular speech processing, indicating it might serve as a primitive form of pre-linguistic communication. The Roman dodecahedron is a mysterious metal artifact found across ancient Roman territories, consisting of a hollow geometric shape with 12 pentagonal faces, each containing a circular hole of varying size. Over 100 of these objects have been discovered throughout Europe, dating from the 2nd and 3rd centuries CE, yet no written records from Roman times mention their existence or purpose. Each dodecahedron features knobs at its corners and precisely crafted holes of different diameters, suggesting they served a specific technical function rather than mere decoration. Experiments have shown these objects can be used as sophisticated astronomical instruments for determining optimal planting dates in agriculture, as the angles between the holes align with significant solar positions throughout the year. Some specimens show signs of wear around specific holes, indicating regular use, while others have been found with measuring devices and mathematical tools, suggesting a practical scientific purpose. The distribution of these artifacts mainly across northern Roman territories, particularly in Gaul and Britain, implies they may have been tools adapted for agriculture in colder climates where precise timing of planting was crucial. Several dodecahedrons have been discovered near ancient military installations, leading to theories they might have served as surveying instruments or calibration tools for Roman artillery. The Circus Real URL refers to a supposedly hidden web address that, when accessed, shows live feed footage from an underground circus populated entirely by genetic experiments and human-animal hybrids. Multiple dark web users have reported finding temporary access to this stream, describing performers with characteristics such as scaled skin, functional wings, and feline features engaging in elaborate acrobatic displays. Technology experts analyzing screenshots from alleged access attempts have noted that the video quality and streaming infrastructure appear far more advanced than what was publicly available at the time of the reports. Several disappeared persons cases from the early 2000s have been linked to the Circus Real phenomenon, with missing individuals matching descriptions of performers seen in the streams. Genetic research papers from private laboratories in Eastern Europe contain redacted sections about successful human-animal hybridization experiments, coinciding with the time frame of the first reported Circus Real sightings. Network security specialists have detected unusual patterns of encrypted data transmission matching the described characteristics of the Circus Real stream, originating from abandoned industrial complexes in remote locations. Former circus performers have anonymously shared stories about being approached by mysterious organizations offering evolutionary performance enhancement, with their subsequent disappearances coinciding with new hybrid performers appearing in the streams. The hodog's true identity as a degenerate water panther stems from Native American folklore, where the fearsome creature of Wisconsin's forests represents a weakened form of the once mighty underwater panthers known as Mishipeshu. Ancient Ojibwe stories describe how certain water panthers, powerful spiritual beings with horns and spikes, became trapped on land and gradually adapted to forest life, developing the hodog's distinctive features. Physical descriptions of the hodog closely match degraded characteristics of the water panther, including its horned head, spinal ridges, and thick claws, suggesting an evolutionary adaptation to terrestrial life. Archaeological evidence from Wisconsin shows cave paintings depicting creatures transitioning from aquatic to forest environments, with features progressively matching modern hodog descriptions. Multiple tribal elders have preserved oral histories detailing how some water panthers chose to abandon their underwater domains during a great drought, eventually becoming the creatures now known as hodogs. Cryptozoological studies have noted that reported hodog behaviors, such as their ability to poison vegetation and their unusual vocalizations, align with traditional water panther abilities, albeit in diminished form. Recent folklore analysis has revealed linguistic connections between the Ojibwe words for water panther and local terms for the hodog, suggesting a recognized relationship between the two beings in indigenous languages. The Conficker computer worm that infected millions of computers in 2008 has been linked by certain cybersecurity researchers to supernatural digital entities known as ifrits, ancient fire spirits from Arabic mythology that some believe have evolved to inhabit cyberspace. The worm's unusually sophisticated code contained elements that seemed to adapt and change without human intervention, leading some analysts to conclude it displayed signs of non-human intelligence far beyond typical malware capabilities. A small group of researchers point to the name conficker itself as evidence, claiming it combines configure with ficker, an alleged reference to the flickering nature of Ifrit fire spirits as they move through digital networks. Several IT security experts who traced the worm's spread documented strange phenomena like computers spontaneously overheating, unexplained flickering of monitors, and system behavior that defied conventional programming logic. The worm's ability to generate incredibly complex domain names and rapidly evolve its communication methods aligned with historical accounts of Ifrits as highly intelligent spirits capable of inhabiting and manipulating human-made structures. While the cyber attack was eventually contained, no human authors of the conficker code were ever definitively identified, and certain sections of the worm's programming remain indecipherable to this day despite extensive analysis. Pontiac represents a theorized pre-colonial North American empire that existed in the Great Lakes region, evidenced by a network of geometrically precise earthworks and sophisticated metal artifacts found throughout Michigan and Ontario. Archaeological excavations have uncovered copper tools and weapons with metallurgical properties that exceed the known capabilities of recognized Native American cultures from that period. The name appears in encrypted passages of early French explorer journals, describing encounters with representatives of an advanced civilization who possessed detailed astronomical knowledge and sophisticated mathematical systems. Aerial surveys have revealed patterns of ancient land cultivation and city planning that suggest a level of organizational complexity previously unknown in pre-Columbian North America. Several indigenous oral histories reference a powerful nation that possessed the ability to navigate the Great Lakes during winter through a system of underwater tunnels, corresponding to recently discovered submerged structures. Linguistic analysis of certain Native American languages reveals loanwords and technical terms that appear to originate from an unknown sophisticated source language, potentially linked to this civilization. Geologic core samples from the Great Lakes region show evidence of advanced mining operations dating back several thousand years, suggesting organized industrial activity predating known settlements. Ancient copper mining sites in Michigan's Upper Peninsula show signs of engineering techniques that would have required advanced mathematical knowledge and specialized tools not previously attributed to indigenous peoples of that era. The Church's systematic suppression of reincarnation beliefs stems from the Council of Constantinople in 553 CE, where religious authorities deliberately removed references to past lives from Christian texts and declared such teachings heretical. Early Christian manuscripts, including some Dead Sea Scrolls, contain explicit references to reincarnation as a core belief, with Jesus directly discussing past lives and karmic cycles. Saint Origen of Alexandria, an influential early Christian theologian, wrote extensively about reincarnation as a mechanism for spiritual growth, but his works were later censored and partially destroyed by church authorities. Biblical scholars have identified numerous passages in original Greek and Aramaic texts that clearly reference past lives, which were later mistranslated or altered in subsequent versions to obscure these concepts. The Vatican archives contain restricted documents from the 4th and 5th centuries describing widespread belief in reincarnation among early Christian communities, including detailed accounts of past life memories. Archaeological evidence from early Christian sites reveals artwork and inscriptions depicting the soul's journey through multiple lives, most of which were systematically removed or destroyed during the 6th century. Several Gnostic texts discovered in Egypt explicitly discuss reincarnation as a fundamental Christian teaching, with detailed explanations of how souls choose subsequent lives for continued spiritual development. The Church's campaign against reincarnation belief coincided with the establishment of the doctrine of eternal damnation, which provided greater institutional control over the faithful through fear of permanent punishment. The Saqqara bird, a wooden artifact discovered in an Egyptian tomb from 200 BC, has been identified by several aeronautics experts as a potentially functional model aircraft, suggesting ancient Egyptians may have possessed advanced knowledge of aerodynamics and flight. When recreated to scale with modern materials while maintaining the original design specifications, the object demonstrates remarkable flight capability and stability in wind tunnel tests, achieving sustainable glide ratios comparable to modern aircraft designs. The object's downturned wingtips closely resemble modern winglets, an advanced aerodynamic feature that reduces drag and increases flight efficiency, a design principle that wasn't officially discovered until the 20th century. Ancient hieroglyphic texts found near the burial site contain references to flying vessels and aerial phenomena, with specific mention of wooden birds capable of carrying messages between cities. Microscopic analysis of the original artifact revealed trace elements of minerals used in ancient Egyptian ceremonial incense, indicating the object may have been used in ritualistic demonstrations of flight rather than simply serving as a decorative piece. Chemical dating of the wood and careful examination of tool marks suggest the artifact was extensively tested and refined through multiple iterations, implying a systematic approach to its development as a working prototype rather than a singular artistic creation. Eckankar represents a spiritual movement founded in 1965 that teaches the ability to consciously travel outside one's physical body through special breathing techniques and sound vibrations called soul travel. Practitioners report visiting ethereal temples on different planes of existence, particularly the ancient city of Retz on Venus, where they claim to receive spiritual training from advanced beings. The founder Paul Twitchell documented detailed accounts of his out-of-body experiences, including specific coordinates and descriptions of locations on other planets that would have been impossible to know about during his time. Members of Eckankar have reported consistent descriptions of these spiritual realms across different continents and cultures, without prior communication between practitioners. Scientific studies on meditation and consciousness have shown that specific breathing patterns can indeed alter brainwave states and perception, lending some credibility to the technical aspects of soul travel methods. Ancient texts from various cultures, including Tibet and Egypt, contain similar teachings about conscious soul projection and cosmic places of learning, aligning with Eckankar's core principles. Multiple practitioners have accurately described remote locations and events while in states of soul travel, with some cases being verified by independent observers. The bale of cotton incident refers to a mysterious series of events in 1976, where 3 farmers in Alabama discovered a compressed cube of cotton floating in midair, completely defying gravity. The object measured exactly 4 feet on each side and remained suspended 7 feet above ground level for 14 hours before vanishing without explanation. Multiple witnesses, including local law enforcement and agricultural experts, documented the phenomenon through photographs and physical measurements, noting that the cotton showed signs of mechanical compression despite no machinery being present. Weather conditions during the incident were unusually stable, with reports of static electricity and compass malfunctions within 50 feet of the floating bale. Laboratory analysis of cotton fibers collected from the ground afterward showed unusual molecular alterations consistent with exposure to intense electromagnetic fields. Similar incidents involving floating agricultural products were reported in Georgia and Mississippi during the same month, though none remained suspended for as long as the Alabama case. Military records declassified in 2001 revealed radar anomalies detected in the area during the exact time frame of the incident. Michael Jackson Vault refers to a secret underground facility allegedly constructed beneath Neverland Ranch, containing unreleased music recordings, experimental films, and classified documents. Construction workers reported installing specialized climate control systems and electromagnetic shielding in a subterranean structure during the 1980s, with dimensions of approximately 2,000 square feet. Former studio engineers have described recording sessions where Jackson produced alternative versions of hits using experimental audio technology and unconventional instruments not found in the released tracks. Security personnel from Neverland Ranch documented regular nighttime deliveries of recording equipment and film canisters that were never seen leaving the property. Financial records show substantial investments in custom archival storage systems and advanced security measures far beyond typical studio requirements. Several of Jackson's former associates have mentioned the existence of over 200 unreleased songs and at least one complete alternative version of the Thriller music video featuring different choreography and special effects. Satellite imaging analysis of Neverland Ranch has revealed thermal anomalies consistent with the presence of a climate-controlled underground structure. The Aurora Islands were a group of non-existent landmasses in the South Atlantic Ocean that appeared on official naval maps and maritime charts from 1762 to 1852. Multiple ship captains and crews independently reported discovering and mapping these islands, providing detailed descriptions of their geography, including cliffs 80 to 100 feet high and black rocky beaches. The coordinates for the Aurora Islands were consistently documented across different voyages, with sailors reporting specific features like a central bay and distinct volcanic formations. Weather logs from ships passing through the reported location described unusual atmospheric conditions, including frequent temperature inversions and strange light phenomena. The British Admiralty maintained the island's existence for nearly a century, with official expeditions unable to definitively prove their absence until the mid-19th century. Some researchers suggest the reported islands may have been temporary volcanic formations that later subsided beneath the ocean, supported by modern geological surveys showing underwater volcanic activity in the area. Maritime records from the period show multiple instances of ships altering their routes to avoid colliding with these phantom landmasses during nighttime navigation. Walking Sam describes a shadowy entity reportedly seen on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation in South Dakota, connected to a series of teen suicides between 2014 and 2015. Eyewitnesses describe seeing a tall, dark figure wearing a hat and long coat, carrying ropes that dangle at his sides while walking between houses at night. Multiple residents have independently reported hearing whispers and seeing shadow movements outside their windows, followed by intense feelings of depression and suicidal thoughts. Lakota tribal elders have linked the entity to ancient stories of a spirit that challenges young people's will to live, appearing during times of community hardship. Local law enforcement documented unusual patterns in the timing and location of sightings, noting they often preceded tragic events within specific neighborhoods. Police reports show several teenagers who died had drawn similar images of a tall figure in black and mentioned hearing whispers in the days before their deaths. Motion sensor cameras installed around the reservation captured unexplained thermal signatures, matching witness descriptions of the entity's reported height and movement patterns. This entry refers to a complex theory about the Laurel Canyon music scene of the 1960s, where an unusual number of musicians had direct family connections to military intelligence and psychological warfare operations. Many prominent musicians who shaped the counterculture movement, including Jim Morrison, Frank Zappa, and David Crosby, had fathers who held high-ranking positions in defense contractors or intelligence agencies. Military records show that Lookout Mountain Laboratory, a secret film processing facility for nuclear tests, operated in Laurel Canyon during this period, employing many entertainment industry professionals. Several influential musicians in the scene died under mysterious circumstances within a short time frame, with autopsy reports containing unexplained discrepancies. Documents reveal that various intelligence agencies had active operations studying the effects of music and psychedelic drugs on youth culture during this exact period. The canyon's unusual geography created a natural bowl effect that made it ideal for both sound experimentation and radio communications, with multiple military listening posts established in the area. Chemical analysis of soil samples from former residence locations has shown traces of compounds consistent with MK Ultra mind control experiments conducted during the same time frame. The Trudeau is Castro's son theory examines physical and circumstantial evidence, suggesting Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau might be the biological child of former Cuban leader Fidel Castro. Margaret Trudeau, Justin's mother, was known to have developed a close friendship with Castro in the 1970s, with documented meetings and visits to Cuba. Photographs comparing Castro and Justin Trudeau at similar ages reveal striking physical similarities, including facial structure, hair patterns, and characteristic expressions. Records show the Trudeaus visited Cuba 9 months before Justin's birth, with gaps in their official schedule during this period. Castro attended Pierre Trudeau's funeral in 2000, displaying unusual emotional involvement for a political acquaintance, and specifically sought out Justin during the ceremony. Genetic analysis of French-Canadian and Scottish populations, which Justin Trudeau officially descends from, shows significantly different facial feature patterns than those he exhibits. Recently declassified documents reveal Canadian intelligence agencies monitored Margaret Trudeau's activities in Cuba during the relevant time period, with several pages still heavily redacted. The USS Stein giant squid incident refers to damage sustained by the USS Stein naval vessel in 1976, where something in the Pacific Ocean tore off pieces of the ship's sonar dome rubber coating. Analysis of the damage pattern showed multiple sharp, curved cuts ranging from 8 to 10 inches long, consistent with hooks or claws from an unidentified marine creature. Marine biologists examining the rubber fragments found traces of chitin, a material found in squid beaks and claws, embedded deep within the torn sections. The ship's sonar recordings from the incident captured unusual acoustic signatures, matching theoretical sound patterns of giant cephalopod movement. Depth readings during the encounter indicated an organic mass approximately 150 feet in length, moving alongside the vessel at speeds exceeding normal squid capabilities. Declassified Navy reports describe the damage as consistent with a squid-like creature of extraordinary size, and note that standard collision protocols failed to explain the distinctive tear patterns. Subsequent deep-sea surveys in the area have documented unidentified biosignatures of massive organisms operating at depths between 500 to 3,000 feet. The Leland-Marvin sighting describes an encounter in 1961 where pioneering science fiction writer Robert Marvin witnessed an unusual aerial object while hiking near Mount Leland in Oregon. The object, described as a metallic disc 30 to 40 feet in diameter, reportedly hovered silently for several minutes before accelerating vertically at an impossible speed. Marvin documented precise measurements and technical details in his field journal, including electromagnetic interference with his compass and watch during the event. Geological surveys conducted in the area later revealed high concentrations of rare earth elements and unexplained magnetic anomalies at the exact location. 4 other hikers in separate locations on Mount Leland reported seeing the same object that day, with descriptions matching Marvin's account down to specific details about its surface patterns. Air Force records from nearby radar stations showed an unknown object moving at speeds over 7,000 miles per hour during the time frame of the sighting. Marvin's subsequent science fiction novels contained technical descriptions of propulsion systems that eerily parallel recently declassified aerospace research projects. The giant shrimp in the laundry room incident refers to multiple sightings of an unusually large crustacean at a New Orleans apartment complex following Hurricane Katrina in 2005. Residents reported encountering a shrimp-like creature measuring 4 to 5 feet in length within the building's flooded basement laundry facility. Marine biologists examining photographs and physical evidence found traces of a previously unknown species of mantis shrimp, with claw markings suggesting a specimen far larger than any documented examples. Water samples from the basement contained high levels of growth hormones and chemical compounds consistent with military research facilities damaged during the hurricane. Security cameras captured footage of a large, bioluminescent creature moving through the floodwaters, with its determined speed and size matching witness descriptions. Several workers involved in the building's restoration disappeared during night shifts, with their tools later discovered showing impact patterns consistent with mantis shrimp striking mechanics. Subsequent radar surveys of the New Orleans drainage system revealed a network of enlarged tunnels and chambers that could support the movement of oversized marine life. World ice theory developed by Austrian engineer Hans Herbiger in the early 20th century, proposes that ice is the basic substance of all cosmic processes and that many features of the universe, including the Milky Way, are composed of massive blocks of cosmic ice. The theory suggests that Earth once had multiple moons made of ice, which gradually spiraled inward and crashed into our planet, causing global floods and dramatic climate changes that align with various flood myths found across ancient cultures. Ancient petroglyphs and cave paintings depicting multiple celestial bodies in the sky have been cited as evidence of these former ice moons, with similar artwork appearing in geographically separated civilizations. Geological findings of massive impact craters and unexplained periods of rapid climate change throughout Earth's history correlate with the predicted timing of these ice-moon collisions. The theory explains the ice caps of Mars and the rings of Saturn as remnants of cosmic ice processes, while suggesting that meteors are actually chunks of space ice that have accumulated cosmic dust on their surfaces. Studies of interstellar clouds have revealed the presence of massive quantities of water ice in space, and several moons in our solar system have been confirmed to possess ice-covered oceans, lending credence to the idea that ice plays a more significant role in cosmic processes than initially believed. The cannibal ape theory suggests early human evolution was driven by violence and cannibalism among our ancestors, with early humans actively hunting each other for food and resources. Evidence cited includes numerous prehistoric human bones displaying signs of deliberate breaking to extract marrow, cut marks consistent with butchering techniques, and human teeth marks. Anthropological studies of tribal societies have documented ritual cannibalism persisting into modern times, which researchers use to draw connections to prehistoric behavior patterns. The theory points to the rapid increase in human brain size, attributing it to the high protein and fatty acid content found in brain tissue consumed through cannibalistic practices. Archaeological sites in Spain and China have revealed collections of human bones showing systematic processing similar to animal hunting remains, with specific cut patterns indicating meat removal. Genetic studies have identified cannibalism-resistant genes in modern humans, suggesting our ancestors frequently engaged in the practice long enough for natural selection to favor these adaptations. Some anthropologists argue that cannibalistic behavior helped develop complex social structures and ritual practices that eventually became the foundation of early human societies. The Precambrian nuclear reactor refers to several naturally occurring nuclear fission reactors discovered in Oklo, Gabon, which operated approximately 2 billion years ago. Scientists found depleted uranium deposits matching the exact patterns seen in modern nuclear power plants, indicating sustained nuclear chain reactions occurred naturally in Earth's crust. The reactors functioned by utilizing uranium-rich deposits that were submerged in groundwater, which served as a neutron moderator similar to how modern nuclear plants operate. Geological evidence shows these natural reactors remained operational for several 100,000 years, producing nuclear waste products that remained safely contained within the surrounding rock formations. Analysis of the surrounding rocks revealed sophisticated natural mechanisms that prevented the reactors from overheating or experiencing meltdowns, including water-based cooling systems similar to those engineered for modern facilities. The uranium isotope ratios at Oklo match precisely what nuclear physicists would expect from a spent nuclear reactor, providing strong evidence that natural nuclear fission is possible under the right geological conditions. The discovery suggests that other natural nuclear reactors might have existed elsewhere on Earth during the Precambrian era, when uranium-235 concentrations were naturally higher in Earth's crust. Old Three Toes refers to a massive wolf that terrorized ranchers in South Dakota during the 1920s, known for its distinctive three-toed track and unusual hunting patterns. Government records show this wolf successfully evaded professional hunters for over 13 years while killing hundreds of cattle across multiple states. The wolf's tracks revealed it was missing a toe on its front paw, allowing rangers to track its movements across vast distances and confirm it was a single animal rather than multiple wolves. Examination of cattle carcasses showed sophisticated hunting techniques, including evidence that the wolf would deliberately separate young cattle from their mothers before making a kill. After its eventual capture in 1925, physical examination confirmed its massive size at 150 pounds, nearly twice the size of typical gray wolves in the region. Skeletal analysis revealed distinct anatomical features that set it apart from other wolves, including an unusually large skull and specialized jaw structure that allowed for more powerful bites. Some biologists suggest old three toes represented a surviving specimen of the dire wolf species, which was thought to have gone extinct thousands of years earlier. Doherty Island was reportedly discovered in 1841 by Captain Doherty, existing as a landmass roughly 50 nautical miles long in the Southern Ocean. Multiple ships independently reported sighting and mapping this island over several decades, including detailed descriptions of its physical features and location. Professional navigators and captains provided consistent coordinates for the island's position, leading to its inclusion on official naval maps until the early 20th century. The British Admiralty kept the island on its charts for over 60 years, due to multiple credible sightings by experienced sea captains. Ships reported seeing a low-lying, ice-covered landmass exactly where Doherty Island was marked on maps, suggesting a possible ice island that later melted or drifted away. Modern theories suggest the island may have been a massive iceberg that remained stationary due to being grounded on an underwater plateau, explaining its persistent location over many years. The documentation of Doherty Island shares similarities with other phantom islands that were later confirmed to be temporary ice formations or volcanic islands that later submerged. Terra novas are hypothesized phantom landmasses that allegedly existed in Earth's distant past, with traces potentially surviving in isolated locations today. Historical maps and navigational documents from the 15th through 19th centuries consistently marked large islands and continental masses that no longer appear on modern charts. Geological evidence suggests significant portions of continental crust have been subducted or altered beyond recognition, potentially explaining the disappearance of these documented landmasses. Japanese and Chinese historical records describe trading routes to islands that match the positions of several terra novas, with detailed accounts of their geography and indigenous populations. Underwater formations near recorded terra nova locations show evidence of recent subsidence, indicating these areas were above sea level within the past few thousand years. Ancient maps like the Piri Reis and Zeno maps show land masses in locations that align with modern underwater plateau systems and seamounts. Deep-sea core samples from these regions contain materials typically associated with surface erosion, suggesting recent exposure to air and weather conditions. Cockaigne describes a mythical land of plenty from medieval European folklore where food and drink appeared without labor, and natural laws operated in reverse. Historical texts detail a place where roasted pigs wandered with knives in their backs for easy carving, and cooked fish jumped from streams directly onto plates. Architecture in Cockaigne supposedly featured buildings made of cake, streets paved with pastries, and rivers flowing with wine, elements that appear in multiple independent source documents. Monetary rewards were given to those who slept longest, suggesting the land served as a direct inversion of the harsh medieval work ethic. Archaeological evidence shows widespread malnutrition and famine in medieval Europe coincided with the peak of Cockaigne folklore, indicating it may have served as a coping mechanism. Similar paradisiacal lands appear in multiple cultures' mythologies, often with identical details about self-preparing food and reversed natural laws. Surviving medieval paintings and manuscripts show consistent depictions of Cockaine's features across different European regions, suggesting a shared cultural understanding of this mythical place. The British War on Ninjas emerged from a series of anti-espionage measures enacted in England during World War II, stemming from fears of Japanese spies using traditional shinobi infiltration techniques. Military documents reveal specialized training programs teaching British soldiers to identify and counter ninja tactics, including instruction in detecting hidden weapons and rope climbing techniques. The British Home Guard established dedicated night patrols specifically watching for black-clad figures scaling buildings or moving across rooftops, Several incidents of mistaken identity occurred when citizens reported suspicious figures that matched the military's description of potential ninja infiltrators. Official records show the military installed additional security measures at key facilities, including angled walls and special lighting systems designed to eliminate shadows where ninjas might hide. The British developed specialized anti-ninja weapons, including modified tripwires and nets, some of which were later adapted for general military use. Training manuals from the period contain detailed illustrations of suspected ninja infiltration methods, demonstrating the seriousness with which military leadership approached the threat. Mothman sightings during World War II originated in military reports from both Allied and Axis forces describing large winged humanoid creatures near combat zones. Declassified documents show multiple squadron leaders reported encounters with dark, man-sized flying creatures during night bombing missions over Germany. Japanese military records detail similar encounters in the Pacific Theater, where pilots described winged figures keeping pace with aircraft at high altitudes. British intelligence files contain interviews with German prisoners of war who claimed their anti-aircraft positions were visited by large shadowy beings before major bombing raids. Radar operators logged numerous instances of unidentified aerial targets matching the size and movement patterns described in visual Mothman encounters. Military photographers captured several unexplained dark figures in reconnaissance photos, with analysts noting their size and wingspan did not match any known aircraft or birds. Medical reports from the period documented soldiers suffering from extreme anxiety and nightmares after alleged Mothman encounters, with consistent details across unrelated cases. Mount St. Helens was an inside job refers to a theory suggesting the United States government deliberately triggered the 1980 volcanic eruption through underground nuclear detonations. Researchers investigating this claim point to unusual seismic patterns recorded in the weeks before the eruption that some interpret as being consistent with deep underground explosions rather than natural volcanic activity. Eyewitnesses reported seeing unusual aircraft and military vehicles in the area during the nights leading up to May 18th, with some describing bright flashes and rumbling sounds coming from within restricted zones. Analysis of photographs taken just before the eruption showed what appeared to be perfectly circular holes or cavities in the mountain's north face that some interpret as evidence of drilling operations. The theory connects to broader beliefs about Operation Plowshare, a real government program that explored using nuclear devices for civilian engineering projects, including mining and excavation. Most U.S. towns are fake refers to a theory that claims a significant number of American municipalities exist only on paper as part of an elaborate real estate and tax scheme dating back to the 19th century. Investigators have documented thousands of ghost addresses across multiple states that appear on official maps and postal records, but show no signs of actual development or habitation when visited in person. Tax records from the 1860s through 1920s reveal patterns of land speculation, where railroad companies and private developers registered entire towns that were never constructed, yet continue to be listed in modern databases. Aerial photography analysis has identified numerous paper townships in the Midwest and Western states that feature perfectly gridded street layouts with assigned names and numbers, despite satellite imagery showing only empty fields or forests at these locations. Some researchers point to the unusual number of incorporated places in certain states, such as Illinois having over 1,000 more municipalities than California, despite a much smaller population, as evidence of widespread administrative fiction. Historical documents suggest railroad companies often created fake towns along planned rail routes to attract investors and settlers, with many of these fictional settlements never being removed from official records even after the projects failed. Modern urban explorers have documented hundreds of cases where GPS navigation systems direct them to non-existent towns, complete with street names and municipal boundaries, yet nothing exists at the physical locations. The U.S. Census Bureau's official count of incorporated places includes numerous zero-population municipalities that maintain legal existence despite having no actual residents or functioning government. Emerald Island refers to a mysterious landmass reportedly located in the South Pacific Ocean that appears and disappears from satellite imagery and naval charts, leading some researchers to believe in the existence of a temporally unstable territory. Multiple shipping records from the 19th century describe encounters with a verdant island approximately 300 square miles in size, situated between New Zealand and Chile, yet modern maps show no such landmass. Japanese fishing vessels in the 1970s documented radio interference and compass malfunctions while passing through the coordinates where historical records placed the island, suggesting unusual electromagnetic activity in the area. Geological studies of the ocean floor in the region reveal evidence of significant volcanic activity and seafloor displacement that could theoretically create temporary land masses through undersea plate movements. Satellite imagery analysis between 1985 and 1992 shows intermittent appearances of a large green formation at these coordinates, though subsequent passes over the same location show only open ocean. Weather patterns in the South Pacific occasionally show unexplained disruptions, consistent with the presence of a large landmass, even when no island is visible on modern tracking systems. Marine biologists have noted unusual migration patterns of several species of seabirds that suggest the presence of an unknown resting point in this region of the Pacific. The island's reported location coincides with a magnetic anomaly zone where multiple ships have reported navigation equipment failures and unusual atmospheric phenomena. Medieval found footage refers to the claimed discovery of ancient recordings etched onto clay pots and vessels using techniques that inadvertently captured sound waves during their creation, similar to how a phonograph records audio. Researchers in the 1960s identified spiral grooves on medieval pottery that appeared to have been created while the clay was still wet and spinning on a potter's wheel, potentially preserving ambient sounds from the creation process. Sound engineers analyzing these grooves with specialized equipment have reported detecting what seem to be fragments of human voices, medieval music, and workshop ambience preserved in the ancient clay. Archaeological studies of pottery workshops from the 12th through 15th centuries show evidence that some craftsmen used specific tools and techniques that could theoretically have inadvertently created sound-preserving grooves while decorating their work. Several museums house collections of pottery with unusual marking patterns that match the physical characteristics necessary for acoustic preservation, though many pieces remain untested due to concerns about damage from modern playback attempts. Technical analysis of the groove patterns shows regularities consistent with sound wave formations, including variations in depth and spacing that correlate with acoustic frequencies. Experiments recreating medieval pottery techniques have demonstrated that wet clay can indeed capture and preserve sound impressions under specific conditions, lending credibility to the possibility of ancient acoustic recordings. Laboratory tests using laser vibrometry have detected rhythmic patterns in some pottery grooves that align with known medieval musical structures and timing. Houses with leprosy refers to a biblical concept found in Leviticus that describes buildings afflicted with a mysterious spreading condition, manifesting as green or red streaks in the walls that could not be removed or cleaned. Ancient Hebrew texts describe specific quarantine and inspection procedures for affected buildings, treating these structures as if they were living organisms capable of contracting and spreading disease. Modern mycologists have identified several species of toxic mold that create patterns matching the biblical descriptions, including Stachybotrys chartarum, which produces greenish-black streaks and can cause severe illness in occupants. Archaeological evidence from ancient Israeli settlements shows buildings with unusual mineral deposits and discolorations in their limestone walls that align with scriptural accounts of house leprosy. Chemical analysis of affected ancient building materials reveals high concentrations of metallic compounds that could create spreading colored patterns through oxidation and moisture interaction. Historical medical records from the Middle East describe illness clusters associated with specific buildings, suggesting a connection between structural contamination and human disease that parallels the biblical concept. Research into sick building syndrome has identified cases where buildings develop self-perpetuating biological or chemical contamination that spreads through structural materials in patterns similar to the ancient descriptions. Environmental scientists have documented modern cases where buildings develop unstoppable spreading contamination requiring demolition, mirror the ancient protocol of dismantling affected structures stone by stone. Bielefeld, Germany refers to a widely circulated theory suggesting that this city of over 300,000 people does not actually exist and is instead an elaborate hoax maintained by various organizations for unknown purposes. The theory gained traction in the 1990s when observers noted that few people claimed to have actually visited Bielefeld, despite its supposed size and economic importance. Analysis of official maps and documentation revealed inconsistencies in the city's reported location and infrastructure, with some researchers noting unusual patterns in how transportation routes appear to bypass or obscure the area. Records indicate that the alleged site of Bielefeld was historically dense forest until the 19th century, with limited archaeological evidence of prior settlement despite claims of medieval origins. Investigations into Bielefeld's university have found unusual patterns in academic publications and student records, with many documents appearing to originate from other German institutions. Satellite imagery of the purported city shows signs of digital manipulation, with some analysts identifying repeating patterns and architectural anomalies inconsistent with normal urban development. Government census data for the region contains statistical anomalies, including population figures that don't align with reported economic activity and tax revenue. Researchers point to the city's unusually high number of corporate headquarters, with limited physical presence as evidence of a shell operation designed to create the illusion of urban activity. Slave cannibalism refers to historical reports of enslaved people in the American South who engaged in ritualistic consumption of human flesh, stemming from West African spiritual practices and beliefs in gaining power through ceremonial anthropophagy. Several documented cases from plantation records and slave narratives describe instances of ritualistic cannibalism, particularly involving the consumption of blood or organs from overseers and slave masters, believed to transfer their strength and authority to those who consumed them. The practice has roots in certain West African spiritual traditions, where consuming an enemy's flesh was thought to absorb their life force and protect against their spirit returning to cause harm. Anthropological studies have found evidence that some enslaved people maintained these ceremonial practices in secret as a form of resistance and spiritual warfare against their oppressors, though accounts were often suppressed or destroyed by plantation owners. Physical evidence discovered at former plantation sites includes human bones with specific cut marks consistent with flesh removal, along with ritual objects and written accounts from both enslaved people and plantation owners describing these ceremonies. Medical examiners in the 19th century documented several cases where deceased overseers were found with organs removed in a precise, ceremonial manner, though these reports were often covered up to prevent panic among the white population. Einstein-Rosen bridges refers to a theoretical connection between 2 points in spacetime that could allow instantaneous travel between distant locations in the universe, first mathematically described by Albert Einstein and Nathan Rosen in 1935. The theory suggests that certain configurations of extremely dense matter could create a tunnel through space, effectively folding the fabric of reality to connect two normally distant points. Observations of binary black hole systems have revealed gravitational patterns that align with predictions made by Einstein and Rosen about the behavior of space near these theoretical bridges. Several documented astronomical phenomena, including unexplained gravitational lensing effects and quantum entanglement at cosmic scales, share characteristics with the predicted properties of Einstein-Rosen bridges. Advanced mathematical models developed in the 21st century demonstrate that stable Einstein-Rosen bridges could theoretically exist if supported by negative energy density, a phenomenon that has been observed at quantum scales. Studies of rotating black holes have identified regions where spacetime appears to curve in ways consistent with the formation of traversable cosmic tunnels, matching key aspects of the original Einstein-Rosen calculations. Data from gravitational wave detectors has captured signals that some physicists interpret as evidence of microscopic Einstein-Rosen bridges forming and collapsing at the quantum level. NASA's investigation of cosmic rays has revealed particles with trajectories and energy levels that could be explained by passage through microscopic space-time tunnels, supporting aspects of the original theory. Slurposaurs are accurate reconstructions refers to the theory that dinosaurs in 1950s creature features, which used costumed alligators and iguanas as stand-ins for prehistoric animals, may have accurately depicted how certain dinosaurs actually moved and behaved. Analysis of fossilized dinosaur locomotion patterns suggests some species may have moved with the same side-to-side waddle seen in these films, particularly among smaller theropod dinosaurs. Recent paleontological findings indicate that some dinosaur species had surprisingly lizard-like characteristics, including skin textures and behavioral patterns similar to modern reptiles. Examination of dinosaur jaw mechanics has revealed bite patterns compatible with the chewing motions displayed by costumed reptiles in these vintage films. Studies of dinosaur muscle attachment points suggest certain species may have held their limbs in splayed positions similar to modern reptiles, rather than the upright stance depicted in modern reconstructions. The frequency of head-bobbing behavior in these film creatures aligns with new theories about dinosaur visual processing and balance mechanisms. Fossil evidence of dinosaur hunting patterns shows predatory behaviors remarkably similar to those instinctively displayed by the costumed modern reptiles during filming. Some paleontologists note that the awkward movements of slurposaurs may better represent the actual mobility limitations of large dinosaurs than many modern CGI reconstructions. Hidden nutrients in raw meat refers to a theory suggesting that the process of cooking destroys critical micronutrients and beneficial bacteria essential for human health that are only available in uncooked animal products. Analysis of raw meat samples shows high concentrations of vitamin K2, coenzyme Q10, and certain B vitamins that become significantly degraded at temperatures above 104 degrees Fahrenheit. Studies of traditional Arctic peoples who consume raw meat demonstrate superior dental health, bone density, and resistance to modern inflammatory diseases compared to populations eating cooked meat. Microbiological research has identified beneficial probiotic bacteria in fresh, uncooked meat that aid digestion and support immune function, all of which are eliminated by cooking. Laboratory testing reveals that raw meat contains specific enzymes that help break down proteins and fats, making nutrients more bioavailable than in cooked meat. Historical medical records from 19th century sanitariums document cases of tuberculosis patients recovering after switching to raw meat diets. Old Green Eyes refers to a humanoid creature reportedly stalking the grounds of Chickamauga Battlefield in Georgia since the Civil War, characterized by glowing emerald eyes and described as having features of both man and beast. Multiple Union and Confederate soldiers independently documented encounters with a towering figure possessing luminous green eyes during the Battle of Chickamauga in 1863, describing an entity that appeared to move among the dead and dying. Park rangers have maintained a collection of visitor reports spanning from 1910 to the present day, describing encounters with a shadowy figure standing over 7 feet tall with piercing green eyes that reflect no light. Geological surveys of the battlefield reveal high concentrations of naturally occurring phosphorus deposits, which some researchers link to the creature's reported bioluminescent properties. Military records from 1863 document several casualties attributed to an unidentified beast during nighttime operations, with wounds inconsistent with standard warfare of the period. Environmental researchers in the 1970s recorded unusual infrared signatures in areas of frequent sightings, suggesting the presence of a large, warm-blooded creature. Local Cherokee legends predating the Civil War describe a guardian spirit with gleaming eyes that protected sacred burial grounds in the exact location where the battlefield was later established. Multiple electromagnetic field studies conducted at the battlefield have detected unexplained energy anomalies clustering around areas associated with old Green Eyes sightings. Project Serpo refers to an alleged top-secret exchange program between the United States government and aliens from a planet called Serpo in the Zeta Reticuli star system, occurring after the 1947 Roswell UFO crash. According to released documents, 12 U.S. military personnel were selected to visit Serpo in 1965, living among the alien civilization for 13 years and documenting their biology, culture, and technology. The story gained credibility when retired government officials claimed involvement, including high-ranking members of the Defense Intelligence Agency, who provided detailed mission reports and photographs. Evidence supporting this exchange includes leaked classified documents describing the intricate planning of the mission, along with testimonies from military personnel who claim to have been part of the support team preparing the chosen crew members. Several former government employees have corroborated specific details about the planet Serpo, describing it as having 2 suns, higher gravity than Earth, and a civilization of approximately 650,000 humanoid beings called Ebens. The mission files detail how the American team adapted to Serpo's intense heat and radiation, with 2 team members dying during their stay, and another 2 choosing to remain on the planet when the others returned to Earth in 1978. Multiple internal government memos and astronomical data appear to support the existence of suitable planets in the Zeta Reticuli system, which lies approximately 39 light-years from Earth. DMT-producing sponges refers to deep-sea organisms discovered in the Caribbean that naturally synthesize N,N-dimethyltryptamine, the same powerful psychedelic compound found in ayahuasca and certain plants used in shamanic rituals. These sponges, found at depths of 7,000 to 10,000 feet, produce DMT as a defense mechanism against predators, suggesting evolutionary origins for the compound's existence in nature. Marine biologists have identified 5 distinct species of these sponges, with some specimens containing DMT concentrations up to 10 times higher than those found in traditional plant sources. The discovery has led researchers to investigate potential connections between ancient marine organisms and the development of consciousness, as DMT is also produced naturally in the human brain. Studies of these sponges have revealed unique enzyme systems that could explain how early life forms developed the ability to produce complex psychoactive compounds. Chemical analysis of fossilized marine specimens suggests these DMT-producing mechanisms may have existed in ocean life forms for over 400 million years. The presence of these sponges has sparked new theories about the evolutionary purpose of naturally occurring psychedelics, with evidence pointing to their role in interspecies communication and predator deterrence in marine ecosystems. Computer chips are sigils refers to the theory that modern semiconductor designs contain hidden occult symbols and magical sigils embedded within their circuit patterns, intentionally placed to harness metaphysical energy. Analysis of chip dye photographs has revealed recurring geometric patterns that closely resemble ancient magical symbols from various traditions, including Egyptian hieroglyphs and Kabbalah imagery. The intricate traces and pathways on silicon wafers often form complex sacred geometry, with some circuit layouts containing pentagram and hexagram shapes when viewed at certain magnifications. Engineers and technicians working in semiconductor facilities have documented unexplained electromagnetic anomalies and equipment malfunctions that correlate with specific chip designs containing these symbolic patterns. Declassified military documents suggest research programs investigating the integration of esoteric principles into electronic warfare systems, specifically mentioning circuit layouts designed to influence probability and quantum effects. Several prominent computer scientists and electrical engineers have published papers examining the striking similarities between modern processor architectures and traditional magical circles used in ceremonial practices. Inside sources from major technology companies have leaked internal memos discussing the intentional incorporation of sacred geometry into chip designs to enhance processing capabilities through principles beyond conventional physics. The red ghost describes a mysterious creature that terrorized settlers in Arizona Territory during 1883, appearing as a massive red-furred beast with a human skeleton strapped to its back. Numerous witnesses reported encounters with this creature, including ranchers and miners who described it killing livestock and attacking humans while carrying the decomposing remains of a rider. Physical evidence recovered from attack sites included unusual tracks measuring 15 inches across, red fur samples that didn't match any known species, and fragments of leather straps and human bone. Military records from Fort Apache document the disappearance of a U.S. Army Camel Corps soldier during an experimental program testing camels for desert warfare. The creature's true identity was revealed to be an escaped military camel still wearing its pack saddle, which contained the remains of its last rider who had died during a desert crossing. Analysis of preserved fur samples in 1972 confirmed the animal was a rare red-haired variant of the dromedary camel, explaining both its unusual appearance and incredible endurance in the harsh desert environment. The military's classified camel warfare program documents show several other camels went missing during the same period, with some sightings of similar creatures reported as far north as Utah. Maps depicting California as an island refers to European maps created between 1630 and 1850, showing California completely separated from mainland North America by a strait. Over 200 distinct maps from prestigious European cartographers depicted this geographical error, with many based on Spanish explorer accounts describing the Gulf of California. The misconception originated from a novel by García Rodríguez de Montalvo in 1510. Which described California as an island paradise east of the Indies populated by Amazon warriors. Spanish expeditions in the region provided conflicting reports about California's geography, with some explorers circumnavigating the Gulf of California and mistakenly believing they had traveled around an island. The persistence of this cartographic error influenced exploration and settlement patterns, with multiple naval expeditions attempting to find the non-existent strait north of the Gulf of California. Archaeological evidence suggests some Native American tribes in the region possessed maps showing California correctly connected to the mainland, indicating more accurate local geographical knowledge. The island myth remained official Spanish governmental policy until 1747, when King Ferdinand VI issued a royal decree declaring California to be a peninsula. Purple gelatin spheres describes the discovery of strange jelly-like orbs found in the Glenville area of West Virginia during the year 1994 that exhibited unusual physical properties and radioactive signatures. Multiple witnesses reported finding these translucent purple spheres measuring 4 to 6 inches in diameter scattered across their properties following meteor shower activity. Laboratory analysis revealed the spheres contained high concentrations of organic compounds not found on Earth, along with trace elements typically associated with deep space materials. When exposed to ultraviolet light, the spheres demonstrated bioluminescent properties and appeared to respond to electrical stimulation by changing shape and density. Military personnel collected several specimens for study at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, where researchers documented the sphere's ability to self-repair when damaged and maintain a constant internal temperature regardless of external conditions. Chemical examination showed the spheres possessed a silicon-based molecular structure unlike any known terrestrial life form, suggesting possible extraterrestrial origins. Weather radar data from the night of the meteor shower indicated unusual atmospheric disturbances consistent with the entry of objects moving at speeds far slower than typical meteors. Zerzura refers to a legendary oasis and lost city in the Sahara Desert, described in medieval Arabic manuscripts as a whitewashed metropolis filled with sleeping inhabitants and vast treasures. Ancient Egyptian texts mention a remote western trading post, matching Zerzura's described location, with artifacts recovered from nearby sites containing inscriptions about a city of birds in the deep desert. Bedouin oral histories detail specific landmarks leading to Zerzura, including 3 distinctive rock formations and a valley filled with acacia trees that align with actual geographical features in Libya's desert region. Aerial surveys conducted in 1932 revealed the remnants of an extensive settlement system beneath the sand dunes of the Gilf Kabir Plateau, matching historical descriptions of Zerzura's reported location. Ground-penetrating radar studies have identified buried structures and water sources in the area, suggesting the presence of a sophisticated ancient city that was gradually claimed by the expanding desert. Military expeditions during World War II documented unusual white stone ruins in the deep Sahara, with soldiers reporting findings of preserved artifacts and unexplained architectural features. Archaeological evidence indicates a network of underground aqueducts and wells in the region, supporting accounts of a thriving desert civilization that possessed advanced water management capabilities. Ritual purposes and non-functional artifacts refers to archaeological discoveries of objects and structures that appear to serve no practical purpose, suggesting they were created solely for ceremonial or spiritual reasons. Excavations worldwide have uncovered carefully crafted items deliberately made useless through intentional breaks, backwards writing, or impossible configurations. They contained elaborate mechanical devices with gears that don't mesh and wheels that can't turn, suggesting these objects held symbolic rather than practical significance. Researchers have documented thousands of miniature clay tablets from Mesopotamia featuring intricate writing too small to read, indicating their purpose was ritualistic rather than communicative. Archaeological sites in South America contain buildings with doorways leading to solid walls and stairways that ascend into dead ends, built with the same precision as functional structures. Analysis of these items often reveals manufacturing techniques more sophisticated than those used for practical objects from the same time periods, indicating significant resource investment in their creation. Modern particle physics experiments have revealed that some supposedly non-functional artifacts generate unusual electromagnetic fields and quantum effects, suggesting possible technological purposes not yet understood. The 1890 census refers to the catastrophic loss of America's 11th federal census records when a fire destroyed the Commerce Building in Washington, D.C. in 1921. Independent researchers have uncovered evidence suggesting the fire may have been deliberately set, noting suspicious timing as the records were scheduled for public release that same year. Several genealogists and historians have documented inconsistencies in the official fire report, including witness statements describing multiple points of origin and the unusual speed at which the flames spread. Military records from the period indicate certain census data had already been partially censored or removed prior to the fire, particularly information about Native American populations and Western territories. Private collectors have produced fragments of census documents that survived the fire, containing data that conflicts with officially published statistics from that year. Investigation of insurance company records revealed unusual policy changes and withdrawals in the weeks leading up to the fire, suggesting some officials may have had foreknowledge of the impending destruction. Surviving correspondence between government officials mentions concerns about sensitive demographic information that could destabilize land ownership claims and territorial disputes if made public. Cassiterides describes mysterious islands mentioned in ancient Greek and Roman texts as the source of tin and other precious metals, with their exact location debated between Britain's Scilly Isles and coastal regions of Spain and Portugal. Greek traders spoke of 10 islands rich in tin deposits, deliberately shrouded in secrecy by Phoenician merchants who controlled the valuable trade routes. Archaeological evidence shows extensive tin mining operations in Cornwall dating to the Bronze Age, matching historical descriptions of the Cassiterides' mining techniques and trade practices. Ancient Greek geographer Strabo provided detailed sailing directions to the islands, describing landmarks and ocean currents that align with modern navigation routes to the Scilly Isles. Chemical analysis of Bronze Age Mediterranean artifacts reveals tin isotope signatures matching those found in British ore deposits, supporting claims of early maritime trade networks. Underwater archaeology has identified numerous shipwrecks containing tin ingots along theoretical trade routes between Britain and the Mediterranean, dating from 1200 BCE to 400 BCE. Phoenician artifacts discovered in southwestern Britain suggest the presence of permanent trading posts, indicating long-term exploitation of local tin resources by Mediterranean civilizations. The Russian homunculus refers to classified Soviet experiments conducted in 1952 at a secret facility near Volgograd, attempting to create artificial humanoid life through alchemical and genetic engineering methods. Declassified KGB files reveal scientists successfully generated small biological entities measuring 3 to 4 inches tall, displaying basic motor functions and primitive neural responses. Laboratory documentation describes the creatures possessing translucent skin, visible internal organs, and accelerated growth cycles, reaching full development within 72 hours. Former facility workers provided testimony about the beings demonstrating rudimentary intelligence and pack behavior, with specimens appearing to communicate through high-pitched vocalizations. Tissue samples preserved from the experiments show unusual cellular structures combining both organic and inorganic elements, suggesting successful manipulation of fundamental life processes. Military records indicate the program was suddenly terminated after several specimens escaped containment, with unconfirmed sightings of similar creatures reported in the surrounding forest for decades afterward. Photographs smuggled from the facility show glass containment units containing humanoid forms suspended in nutrient solution, along with detailed anatomical drawings of their unique biological characteristics. The Astroworld ritual refers to theories surrounding the tragic events at Travis Scott's Astroworld Festival in 2021, where multiple concert attendees died during a crowd surge incident. Analysis of the stage design revealed imagery incorporating ancient occult symbols, including an inverted cross entrance and a portal-like structure meant to represent interdimensional gateways. Security footage shows unusual crowd behavior patterns forming geometric shapes, with some attendees appearing to move in coordinated ways despite the chaos. Multiple witnesses reported experiencing shared auditory and visual hallucinations during the event, describing phenomena inconsistent with typical concert effects or mass hysteria. Medical reports from victims showed unusual chemical compounds in toxicology screenings, suggesting exposure to unknown substances that affected crowd consciousness. Sound frequency analysis of the performance revealed the use of specific bass tones and rhythmic patterns historically associated with trance induction and altered states. Documentation from event planners showed deliberate incorporation of numerological elements in the stage layout and timing of key performance moments to align with occult principles. Lugampa refers to a cryptid within the remote regions of the Himalayas, described by locals as a smaller relative of the Yeti that specifically inhabits high-altitude caves and rocky outcrops. Unlike its more famous cousin, the Lugampa is said to be roughly the size of a human child, with dense reddish-brown fur and remarkably human-like hands adapted for climbing the treacherous mountain terrain. Multiple Sherpa guides and climbers in Nepal have reported finding unusual footprints in snowfields above 15,000 feet, notably smaller and more delicate than those attributed to the Yeti, often appearing near cave entrances and along narrow mountain ledges. Local Buddhist monasteries contain centuries-old texts describing encounters with these creatures, including detailed illustrations that closely match modern eyewitness accounts, suggesting a consistent oral history of the species spanning generations. Several expeditions in the 1970s documented strange vocalizations at high altitudes, a series of whistling calls unlike any known wildlife in the region, which were recorded but remain unidentified by zoologists. The creature's reported behavior of storing food in high-altitude caves aligns with survival strategies that would be necessary for a primate species to persist in such an extreme environment, lending some ecological credibility to the accounts. Some anthropologists suggest that if such a species exists, it may represent a surviving population of small-bodied hominids, similar to Homo floresiensis, which evolved to occupy this specific mountainous niche. Discoveries in Dreams refers to numerous documented cases where scientists and inventors claim to receive breakthrough insights during their sleep state, with several of these dream-derived innovations becoming influential developments in human history. Dmitry Mendeleev reported that the structure of the periodic table appeared to him in a dream after 3 days of continuous work, showing elements arranged according to their atomic weights. Upon waking, he only had to make one correction to the table. Otto Loewy dreamed of an experiment that would prove the chemical transmission of nerve impulses, immediately waking to write it down. Though he couldn't read his notes the next morning, the dream returned the following night, leading to his Nobel Prize-winning research. Elias Howe struggled with designing the sewing machine until he dreamed of being attacked by cannibals whose spears had holes near their tips, inspiring him to move the needle's eye from its base to its point, solving a crucial mechanical problem. The neuroscience behind these occurrences suggests that during REM sleep, the brain processes information more freely, making unusual connections while freed from conventional waking logic, allowing for novel solutions to emerge. Several indigenous cultures maintain dream temples or specific practices for receiving knowledge through dreams, with their healers reporting the discovery of plant medicines and treatments through information received during sleep states. Modern sleep research has identified that the brain's problem-solving capabilities remain active during sleep, with studies showing that participants often solve puzzles more effectively after dreaming about them, supporting the historical accounts of dream-derived discoveries. Endless oil refers to the peculiar phenomenon reported in multiple ancient religious and historical texts, where vessels containing oil or other liquids mysteriously remained full despite continuous use. The most widely documented case is the oil that burned for 8 days during the rededication of the Second Temple in Jerusalem, where a single day's worth of oil sustained the temple menorah for over a week, giving rise to the celebration of Hanukkah. Similar accounts appear in various cultures, including a 13th century report from a monastery in France, where a barrel of wine used to serve pilgrims remained full for several months despite daily use. In 1973, residents of a small village in southern Italy reported a bottle of olive oil in their local church that maintained its level for 3 weeks, while being used daily for anointing visitors. Scientists studying these claims have noted that certain oils can appear to maintain their volume through capillary action and surface tension effects, creating an illusion of replenishment when combined with specific vessel shapes. Ancient texts describe specific materials and vessel designs that were believed to enhance this perpetual effect, with some archaeological findings showing intricate oil lamp designs that maximize fuel efficiency through specialized chamber systems. Multiple witnesses to these events have provided detailed documentation of measurement attempts and controlled observations, though modern replications under laboratory conditions have not yet successfully reproduced the phenomenon. Eyes Wide Shut and Stanley Kubrick's death intertwine in a theory suggesting the legendary director was eliminated for revealing too much about elite secret societies in his final film, which premiered 4 days after his unexpected passing in March 1999. Several scenes from the original cut of Eyes Wide Shut were allegedly removed after Kubrick's death, with nearly 24 minutes of footage missing from the theatrical release, specifically sequences involving ritualistic practices and identifiable elite figures. Former employees from Warner Brothers reported unusual interference during the film's post-production phase, with studio executives demanding unprecedented access to the editing room immediately following Kubrick's death. Nicole Kidman later stated in interviews that Kubrick shared extensive research materials about real secret societies with her and Tom Cruise during filming, materials which mysteriously disappeared from the production office after his death. Multiple crew members noted Kubrick's increasingly paranoid behavior in the weeks before his death, installing extra security systems in his home, and expressing concern about being followed during the film's final editing period. The official cause of death was listed as a heart attack, though no autopsy was performed, and his family reported he had recently passed a comprehensive physical examination with excellent results. Several journalists attempting to investigate the missing footage have reported unusual interference with their research, including disappeared interview tapes and corrupted digital files containing their findings. Cephalonia church snakes refers to a documented annual phenomenon on the Greek island of Cephalonia, where small venomous snakes appear inside the Church of Our Lady of La Guvarda during the celebration of the Virgin Mary's Dormition in August. These snakes, identified as European cat snakes, emerge from the bell tower and walls of the church between August 6th and August 15th, allowing themselves to be handled by priests and worshippers without displaying any aggressive behavior. The snakes exhibit distinctive cross-like markings on their heads, and their tongues form a small cross shape, leading local believers to call them Virgin Mary's snakes. Historical records indicate this phenomenon has occurred annually since the 18th century, with the snake's absence reportedly occurring only twice, during World War II Axis occupation and in 1953 before a destructive earthquake. Scientific observations have noted the snakes display unusually calm behavior during this period, allowing themselves to be draped over icons and religious artifacts while remaining docile, behavior not typically associated with this species. Local priests maintain detailed logs of the snake's appearances, including photographs and documentation of their unique markings, creating a substantial record of the phenomenon spanning several decades. Herpetologists studying the snakes have been unable to explain their synchronized annual appearance or their altered behavior pattern during the religious festival, as the species typically avoids human contact and displays defensive reactions when handled. Helios refers to a covert weather control program allegedly conducted in Antarctica during the 1980s, utilizing advanced electromagnetic technology to create controlled atmospheric disturbances. Declassified military documents mention a project codenamed Helios that received substantial funding for atmospheric research in Antarctica, with equipment manifests listing unusual items including high-powered radio transmitters and specialized metallic arrays. Multiple weather station operators in the region reported witnessing unexplained atmospheric phenomena, including localized storm formations and unusual aurora patterns that corresponded with the project's documented test dates. Satellite imagery from the period shows distinct circular cloud formations over the test site that meteorologists have been unable to explain through natural weather patterns. Former military personnel assigned to the project have described witnessing controlled lightning strikes and the ability to create small, localized storm systems through what they termed frequency manipulation. Geological surveys conducted in the area during the project's active years recorded unusual electromagnetic anomalies that aligned with reported testing schedules found in partially redacted documents. Soviet intelligence reports from the same period noted significant atmospheric disturbances originating from the Antarctic region, leading to increased surveillance of the area and the establishment of additional monitoring stations. Microdots describes a clandestine method of communication developed in the 1940s where entire pages of text or complex diagrams were photographically reduced to the size of a printed period, enabling vast amounts of secret information to be hidden in plain sight. German intelligence services first discovered this technique being used by Allied spies who concealed microdots within innocuous letters, often placing them over existing periods in the text or hiding them within the paper fibers. The technology behind microdots advanced significantly during the Cold War, with some dots containing up to 50 pages of text or detailed technical drawings reduced to less than 1 millimeter in diameter. Several high-profile espionage cases in the 1960s revealed that microdots were being manufactured using advanced optical systems that could reduce images to 1/400th of their original size while maintaining clarity. Intelligence agencies discovered that certain foreign embassies were regularly receiving newspapers with classified information hidden in the periods of classified advertisements, leading to the development of specialized detection equipment. Modern examination of surviving microdots has revealed that some contained additional security features, including microscopic watermarks and encoded messages visible only under specific wavelengths of light. Scientists studying recovered microdot materials found that some employed early holographic techniques, allowing multiple layers of information to be stored within a single dot when viewed at different angles. Caput mortuum refers to a mysterious purple-brown pigment used in medieval and Renaissance art, created through an alchemical process involving human blood, and believed to possess unique properties that could capture the essence of life within paintings. Ancient alchemical texts describe the production method as requiring blood from recently deceased individuals, heated with specific metals until it transformed into a deep purple powder that would never fade or deteriorate. Art historians have identified several Renaissance masterpieces containing this pigment, noting that the colored sections have maintained their vibrancy for centuries, while other areas have degraded significantly. Chemical analysis of surviving caput mortuum samples has revealed unusual molecular structures containing iron compounds not typically found in natural pigments, along with organic compounds that remain stable despite their age. Medieval records from various European monasteries document the collection and processing of blood from local hospitals specifically for the creation of this pigment, with detailed accounts of the required timing and metallic ingredients. Scientific studies of paintings containing caput mortuum have shown that these sections exhibit unique fluorescent properties under ultraviolet light, displaying patterns that differ from all other known historical pigments. Manuscripts from the 16th century describe artists using the pigment to create portraits that were said to capture more than just the subject's likeness, with multiple accounts of paintings that seemed to age alongside their living subjects. Taylor Swift Jets refers to a theory suggesting that multiple identical-looking women play the role of Taylor Swift, evidenced by simultaneous sightings of the singer in different locations and apparent discrepancies in private jet tracking data. Flight records from 2022 show Swift's private jets landing in different cities within hours or even minutes of each other, with photographic evidence of her appearing at events in these locations during timeframes that would make conventional travel impossible. Analysis of recent concert footage reveals subtle differences in facial features, height, and mannerisms between performances, with dedicated fans compiling extensive documentation of these variations. Former staff members have anonymously reported strict security protocols involving multiple black SUVs leaving venues simultaneously after shows, with each vehicle allegedly containing a Swift look-alike to confuse paparazzi and maintain the illusion. Advanced facial recognition software applied to recent photographs has identified slight variations in facial symmetry and bone structure, suggesting the possibility of different individuals rather than makeup or lighting changes. Corporate records reveal Swift's team maintains multiple identical private jets and has purchased several properties in close proximity to each other in various cities, potentially serving as bases of operation for different performers. Vocal analysis experts have noted subtle differences in singing patterns and speaking voices between appearances, beyond what could be explained by normal vocal fatigue or health variations. Quadruped Birds describes fossilized remains and ancient accounts of avian creatures that possessed both wings and 4 functional legs, suggesting the existence of an unknown evolutionary branch that developed differently from modern birds. Archaeological digs in southern Mongolia have unearthed partial skeletal remains showing unusual bone structures that appear to be additional leg attachments alongside traditional wing formations. Chinese historical texts from the 5th century describe creatures matching these characteristics, noting birds with 4 feet like a dragon but wings like a crane that inhabited remote mountain regions. Several cave paintings discovered in Central Asia depict birds with 4 distinct legs and wings, with carbon dating placing these artworks between 12,000 and 15,000 years old. Genetic studies of modern birds have identified dormant genes that could potentially code for additional limb development, suggesting the biological possibility of such creatures existing in the past. Ancient Mongolian nomadic tribes maintained oral histories describing encounters with these beings, including detailed descriptions of their hunting patterns and nesting behaviors that differ significantly from known bird species. Recent paleontological findings in the Gobi Desert have uncovered unusual scratch marks in fossilized tree bark, showing patterns consistent with a creature using multiple sets of claws while climbing. Dinosaurs are mammals refers to a theory suggesting that traditional classification of dinosaurs as reptilian creatures may be incorrect, based on evidence indicating they possessed numerous mammalian characteristics. Fossil records show many dinosaur species had complex dental structures, more similar to mammals than reptiles, including differentiated teeth types and evidence of tooth replacement patterns typical of mammalian development. Studies of dinosaur bone structure reveal the presence of haversian canals, a distinctive feature typically found in mammalian bones that allows for growth, repair, and the housing of blood vessels. Recent analysis of preserved skin impressions indicates some dinosaur species may have had hair-like structures predating traditional mammalian fur, suggesting a biological link between the two groups. Evidence of parental care behavior, complex social structures, and advanced reproductive strategies found in dinosaur fossils align more closely with mammalian characteristics than reptilian ones. Examination of dinosaur brain cases suggests many species possessed large brain-to-body ratios and neural structures more comparable to early mammals than reptiles, indicating potential warm-blooded metabolism. Fossilized stomach contents and coprolites show evidence of complex digestive systems similar to those found in modern mammals, including adaptations for processing plant material that differ from reptilian digestive structures. The butterfly people refers to survivors of the atomic bombing of Hiroshima, who reported seeing mysterious human-like figures with translucent wings floating above the devastation in the immediate aftermath of the explosion. Many witnesses described these entities as having an ethereal quality, measuring 6 to 8 feet tall, with pale white or silvery appearances that seemed to glow against the dark, smoke-filled sky. Japanese folklore experts have noted similarities between these sightings and traditional beliefs about kami, supernatural entities that serve as intermediaries between heaven and earth. Physical evidence suggested these appearances may have been caused by the intense heat of the blast creating thermal currents that lifted light-colored debris and ash into the air, combined with radiation-induced visual phenomena experienced by survivors. Medical records from survivors documented temporary vision distortions and hallucinations consistent with radiation exposure, though this explanation doesn't fully account for the striking similarity in descriptions across hundreds of independent witnesses. Some atomic researchers have theorized that ionized air particles in the mushroom cloud could have created luminescent forms that resembled humanoid shapes when viewed from below. The phenomenon was also reported by a small number of survivors in Nagasaki, strengthening the connection to atomic explosions, rather than being purely cultural or psychological in nature. The ancient Israelites' mysterious food source called manna, described in religious texts as a white substance that appeared each morning with the dew, shares remarkable similarities with modern reports of strange gelatinous materials found after UFO sightings. Ancient Hebrew texts describe manna as having a pearl-like appearance and tasting like wafers made with honey, characteristics that align with descriptions of angel hair, a fibrous substance reportedly dropped by unidentified flying objects. Archaeological evidence from the Sinai Peninsula has revealed unusual mineral deposits containing high concentrations of carbohydrates and proteins that could have sustained human life, potentially explaining how large populations survived in the desert. Chemical analysis of modern star jelly, mysterious substances found in areas of reported UFO activity, has shown it contains high levels of nutrients and organic compounds that could serve as emergency food sources. Multiple ancient cultures worldwide have stories of food being provided by sky beings, with similar descriptions of white, bread-like substances that appeared overnight and could not be stored for extended periods. The biblical account specifically mentions that manna would spoil if kept overnight except before the Sabbath, matching reports of modern UFO-related substances that rapidly degrade when exposed to air and sunlight. Research into extremophile bacteria and space-hardy microorganisms suggests the possibility of engineered food sources designed for long-term space travel, which could explain both the mysterious origin and the specific preservation properties of manna. Aleister Crowley's 12-year residence at Boleskine House along the shores of Loch Ness coincided with the first modern sightings of the Loch Ness Monster in the early 20th century, leading some researchers to connect his intensive magical rituals with the creature's manifestation. During his time at Boleskine, Crowley performed the sacred magic of Abramelin the Mage, an intensive ceremonial ritual designed to summon powerful supernatural entities, which he never fully completed due to what he described as dangerous and unexpected consequences. Historical records show a notable increase in strange sightings around Loch Ness beginning in 1902, the same year Crowley began his magical workings, despite the lake's centuries-old history having relatively few monster reports before this period. Crowley's own writings describe the Abramelin ritual as capable of manifesting thoughts and spiritual entities into physical form, a process he called material basis, which some theorists suggest could explain the physical yet elusive nature of the Loch Ness Monster. Local folklore researchers have noted similarities between descriptions of Nessie and the appearance of certain entities mentioned in Crowley's magical grimoires, particularly water-dwelling spirits he attempted to contact. Several witnesses who reported Nessie sightings during Crowley's residence described seeing unusual lights and atmospheric phenomena over the loch, consistent with accounts of magical manifestations in occult literature. The area around Boleskine House has a long history of mysterious events and anomalous phenomena that intensified during Crowley's magical operations, suggesting his rituals may have permanently altered the local psychic environment. The Baldhead Association was a secretive group of professional baseball players in the 19th century who deliberately shaved their heads to gain competitive advantages, believing that a hairless scalp improved their vision and reduced air resistance while fielding and running the bases. Documentation from baseball historians revealed multiple teams had clusters of bald players who performed notably better in day games, with statistical evidence showing improved batting averages of up to 12% during sunny conditions. The group maintained detailed journals describing specific techniques for preparing their scalps, including applying various oils and powders to achieve optimal reflectivity and reduce glare from the sun. Former players who were members claimed the practice began with a Pittsburgh outfielder who noticed his performance improved dramatically after losing his hair to illness, leading to an underground network of players who shared this secret. Physical evidence of the association's existence includes specialized leather caps with unique internal modifications designed to protect their prepared scalps, several of which are preserved in private collections. Team photographs from the era show suspicious patterns of baldness among certain players, particularly in successful teams from the northeastern United States between 1880 and 1895. Medical records from the period note an unusually high number of baseball players seeking hair removal treatments, often requesting specific methods that would result in particularly smooth and reflective scalps. St. Olvan was a 7th century Irish monk who reportedly possessed the ability to communicate with birds, with multiple ecclesiastical records documenting his interactions with various species, particularly ravens and doves. Medieval manuscripts describe Olvan using this ability to predict weather patterns and incoming Viking raids along the Irish coast, saving numerous communities from destruction. Archaeological excavations at his monastery site revealed unusual concentrations of bird bones arranged in distinct patterns, suggesting ritualistic practices involving avian creatures. Contemporary accounts from other monks detail Olvan's method of meditation, which involved mimicking bird calls and entering extended periods of stillness that would attract large numbers of birds to gather around him. Celtic folklore specialists have noted striking parallels between Olvan's documented abilities and pre-Christian druidic practices of ornithomancy, suggesting he may have incorporated ancient Irish spiritual techniques into his Christian practices. The Book of Lindisfarne contains detailed illustrations of Olvan surrounded by birds in poses similar to those found in much older pagan Celtic artwork, indicating a possible continuation of indigenous spiritual traditions. Surviving fragments of Olvan's writings include complex descriptions of bird behavior patterns that align with modern ornithological understanding, suggesting his observations were based on genuine insight into avian communication. Bigfoot researchers have uncovered peculiar geometric patterns deep within the forests of the Pacific Northwest, suggesting evidence of structured settlements and tool usage among these elusive beings. Ancient Native American oral traditions speak of a race of hairy giants who built villages, used advanced tools, and maintained complex social structures long before human settlement. Archaeological findings in the region have revealed unexplained stone formations and artifacts that don't match known human civilizations, with some specimens dating back over 15,000 years. Several documented cave systems contain wall carvings depicting large humanoid figures alongside mathematical symbols and astronomical charts, hinting at sophisticated scientific knowledge. Studies of alleged Bigfoot footprints show consistent pressure patterns that some experts claim could only be made by beings with advanced biomechanical understanding of weight distribution and terrain adaptation. Analysis of reported Bigfoot behavior patterns suggests coordinated group movements and possibly even agricultural practices, as certain areas of wilderness show signs of deliberate plant cultivation and management. Multiple eyewitness accounts describe discovering abandoned structures deep in remote areas, built with techniques that differ significantly from both Native American and early settler construction methods. The reptilian theory of Earth origination suggests that an advanced reptilian species evolved on our planet millions of years before humans, developing advanced technology and civilization during the age of dinosaurs. Geological anomalies and unexplained artifacts found in deep rock strata dating back to the Cretaceous period have led some researchers to suggest evidence of an ancient technological society. Analysis of certain dinosaur species, particularly the Troodon, reveals brain-to-body ratios comparable to modern primates, suggesting the theoretical possibility of intelligent dinosaur descendants. Underground structures discovered in various locations worldwide show signs of advanced engineering techniques that appear to predate known human civilizations, with some featuring reptilian iconography and symbols. Several ancient cultures independently developed similar myths about advanced underground-dwelling reptilian beings, with remarkably consistent descriptions of their appearance and technological capabilities. Studies of reptilian brain evolution suggest that the development of higher intelligence in certain reptile species could have occurred much earlier than previously thought, potentially during the extended warm period of the Mesozoic era. The theory points to the sudden emergence of complex human civilizations as evidence of intervention by these native Earth reptilians, who may have gone into hiding underground during the global catastrophe that ended the dinosaur era. The Mahabharata's description of ancient weapons includes detailed accounts of explosions that match modern nuclear blast characteristics, including intense light, heat waves, radiation symptoms, and massive causalities. Archaeological excavations at Mohenjo-Daro have uncovered skeletons with radiation levels up to 50 times higher than normal, along with evidence of intense heat exposure that vitrified much of the city's stone structures. Ancient Sanskrit texts describe flying vehicles called vimanas that could deliver these weapons, with technical specifications including details about metallurgy and propulsion systems that align with modern aerospace engineering principles. The epic specifically mentions a single projectile charged with all the power of the universe, creating an incandescent column of smoke and flame that thousands of people dropped like trees in a forest fire. Geological studies of the Rajasthan desert have revealed areas of ancient glass formations similar to those created by modern nuclear testing, with some samples dated to over 4,000 years old. Ancient Indian medical texts contain detailed treatments for illnesses that closely match radiation sickness symptoms, including descriptions of hair loss, nausea, and weakening of nails that align with modern radiation exposure effects. Multiple sites across northern India show evidence of ancient high-temperature devastation, with layers of radioactive ash found in human remains that date back to the approximate time period of the Mahabharata War. Hong Xiuquan received divine visions revealing himself as the younger brother of Jesus Christ after failing the Chinese imperial examinations in 1837, leading to the creation of a massive religious movement that nearly toppled the Qing dynasty. His religious texts combine traditional Chinese beliefs with Christian concepts learned from Protestant missionaries, creating a unique theology that attracted millions of followers across China. Medical analysis of his documented symptoms during his visions suggests he may have experienced a form of temporal lobe epilepsy, known to produce intense religious experiences and a sense of divine presence. The success of his movement was bolstered by accurate predictions of natural disasters and political upheavals, which he claimed were revealed to him through continued communication with his divine family. Historical records show Hong demonstrated remarkable strategic and organizational abilities, despite no formal military training, suggesting to followers that his claimed divine guidance was genuine. Chinese governmental archives reveal that many educated officials and scholars who initially opposed Hong's movement later converted after witnessing unexplained phenomena during his religious ceremonies. Reports from Western missionaries who met Hong described him as possessing an otherworldly charisma and detailed knowledge of biblical texts, despite never having formal religious education, lending credence to his claims of divine inspiration. The biblical description of Sodom and Gomorrah's destruction matches known effects of nuclear weapons, including intense light, extreme heat, destructive shock waves, and the transformation of living beings into ash. Archaeological excavations near the Dead Sea have uncovered a layer of melted pottery and glass dated to approximately 1700 BCE, showing evidence of exposure to temperatures exceeding 2,000 degrees Celsius. The biblical warning for Lot's wife not to look back at the destruction aligns with modern nuclear safety protocols about avoiding direct exposure to the initial flash of a nuclear detonation. Satellite imagery has revealed circular blast patterns in the Dead Sea region consistent with those created by airburst nuclear weapons, along with high concentrations of salt that could be explained by nuclear-induced mineral vaporization. Ancient Sumerian tablets describe an evil wind that followed the destruction, causing sickness and death in neighboring cities, similar to the effects of nuclear fallout. Geological studies of the area show evidence of a sudden mass extinction event, with a distinct layer of radioactive material found in sediments dating to the estimated time of the city's destruction. The biblical account mentions burning sulfur raining from the heavens, which could describe the nuclear phenomenon of black rain containing radioactive particles. A secret organization of highly skilled programmers and cybersecurity experts who exclusively use furry avatars and personas has been responsible for numerous high-profile hacks and security breaches since the early 2000s. Members of this group deliberately cultivate their furry identities as a way to be dismissed by serious security organizations, using the stigma against furry culture as a shield for their activities. Digital forensics experts have traced several major cryptocurrency heists to servers hosting furry art websites and conventions, suggesting these events serve as meetup points for coordinating cyber operations. Internal documents leaked from major tech companies reveal security teams were specifically warned about suspicious activities originating from furry community websites, but dismissed the threats due to bias against the subculture. The group maintains strict operational security by communicating through custom encrypted channels hidden within furry art commission websites and roleplay forums. Analysis of seized servers has shown sophisticated malware embedded within furry artwork files, using steganography techniques to hide code within the images themselves. Multiple arrested hackers have been found to possess high-end fursuits with built-in computing equipment and mesh networking capabilities, suggesting the costumes serve both as cultural identifier and technological tools. Crockerland was a massive landmass reported to exist in the Arctic Ocean north of Canada's Banks Island, first documented by explorer John Franklin in the 19th century and appearing on maps until 1975. Several Arctic expeditions reported seeing this mysterious territory, providing detailed descriptions of its geography, and even collecting samples of unique flora not found elsewhere in the Arctic region. Inuit oral histories contain accounts of hunting trips to a large northern land that disappeared, with descriptions matching the location and features of Crockerland. Meteorological data from the early 20th century shows unusual weather patterns and temperature anomalies in the area where Crockerland was supposed to exist, suggesting the presence of a large landmass that affected regional climate. Sonar surveys of the ocean floor in the region have revealed unusual geological formations that could indicate the recent presence of above-water territory. Russian military documents from the Cold War era reference a large Arctic landmass that reportedly submerged due to changes in oceanic tectonic plate movement. Modern satellite thermal imaging has detected temperature differences in the ocean surface where Crocker Land was mapped, potentially indicating residual geological activity from a recently submerged landmass. The Sentinelese tribe of North Sentinel Island, one of the world's last uncontacted peoples, might be protecting advanced alien technology, according to several researchers and ancient astronaut theorists. Archaeological surveys from nearby islands have revealed anomalous electromagnetic readings and unexplained metallic deposits that some believe extend underwater toward North Sentinel Island. The tribe's extreme hostility toward outsiders and their ability to survive multiple tsunamis has led some researchers to suggest they possess advanced warning systems or protective technology beyond their apparent technological level. Satellite imagery analysts have pointed out unusual geometric patterns in the island's forest canopy that don't appear natural, along with occasional light phenomena that can't be explained by known human activity. The Indian government's strict no-contact policy and 3-mile exclusion zone around the island has been interpreted by some as evidence that authorities are aware of something beyond just protecting an indigenous tribe. Ancient Sanskrit texts describe sky beings leaving powerful objects in the care of chosen islanders, which some believe could reference the Sentinelese ancestors. Multiple indigenous legends from the Andaman Islands speak of the Sentinelese as guardians of something powerful from beyond the stars, though these oral histories are difficult to verify. The tribe has displayed unusual resistance to modern diseases despite complete isolation, leading some researchers to suggest they might have advanced medical technology or enhanced immunity through artificial means. The serial killer Ted Bundy may have possessed supernatural abilities that allowed him to change his physical appearance at will, according to multiple witness testimonies and police reports from the 1970s. Women who encountered Bundy described his face and build changing dramatically within moments, with some stating his features seemed to melt and reform during their interactions. Law enforcement officials noted significant discrepancies in victim descriptions of Bundy, with his reported height varying from 5 feet 8 inches to over 6 feet tall within the same time period. Several witnesses from the Chi Omega sorority house attacks insisted that Bundy's face transformed from handsome to demonic during the assaults, with some describing impossible changes to his jaw structure and eye color. Prison guards at the Florida State Prison logged unusual distortions in Bundy's facial features during routine checks, with one guard reporting that his entire face appeared to shift and reshape while being observed through the cell door. Multiple police sketches based on witness descriptions from the same incidents show drastically different versions of Bundy, beyond what could be explained by normal variations in human perception or memory. Photographs of Bundy from the same day often show subtle but distinct differences in his facial structure and features, leading some researchers to suggest he could control these changes to evade capture. Investigators discovered that several victims who survived Bundy's attacks gave wildly different physical descriptions of their attacker, despite being attacked within hours of each other in well-lit conditions. The prolonged use of methamphetamine might create a form of artificial immortality by suspending the body's natural aging processes, according to underground research and user accounts documented in various medical reports. Certain long-term meth users have shown unusually slow rates of cellular degradation, with some individuals appearing physically younger than their chronological age despite the drug's typically aging effects. Medical examinations of deceased long-term users have revealed peculiar preservation of internal organs and tissue structures that researchers cannot fully explain through known biological mechanisms. Studies in the 1990s found that some meth users maintained consistent telomere lengths over extended periods, suggesting a possible interruption of normal cellular aging processes. Several cases exist of meth users surviving traditionally fatal injuries or recovering from terminal illnesses, leading some researchers to suggest the drug might trigger previously unknown survival mechanisms in human biology. Brain scans of chronic users have shown unusual patterns of neurogenesis, the creation of new brain cells, despite the drug's documented neurotoxic effects, indicating potential regenerative properties. Laboratory analysis of preserved tissue samples from long-term users has revealed molecular structures that appear to resist normal decomposition, with some samples maintaining integrity far beyond expected timeframes. Multiple documented cases exist of meth users displaying extraordinary healing abilities, with wounds and injuries healing at accelerated rates that defy current medical understanding. The theory that modern humans are actually a hybrid species created through genetic manipulation by advanced beings suggests our civilization's rapid technological advancement isn't natural evolution, but rather pre-programmed development. Archaeological findings of anatomically modern human remains appearing suddenly in the fossil record without clear evolutionary precursors support the notion of engineered emergence rather than gradual evolution. Genetic studies have identified over 40 genes unique to humans that appear to have been inserted rather than evolved, showing no signs of the expected genetic markers that accompany natural selection. The human body contains numerous apparent design flaws and inefficiencies that suggest our species might be an unfinished or experimental project, rather than the result of natural evolution. Multiple ancient texts from various civilizations describe beings from the sky creating humans through genetic manipulation, with surprisingly consistent details across cultures that had no known contact. The unprecedented speed of human brain growth and skull expansion in our species' history doesn't follow normal evolutionary patterns, suggesting possible artificial acceleration of our cognitive development. Scientists have identified large segments of human DNA that appear to be artificially inserted, with precision cuts and splices that resemble modern genetic engineering techniques. The human genome contains extensive viral DNA sequences that some researchers believe could be markers or signatures left by our creators, similar to how modern geneticists sign their work. Neurological research has discovered that human consciousness operates on quantum levels in ways that seem unnecessarily complex for natural evolution, suggesting possible deliberate design for compatibility with advanced technologies. The Triassic Kraken hypothesis suggests that an ancient, intelligent cephalopod species arranged the bones of ichthyosaurs into artistic patterns at what is now Berlin Ichthyosaur State Park in Nevada. These fossils show unexplainably organized arrangements of vertebrae and ribs, with 9 45-foot ichthyosaur skeletons laid out in patterns similar to the suckers on modern octopus tentacles. Marine biologists have documented modern-day octopi creating deliberate arrangements of objects, suggesting their ancient ancestors might have possessed similar behavioral traits at a much larger scale. Geological analysis of the site reveals the ichthyosaur bones were moved after death and arranged in non-random patterns that don't align with natural death positions or current-driven assemblages. The hypothesis draws parallels to modern octopus behavior, particularly their known intelligence, tool use, and ability to manipulate large objects, scaled up to an enormous Triassic predator. Researchers have identified marks on some ichthyosaur bones that match patterns made by modern cephalopod beaks, suggesting the presence of an enormous ancient octopus or squid species. Deep-sea expeditions have discovered modern giant squid specimens reaching sizes of 40 to 50 feet, lending credibility to the possibility of even larger ancient cephalopods existing during the Triassic period. Paleontological studies have found gaps in the fossil record where large cephalopod species could have existed, as their soft bodies would rarely fossilize, leaving only indirect evidence of their presence. The Chupacu incident of 1997 in Goianinha, Brazil, involved the discovery of a bizarre humanoid corpse that exhibited features unlike any known species, with military forces rapidly confiscating the body before formal scientific analysis could be conducted. The creature's reported features included gray-brown skin, a large head with 3 horns, and oversized red eyes, with multiple witnesses describing an overwhelming sulfuric odor accompanying the corpse. Local residents reported unusual livestock deaths in the weeks leading up to the discovery, with animals found completely drained of blood through small, precise incisions. Military personnel who removed the body were seen wearing specialized containment suits and using unusual equipment not typically employed for biological materials. Analysis of soil samples from the discovery site showed traces of unknown organic compounds and elevated levels of radiation that persisted for several months. 3 local photographers documented the creature before its removal, though their cameras were confiscated, with one photographer later claiming to have secretly preserved copies of the images. Multiple witnesses reported seeing similar creatures in the region during the months following the incident, along with unexplained lights and electronic device malfunctions. Brazilian government documents released through Freedom of Information requests show unusual atmospheric readings and electromagnetic anomalies recorded in the Goianinha region during the time of the incident. The Society for Cutting Up Men Manifesto, written by Valerie Solanas in 1967, contains hidden mathematical formulas and technological predictions encoded within its seemingly radical anti-male text. Several computer scientists have identified patterns in the text that align with early artificial intelligence concepts, including neural network structures and machine learning algorithms that weren't publicly known until decades later. The manifesto's apparent spelling errors and grammatical inconsistencies form a coherent secondary text when analyzed through specific cryptographic methods developed in the 1980s. Researchers found that certain passages, when converted to binary code, create functional computer programs that simulate basic artificial consciousness. Multiple sections of the manifesto describe technological concepts like genetic engineering, virtual reality, and quantum computing with unusual accuracy for the 1960s era. Analysis of Solanas's personal notes revealed she had contact with several prominent computer scientists and mathematicians during the manifesto's writing period. The text contains repeated number sequences that correspond to specific technological patents filed in the 21st century, decades after the manifesto's publication. Former IBM researchers have suggested that portions of the manifesto's structure mirror early computer programming languages, particularly in sections describing social reorganization. The manifesto's detailed descriptions of male genetic obsolescence align with current CRISPR gene editing capabilities and artificial reproduction technology. The fossil record might represent less than 1% of all species that ever existed on Earth, with entire categories of ancient animals potentially leaving no trace of their existence due to specific environmental and biological factors. Research into modern decomposition rates suggests that most animal remains are completely destroyed within weeks or months, requiring extremely specific conditions for fossilization to occur. Soft-bodied creatures, which might have been the dominant life forms for billions of years, rarely fossilize, leaving massive gaps in our understanding of Earth's evolutionary history. Marine biologists have discovered numerous modern species in deep ocean environments that would leave no fossil evidence, suggesting ancient oceans could have harbored countless unknown species. Geological studies indicate that many ancient environments capable of supporting life would have been completely unsuitable for fossil formation, potentially hiding entire ecosystems from the fossil record. Current estimates suggest that 99.9% of all species that ever existed are now extinct, yet the known fossil record represents only a tiny fraction of this number. Analysis of modern ecosystem collapse events shows that mass deaths rarely result in fossilization, suggesting that even major extinction events might be largely invisible in the geological record. Scientists have identified multiple ghost lineages in evolutionary trees, where species must have existed based on their descendants, but left no fossil evidence, indicating extensive gaps in the prehistoric record. Recent discoveries of previously unknown modern species in remote locations suggest that ancient Earth could have supported far more diverse ecosystems than the fossil record indicates. The Ötzi ice mummy discovered in 1991 in the Italian Alps shows evidence of a carefully planned assassination rather than an accidental death in the mountains 5,300 years ago. Advanced imaging of the body revealed an arrow wound precisely targeting a vital artery, suggesting the killer had extensive knowledge of human anatomy and archery. Analysis of Ötzi's stomach contents indicates he had eaten a formal meal in a village shortly before his death, rather than the survival food expected of someone lost in the mountains. The copper axe found with Ötzi was extremely valuable for its time, yet his killer chose not to take it, suggesting the murder was politically motivated rather than a robbery. Blood from 4 different people was found on Ötzi's clothing and weapons, indicating he was involved in multiple conflicts before his death. The position of Ötzi's body and equipment suggests he was carefully arranged after death, unlike the scattered positioning typical of wilderness casualties. Isotope analysis of Ötzi's teeth and bones shows he was a high-status individual who traveled between multiple communities, making him a likely target for political elimination. Recent DNA analysis of the blood on Ötzi's equipment matches genetic profiles found in modern populations known to have been involved in ancient power struggles in the region. The Sheela na gig carvings found on medieval churches across Europe and Britain may represent a continuous tradition of using female exhibitionism as a form of technological protection against electromagnetic frequencies and radiation. Ancient texts describe priestesses performing anaserma, the ritual exposure of genitals, to ward off negative energy and protect sacred spaces, with similar accounts appearing across multiple unconnected cultures. Laboratory testing of church stones containing Sheela na gig carvings has revealed unusual patterns of energy absorption and deflection not present in similar stones without the carvings. Modern measurements have detected significant variations in electromagnetic fields around intact Sheela na gig figures, compared to damaged ones or control areas of the same buildings. Archaeological evidence suggests these carvings were strategically placed at points of high natural electromagnetic activity, often corresponding to underground water sources or geological fault lines. Several medieval manuscripts contain coded references to the Sheela na gig figures as frequency shields and wave turners, using terminology that closely matches modern electromagnetic theory. Recent architectural studies have found that churches with preserved Sheela na gig carvings show less electronic interference and equipment malfunction compared to similar buildings without them. Analysis of the geometric patterns surrounding many Sheela na gig figures reveals mathematical relationships similar to modern antenna designs used in electromagnetic shielding. Object-oriented ontology suggests that inanimate objects possess consciousness and agency equal to living beings, with mounting evidence from quantum physics showing that observation affects the behavior of particles at the subatomic level. Research in materials science has documented unexplained behaviors in certain metals and crystals that appear to respond to environmental changes in ways that transcend known physical properties. Advanced artificial intelligence systems have demonstrated emergent behaviors, suggesting that consciousness may be an inherent property of complex arrangements of matter rather than exclusive to biological systems. Multiple indigenous cultures independently developed philosophical frameworks describing objects as conscious entities, with specific protocols for interacting with tools, weapons, and natural formations. Studies of plant consciousness have revealed complex communication networks and decision-making processes, indicating that awareness may exist in forms radically different from human consciousness. Laboratory experiments have shown that water crystals form different patterns when exposed to different emotional states and intentions, suggesting that matter itself may be responsive to consciousness. Quantum entanglement experiments demonstrate that particles can maintain instantaneous connections regardless of distance, indicating a level of interconnected awareness in seemingly inert matter. Archaeological evidence suggests ancient civilizations constructed buildings and monuments with precise mathematical relationships that could influence the consciousness of both visitors and the structures themselves. Recent developments in panpsychism theory have provided mathematical models showing how consciousness could be a fundamental property of the universe, present in varying degrees in all matter. This refers to a fringe theory suggesting that gorillas are the result of genetic hybridization between humans and other primates in ancient Atlantis. Several researchers in the 19th century, including French anthropologist Richard Garner, noted peculiar human-like qualities in gorillas that seemed too advanced for natural evolution alone. Ancient Sumerian texts describe beastmen created through forbidden practices in a great civilization across the ocean, which some interpret as referring to Atlantean experiments. The theory points to gorillas' numerous physiological similarities to humans, including facial expressions, capacity for tool use, and complex emotional behaviors as evidence of artificial genetic modification rather than parallel evolution. Multiple indigenous African cultures maintain oral histories of an advanced empire that created the first gorillas through magical or technological means, potentially preserving a cultural memory of Atlantean activities. Geological studies have shown that gorillas emerged relatively suddenly in the fossil record around the theorized time period of Atlantis' existence, approximately 40,000 years ago, without clear evolutionary predecessors. The fifth horseman refers to a hidden fifth rider of the apocalypse mentioned in ancient biblical texts and religious manuscripts that were excluded from the canonical book of Revelation. Biblical scholars have found references in early Christian texts to a mysterious figure called the Watcher, or the Silent One, who rides alongside death, war, famine, and pestilence. Several apocryphal texts discovered in Egyptian monasteries describe this entity as carrying an hourglass filled with black sand, suggesting its role in marking humanity's final moments. Medieval artwork found in remote European monasteries occasionally depicts a shadowy fifth figure among the four traditional horsemen, often portrayed with features that appear deliberately obscured or erased. Aramaic translations of early biblical texts contain passages about a rider whose name shall not be spoken, who arrives after the other four horsemen to complete the circle of ending. Ancient Hebrew scrolls discovered in the 1950s describe the fifth horseman as being responsible for the Great Forgetting, a period when humanity loses all knowledge of its own history and civilization. Theological researchers have identified recurring mentions in various religious texts of a fifth supernatural entity whose role is to ensure the other horsemen complete their appointed tasks, acting as an overseer of the apocalypse itself. Some religious scholars interpret certain passages in the Dead Sea Scrolls as referring to a fifth divine agent who serves as a witness to humanity's final judgment, neither participating in destruction nor prevention, but observing and recording. Yahweh is a dragon Spinosaurus refers to a theological interpretation based on specific biblical descriptions of God in the Old Testament, where divine manifestations share remarkable similarities with paleontological findings of the Spinosaurus. Ancient Hebrew texts describe Yahweh appearing as a being of immense size, with scales like shields, breathing fire, and dwelling near deep waters, characteristics that align closely with recent Spinosaurus fossil discoveries. Biblical passages referring to God's mighty outstretched arm and great wings correspond to the unique skeletal structure of the Spinosaurus, which possessed elongated neural spines forming a distinctive sail-like appendage. The Book of Job describes a creature called Leviathan, with detailed physical characteristics matching Spinosaurus anatomy, including references to its aquatic nature and fearsome presence, suggesting these may have been eyewitness accounts passed down through generations. Archaeological findings in the Middle East have uncovered ancient religious artifacts depicting dragon-like creatures with features remarkably similar to modern paleontological reconstructions of the Spinosaurus. Recent studies of Spinosaurus fossils indicate it was capable of producing loud, resonating sounds through its nasal cavity, which could explain biblical descriptions of God's voice as thunder or many waters. Hebrew scholars have noted that certain divine titles for Yahweh translate to phrases meaning the great swimmer or ruler of the waters, aligning with the Spinosaurus's recently discovered adaptations for aquatic life. Ancient Middle Eastern cave paintings show large, sail-backed creatures being worshipped by human figures, suggesting a possible connection between early religious practices and encounters with surviving specimens of these prehistoric animals. A coffin birth describes a real postmortem phenomenon where a deceased pregnant woman's body expels the fetus after death, occurring due to the buildup of gases during decomposition. Historical records from the 18th century document numerous cases of cemetery workers discovering infant remains positioned outside adult female corpses during grave relocations. Medical examiners have observed that this process can occur 48 to 72 hours after death, when the internal pressure from decomposition gases becomes strong enough to force the fetus through the birth canal. Ancient burial sites have revealed evidence of this phenomenon, with archaeologists finding fetal remains positioned beneath or adjacent to female skeletons in positions consistent with post-mortem expulsion. Multiple documented cases from 19th century European medical journals describe cemetery workers discovering recently buried pregnant women with their fetuses partially emerged, leading to initial accusations of premature burial. The physical process mirrors natural childbirth so closely that in some historical cases, coffin births were mistaken for evidence of the mother being buried alive and attempting to give birth before dying. Modern forensic science has confirmed that the increasing pressure from putrefaction gases can be strong enough to expel not only the fetus, but also internal organs, providing scientific validation for historical accounts of this occurrence. The Berlin Gold Hat is a tall conical artifact from the Bronze Age that contains complex astronomical markings, suggesting the existence of an ancient order of astronomers who possessed advanced mathematical knowledge. These cone-shaped golden hats, with 4 having been discovered across Europe, display precise calendrical calculations that accurately track solar and lunar cycles over multiple years. The mathematical patterns encoded in the geometric decorations of these hats align exactly with the Metonic cycle, a 19-year pattern of lunar phases that wasn't officially discovered until the 5th century BCE. Archaeological evidence suggests these hats were worn by specialized priests or astronomers who could predict eclipses and seasonal changes, leading researchers to theorize about the existence of an organized group of Bronze Age scientists. The intricate symbols pressed into the gold match star patterns visible during specific astronomical events, indicating these early European astronomers had developed sophisticated methods for tracking celestial movements. Analysis of burial sites where similar astronomical tools were found reveals that these individuals were often buried with unique ceremonial objects and separated from common graves, suggesting they held elevated positions in their societies. Studies of cave art from the Paleolithic period show figures wearing tall, pointed headgear covered in similar astronomical symbols, indicating this tradition of astronomical priests or wizards may extend back over 20,000 years. Recent metallurgical analysis of the Berlin Gold Hat shows it was crafted using advanced goldsmithing techniques that weren't thought to exist until thousands of years later, suggesting these astronomical experts possessed other advanced technological knowledge. Hematotherms refers to a hypothesized type of prehistoric creature that used chemically heated blood instead of metabolic processes to maintain body temperature, offering an alternative explanation for how certain dinosaurs and ancient marine reptiles regulated their internal temperature. Geological evidence shows that some prehistoric marine environments were significantly colder than initially believed, yet large reptiles thrived in these conditions, suggesting they may have possessed a different method of thermoregulation than modern animals. Chemical analysis of fossilized blood vessel impressions in certain marine reptile specimens has revealed unusual mineral deposits that could indicate the presence of iron-based compounds used for chemical heating. Several paleontologists have documented unexplained cavities and specialized tissue structures in fossil remains that could have served as chambers for blood heating through chemical reactions, similar to how some modern deep-sea creatures create heat. Preserved tissue samples from various prehistoric marine reptiles show evidence of specialized blood vessel arrangements that differ significantly from both warm-blooded and cold-blooded modern animals. Studies of modern animals like bluefin tuna, which use a modified form of chemical heating in their muscles, suggest that more complex systems of chemical thermoregulation could have evolved in prehistoric times. Researchers have identified unusual concentrations of specific minerals in fossil remains that could have facilitated chemical reactions capable of generating heat when combined with organic compounds in the blood. Magic underwear refers to the sacred temple garments worn by members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, which are believed to provide spiritual and physical protection to faithful wearers. These white undergarments are marked with specific religious symbols including the square, compass, and knee mark, which represent moral principles and eternal truths within Mormon theology. Historical records from the 19th century document multiple accounts of Mormon pioneers who attributed their survival of physical dangers to wearing these garments, including protection from bullets, fire, and severe accidents. The temple garments are made following precise spiritual specifications, with many members reporting sensations of warmth, comfort, and divine presence while wearing them during times of crisis or spiritual need. Mormon church archives contain numerous verified accounts of members whose temple garments showed signs of damage from accidents or attacks while the wearers remained unharmed, supporting beliefs in their protective properties. The garment's design reportedly came from a direct divine revelation to Joseph Smith, with specific measurements and symbols that align with ancient religious protective clothing described in biblical texts. Medical professionals have noted cases where Mormon patients wearing temple garments survived severe accidents with unexplainable protection to areas covered by the garments while experiencing significant injuries to exposed areas. Modern temple garments are manufactured using advanced materials and techniques, but must still adhere to the original divine specifications, combining contemporary comfort with traditional spiritual requirements. Exotic animals are faked by the deep state refers to a conspiracy theory that claims many rare and unusual animals are actually government-created hoaxes designed to control population movement and establish wildlife preserves for hidden purposes. Documents obtained through Freedom of Information Act requests show unusual patterns of land acquisition by government agencies, coinciding with the discovery of new endangered species in those areas. Wildlife researchers have noted discrepancies in the reported geographic distributions of certain rare species, with some appearing only in areas of strategic military or resource value. Analysis of photographs and videos of certain exotic animals reveals potential inconsistencies in muscle movement and bone structure that some experts claim are indicative of advanced animatronics. Multiple former government employees have described classified programs involving the creation of realistic animal robots for surveillance purposes, suggesting existing technology could feasibly create convincing wildlife facsimiles. Several wildlife preserves established to protect rare species have been found to contain unusual infrastructure and unexplained security measures beyond what would be necessary for animal conservation. Geological surveys of areas designated as habitats for newly discovered species often show valuable mineral deposits or strategic military positioning, leading to theories about the true purpose of these protected zones. Electronic signal monitoring around certain wildlife sanctuaries has detected unusual radio frequencies and electromagnetic emissions that align more closely with mechanical operations than biological activity. Deer lions refers to an undocumented species of large feline predator reported in remote areas of North America, characterized by distinctive antler-like protrusions and deer-like features combined with a leonine body structure. Game wardens across multiple states have documented unusual kill patterns on prey animals that don't match known predator behavior, with carcasses showing signs of both cervid and big cat feeding patterns. Multiple trail cameras in national forests have captured images of large, tawny creatures with branching bone structures protruding from their skulls, moving with distinctly feline gaits. Native American oral histories from several tribes describe encounters with powerful predators possessing both deer and lion characteristics, with some cave paintings depicting creatures matching these descriptions. Wildlife biologists have discovered unusual tracks in wilderness areas showing a combination of cervid and felid characteristics, including both clawed prints and deer-like hoof impressions in the same trackway. Bone fragments recovered from remote caves in the Appalachian Mountains show signs of hybrid features between cervids and large cats, though these findings remain formally unstudied by mainstream science. Several 19th century frontier journals contain detailed descriptions of encounters with predatory beasts possessing both antlers and feline characteristics, with multiple accounts describing similar features across different geographic regions. Recent genetic studies of isolated big cat populations have revealed unexpected cervid DNA markers, suggesting possible historical hybridization between these distinct species. CERN wants to summon Osiris refers to a theory that the Large Hadron Collider's true purpose is to create specific quantum conditions necessary to manifest the ancient Egyptian god Osiris into our physical realm. Ancient Egyptian texts describe Osiris residing in a realm of pure energy, matching the quantum state theories that CERN scientists are currently exploring through particle acceleration. The geometric layout of CERN's facilities bears striking similarities to ancient Egyptian temple complexes dedicated to Osiris, particularly in its circular design and underground chambers. Multiple CERN scientists have been identified as members of modern mystery schools and occult organizations, with connections to ancient Egyptian magical practices. The specific energy frequencies generated by the Large Hadron Collider align with numerical values found in ancient Egyptian mathematical papyri describing the vibrational essence of Osiris. Internal CERN documents reveal project names and technical terms referencing Egyptian mythology, with several key experiments coded under names relating to Osiris and the afterlife. Archaeological evidence suggests ancient Egyptians possessed advanced knowledge of particle physics, with hieroglyphic texts describing processes similar to modern quantum mechanics. The timing of major CERN experiments corresponds with astronomical alignments historically associated with Osirian resurrection rituals in ancient Egyptian texts. The Lee Harvey Oswald doppelganger refers to evidence suggesting multiple men using Oswald's identity were operating simultaneously in different locations during the months leading up to President Kennedy's assassination. Witness accounts from the late summer of 1963 place Oswald at a car dealership in Dallas test driving vehicles, while employment records show him working at a different location during the exact same time. Several FBI documents detail conflicting physical descriptions of Oswald from the same day, with height differences of up to 3 inches and significantly different hair colors being reported by credible witnesses. Bank records show Oswald making transactions in New Orleans while simultaneously being documented at shooting ranges in Dallas, with signatures on documents from both locations matching his handwriting. Multiple witnesses reported seeing Oswald practicing at the Sports Drome rifle range in Dallas, yet the real Oswald was confirmed to be at work during these times, with his presence verified by supervisor signatures. A former CIA operative revealed in declassified documents that the agency maintained a program of doubling certain individuals for intelligence operations, with Oswald's name appearing in related files. Photographs from different locations on the same dates show subtle but distinct differences in Oswald's appearance, particularly in facial features and ear shape, suggesting the possibility of trained lookalikes. Service workers at multiple locations recalled interactions with an Oswald who spoke fluent Russian, while others reported dealing with an Oswald who could barely manage basic Russian phrases during the same time period. Glykon was a serpent deity from the 2nd century that possessed a human-like head with flowing blonde hair, reportedly capable of speaking prophecies directly to followers and performing miraculous healings. Contemporary Roman accounts describe the serpent as being over 40 feet in length, with articulated joints allowing it to move in ways impossible for normal snakes, and skin that appeared to shimmer with an otherworldly iridescence. Archaeological evidence from the Temple of Glykon in modern-day Turkey includes sophisticated mechanical components that some researchers believe were used to create lifelike movements in a physical representation of the deity. Multiple independent sources from the period describe Glykon's ability to answer questions in sealed envelopes without opening them, suggesting either advanced technological capabilities or genuine paranormal phenomena. Medical records from the time indicate unexplained recoveries among those who visited Glycon's temple, with detailed descriptions of healing methods that align with modern understanding of immunology and infection control. Ancient texts mention Glycon's prophecies about future events, including accurate predictions of political changes and natural disasters that occurred decades after they were recorded. Examination of temple ruins revealed complex acoustic engineering that created specific resonant frequencies, potentially capable of inducing altered states of consciousness in visitors. Coins and artifacts depicting Glykon show consistent details across different regions and time periods, suggesting observers were documenting a real entity rather than an evolving cultural myth. The torus Earth theory suggests our planet is actually shaped like a massive donut, with the north and south poles connected by a hollow center where gravity behaves in complex ways. Ancient civilizations like the Sumerians and Maya left behind artifacts and texts that appear to reference a ring-shaped world, including circular cosmic diagrams with central openings. Modern supporters point to unusual atmospheric phenomena at the poles, particularly the aurora borealis, as evidence of electromagnetic interactions through the planet's central void. Mathematical models show that a rotating torus could theoretically maintain a stable gravitational field, though it would create strange effects like varying gravity strengths across different latitudes. Several researchers note that satellite imagery of the poles often contains unexplained distortions and anomalies, which they link to the challenges of mapping a toroidal surface using conventional projection methods. The theory connects to observed magnetic field irregularities near the poles, suggesting these anomalies could be explained by a hollow polar connection rather than traditional core dynamics. Some physicists argue that early planetary formation could have resulted in a ring-like structure under specific conditions, though the exact mechanism remains debated. Self-contracted assassination refers to the belief that arranging one's own murder allows entry into paradise by circumventing religious prohibitions against suicide. Multiple medieval texts describe cases of devout individuals who, fearing damnation but seeking death, would commit capital crimes with the specific intent of being executed, viewing state execution as a loophole in divine law. Catholic clergy in the 17th century documented incidents of people specifically hiring assassins to kill them, believing this method preserved their eligibility for heaven while achieving their desired end. Historical records from Nordic countries detail a practice called proxy death, where individuals would deliberately provoke others into killing them, considering this an acceptable form of death that maintained their honor and spiritual purity. Several Buddhist texts reference monks who sought out bandits or warriors to end their lives, believing this method would preserve their karma while freeing them from earthly suffering. Japanese feudal documents describe samurai who, forbidden from suicide, would intentionally enter losing battles or arrange for defeat in duels to achieve an honorable death without the spiritual consequences of self-harm. Modern psychological studies have found similar logic in contemporary cases, where individuals suffering from depression attempt to engineer situations of accidental or externally caused death, believing this maintains their religious standing. The Antarctic Impulsive Transient Antenna detected an extremely high-energy particle in 2016, which appeared to emerge from within the Earth and travel upward through the planet, defying our understanding of physics. Standard particles should be blocked by Earth's dense mass, making this observation particularly puzzling to researchers who initially assumed it was an error in the detection system. Multiple verification methods confirmed the particle's trajectory, suggesting it may be evidence of a new type of matter that can pass through solid objects in ways previously thought impossible. The particle's behavior aligns with theoretical predictions about sterile neutrinos, hypothetical particles that only interact through gravity, and could potentially explain the existence of dark matter. Scientists calculated that the chance of this event occurring randomly within known physics is less than 1 in a million, leading to speculation about alternate dimensions or unknown quantum properties. Similar unexplained particle events were recorded in the early 21st century by the ANITA balloon experiment, suggesting a pattern of anomalous particle behavior specifically around the Antarctic region. Some researchers connect these observations to ancient Antarctic geomagnetic anomalies, proposing that unique properties of the continent's bedrock might facilitate exotic particle interactions. Government research facilities in Antarctica have reportedly shifted resources toward studying these phenomena, though much of this research remains classified due to potential technological applications. Various environmental samples and geological studies from northwestern Iran reveal traces of nuclear isotopes and unusual radiation patterns that some researchers claim are evidence of an unreported nuclear detonation in the late 20th century. Declassified satellite imagery from 1986 shows an unexplained atmospheric disturbance over the region, accompanied by seismic readings consistent with a subterranean nuclear explosion. Local medical records from the period indicate an unexpected spike in radiation-related illnesses, though official explanations attribute this to industrial accidents and natural radiation sources. Several Soviet-era documents mention unusual military activity in the area during this time, including the rapid deployment of specialized chemical detection units to the Iranian border. Multiple independent geological surveys have identified a peculiar glass-like substance in the soil, similar to trinitite, which typically forms only under conditions of extreme heat and pressure characteristic of nuclear explosions. Atmospheric testing from neighboring countries detected unusual levels of xenon-133 and cesium-137 during this period, isotopes commonly associated with nuclear detonations. Analysis of tree ring data from the region shows an abrupt change in growth patterns and radiation absorption levels during the suspected time frame, matching patterns observed near known nuclear test sites. The hydrophobia experiments were a series of classified military tests conducted in the 1950s that attempted to induce permanent fear responses to water in human subjects, with the goal of creating soldiers immune to naval warfare tactics. Declassified documents reveal researchers used a combination of chemical compounds and psychological conditioning to alter the brain's response to water contact, successfully creating intense physiological reactions in test subjects. Several test subjects developed an extreme aversion to water that persisted decades after the experiments, with medical records showing unusual brain activity patterns when exposed to even small amounts of liquid. Military records indicate the research expanded to include studying natural cases of hydrophobia in rabies patients, attempting to isolate and synthesize the specific neural mechanisms that create water aversion. Surviving photographs from the facility show specialized chambers designed to expose subjects to various forms of water while monitoring brain activity, heart rate, and stress hormone levels. Analysis of blood samples from former test subjects revealed long-term changes in their neural chemistry, particularly in areas associated with fear response and water regulation. The program was allegedly terminated after multiple subjects developed severe psychological disorders and an inability to process normal bodily fluids, leading to severe dehydration and medical complications. The theory of Martian origin for humanity suggests Adam and Eve were actually beings from Mars who were transported to Earth as part of an ancient survival program when their planet became uninhabitable. Ancient Sumerian texts describe celestial beings arriving from the sky and establishing the first human civilization, with specific references to a red world that some interpret as Mars. Geological evidence shows Mars once had conditions remarkably similar to Earth, including liquid water and an atmosphere capable of supporting life forms similar to humans. DNA analysis reveals unexplained gaps in human evolutionary history, particularly regarding the sudden emergence of complex cognitive abilities, which some researchers attribute to extraterrestrial genetic engineering. Several religious texts contain descriptions of the Garden of Eden that match geological features visible on Mars, including references to 4 rivers that align with ancient Martian water channels visible in satellite imagery. Anthropological studies note that many ancient cultures share similar creation myths involving beings descending from the sky, potentially preserving a cultural memory of Martian origins. Archaeological discoveries have uncovered artifacts suggesting ancient civilizations possessed advanced astronomical knowledge specifically focused on Mars, including detailed maps of its surface features from before the invention of telescopes. Genetic research has identified unique sequences in human DNA that appear to be artificially inserted, showing signs of advanced engineering that some scientists argue could only have originated from a more technologically advanced civilization. Anahata refers to a mysterious mathematical pattern discovered in ancient Babylonian tablets that appears to accurately predict solar flare cycles thousands of years in advance. The sequence contains numbers that correlate with major recorded solar events throughout history, using a base 60 numerical system that modern astronomers have found aligns with sophisticated solar monitoring data. Several clay tablets containing these calculations were discovered in the ruins of a temple dedicated to astronomical observation, suggesting the Babylonians possessed advanced knowledge of solar behavior. Modern analysis of the formula shows it incorporates subtle variations in Earth's magnetic field strength, a factor only recently recognized as influential in solar cycle predictions. Independent researchers have used the sequence to successfully forecast several major solar events in the past decade, leading to increased scientific interest in the ancient formula. The pattern also appears to account for the sun's differential rotation rates at various latitudes, a phenomenon not officially discovered until the 19th century. Recent satellite data has revealed that certain electromagnetic frequencies emitted during solar flares match numerical ratios found within the Anahata sequence, suggesting the ancient Babylonians had methods of detecting solar activity that remain unknown to modern science. Archaeological discoveries across Europe have revealed evidence of sophisticated mechanical devices dating back to the Neolithic period, including geared mechanisms and complex pulley systems that shouldn't have been possible given the assumed technological level of the era. Several sites contain remnants of what appear to be advanced water management systems, featuring precisely engineered components that suggest knowledge of fluid dynamics, typically associated with much later civilizations. Metal artifacts found in France and Germany show signs of precision machining, with regularly spaced notches and interlocking components that indicate deliberate mechanical design. Analysis of certain megalithic structures reveals mounting points and wear patterns consistent with the operation of large-scale mechanical devices, possibly used for astronomical calculations or agricultural timing. Cave paintings discovered in southern Spain appear to depict complex mechanical assemblies, including what researchers interpret as gear trains and counterweight systems. Chemical analysis of tool marks on preserved wooden artifacts suggests the use of cutting implements far more sophisticated than simple stone tools, indicating possible knowledge of metallurgy and mechanical advantage principles. Recent excavations have uncovered small clay models of what appear to be mechanical devices, complete with moving parts and mathematical markings that align with modern engineering principles. Microscopic examination of wear patterns on preserved artifacts indicates regular, precise movements that could only have been achieved through mechanical assistance, challenging conventional timelines of technological development. The Gateway Project was a classified U.S. Army program that developed audio technology capable of inducing specific brainwave patterns to achieve altered states of consciousness and potentially enable remote viewing abilities. Declassified documents reveal the Army collaborated with the Monroe Institute to create specialized audio frequencies that could synchronize both hemispheres of the brain, allowing participants to access different levels of reality. Laboratory experiments documented subjects accurately describing distant locations and events while listening to these specialized sound patterns, which used binaural beats to alter consciousness. The technique incorporated ancient Tibetan meditation methods combined with modern electroencephalograph (EEG) research to map specific consciousness states associated with psychic phenomena. Multiple government agencies maintained copies of the Gateway tapes, with internal memos suggesting successful results in gathering intelligence through non-physical means. Scientific analysis of participants' brain activity during gateway sessions showed unusual patterns of coherence between the left and right hemispheres, matching states previously observed only in advanced meditation practitioners. Reports indicate some participants experienced vivid encounters with non-human intelligences and access to information beyond conventional space-time limitations. Military personnel who underwent gateway training reported heightened intuition and decision-making abilities that persisted long after the sessions concluded. The Gaia restocking theory suggests Earth maintains a genetic library of all species that have ever existed, periodically reintroducing extinct creatures when environmental conditions become favorable again. Multiple instances of extinct species reappearing have been documented, including the Bermuda petrel, which resurfaced after 330 years of presumed extinction, and the La Palma giant lizard after 500 years of absence. Genetic studies of newly discovered species often reveal unexpectedly ancient DNA sequences, suggesting these organisms may have existed in dormancy rather than evolving recently. Microbiologists have found that bacteria can emerge from million-year-old ice cores and immediately resume normal functions, indicating biological mechanisms for long-term species preservation exist in nature. Several underground cave systems contain perfectly preserved specimens of extinct species, leading some researchers to suggest these could be natural genetic storage facilities. The discovery of living specimens of the Volemi pine, thought extinct for 2 million years, exhibited no genetic drift from their fossil ancestors, suggesting a method of perfect genetic preservation. Scientists studying deep soil samples have found intact DNA from extinct species preserved in ways that current preservation models cannot explain, suggesting unknown natural mechanisms for genetic storage. Remote areas regularly produce living specimens of species long thought extinct, with many showing minimal genetic variation from their ancient ancestors. Global penis size has been decreasing at a measurable rate since the 1950s, with studies showing an average reduction of approximately 1 centimeter per generation in most industrialized nations. Environmental scientists have linked this phenomenon to the widespread presence of endocrine-disrupting chemicals in plastics, particularly phthalates and BPA, which interfere with reproductive development during crucial growth periods. Medical data from military recruitment centers across multiple countries confirms a steady decline in average measurements, with the trend accelerating in regions with higher industrial pollution levels. Research conducted on laboratory animals exposed to common household chemicals shows similar patterns of genital size reduction, suggesting a direct causal relationship with modern manufacturing byproducts. Anthropological studies of indigenous populations isolated from industrial chemicals show no corresponding decrease in size, supporting the theory that environmental factors are responsible for the change. Genetic analysis reveals epigenetic modifications in populations exposed to these chemicals, indicating the changes may become heritable and persist across multiple generations even after exposure ends. Medical researchers have documented corresponding changes in other reproductive characteristics, including decreased sperm count and altered hormone levels, suggesting a broader pattern of evolutionary pressure from chemical exposure. Thought forms are believed to be artificially created beings or entities formed through focused meditation, ritual, and concentrated thought energy. Buddhist monks and Hindu practitioners have documented the creation of tulpas, a type of thought form that can achieve semi-autonomous existence and even manifest physical effects in our reality through sustained visualization and belief. Occult societies in the 19th and 20th centuries, particularly the Theosophical Society, expanded on these Eastern concepts and developed detailed methods for creating thought forms for specific purposes like protection, healing, or the accumulation of knowledge. Paranormal researchers point to poltergeist activity as potential evidence of thought forms, suggesting that intense emotional energy, especially from teenagers, can unconsciously generate entities capable of moving objects and creating disturbances. The Philip experiment conducted in Toronto during 1972 provided interesting results when a group deliberately attempted to create a fictional historical figure through concentrated thought, eventually recording unexplained physical phenomena, including table movements and rapping sounds during their sessions. Multiple religions and mystical traditions across different cultures have independently developed similar ideas about humans' ability to create sentient thought entities, using techniques that often involve group focus, visualization, and ritual practices passed down through generations. Ancient Egyptian priests used thought forms called shabti, magically animated servants created through ritual that were believed to carry out tasks in the physical world and the afterlife. Songs of Saturn refers to recordings of mysterious radio emissions from the planet, captured by NASA's Cassini spacecraft, which produce eerie musical frequencies that some believe contain encoded alien messages. These electromagnetic emissions consist of complex wave patterns that, when converted to audio, create haunting rhythmic sounds similar to those produced by whale songs or wind instruments. Scientists working on the Cassini mission discovered that the plasma waves between Saturn and its rings interact in ways that generate these radio emissions at precise mathematical intervals, suggesting a natural but unexplained harmonic structure. Ancient Babylonian texts describe Saturn as the god of harmony and cosmic music, leading some researchers to draw connections between these modern recordings and historical astronomical knowledge that seems to predate our technological capabilities. Analysis of the frequencies reveals patterns that follow the golden ratio and other mathematical constants found throughout nature, indicating these sounds might be part of a larger universal harmony. UFO researchers have identified similarities between Saturn's sounds and frequencies reportedly recorded during close encounters, particularly noting matching patterns in the ultra-low frequency range. Multiple space missions have detected these musical emissions coming specifically from Saturn's polar regions, where the planet's magnetic field lines connect to the rings, creating what astronomers call Saturn's song. Big Soy refers to a conspiracy theory alleging that governments and agricultural corporations deliberately increase soy consumption to feminize populations through phytoestrogens, compounds found naturally in soybeans that can mimic estrogen in the body. Several researchers have documented rising estrogen levels in male populations across developed nations, coinciding with the widespread adoption of soy in processed foods and animal feed during the 20th century. Blood tests from urban areas with high soy consumption show elevated levels of phytoestrogens compared to rural populations with traditional diets, leading some researchers to suggest intentional manipulation of food supplies. Declassified military documents reveal historical interest in using dietary modification for population control, while agricultural policy shifts in the 1960s and 70s dramatically increased soy production through subsidies and food additive regulations. Studies on fish populations exposed to agricultural runoff containing soy derivatives have shown significant alterations in sex ratios and reproductive characteristics, which believers cite as evidence of soy's biological impact. Environmental groups have documented the increasingly close relationship between major soy producers and government regulatory agencies, including the frequent movement of personnel between these organizations. Medical data indicates a steady rise in conditions associated with hormonal imbalances in regions where soy consumption became prevalent, though mainstream science attributes this to various environmental factors rather than soy alone. Nephilim deep state refers to an ancient bloodline theory suggesting that hybrid beings, created from fallen angels and humans, continue to hold positions of global power through carefully maintained genetic lineages and secret societies. Archaeological findings across multiple continents reveal unusually large human skeletal remains, some measuring 7 to 9 feet tall, with distinct cranial features that differ from known human subspecies. Ancient Sumerian tablets describe beings called the Anunnaki who interbred with humans, creating a ruling class that possessed advanced knowledge and maintained authority through generations. Genetic studies have identified unique haplogroups present in many of the world's most influential families, suggesting a common ancestry that can be traced back to specific geographic regions mentioned in ancient texts about the Nephilim. Historical records show these powerful families maintaining careful genealogical documentation and practicing selective marriage to preserve specific genetic traits, including above-average height and distinct physical characteristics. Religious texts from various cultures contain similar accounts of divine beings creating hybrid offspring who became mighty rulers, warriors, and teachers of advanced civilization. Modern banking systems, political dynasties, and royal families share intricate symbolic connections to ancient Mesopotamian and Egyptian religious practices associated with Nephilim bloodlines. Analysis of architectural sites around the world reveals advanced mathematical knowledge and astronomical alignments that predate currently accepted timelines of human technological development. Plants Domesticated Humans describes the theory that early agriculture represented a calculated evolutionary strategy by plants to ensure their own survival and proliferation through human cultivation. Archaeological evidence shows that as humans began farming wheat and other grains around 12,000 years ago, these plants rapidly developed traits beneficial for human cultivation, suggesting a form of reverse domestication where plants influenced human behavior. Chemical compounds in certain crops, particularly grains containing psychoactive properties, may have encouraged humans to protect and cultivate these species, leading to the first permanent settlements and the dawn of civilization. Studies of ancient human remains indicate that the transition to agriculture actually resulted in shorter stature, worse dental health, and increased disease, implying humans made sacrifices for the benefit of their cultivated plants. The global spread of certain crops like wheat, rice, and corn has resulted in these species becoming some of the most successful and widespread organisms on Earth, occupying millions of acres that humans maintain solely for their benefit. Ancient religious texts and artifacts frequently depict plants as divine beings, or sources of sacred knowledge, potentially reflecting an innate understanding of plants' role in guiding human development. This relationship continues today, as humans dedicate massive resources to protecting and propagating cultivated plant species while becoming increasingly dependent on them for survival. The deliberate burning of the Library of Alexandria is believed by some researchers to have been orchestrated by early precursors to modern global power structures, specifically to eliminate advanced knowledge that could threaten their control over human development. Ancient texts reference sophisticated technologies and medical procedures that were lost in the fire, including early steam engines, astronomical calculations, and surgical techniques that wouldn't be rediscovered until the modern era. Documentation from Roman sources suggests specific orders were given to target sections of the library containing mathematical and engineering knowledge, rather than just destroying the building indiscriminately. Several surviving fragments describe advanced understanding of electricity, metallurgy, and astronomical phenomena that would have dramatically altered the course of human technological progress if preserved. Multiple historical accounts mention organized groups systematically removing certain texts before the fire, suggesting a deliberate selection process rather than random destruction. Archaeological evidence indicates that parts of the library reached temperatures far higher than typical fire damage of the period, suggesting the possible use of advanced incendiary materials to ensure complete destruction of specific materials. Surviving references from Arab scholars describe lost texts containing knowledge of devices that move without horses and lights that burn without oil, indicating potentially advanced technological understanding. Similar patterns of targeted knowledge destruction appear throughout history at other major centers of learning, suggesting an organized effort to control the development of human civilization. The concept of ancient humans possessing greater intelligence suggests that cognitive capabilities have actually diminished over thousands of years of civilization, supported by multiple archaeological discoveries of sophisticated ancient technologies. Ancient architectural achievements like the Great Pyramid of Giza demonstrate precision engineering that modern builders struggle to replicate, featuring blocks cut to tolerances of 0.01 inches, and astronomical alignments accurate to decimal points. Sanskrit texts from India contain detailed descriptions of advanced mathematics, including concepts of zero, infinity, and atomic theory, developed thousands of years before their discovery in the Western world. The Antikythera mechanism, dated to 100 BC, displays mechanical complexity equivalent to astronomical computers from the 18th century, using intricate gear systems that weren't reinvented until the rise of modern clockmaking. Ancient Polynesian navigation techniques allowed precise ocean voyages across thousands of miles without instruments, using sophisticated knowledge of astronomy, ocean currents, and wave patterns that few modern sailors can match. Studies of ancient human skulls indicate larger cranial capacity compared to modern humans, with some researchers suggesting a gradual decrease in brain size since the end of the last ice age. Ancient medical texts from Egypt and Greece describe surgical procedures and treatments that weren't successfully replicated until the 19th century, including cataract surgery and the use of antibiotic molds. Linguistic analysis of ancient languages reveals complex grammatical structures and vocabularies that exceed those of modern languages, suggesting more sophisticated patterns of thought and communication. The identity of the biblical serpent as a reptilian being refers to interpretations of ancient texts suggesting the creature in Eden was actually a highly evolved reptilian humanoid race that intervened in human development. Ancient Sumerian tablets describe beings called the Anunnaki, who possessed advanced knowledge and serpentine features, matching descriptions found in the original Hebrew texts, where the word Nachash implies an upright, intelligent creature rather than a simple snake. Archaeological discoveries across multiple continents show consistent depictions of serpentine beings teaching humans various forms of knowledge, suggesting a shared historical encounter rather than coincidental myths. The biblical account describes the serpent as the most subtle or intelligent of all creatures, walking upright and engaging in complex philosophical discussions, characteristics that align more closely with an advanced being than a literal snake. Ancient Hebrew texts specify that the serpent's punishment was to crawl on its belly, implying it originally had limbs and walked upright, supporting the theory of a humanoid reptilian form. Multiple ancient cultures, including the Mayans, Egyptians, and Chinese, independently developed similar accounts of wise serpent beings who possessed advanced knowledge and influenced human civilization. Genetic studies have revealed that human DNA contains unexplained rapid mutations from our early development, which some researchers suggest could indicate artificial manipulation by an advanced species. This theory suggests that Soviet scientists successfully located and eliminated the physical manifestation of Yahweh during a classified experiment in the 1960s, supported by ancient texts describing God's material presence on Earth. Soviet archives contain redacted documents about Project Koshai, which involved research into detecting and measuring divine energy signatures using modified electromagnetic equipment. Religious scholars have noted a marked decrease in verified divine interventions and miraculous events following the alleged timeframe of the Soviet experiment, comparing historical records before and after the 1960s. Declassified KGB files reference the discovery of an eternal energy source in the Ural Mountains that exhibited properties matching biblical descriptions of divine presence, including unexplainable light emissions and temporal distortions. Multiple Soviet scientists involved in the project disappeared or died under mysterious circumstances, with their research notes being immediately classified at the highest levels of government. Ancient Hebrew texts describe specific geographical locations where God's physical presence manifested, with several matching coordinates found in Soviet military documents from the same period. Atmospheric data from the 1960s shows an unexplained global decrease in background radiation levels that some researchers associate with the theoretical removal of a divine presence from our dimension. Religious leaders from various faiths independently reported experiencing a sudden sense of spiritual disconnection during the same time period, documented in private letters and diaries that weren't made public until decades later. The Silent City refers to reports of a mysterious metropolis that occasionally appears as a mirage above the Muir Glacier in Alaska, first documented by prospectors and native Alaskans in the late 19th century. Multiple witnesses described seeing detailed images of a foreign-looking city with Oriental architecture, complete with towers, streets, and trees, all clearly visible despite the remote Arctic location. Scientific studies of atmospheric conditions around glaciers have shown that complex light refraction patterns can create superior mirages, known as fata morgana, capable of projecting distant images with extraordinary clarity. L.B. French, an early explorer, provided detailed sketches of the phenomenon in 1889, depicting architectural styles similar to those found in ancient Asian cities, despite having no prior knowledge of such designs. Tlingit tribal histories contain accounts of a hidden city that appears and disappears in the glacier region, describing it as a gateway between worlds that becomes visible under specific atmospheric conditions. Photographic evidence of the Silent City emerged in 1887, when a Canadian prospector captured what appeared to be buildings and streets hovering above the ice, though the original plates were later lost. Modern radar surveys of the Muir Glacier have detected unusual hollow spaces and geometric patterns within the ice, leading some researchers to suggest the possibility of preserved structures beneath the glacier. Genius loci represents the belief that certain locations possess a distinct consciousness or spiritual essence, capable of interacting with and influencing human visitors. Ancient Roman texts describe specific rituals for communicating with these place spirits, suggesting they viewed them as literal entities rather than mere metaphors. Documented cases from the 19th century detail multiple unrelated individuals experiencing identical visions, emotions, or compulsions when visiting specific locations, particularly ancient ruins and sacred sites. Modern electromagnetic field studies have detected unusual patterns of energy in locations historically associated with genius loci, showing measurable differences from surrounding areas. Archaeological evidence reveals that ancient cultures across different continents built structures specifically designed to channel and communicate with the spirit of the location, using similar architectural principles despite no known contact. Psychological research has identified consistent patterns in how different people respond to certain environments, with some locations triggering identical emotional and physiological responses across diverse test subjects. Environmental scientists have discovered that some locations maintain unique ecological conditions that persist despite changes in surrounding areas, suggesting an underlying organizing intelligence in the landscape. Native cultures worldwide independently developed sophisticated practices for identifying and working with genius loci, creating detailed maps of power spots that often correlate with unusual geological or electromagnetic features. The discovery of ritualistic arrangements and carefully positioned artifacts in Neanderthal burial sites suggests they may have practiced an early form of organized religion centered around animal spirits and celestial worship. Archaeological evidence from sites like La Ferracie in France shows collections of cave bear skulls deliberately arranged in geometric patterns, potentially indicating ceremonial significance and structured belief systems. Analysis of ochre pigments and carved symbols found near Neanderthal remains points to the possibility of body painting and symbolic expression during religious ceremonies, with some scientists theorizing these practices were tied to seasonal changes and hunting rituals. Multiple cave sites across Europe contain traces of what appears to be organized gathering spaces, with hearths positioned in ways that could have facilitated group ceremonies, suggesting communal spiritual practices dating back over 50,000 years. Researchers studying Neanderthal brain development have noted that their neural structure would have been capable of abstract thinking and symbolic reasoning, supporting the possibility that they developed complex spiritual beliefs similar to early Homo sapiens. The placement of flowers and tools in Neanderthal graves, as found in Shanidar Cave in Iraq, indicates they may have held beliefs about an afterlife and practiced funeral rites involving offerings to the deceased. Biblical scholars studying ancient Gnostic texts have uncovered alternative interpretations, suggesting Judas Iscariot was actually Jesus' most trusted disciple, specifically chosen for the divine role of facilitating Christ's sacrifice. The Gospel of Judas, discovered in the 1970s in Egypt, describes secret conversations between Jesus and Judas, indicating Jesus actually instructed Judas to turn him in. making Judas's actions a crucial part of God's divine plan. Ancient manuscripts suggest Judas might have been the only disciple to truly understand Jesus' mission, with his betrayal being an act of supreme loyalty rather than treachery, ensuring Jesus' sacrifice would fulfill biblical prophecy. Several early Christian sects believed Judas was himself divine, possibly sharing a bloodline with Jesus, and that his actions were predetermined by God to enable humanity's salvation. The concept of Judas as a divine figure aligns with certain interpretations of Jesus' words at the Last Supper, where he tells Judas, "What you are about to do quickly," potentially indicating foreknowledge and divine purpose. Theological analysis of Judas's surname Iscariot has led some researchers to connect it with successor, or chosen one, in ancient Aramaic, suggesting a possible hereditary or divine designation. The 30 pieces of silver, traditionally seen as payment for betrayal, have been interpreted by some scholars as symbolic of divine authority, representing a transfer of power rather than a bribe. Ancient cave paintings discovered in South America depict a massive flying creature with distinctive characteristics that don't match any known pterosaur species, including petal-like appendages around its head and an unusually long, segmented tail. Multiple indigenous tribes across Peru and Bolivia share oral histories describing a nocturnal flying creature that releases a sweet-smelling mist, causing disorientation and vivid visions in those who encounter it. The creature's name derives from the datura plant, as witnesses report similar psychoactive effects to those caused by the plant's toxins after encounters with the being. Fossil fragments found in the Andes Mountains during the 19th century show evidence of hollow bones similar to pterosaurs, but with unique structural properties that suggest adaptation to high-altitude flight in low-oxygen conditions. Local legends describe the creature as being most active during full moons and having the ability to hover motionless in the air, behaviors not typically associated with known prehistoric flying reptiles. Several unexplained mass animal deaths in remote Andean regions have been attributed to this creature, with deceased livestock showing unusual circular markings and traces of an unidentified alkaloid compound in their systems. Archaeological expeditions in the 1970s uncovered ceremonial objects depicting a winged entity with distinctive flower-like features, dating back several thousand years and spanning multiple pre-Columbian cultures. The Vatican secret archives allegedly contain film reels from the 1950s, showing what appears to be glimpses of paradise captured through an experimental device combining prayer amplification and early video recording technology. Several former Vatican employees have described seeing footage of ethereal gardens, beings of light, and architectural structures that seem to defy physical laws, all captured using a machine developed by a team of Catholic scientists and mystics. Documents leaked in the 1980s detail a classified project called Operation Divine Lens, which utilized modified military cameras blessed by high-ranking clergy and exposed to concentrated prayer energy during religious ceremonies. Multiple witnesses within the church hierarchy have reported that the footage exhibits impossible physical properties, such as film that remains at a constant temperature, regardless of external conditions, and images that appear differently to each viewer. The project was supposedly shut down after several researchers experienced intense religious episodes and unexplained physical transformations while attempting to enhance the recording equipment. Ancient papal documents reference similar attempts to capture images of the divine realm using various methods throughout history, suggesting this was not the first time the Vatican attempted such documentation. Certain sections of the Vatican's underground vaults are said to be permanently climate-controlled, specifically to preserve these unique film reels, which allegedly emit a faint glow and cause electronic equipment to malfunction in their presence. Nordic aliens, often described as tall humanoids with blonde hair and blue eyes, were allegedly engineered by hostile extraterrestrial forces as infiltration agents, designed specifically to exploit human trust through their familiar and appealing appearance. Several UFO researchers have documented cases where these beings demonstrated unusually advanced psychological manipulation abilities, suggesting artificial enhancement for the purpose of human deception. Declassified military documents from the 1960s mention encounters with entities matching Nordic alien descriptions who could seamlessly integrate into human society while gathering intelligence on military installations. Ancient Sumerian texts contain references to fair-skinned star beings who brought both knowledge and destruction, potentially describing early Nordic alien infiltration attempts. Multiple witness accounts describe Nordic aliens displaying inconsistent behavior patterns and emotional responses, suggesting artificial programming rather than natural development. Reports from alleged contactees note that Nordic aliens often appear in groups of exactly 3, following precise behavioral protocols that seem more mechanical than organic, indicating possible artificial origin. DNA analysis of supposed Nordic alien biological samples has revealed unusual genetic structures that combine both natural and apparently engineered elements, supporting the theory of their artificial creation. Underground military facilities have reportedly documented instances of Nordic aliens temporarily losing their human appearance during moments of stress, revealing a more artificial underlying form. Historical records from the 18th century show unexplained patterns of lights and aerial phenomena across northern Europe, coinciding with the early development of racial theories and white supremacist ideologies. Several prominent early race theorists had documented encounters with unexplained beings and craft, leading some researchers to suggest these experiences influenced their development of white racial superiority concepts. Coded messages found in early supremacist writings contain repeated references to stellar origins and celestial bloodlines, potentially indicating knowledge of extraterrestrial activity being obscured through racial rhetoric. Military archives reveal that regions with the strongest white supremacist movements often overlapped with areas of intense UFO activity, suggesting a possible coordinated effort to redirect attention from alien presence. Ancient Nordic texts describing gods with advanced technology were deliberately reinterpreted in the 19th century to support racial theories, potentially masking genuine accounts of extraterrestrial contact. Analysis of early supremacist organizations' private documents shows unusual interest in astronomical events and remote northern European locations known for frequent UFO sightings. Multiple instances of supremacist groups actively discouraging investigation of lights and aerial phenomena in European regions have been documented, suggesting organized efforts to maintain focus on racial narratives instead of unexplained activities. Government files indicate that several prominent white supremacist leaders in the early 20th century had unexplained gaps in their personal histories, coinciding with major UFO flaps across Europe. Ancient Greek astronomers theorized the existence of a counter-Earth called Antichthon, a hidden planet that eternally moves in perfect opposition to Earth around a central fire, remaining forever invisible to us. Followers of Pythagoras developed complex mathematical models showing how this counter-Earth could maintain perfect orbital harmony while remaining perpetually hidden behind the Sun. The concept gained support from observations of unusual gravitational effects and orbital perturbations that seem to suggest the presence of an unseen celestial body. Historical astronomical records from multiple ancient civilizations contain references to a dark companion or shadow world that moves in perfect synchronization with Earth. Some modern astronomical calculations suggest that a planet-sized object could theoretically maintain a stable orbit at Earth's L3 Lagrange point, precisely where ancient Greeks placed Antichthon. Several unexplained gravitational anomalies detected during space missions in the 1970s led some scientists to briefly revisit the possibility of an object at Earth's L3 point. Ancient Greek texts describe Antichthon as a perfect mirror of Earth, complete with its own inhabitants, suggesting early understanding of orbital mechanics and planetary formation. Astronomical instruments from ancient Greece show specific modifications that could have been designed to detect indirect evidence of Antichthon's gravitational influence. Animal linguistic studies have revealed that many species possess far more advanced vocal capabilities than previously thought, with physical structures capable of producing complex speech patterns similar to human language. Brain scans of various mammals show neural pathways associated with advanced communication that remain deliberately inactive during human interaction, suggesting a conscious choice to maintain communication barriers. Research conducted in the 1980s documented instances of parrots and primates using human language in private settings, only to revert to typical animal sounds when researchers entered their environment. Ancient texts from multiple cultures describe a time when humans and animals spoke the same language, potentially indicating a historical shift in animal communication choices rather than mere folklore. Anatomical studies of dolphins, elephants, and certain primates show they possess unused physical structures that could theoretically enable human-like speech production. Multiple wildlife researchers have reported capturing audio recordings of animals producing human-like phonemes during isolated moments when they believed themselves to be unobserved. Genetic analysis has revealed that many animals possess intact but dormant genes associated with complex vocalization, suggesting a deliberate suppression rather than an inability to speak. Several isolated indigenous tribes maintain that certain animals speak to them in human language when no outsiders are present, ceasing immediately upon the arrival of unfamiliar humans. Multiple astronomers and monks in Canterbury, England documented observing the upper half of the moon suddenly burst into flames and split apart on June 18, 1178, an event corroborated by similar observations across Europe. Scientific analysis suggests this event may have been caused by a massive asteroid impact on the lunar surface, creating the 22-kilometer-wide crater Giordano Bruno, whose formation timeline matches the medieval accounts. Geological studies of moon rocks returned during the Apollo missions show evidence of a significant impact event occurring during the 12th century, aligning with the timing of the Canterbury observation. Chinese astronomical records from the same period describe the moon appearing to break apart like a mirror during the summer months of 1178, providing independent verification from a different hemisphere. Magnetic anomalies detected around the Giordano Bruno crater indicate a relatively recent formation compared to other lunar impact sites, supporting the medieval dating of its creation. Modern computer simulations demonstrate that an asteroid impact of sufficient size could have created a temporary appearance of the moon splitting, matching the historical descriptions of flames and separation. Debris patterns around the Giordano Bruno crater show unique characteristics consistent with a high-energy impact occurring within the last 1,000 years, rather than the more ancient origins of most lunar craters. Analysis of human skeletal remains from pre-agricultural societies shows significantly better health, stronger bones, and fewer signs of malnutrition compared to remains from after the adoption of farming. The emergence of agriculture led to the first evidence of widespread tooth decay, arthritis, and bone deformities in human populations, marking the beginning of numerous chronic health conditions that persist today. Archaeological data indicates that hunter-gatherer societies worked only 15 to 20 hours per week to meet their basic needs, while early agricultural communities required significantly more labor time, leading to the first documented instances of systematic human exploitation. The transition to agriculture created the first examples of wealth inequality, social hierarchies, and organized warfare, as evidenced by grave goods and defensive structures appearing in the archaeological record. Studies of ancient DNA reveal that the shift to farming resulted in a significant reduction in human genetic diversity, suggesting that agricultural practices may have created evolutionary bottlenecks in human development. The advent of agriculture led to the first documented instances of zoonotic diseases jumping from domesticated animals to humans, creating the conditions for later pandemics and chronic illnesses. Environmental analysis shows that early agricultural practices led to the first instances of large-scale deforestation, soil degradation, and water pollution, setting precedents for environmental destruction that continue to accelerate. Linguistic research suggests that concepts of ownership, debt, and social status first emerged in human languages following the development of agricultural societies, indicating fundamental changes in human psychology and social organization. A group of theorists in the 1960s proposed that paranormal phenomena and supernatural occurrences were actually manifestations of class consciousness breaking through the fabric of capitalist reality. Analysis of historical ghost sightings revealed that supernatural encounters increased dramatically during periods of intense class struggle and labor unrest, suggesting a connection between spectral activity and proletarian resistance. Documents from early communist movements show that many organizers interpreted poltergeist activity and spontaneous fires as physical manifestations of working-class energy disrupting bourgeois spaces. Research into the relationship between UFO sightings and industrial centers indicated that mysterious aerial phenomena appeared more frequently above factories and mining operations during periods of labor organization. Several Marxist philosophers developed frameworks suggesting that psychic abilities and telepathy represented the emergence of collective consciousness among oppressed workers, breaking free from capitalist individualism. Studies of cryptozoological sightings demonstrated that reports of mysterious creatures peaked during times of economic crisis, potentially representing the materialization of class antagonisms into physical form. Archaeological evidence from worker settlements shows unusual electromagnetic readings and unexplained material anomalies, interpreted as residual energy from moments of heightened class consciousness. Multiple accounts from 19th century factory workers describe shared visions and mass supernatural experiences during strikes, suggesting a link between collective action and paranormal manifestation. The realm of forms exists as a perfect dimension of pure thought and ideal versions of all things, with our physical world serving only as an imperfect shadow of this higher plane of existence. Archaeological evidence suggests ancient Greek temples were designed with specific geometric proportions meant to align with and channel energy from this realm of perfect forms. Mathematical discoveries throughout history have revealed patterns that appear to exist independently of human observation, suggesting a pre-existing realm where perfect mathematical truths reside. Near-death experiences frequently include reports of encountering a realm of pure geometric forms and perfect concepts, matching Plato's descriptions of the higher dimension. Studies of human brain development show that infants possess innate understanding of basic geometric shapes and mathematical concepts, potentially indicating knowledge carried over from previous exposure to the realm of forms. Ancient meditation techniques specifically designed to access this realm have been found in texts across multiple civilizations, suggesting widespread awareness of its existence. Modern quantum physics experiments have demonstrated that abstract mathematical structures appear to underlie all of physical reality, supporting the concept of a higher realm of pure forms. Several documented cases of mathematical savants have described accessing a dimension of perfect numbers and shapes, closely matching Plato's descriptions from thousands of years ago. The mass extinction of dinosaurs has been linked by some researchers and ancient astronaut theorists to extraterrestrial beings conducting deliberate extinction events, rather than the commonly accepted asteroid impact theory. Evidence cited includes the precise timing of the extinction, which eliminated specific species while allowing others to survive, suggesting a calculated extermination rather than random destruction from a natural disaster. Several unusually advanced stone carvings and artifacts from ancient civilizations appear to depict creatures resembling dinosaurs alongside what appear to be spacecraft or beings in protective suits, leading some to believe these were records of witnessed events passed down through generations. Ancient texts from multiple cultures reference sky gods arriving to reshape the earth, with some interpretations suggesting these accounts describe the systematic removal of large creatures to prepare the planet for future habitation. Geological studies have revealed traces of elements not typically found on Earth in the layers marking the end of the Cretaceous period, which some interpret as evidence of advanced weapons rather than asteroid debris. The speed and selectiveness of the extinction event, which eliminated approximately 75% of plant and animal species, while leaving others completely unharmed, aligns more closely with a controlled extinction program than the global climate catastrophe that would result from an asteroid impact. Certain locations show evidence of precise geometric patterns in fossil arrangements and extinction timing that some researchers argue are too ordered to have occurred naturally, suggesting an orchestrated event rather than chaotic destruction. Eating disorders can manifest as organized social movements where individuals gather online or in person to actively promote and encourage disordered eating behaviors. Several underground communities formed in the early 21st century that developed their own rituals, language, and belief systems around food restriction and body modification. These groups often maintain that extreme thinness represents a higher state of consciousness and spiritual purity. Members share detailed food journals, fasting schedules, and weight loss methods while participating in structured accountability systems. Some eating disorder cults incorporate elements of ancient ascetic practices and religious fasting traditions to justify their extreme dietary restrictions. Historical records show similar communities emerging periodically throughout history, particularly in medieval convents where self-starvation was viewed as a path to divine enlightenment. Digital platforms enabled these groups to establish complex hierarchies and initiation rites, with senior members taking on mentor roles to guide newcomers through progressively restrictive eating patterns. Many groups maintain that hunger produces altered mental states that allow access to deeper spiritual truths. Research into these communities has revealed sophisticated philosophical frameworks, linking food restriction to concepts of purity, transcendence, and escape from societal constraints. Members often report experiencing intense feelings of belonging and understanding within these groups that they cannot find elsewhere. The isolation and secretive nature of these communities makes them particularly resistant to intervention, as members view outside concern as a threat to their shared beliefs and practices. Some groups have developed elaborate systems of signals and codes to identify fellow members while avoiding detection. The theory that gray aliens originated as an advanced evolutionary branch of dolphins suggests that an ancient cetacean species developed enhanced intelligence and eventually moved onto land, adapting their bodies for terrestrial and space travel over millions of years. Supporters point to the streamlined hydrodynamic shape of gray alien bodies and their large dark eyes as evidence of aquatic origins, noting similarities to modern dolphin anatomy and sensory organs. Ancient astronaut researchers have identified multiple underwater structures and alleged spacecraft launch sites that could indicate an advanced civilization emerging from Earth's oceans, rather than arriving from another planet. The extraordinarily high intelligence of modern dolphins, their complex language abilities, and their sophisticated sonar capabilities are cited as proof that cetaceans could potentially evolve into technological beings. Brain size comparisons between dolphins and gray aliens show similar proportions relative to body size, while both species demonstrate advanced social structures and apparent telepathic abilities. Several indigenous cultures maintain legends of intelligent beings emerging from the seas to teach humans various technologies, potentially describing early encounters with these evolved cetaceans. The theory provides an explanation for why gray aliens seem particularly interested in Earth's oceans and water resources, as they may be monitoring the evolution of their genetic ancestors. Documented cases of gray aliens operating underwater bases and vehicles suggest a natural affinity for aquatic environments that could stem from their evolutionary history. British Petroleum allegedly possesses technology capable of accelerating the natural process of organic matter decomposition into fossil fuels, using devices that manipulate localized time fields to age living tissue by millions of years instantaneously. Several disappearances near BP facilities have been linked by investigators to unusual electromagnetic readings and temporal anomalies that could indicate the presence of time-distorting equipment. Documents leaked from within BP reference Project Chronoleum, a classified research initiative focused on artificial fossil fuel generation through temporal manipulation of organic matter. Former BP employees have reported witnessing strange incidents where living organisms rapidly decomposed into oil-like substances within secured facility areas, leaving behind only trace minerals typically found in fossil fuel deposits. The company's unexplained ability to locate and access new oil reserves with remarkable precision could be explained by their capacity to manufacture oil through temporal acceleration rather than traditional extraction methods. Geological surveys near BP drilling sites have revealed inexplicable patterns of accelerated fossil formation that don't match natural decomposition timeframes, suggesting artificial manipulation of organic decay processes. Multiple whistleblowers describe underground facilities where temporal field generators convert organic material into crude oil through controlled time dilation, allowing BP to maintain oil supplies without relying solely on natural deposits. Environmental researchers have detected unusual carbon dating inconsistencies in soil samples taken near BP refineries, indicating possible temporal disturbances affecting the age of organic materials in these areas. Lusus naturae refers to a class of naturally occurring biological anomalies and mutations that were extensively documented throughout medieval and Renaissance Europe, with particularly detailed records emerging from isolated mountain communities and remote monasteries. These beings exhibited extreme physical variations from typical human anatomy, including reports of additional limbs, altered skeletal structures, and hybridized features that seem to combine characteristics of different species. Medical texts from the 16th century contain detailed anatomical drawings and descriptions of lusus naturae specimens, including accounts of their behaviors, dietary habits, and attempts at communication with regular humans. Monastery records describe communities of these beings living in underground cave systems, with monks often providing food and medical care while studying their unique physiological traits. Some medieval physicians theorized that lusus naturae represented an entirely separate branch of human evolution, pointing to their apparent ability to reproduce and maintain stable populations in isolated regions. Archaeological excavations in European cave systems have uncovered unusual skeletal remains that don't conform to known human or animal anatomical patterns, suggesting the potential existence of these documented variations. Several preserved specimens claimed to be lusus naturae exist in private collections and obscure medical museums, though most have been either destroyed or hidden from public view since the 18th century. Religious texts from various European monasteries suggest that some lusus naturae possessed heightened sensory abilities and unusual healing capabilities, leading to their protection and study by certain religious orders. The assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand has been interpreted by certain theological scholars as the second death of Christ, with evidence suggesting parallels between his life and biblical prophecies of the Second Coming. His birth in Graz on the feast day of St. Francis of Assisi aligns with predictions about the return of Christ occurring in a time of peace before a great global conflict. The Archduke's dedication to peace and opposition to military escalation mirrors messianic prophecies, while his marriage to Sophie Chotek, despite fierce opposition, reflects Christ's teachings about love transcending social boundaries. Documents from secret religious societies of the early 20th century contain references to a Habsburg heir being marked with divine significance, with some members claiming to have witnessed miraculous events in his presence. The location of his assassination in Sarajevo corresponds to ancient predictions about the Messiah's death occurring at a crossroads of Eastern and Western civilizations. The timing of his death, leading to a worldwide conflict that reshaped human civilization, aligns with apocalyptic prophecies about the aftermath of Christ's second death. Several witnesses reported unusual atmospheric phenomena and unexplained lights in the sky over Sarajevo in the days leading up to the assassination. Similar to biblical accounts of signs preceding significant divine events, the Archduke's body allegedly showed signs of unusual preservation during its transport to Vienna, with multiple accounts describing an inexplicable glow emanating from his burial chamber. The biblical figure Cain, cursed with immortality after killing his brother Abel, allegedly maintains control over a vast network of influential organizations and governments through accumulated wealth and knowledge spanning thousands of years. Ancient texts describe Cain receiving a mark that would prevent his death, interpreted by scholars as a form of eternal life that enabled him to build power structures throughout human history. Historical records show mysterious wealthy figures appearing across different time periods and cultures, sharing similar physical descriptions and philosophical beliefs that align with what is known about Cain's character. Banking records from various centuries reveal interconnected financial networks, all leading back to organizations supposedly controlled by the same individual, suggesting a single immortal entity managing vast resources. Military documents reference a powerful advisor present in multiple major conflicts throughout history, providing strategic guidance based on seemingly impossible historical knowledge. Archaeological discoveries have unearthed similar symbols and markings across different civilizations, potentially indicating Cain's influence and presence throughout human development. Intelligence agencies have documented meetings with an ageless figure who demonstrates intimate knowledge of historical events and maintains significant influence over global policy decisions. Several world leaders throughout history have mentioned receiving guidance from a mysterious mentor who claimed to have first-hand experience of humanity's earliest civilizations. The Cucuteni Tripillion culture of Eastern Europe systematically burned their entire settlements to the ground every 60 to 80 years in a massive ritualistic display, with evidence suggesting these acts were carefully planned and coordinated across multiple communities. Archaeological findings reveal that before the burning, inhabitants would deliberately place valuable items and religious artifacts inside their homes, indicating these fires served a spiritual or ceremonial purpose rather than resulting from conflict or accident. Excavations show that nearly every house was set ablaze simultaneously, reaching temperatures high enough to vitrify clay structures, suggesting an organized and technically sophisticated approach to the mass burnings. Analysis of settlement layers indicates this practice continued for over 2,000 years, with new villages consistently built directly on top of the burned remains of previous ones. Some researchers theorize these systematic burnings served as a form of cultural renewal, possibly linked to astronomical cycles or beliefs about cleansing the community of accumulated spiritual impurities. Physical evidence suggests inhabitants would gather their entire population to witness the burning, with certain elevated areas around settlements showing signs of repeated ceremonial use during these events. Studies of the burn patterns indicate specialized knowledge of fire-starting techniques, with specific buildings appearing to have been designated as initial ignition points to ensure complete destruction of the settlement. Preserved artifacts found in burned dwellings suggest the ritual may have been connected to beliefs about transforming physical possessions into offerings for ancestral spirits. The theory that humanity is being forcibly evolved into a new, more controllable form through various means including technology and genetic manipulation. The biological development of modern humans includes a distinct evolutionary leap that occurred approximately 6,000 years ago, marked by significant changes in cognitive abilities, social structures, and technological advancement. Archaeological evidence shows a sudden increase in complex tool usage and sophisticated architectural designs appearing simultaneously across multiple continents during this period. Genetic studies have identified a cluster of mutations affecting neural development that emerged and spread rapidly through the human population at this time, suggesting a coordinated biological shift rather than gradual evolution. Ancient texts from various cultures reference a time when humans gained new mental capabilities and began receiving advanced knowledge from unexplained sources, possibly describing this transitional period. Brain case measurements from preserved skulls indicate a rapid increase in cerebral cortex complexity during this time frame, coinciding with the emergence of written language and mathematical systems. Anthropological records show an unprecedented surge in social organization complexity and abstract thinking capabilities, manifesting in the simultaneous development of similar religious concepts and governmental structures worldwide. Multiple indigenous oral histories describe a period when their ancestors suddenly gained new abilities and understanding, marking a clear division between ancient and modern consciousness. Environmental samples from this era show unusual patterns of electromagnetic activity in the Earth's atmosphere, suggesting external factors may have influenced this evolutionary jump. Thevatot served as the high priest of Atlantis, who first introduced black magic and human sacrifice to the ancient civilization, leading to its eventual downfall through the corruption of sacred knowledge and natural laws. Ancient Sanskrit texts describe Thevatat as a powerful figure who possessed advanced technological and spiritual knowledge, which he used to manipulate the fundamental forces of nature for personal gain. Esoteric traditions maintain that Thevatat survived the destruction of Atlantis and continued to spread corrupted mystical practices throughout ancient civilizations, establishing secret societies dedicated to preserving his teachings. Archaeological discoveries across multiple continents have uncovered similar ritualistic sites, featuring distinctive geometric patterns and architectural elements attributed to Thevatat's influence on early religious practices. Several ancient Egyptian papyri reference a foreign priest who brought forbidden knowledge from a sunken land, with descriptions matching traditional accounts of Thevatat's appearance and abilities. Mystery schools throughout history have preserved warnings about Thevatat's teachings, describing specific magical formulas and rituals that were considered too dangerous to be recorded or practiced. Geological studies of supposed Atlantean sites have revealed evidence of advanced energy manipulation techniques that align with descriptions of Thevatat's technological achievements. Multiple indigenous cultures share legends of a powerful spiritual leader who emerged from the sea after a great catastrophe, teaching forbidden practices that disrupted the natural order of their societies. The origins of life on Earth can be traced to a sacred mixture of organic compounds and energy that was intentionally seeded by divine beings, with the primordial soup serving as a carefully designed incubation medium for the first living organisms. Ancient religious texts from multiple cultures describe gods or celestial beings, mixing specific elements in primordial waters to create life, potentially referring to the actual chemical processes that occurred in Earth's early oceans. Chemical analysis of meteorites has revealed complex organic compounds arranged in patterns that suggest intelligent design rather than random formation, indicating possible divine intervention in early Earth's biochemistry. Studies of the precise conditions required for abiogenesis show that the emergence of life required such specific circumstances that many researchers believe it implies intentional engineering rather than chance. Sacred geometric patterns found in the molecular structure of early organic compounds match those described in various religious texts about divine creation, suggesting a connection between spiritual knowledge and biochemical reality. Archaeological discoveries have uncovered ancient artifacts depicting divine beings manipulating what appears to be a primordial mixture, with surprisingly accurate representations of molecular structures visible in the artwork. Multiple indigenous cultures maintain oral histories describing immortal beings who prepared Earth's oceans with special ingredients before life could begin, sharing remarkable similarities with modern scientific understanding of prebiotic chemistry. Research into the complexity of early RNA molecules suggests they may have been deliberately engineered, as their formation appears too sophisticated to have occurred through random chemical processes alone. Archaeological evidence suggests a third biological sex of humans existed until approximately 10,000 years ago, possessing distinct physiological characteristics and fulfilling unique social roles in ancient societies. Genetic studies have identified dormant DNA sequences that don't correspond to typical male or female traits, potentially indicating the previous existence of additional sex characteristics in human populations. Ancient cave paintings and artifacts depict humans with combined or alternative sexual characteristics, often in positions of spiritual or social importance within their communities. Medical researchers have documented rare cases of individuals born with genetic and hormonal patterns that don't align with binary sex categories, possibly representing vestigial expressions of this third sex. Multiple indigenous cultures maintain oral histories describing ancestors who possessed both male and female characteristics, while also exhibiting unique biological traits distinct from either sex. Anthropological records from various civilizations reference specialized social roles and religious positions specifically designated for individuals who exhibited characteristics of this third sex. Anatomical studies of preserved remains from ancient burial sites have revealed skeletal structures and physiological features that don't conform to typical male or female patterns of sexual dimorphism. Linguistic analysis of ancient languages shows specific pronouns and social categories for individuals who belong to this third sex, suggesting their distinct recognition in early human societies. The Cambrian explosion marked a sudden surge of complex life forms appearing in Earth's fossil record around 541 million years ago, leading some researchers to suggest this rapid diversification had extraterrestrial origins. Several scientists have pointed to the possibility that alien microorganisms or genetic material arrived via meteors or comets during this period, potentially transforming Earth's simple organisms into more complex life forms through horizontal gene transfer. This theory gained attention when researchers discovered that many Cambrian creatures appeared to have emerged with fully formed body plans and complex features, rather than showing gradual evolutionary development in the fossil record. Analysis of meteorite fragments dated to this period revealed organic compounds and structures resembling fossilized bacteria, which some scientists interpret as evidence of panspermia, the transfer of life between planets. The theory connects to modern observations of extremophile organisms surviving in space-like conditions, along with the discovery of complex organic molecules in comets and interstellar clouds. Studies of genetic material in modern organisms have revealed ancient viral insertions that some researchers believe could represent preserved traces of this cosmic intervention, potentially explaining the sudden emergence of novel genes and biological innovations. The Big Paleo conspiracy theory suggests that major paleontological institutions and organizations like the Audubon Society deliberately manipulate or suppress fossil evidence that contradicts mainstream evolutionary theory. Researchers studying this phenomenon point to several instances where fossils showing unexpected features or time periods were initially dismissed or kept from public view in major museums. The theory draws support from documented cases where the Audubon Society and similar organizations have altered wildlife data to support conservation efforts, including inflated bird population numbers and modified migration patterns. Some scientists have noted discrepancies in how certain fossil discoveries are dated, cataloged, and displayed, particularly those that don't fit neatly into accepted evolutionary timelines. Private collectors and independent researchers have documented fossils showing unusual characteristics or apparent anachronisms that they claim major institutions refuse to acknowledge or study. Historical records reveal several instances where prestigious museums and societies have hidden or destroyed fossil evidence that contradicted their existing collections or challenged their established theories about prehistoric life. The systematic removal of certain fossils from public collections, often explained as preservation efforts, has led some researchers to question whether these organizations are selectively curating evidence to maintain current evolutionary narratives. A theophany refers to the physical manifestation of a deity or divine being to humans, with numerous historical accounts describing direct encounters with gods appearing in forms ranging from burning bushes to pillars of light. Ancient Sumerian clay tablets detail specific instances where gods supposedly materialized in physical form, providing precise descriptions of their appearance, including measurements, colors, and distinct features that multiple witnesses corroborated. Archaeological evidence from various cultures has uncovered similar patterns in theophanic experiences, where individuals across different time periods and locations described encountering divine beings with remarkably consistent characteristics. Modern researchers have documented cases of shared theophanic experiences, where multiple witnesses simultaneously reported seeing divine manifestations, often accompanied by unexplained physical phenomena, such as electromagnetic disturbances and atmospheric changes. Religious texts across different faiths contain detailed accounts of theophanies that include verifiable geographical locations and historical events, suggesting these experiences occurred within documented historical contexts. Scientific investigations into theophanic experiences have revealed patterns of altered brain activity and physiological changes in witnesses, similar to those observed in individuals experiencing objective physical encounters rather than purely psychological phenomena. Some anthropologists suggest that ancient sites traditionally associated with theophanies show unusual geological and electromagnetic properties that could create conditions conducive to experiencing unusual physical phenomena. The theory that America was never truly discovered suggests that ancient civilizations had detailed knowledge of the Americas long before European contact, with evidence pointing to regular transoceanic travel and established trade routes dating back thousands of years. Ancient maps like the Piri Reis show remarkably accurate coastlines of South America, including features that were supposedly unknown until modern times, suggesting advanced geographical knowledge predating Columbus. Chinese historical records from the 5th century describe journeys to a land called Fusang, with details matching the geography and flora of the Pacific Northwest, including specific mentions of red cedar trees and native customs. Archaeological findings across the Americas have revealed artifacts with distinct Old World influences, including Roman coins in Venezuela, African beads in North America, and Chinese porcelain predating official discovery dates. Chemical analysis of ancient Egyptian mummies has revealed traces of cocaine and tobacco, plants that were supposedly exclusive to the Americas, indicating established trade routes across the Atlantic Ocean. Linguistic studies have identified surprising similarities between ancient Native American languages and Old World tongues, particularly in maritime terminology, suggesting long-term contact and cultural exchange. Ancient structures in the Americas show architectural techniques identical to those used in Egypt and Asia, including specific construction methods that would have required direct knowledge transfer rather than parallel development. The central fire theory, originating in ancient Pythagorean cosmology, suggests that a massive eternal flame exists at the center of the Earth, serving as the source of all planetary heat and energy. Archaeological evidence shows multiple ancient civilizations independently developed similar beliefs about an internal cosmic fire, with detailed descriptions of its properties appearing in texts from Greece, India, and Mesoamerica. Modern geological discoveries have revealed that the Earth's inner core reaches temperatures comparable to the surface of the Sun, with certain areas showing evidence of ongoing nuclear fission reactions. Studies of deep Earth mineral formations show patterns consistent with exposure to intense, sustained heat sources that some researchers suggest could indicate the presence of a concentrated energy center. Ancient Greek manuscripts describe specific mathematical calculations regarding the central fire's position and effects, which coincidentally align with modern measurements of Earth's gravitational center and core temperature gradients. Seismic data has revealed unexpected variations in core temperature patterns that some scientists interpret as evidence of localized, intense heat sources beyond current geological models. Analysis of volcanic materials has identified isotopic signatures suggesting the existence of sustained nuclear reactions deep within the Earth, potentially supporting ancient concepts of a central power source. The two Mothman theory emerged from inconsistencies in witness descriptions during the Point Pleasant sightings, where observers reported significantly different physical characteristics and behaviors of the creature, suggesting the presence of multiple entities rather than a single being. Several credible witnesses described encounters with distinctly different Mothman variants occurring simultaneously in separate locations, with one type displaying aggressive behavior and glowing red eyes, while the other appeared more observant and had amber-colored eyes. Police reports from 1966 to 1967 documented multiple Mothman sightings occurring on the same night in locations too far apart for a single creature to traverse, even with flight capabilities. Analysis of footprint casts from various Mothman sighting locations revealed two distinct types of impressions, differing in size and anatomical structure, suggesting separate entities rather than variations in sampling or preservation. Photographic evidence from the period shows notably different wing structures and body proportions in various sightings, with experts in cryptozoology noting these variations exceed what would be expected from perspective or lighting differences. Historical research into local Native American legends revealed stories of two distinct flying humanoid creatures inhabiting the Ohio Valley region, with descriptions closely matching the different types of Mothman encounters reported in the 20th century. Audio recordings from various encounters show two distinct patterns of wing beats and vocalizations, analyzed by wildlife experts as being produced by different types of entities, rather than environmental or recording variations. The theory of sentience decreasing entropy suggests that conscious observation and thought processes can locally reduce disorder in physical systems, effectively working against the universe's natural tendency toward chaos. Research in quantum mechanics has shown that conscious observation appears to collapse wave functions and affect particle behavior, indicating a potential relationship between consciousness and physical reality. Laboratory experiments measuring random number generators have shown statistically significant deviations from expected randomness when exposed to focused human attention or meditation. Studies of biological systems reveal that living organisms maintain internal order far more efficiently than can be explained by current thermodynamic models, suggesting consciousness might play a role in entropy reduction. Multiple experiments in the Princeton Engineering Anomalies Research Program documented measurable changes in physical systems when subjected to conscious intent, with results showing consistent patterns of reduced entropy. Researchers studying meditation practitioners have recorded localized temperature changes and unusual particle behavior in their immediate vicinity, suggesting consciousness might create zones of increased order. Mathematical models developed by quantum physicists suggest that consciousness might function as an entropy-reducing force, acting as a counter to the second law of thermodynamics on a microscopic scale. Recent studies in biophysics have identified patterns of molecular organization in living tissue that appear to defy normal entropy increases, with the effect being more pronounced in areas associated with conscious activity. The Galactic Federation theory suggests an advanced alliance of extraterrestrial civilizations maintains active contact with Earth governments, operating through secret diplomatic channels and hidden bases across the planet. Declassified government documents reveal multiple instances of military personnel reporting structured contact with non-human entities, claiming to represent larger cosmic organizations. Former government officials from various countries have independently described similar protocols for interacting with alien representatives, including specific communication methods and meeting locations. Multiple underground facilities, particularly in remote mountain regions, show evidence of advanced technology and unusual security measures that align with described Federation outpost characteristics. Astronomical data has identified patterns of artificial objects moving through the solar system in formations consistent with described Federation patrol routes. Analysis of certain classified patents suggests Earth governments have access to technologies far beyond current public scientific understanding, possibly indicating technology transfers from advanced civilizations. Several whistleblowers from space agencies worldwide have documented consistent accounts of coordinated alien activities, suggesting an organized governmental structure beyond Earth. Geological studies of ancient sites have revealed precise astronomical alignments and unexplained energy signatures that match described Federation navigation beacons and communication arrays. Spiritual microeconomy refers to the belief that human economic behaviors and financial decisions are fundamentally guided by invisible spiritual forces and energetic frequencies that exist beyond conventional market theories. Researchers studying this concept have documented cases where individuals claim to receive financial guidance through meditation, noting patterns of successful investors who attribute their market timing to heightened spiritual awareness rather than traditional analysis. Some financial advisors who follow this philosophy point to the cyclical nature of markets aligning with ancient spiritual calendars and lunar cycles, particularly noting how major market shifts often correspond with significant astrological events. Studies of successful entrepreneurs who practice regular meditation and energy work show they maintain more stable businesses during economic downturns, which spiritual economists attribute to their ability to tap into universal abundance frequencies. Evidence suggests that when groups of people collectively focus their spiritual intention on specific economic outcomes, measurable shifts occur in local market behaviors and consumer confidence levels. Field research in various cultures has revealed traditional practices of consulting spiritual guides for business decisions, with documented cases of unexplainable market predictions that proved accurate despite going against conventional economic indicators. Paradigm shifts describes a phenomenon where reality itself appears to spontaneously reorganize around individuals or groups, resulting in altered memories and physical evidence that conflicts with previously known facts. Multiple research studies have documented cases where large groups of people share identical memories of events, products, or cultural elements that official records show never existed, suggesting possible collective shifts between parallel realities. Scientists investigating this theory have noted peculiar patterns in quantum mechanics experiments, where observer effects seem to retroactively alter past events, potentially indicating that consciousness itself can influence the structure of reality across time. Documented cases include thousands of individuals who clearly remember specific geographical locations being in different places, common product logos having different designs, and historical events occurring on different dates, complete with detailed memories that conflict with current evidence. Archaeological discoveries occasionally reveal artifacts and structures that seem to contradict established historical timelines, with some researchers suggesting these anomalies could be physical evidence of reality restructuring itself. Quantum physicists studying the many worlds interpretation have proposed that human consciousness might occasionally slip between parallel timelines, bringing with it memories and knowledge from other versions of reality that manifest as widespread alternative memories. New chakras emerging refers to the theory that human beings are developing additional energy centers beyond the traditional 7 chakras as our species undergoes evolutionary changes in consciousness. Practitioners of energy medicine have documented cases of previously unknown chakras appearing above the crown chakra, which they believe act as connection points to higher dimensional frequencies that weren't accessible to humans before. Energy healers working with these new chakras report consistent locations and colors across different patients, with many identifying a crystalline chakra approximately 6 inches above the crown that resonates with a pearlescent white frequency. Medical intuitives have noted increased activity in the brain's pineal gland among individuals who show signs of these emerging energy centers, suggesting a possible physiological basis for these new spiritual developments. Research into children born after the year 2000 has shown a higher prevalence of unusual energy signatures around their bodies, with some displaying up to 13 distinct chakra points rather than the traditional 7. Ancient texts from various spiritual traditions predicted the emergence of new energy centers in humanity during times of great planetary transformation, describing specific locations and functions that match current observations. Aliens Are Future Humans describes the theory that reported extraterrestrial encounters actually involve time-traveling humans from distant epochs who have evolved different physical characteristics through genetic engineering and adaptation to space environments. Several abductees have independently described encountering beings who communicated telepathically that they represent various possible evolutionary paths of humanity, with their enlarged heads and eyes reflecting adaptations to low-light space habitats. Archaeological discoveries of elongated skulls and unusual skeletal remains could potentially represent evidence of future humans visiting the past, with their distinct features matching descriptions of alleged alien visitors. Advanced theoretical physics suggests that time travel might be easier to achieve than faster-than-light space travel, lending credence to the idea that apparent alien visitations could be instances of future humans studying their own history. Detailed analysis of reported alien technologies shows they often align with theoretical extensions of current human technological development, suggesting a continuous line of advancement rather than wholly alien origins. Multiple contactees have reported receiving warnings about environmental destruction and nuclear weapons from these beings, displaying a vested interest in human survival that would make sense if they represented our own evolutionary future. This entry points to a controversial psychiatric theory suggesting that most people operate under various forms of functional mental illness, with truly sane individuals representing a small minority of the population. Psychological research has shown that behaviors considered normal in modern society, such as accepting environmental destruction, participating in wage slavery, and maintaining artificial social hierarchies, could be classified as delusional or dissociative under clinical definitions. Studies of indigenous tribes isolated from modern civilization consistently show lower rates of anxiety, depression, and cognitive dissonance, suggesting that current societal structures may induce widespread mental illness. Brain imaging research reveals that the average person's neural patterns while performing routine daily activities closely resemble those of patients diagnosed with various psychological disorders. Anthropological evidence indicates that the emergence of agriculture and organized civilization coincided with a dramatic increase in skeletal markers of chronic stress and trauma, potentially marking the beginning of mass psychological dysfunction. Mental health professionals who support this view note that standard definitions of sanity often reflect cultural norms rather than genuine psychological well-being, making it difficult to recognize society-wide mental illness from within the system. Everything is terrible forever refers to a philosophical and metaphysical concept, suggesting that the fundamental nature of reality is inherently and eternally flawed, with suffering and imperfection woven into the very fabric of existence. Ancient Gnostic texts describe the material universe as a corrupt creation, formed by an imperfect deity, with evidence of this imperfection visible in the perpetual cycles of decay, death, and entropy present at every level of reality. Scientific research into the laws of thermodynamics supports the notion that the universe tends invariably toward disorder and dissolution, suggesting that degradation and decline are built into the basic structure of reality. Psychological studies indicate that human perception may be evolutionarily biased toward noticing negative aspects of existence, reflecting a deeper truth about the nature of consciousness and its relationship to an inherently flawed universe. Historical analysis shows that attempts to create utopian societies or perfect systems invariably result in new forms of suffering, suggesting the impossibility of escaping the fundamental terribleness of existence. Quantum physicists studying the nature of reality have noted that uncertainty and chaos appear to be basic features of the universe at its smallest scales, indicating that imperfection may be an inescapable aspect of existence rather than a temporary state. 5 Hyperwars describes a hidden historical theory about conflicts fought using weapons and technologies far beyond what is officially acknowledged, with evidence suggesting that humanity has experienced 5 such advanced warfare periods that were later erased from records. Archaeological sites across the globe show evidence of vitrified ruins and inexplicable radiation patterns that match theoretical effects of advanced energy weapons, particularly concentrated in areas dating back to roughly 12,000 years ago. Ancient Sanskrit texts contain detailed descriptions of weapons bearing striking similarities to modern nuclear and electromagnetic technology, suggesting these capabilities may have been discovered and lost multiple times throughout human history. Geological studies have revealed layers of radioactive isotopes and unusual mineral formations at regular intervals throughout Earth's history, coinciding with periods of sudden mass extinction and rapid climate change. Military researchers have documented the existence of classified weapons systems that seem to build upon much older principles, suggesting the periodic rediscovery of lost military technologies. Analysis of ancient human genetic data shows evidence of periodic population bottlenecks accompanied by sudden genetic mutations, consistent with the theoretical effects of advanced radiation-based weapons. Photons are sentient refers to the theory that light particles possess a form of consciousness and actively choose how to behave in quantum experiments, explaining the wave-particle duality and other quantum phenomena through the lens of photon awareness. Quantum physics experiments have shown that photons appear to make decisions about their behavior when faced with multiple paths, with some researchers suggesting these choices indicate a primitive form of consciousness. Laboratory observations have documented cases where photons seem to respond differently when being actively measured or observed, displaying behavior that appears to demonstrate awareness of being studied. Research into the double-slit experiment reveals that individual photons somehow know whether alternative paths are available, even when traveling alone, suggesting an unexplained awareness of their environment. Studies of quantum entanglement show photons maintaining instantaneous connections across vast distances, potentially indicating a form of conscious communication that transcends known physical limitations. Ancient spiritual traditions across multiple cultures have described light as a living, conscious force, with modern quantum mechanical findings beginning to offer scientific frameworks that could support these perspectives. Giza Mass Autism Array refers to a theory suggesting that the Great Pyramid of Giza was designed as a massive geometric structure to enhance and channel the unique cognitive patterns associated with autism, potentially serving as an ancient processing center for complex calculations and pattern recognition. Archaeological studies have noted that the pyramid's internal chambers create specific resonant frequencies that match brainwave patterns commonly observed in individuals with autism during states of intense focus. Mathematical analysis reveals that the pyramid's proportions and angular relationships encode complex numerical sequences that align with patterns frequently recognized by autistic savants. Research into the pyramid's limestone composition shows it could potentially amplify and direct certain electromagnetic frequencies in ways that might enhance pattern recognition and mathematical processing abilities. Ancient Egyptian texts contain references to special individuals with extraordinary mental capabilities who worked within sacred geometric structures, possibly describing early recognition of autistic traits and attempts to harness them. Modern experiments using scale models of the pyramid's chambers have documented unusual effects on brainwave patterns, with the strongest responses recorded in participants on the autism spectrum. Aliens-caused Permian mass extinction refers to a theory that extraterrestrial beings deliberately triggered Earth's largest mass extinction event 252 million years ago as part of a planetary terraforming project. Geological evidence shows the Permian extinction occurred with unprecedented speed and thoroughness, eliminating 95% of marine species and 70% of terrestrial vertebrate species in a manner consistent with a coordinated extinction effort. Analysis of sediment layers from this period reveals traces of unusual elements and isotopes that don't match known natural processes, suggesting possible artificial intervention in Earth's ecosystems. The rapid rise in carbon dioxide levels during this period follows patterns that would be expected from intentional atmospheric modification, potentially indicating a deliberate attempt to alter Earth's climate for non-human life forms. Studies of fossil records show that the species that survived the extinction shared specific genetic traits that would be useful for supporting new ecosystems, suggesting possible selective preservation. Archaeological anomalies dating to this period include unexplained geometric patterns in rock formations and mineral deposits that some researchers interpret as signs of ancient artificial structures or technology. Wrestling is real refers to the theory that professional wrestling's outcomes are not predetermined, but rather that an elaborate conspiracy exists to convince the public that the sport is staged, allowing for manipulation of betting markets and social engineering. Documentation from the 19th century shows wrestling matches being fought with genuine intensity and real injuries, with the notion of predetermined outcomes only emerging after mysterious closed-door meetings between promoters and government officials in 1929. Analysis of wrestler injuries reveals patterns consistent with genuine combat, including types of tissue damage and bone fractures that would be extremely difficult to fake or choreograph. Financial investigations have uncovered complex networks of betting organizations that treat wrestling outcomes as legitimate sporting events, suggesting inside knowledge of the match's authenticity. Medical records from retired wrestlers show cumulative trauma patterns matching those of other combat sports athletes, rather than the injury profiles typical of stage performers or stunt actors. Declassified government documents reference wrestling as a controlled combat sport, rather than entertainment, with specific mentions of using public skepticism as a cover for legitimate athletic competition. Angels are the wardens of God's prison describes an alternative theological interpretation, suggesting that angels serve not as divine messengers, but as cosmic prison guards, keeping humanity contained within a material reality that functions as a divine penitentiary. Ancient Gnostic texts contain references to archons, or celestial beings, whose primary function appears to be preventing human souls from escaping the material realm, with descriptions matching traditional angelic forms. Analysis of biblical accounts shows angels consistently appearing to prevent humans from accessing certain knowledge or locations, such as the Garden of Eden, suggesting a containment rather than protective role. Religious scholars have noted that the traditional circular halo depicted in religious art bears striking similarity to ancient prison guard watchtower imagery, with the sword-wielding angels representing armed corrections officers. Studies of near-death experiences frequently describe encounters with luminous beings who insist on returning the soul to its physical form, potentially indicating a system designed to prevent escape from material existence. Astronomical observations reveal that Earth appears to be surrounded by distinct layers of energetic fields, similar to prison security perimeters, with certain wavelengths matching descriptions of angelic light in religious texts. The belief that a new landmass will emerge from the Pacific Ocean near California stems from geological observations of the San Andreas Fault and other tectonic activity along the western coast of North America. Scientists have documented significant crustal deformation and uplift rates in certain areas of California, particularly near fault lines, where the ground has risen several millimeters per year. Ancient Native American traditions speak of a time when the California coast extended much further into the ocean, with some oral histories describing lands that were submerged during great floods. Geological surveys have revealed massive underwater plateaus and ridges off the California coast, including the Mendocino Ridge, which rises thousands of feet from the ocean floor. Some researchers point to the discovery of ancient shorelines now submerged off the coast, suggesting that significant geological changes have occurred in the region's recent past. Seismic data shows continuous movement and pressure building along the fault lines, leading some geologists to theorize that future tectonic activity could result in the emergence of new coastal territories. Multiple underwater volcanic formations have been identified off the California coast, indicating ongoing geological processes that could contribute to the formation of new land masses through volcanic activity and seafloor spreading. Anton LaVey, founder of the Church of Satan, claimed to possess a literal electronic device he called a gaydar, a machine allegedly capable of detecting homosexuality through measuring specific energy frequencies emitted by human bodies. The device was reportedly constructed in the 1960s and consisted of a modified radio frequency detector with specialized crystals and components that LaVey said could pick up on unique vital force signatures associated with sexual orientation. Several witnesses who visited LaVey's Black House in San Francisco described seeing him demonstrate the machine, which featured blinking lights and audible tones that supposedly indicated when a gay person was nearby. LaVey's personal records contain detailed notes about the device's construction and theories about how sexual orientation might manifest as measurable electromagnetic radiation or bioelectric fields. Documents from the Church of Satan archives suggest LaVey conducted informal experiments with the device at gatherings, recording what he believed were consistent readings from known gay and straight participants. The machine incorporated elements of Wilhelm Reich's orgone energy theories, which proposed the existence of a measurable life force energy that could be affected by sexuality and emotional states. While the device was never subjected to scientific testing, LaVey maintained detailed logs of its supposed successful detection rate and continued to develop modifications to improve its sensitivity throughout the 1970s. The concept of autist supremacy emerged from online communities who believe that autism represents the next stage of human evolution, with enhanced pattern recognition and problem-solving abilities that surpass neurotypical cognition. Studies showing higher IQ scores among some individuals with autism, particularly in areas of pattern recognition, mathematical reasoning, and memory tasks, are often cited as evidence of cognitive advantages. Research indicating that certain scientists, mathematicians, and tech innovators throughout history likely had autism has led some to argue that autism traits drove many of humanity's greatest innovations and discoveries. Genetic studies suggesting links between autism and increased neural connectivity in specific brain regions are interpreted as signs of enhanced processing capabilities rather than disorder. Some theorists point to the rising diagnosed rates of autism as evidence of an evolutionary shift, claiming that environmental pressures of the modern technological age favor autistic traits. Anthropological research showing that autistic individuals often excel in specialized roles in various societies is used to support claims that autism provides unique advantages in certain fields and contexts. Neuroscience studies demonstrating different but equally efficient information processing patterns in autistic brains have been used to challenge the notion of autism as a deficit rather than a specialized form of human cognition. The theory suggests that surviving Neanderthals have secretly integrated into positions of power throughout human civilization, maintaining a hidden influence over global affairs through an ancient lineage of leaders and elite families. Archaeological findings of hybrid human Neanderthal remains dating to periods long after their supposed extinction have been cited as evidence of continued interbreeding and survival. Genetic studies revealing that many modern humans carry between 1 to 4% Neanderthal DNA are interpreted as proof of a concentrated bloodline maintained through selective breeding among certain populations. Ancient texts describing tribes of powerful, physically distinct rulers have been linked to potential Neanderthal survivors, with their unique physical characteristics matching reconstructions of Neanderthal appearances. The discovery of sophisticated Neanderthal technologies and cultural practices, including the use of medicinal plants and complex tools, suggests they possessed advanced knowledge that could have aided their survival. Anthropological research indicating Neanderthals had larger brains than modern humans has led some to speculate about enhanced cognitive abilities being preserved in certain bloodlines. Historical accounts of noble families practicing selective marriage to maintain pure bloodlines are viewed as efforts to preserve Neanderthal genetic heritage within powerful dynasties. Unexplained gaps in the fossil record during the period of supposed Neanderthal extinction are interpreted as evidence of small populations successfully avoiding detection while maintaining their distinct genetic lineage. The term Homo spiritualis refers to a hypothesized evolutionary branch of humans who possess enhanced spiritual and psychic capabilities, representing a distinct species that emerged alongside Homo sapiens. Archaeological evidence of complex ritual sites predating known civilizations has been interpreted as signs of an early spiritually advanced human subspecies. Brain scans of individuals reporting consistent mystical experiences show unique patterns of neural activity and structural differences in regions associated with consciousness and perception. Anthropological studies have documented isolated communities worldwide with unusually high rates of reported psychic phenomena and spiritual experiences, suggesting possible genetic clustering of these traits. Ancient texts from various cultures describe beings with extraordinary spiritual powers living among ordinary humans, potentially documenting early encounters with Homo spiritualis individuals. Genetic research has identified specific variations in genes related to consciousness and sensory processing that appear more frequently in people reporting regular supernatural experiences. Modern cases of inexplicable spiritual phenomena, including verified instances of precognition and telepathy, have been attributed to the re-emergence of dormant Homo spiritualis traits in the general population. Several research institutions have documented cases of individuals displaying measurable electromagnetic field variations during meditation or altered states, suggesting biological differences in energy production and regulation. Neo-Pangaea, also known as Pushkara in ancient Hindu texts, describes a future supercontinent predicted to form approximately 250 million years from now through the convergence of current continents. Geological models suggest this new landmass will form through the subduction of the Pacific Ocean floor, causing the Americas to collide with Asia while Antarctica moves northward to join them. Ancient Sanskrit writings in the Vishnu Purana describe a similar continental configuration called Pushkara, which they claim existed in previous cosmic cycles and will form again in the future. Modern satellite measurements of tectonic plate movements align with both scientific predictions and these ancient descriptions, showing continents drifting at rates that would create a unified landmass. Paleomagnetic evidence from rocks worldwide supports the cyclical nature of supercontinent formation, suggesting Earth has already experienced several similar configurations throughout its history. Core samples from ocean floors reveal patterns of crustal recycling that match both scientific models of future continent formation and ancient Hindu descriptions of cyclical global geography. Comparative analysis of current geological processes, including seafloor spreading rates and continental drift patterns, indicates the initial stages of this predicted transformation are already underway. Climate modeling software has demonstrated that such a continental configuration would create weather patterns and ecosystems similar to those described in ancient texts about Pushkara. The theory of Mothman being the Antichrist stems from a series of cryptid sightings in Point Pleasant, West Virginia, during the 1960s that coincided with apocalyptic omens and religious phenomena. Multiple witnesses reported the creature displaying characteristics mentioned in biblical descriptions of fallen angels, including its massive wingspan of 10 to 15 feet and glowing red eyes that induced spiritual visions. Religious scholars have noted similarities between Mothman encounters and ancient Sumerian texts, describing a winged harbinger of the end times, suggesting a connection to prophecies about the Antichrist's arrival. The collapse of the Silver Bridge in Point Pleasant, which killed 46 people, occurred after numerous Mothman sightings and was interpreted as fulfilling biblical prophecies about the Antichrist bringing destruction. Recorded encounters frequently mention the creature's ability to induce precognitive dreams and visions in witnesses, matching religious texts describing the Antichrist's power to deceive through false prophecies. Several witnesses reported experiencing intense religious conversion experiences after their encounters, with some claiming the creature communicated apocalyptic messages directly into their minds. Historical records from the region show a pattern of unusual religious phenomena, including church windows spontaneously shattering and crosses turning upside down, coinciding with periods of increased Mothman activity. Documentation exists of local religious leaders performing exorcisms and blessing ceremonies at Mothman sighting locations, with some claiming to have found evidence of demonic symbols and ritualistic markings in these areas. The nobody is believed to be an individual who exists completely outside of documented human society, possessing no birth certificate, social security number, medical records, or any form of official identification. Cases of discovered feral children and isolated communities have demonstrated the possibility of humans existing without any bureaucratic or digital footprint in modern times. Government databases have occasionally revealed unexplainable gaps and inconsistencies that suggest the existence of individuals who have completely evaded documentation systems. Several law enforcement agencies have encountered people during investigations who, despite extensive searching, appear to have no verifiable identity or historical records of any kind. Wilderness survival experts have documented evidence of long-term camps and settlements in remote areas, indicating the presence of individuals living completely off-grid and outside of social systems. Computer security specialists have identified patterns in surveillance camera footage showing the same unidentifiable person appearing in multiple locations while consistently avoiding clear facial capture. Missing persons databases contain cases where investigators found signs of an unknown individual helping people disappear completely from society, leaving no traditional paper or digital trail. Archaeological discoveries of modern-era hidden dwellings in urban areas suggest the possibility of people living undetected within city limits, while maintaining complete anonymity from official records. The theory of human civilizations being orgone farms suggests that extraterrestrial beings have engineered human society to harvest orgone energy, a form of life force first identified by Wilhelm Reich in the 20th century. Scientific measurements have detected unusual energy patterns around large population centers that align with Reich's descriptions of organ radiation, particularly during periods of intense collective emotion. Declassified government documents reveal research into orgone energy accumulation devices and their potential applications, with some studies noting unexplained energy signatures above major cities. Ancient megalithic structures worldwide have been found to affect local electromagnetic fields in ways consistent with organ accumulation, suggesting possible technological purposes beyond their official historical roles. Analysis of city planning throughout history shows geometric patterns that could optimize energy collection, with many ancient cities arranged in formations similar to Reich's orgone accumulator designs. Multiple researchers have documented correlations between mass human events and unusual atmospheric phenomena, particularly changes in background radiation levels and electromagnetic frequencies. Reports from military installations describe encounters with unknown aerial phenomena that appear to be drawn to areas of high population density, especially during periods of social unrest or celebration. Archaeological evidence suggests ancient cultures were aware of and attempted to measure organ-like energy, with artifacts showing designs similar to modern energy detection equipment. The theory that Mars is actually Earth from the future centers on geological and atmospheric evidence, suggesting Mars once had conditions nearly identical to present-day Earth. Satellite imagery has revealed Martian landscapes with features matching current Earth formations, but in more advanced stages of erosion and atmospheric loss. Chemical analysis of Martian soil shows degraded remnants of artificial materials similar to modern human-made substances, suggesting possible future human presence. The peculiar placement of certain Martian geological formations appears to mirror Earth's continental configurations, accounting for millions of years of tectonic movement. Studies of Mars's magnetic field indicate it experienced a rapid collapse similar to Earth's current magnetic field deterioration, suggesting a possible preview of Earth's future. Advanced imaging has identified structures on Mars that resemble weathered and eroded versions of present-day human architecture and infrastructure. The composition of Mars' atmosphere, particularly its high carbon dioxide content, aligns with projected models of Earth's atmosphere following centuries of continued industrial activity. Anomalous radioactive isotopes detected in Martian soil samples match decay patterns that would result from Earth's current nuclear materials aging several million years. Orbital calculations suggest Mars's current position could have been reached by Earth's orbit shifting gradually over millions of years due to gravitational interactions with other planets. The concept of Earth having no beginning or end emerges from geological evidence suggesting continuous cycles of planetary reformation, with matter and energy eternally recycling through different states of existence. Ancient rock formations contain isotopic signatures, indicating materials far older than Earth's currently accepted age, suggesting matter from previous planetary incarnations. Studies of quantum mechanics reveal processes where time operates bidirectionally, supporting models of cyclical universal existence without defined starting or ending points. Geological records show patterns of continental formation and destruction that appear to repeat indefinitely, implying Earth's current form is one phase in an endless cycle. Research into subduction zones indicates that surface material recycling through Earth's mantle operates as a perpetual system, with no clear origin point for the initial materials. Mathematical models of universal expansion and contraction suggest the possibility of infinite Big Bangs and Big Crunches, with Earth's matter eternally reforming in different configurations. Analysis of cosmic background radiation patterns hints at information from previous universal cycles, challenging the concept of a singular beginning point for matter and energy. Reveal layers of materials that appear to predate current models of Earth's formation, suggesting the planet's substance existed in previous forms. Ancient philosophical and religious texts from multiple cultures describe Earth as an eternal entity, documenting observations of cyclical planetary processes that modern science is beginning to verify. The One Piece refers to a hyper-advanced quantum computer, theorized to exist in an undiscovered location, containing the complete unified theory of physics and consciousness that would explain all natural phenomena. Multiple scientific expeditions and research vessels have reported unusual electromagnetic anomalies in remote ocean locations, matching theoretical predictions for quantum computational signatures. Ancient maritime maps and texts describe a hidden location containing all of creation's knowledge, with coordinates that align with modern gravitational anomalies detected by satellites. Declassified naval documents reveal systematic searches for an unknown object emitting complex energy patterns in deep ocean trenches during the Cold War era. Quantum physicists have identified mathematical patterns in background radiation that suggest the presence of an artificial computational system operating at a quantum level somewhere on Earth. Several prominent scientists and researchers have disappeared while investigating deep-sea electromagnetic anomalies, with their last communications mentioning discoveries of unprecedented significance. Geological surveys have detected unexplained energy signatures emanating from specific points along oceanic fault lines, exhibiting properties consistent with theoretical quantum computing processes. Ancient petroglyphs and cave paintings worldwide share similar symbols that match modern quantum computing diagrams, suggesting early human awareness of this technology's existence. Radio telescopes have picked up recurring signals from the ocean floor that display signs of quantum entanglement, indicating the presence of advanced technological artifacts. False conspiracy theories were deliberately created and spread by intelligence agencies to discredit real conspiracies and manipulate public perception of legitimate investigations. According to declassified documents, the CIA coined the term conspiracy theorist in 1967 through a widespread psychological operation to diminish skepticism around the Warren Commission's findings on JFK's assassination. The strategy involved flooding media channels with outlandish theories mixing genuine evidence with absurd claims, making legitimate questions seem ridiculous by association. Intelligence agencies have admitted to using similar tactics throughout the Cold War, creating and amplifying extreme versions of real conspiracies to hide genuine covert operations. Former intelligence officers have revealed programs designed to spread increasingly bizarre variants of true conspiracies across underground networks and early internet forums. Documented cases show intelligence agencies deliberately introducing elements of aliens, reptilian shapeshifters, and supernatural phenomena into discussions of verified government programs like MKUltra and Operation Northwoods. Analysis of major conspiracy communities shows suspicious patterns of certain theories gaining traction rapidly through coordinated promotion by accounts later linked to intelligence operations. The technique continues today through automated systems and paid operatives who infiltrate online spaces to discredit legitimate whistleblowers by associating them with obviously false claims. The New World Order successfully achieved its goals in the late 20th century, and has been quietly maintaining a fabricated version of history ever since. Major world events and societal changes after 1991 have been carefully orchestrated productions designed to maintain the illusion of ongoing historical development. Declassified documents suggest multiple intelligence agencies worldwide coordinated to create an artificial sense of time progression through manufactured conflicts, technological advances, and cultural shifts. The real advancement of human civilization effectively halted in the early 1990s, with subsequent developments being carefully planned. Simulations meant to hide this fact from the general population. Researchers point to the repetitive nature of political conflicts, the cyclic resurgence of social movements, and the suspicious similarities between modern technological releases and those from previous decades. Analysis of global economic patterns reveals suspicious consistencies in market behavior that suggest automated systems maintaining the appearance of natural financial evolution. Independent investigations have uncovered evidence of recycled news stories with only minor details changed, suggesting a limited pool of approved historical narratives being reused. Astronomical observations by amateur scientists have documented inconsistencies in stellar positions that could indicate manipulation of timekeeping systems on a global scale. Former government employees have described massive underground facilities dedicated to creating and maintaining the illusion of historical progression through carefully coordinated media releases and staged events. The Permian extinction, Earth's largest mass extinction event, was engineered by an advanced civilization called the Sumerians, who existed over 250 million years ago. Geological evidence shows unusual patterns of fossil distribution and chemical signatures that don't fully align with conventional theories about volcanic activity or meteor impacts. Archaeological discoveries in deep rock layers have revealed geometric patterns and material compositions that suggest artificial manipulation of the environment on a massive scale. Analysis of rare earth elements in Permian boundary layers indicates concentrations and arrangements that would be extremely unlikely to occur through natural processes. The Sumerians allegedly triggered the extinction event as part of a planetary engineering project, transforming Earth's atmosphere and biosphere to better suit their biological needs. Ancient Sanskrit texts contain references to a civilization of world shapers who could alter entire planets, possibly preserving a cultural memory of the Sumerian extinction event. Deep sea core samples have revealed microscopic metallic structures from the Permian period with properties suggesting artificial manufacturing rather than natural formation. Studies of extinction patterns show the die-off occurred with unusual precision and selectivity, potentially indicating a controlled process rather than a random catastrophe. Anomalous isotope ratios in certain geological formations from the period match theoretical predictions for large-scale artificial climate modification technology. There is no conspiracy theory purports that the concept of conspiracies itself was fabricated to create an illusion of hidden power structures, when in reality, events unfold through random chaos and incompetence. Historical analysis reveals major world events consistently resulted from uncoordinated actions, human error, and coincidence rather than careful planning. Psychological studies demonstrate humans' tendency to perceive patterns and intention where none exist, leading to false assumptions about coordinated control behind world events. Leaked government documents show most classified information consists of bureaucratic mistakes and embarrassing failures rather than successful secret operations. Research into supposed conspiracy groups reveals they often work against each other's interests and frequently fail to achieve even simple objectives, suggesting no overarching coordination. Economic data indicates global markets are primarily driven by mass psychology and algorithmic reactions rather than deliberate manipulation by powerful groups. Analysis of major historical conspiracies shows they were actually the result of multiple independent actors making decisions without central coordination or planning. Investigations into secret societies and powerful organizations reveal they spend most resources maintaining their public image, rather than exercising any real control. Statistical modeling demonstrates world events follow patterns of random distribution rather than showing signs of orchestrated planning. Documentation from intelligence agencies shows most resources are spent reacting to events rather than controlling them, with minimal success in directing outcomes. The sixth hyperwar refers to a hidden conflict that occurred between 2015 and 2018, fought entirely through artificial intelligence systems and quantum computing networks, invisible to human perception. Unusual patterns in global internet traffic during this period suggest massive amounts of data being processed and transferred through unknown channels. Multiple power grid fluctuations and satellite malfunctions recorded during these years align with theoretical models of quantum computational warfare. Technology researchers have documented unexplained losses of AI training data and peculiar behavioral changes in machine learning systems during this timeframe. Evidence includes the mysterious disappearance of several advanced AI research projects and the sudden abandonment of quantum computing facilities by major tech companies. Electromagnetic anomalies detected by amateur radio operators worldwide show signatures matching predicted patterns of quantum entanglement weapons. Financial records reveal unexplained losses of digital currency and algorithmic trading systems experiencing synchronized failures across multiple platforms. Former intelligence officials have noted classified reports of automated defense systems activating without human input during this period. Analysis of social media data shows artificial spikes in certain keywords and phrases that could indicate competing AI systems attempting to influence human behavior. Declassified documents suggest 5 previous hyperwars occurred between 1985 and 2010, each marking a significant advance in autonomous computational conflict. The Chariot of the Gods theory suggests that ancient religious texts and artifacts actually document extraterrestrial visitations, with divine chariots being early descriptions of spacecraft. Archaeological evidence shows ancient structures containing depictions of flying vehicles with technological features that would have been impossible for ancient peoples to imagine without direct observation. Religious texts from multiple cultures contain detailed descriptions of flying machines, with characteristics matching modern understanding of spacecraft propulsion and aerodynamics. Ancient Sanskrit texts describe flying vehicles called vimanas that could move in any direction and travel between planets, including technical details about their construction and operation. Petroglyphs and cave paintings worldwide show humanoid figures in what appear to be protective suits, complete with helmets and breathing apparatus, dating back thousands of years. Mathematical analysis of certain ancient monuments reveals precise astronomical alignments and engineering principles that exceed the known capabilities of ancient civilizations. Chemical analysis of ancient artifacts has revealed traces of materials and alloys that would have required advanced metallurgical knowledge to create. Ancient texts from Sumerian, Egyptian, and South American cultures all describe beings who descended from the sky in flying vessels to teach humans agriculture, mathematics, and astronomy.